simultaneous swap from him takes a Night Slash here to the face. Of course, Inadequate gets some damage off with this Shadow Scissor on the charge attack priority. Huge play by him as well, but now a Body Slam is going to connect. You still have some energy.
Alfie with a ton of energy still on this Gastrodon, but not much health. And there is a full health Gastrodon in the back for Inadequance. This is going to be big for him. Alfie is going to throw this Water Pulse. Inadequance will shield it up straight away. And Alfie now really needs to lean into his Galarian Corsola, which already has some energy. The switch clocks are so close to being up. It doesn't make a difference now. Alfie cannot afford to allow for a catch, but he needs to make the correct shield decision here.
For Martine, it is now really important to have a lot of energy stored at all times here. The HP is dwindling for Alfie. Alfie has to deny a catch here, but he is letting this go, but it's still chip damage.
That is a great wait from Alfie as he checks to see the Mud Slap go through, and now Inadequance will be trying to get this Corsola into a range where perhaps Giratina can Shadow Claw it, and Giratina's Shadow Claw comes through, but it isn't enough!
The Corsola hangs onto 1 HP, a charge attack priority here. There could be a Protect, Shield KO. How much HP is it? Corsola, can you hang on? Inadequance is hoping, crossing his fingers, and then fades! It is a Shield KO! Inadequance goes up 1-0!
Alfie did everything he could, but Corsola had 1 HP remaining, and a shield reduces your opponent's charge attack damage to 1 HP, and Inadequance's hands lift into the air as he celebrates the most clutch win, the first win of the Grand Finals here in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, are you entertained? This is the Grand Finals of the first regional championships in the 2026 season, and we are in for a treat. Closer it could not have been.
What more can you do? You wait, you play to perfection, you ensure every fast attack, every charge attack goes where you want it to go. Alfie pulling out all of the stops, but it wasn't enough. Inadequance is the man of the moment, taking the advantage here in these Grand Finals, and that will give him so much confidence as he proceeds to try and become the Frankfurt Regional Champion.
I think you could make 3 perfect gameplay moment videos out of this matchup. It is absolutely insane on which level those two trainers operate here. Alfie has anticipated swaps, played the perfect energy management, had the shield advantage in the end, had the energy advantage in the end, but he did not have enough HP.
And now, the players line up once more as they get into Game 2. The same leads that we saw in Game 1, but 2 adjustments, one on either side of their backlines. Will the players work out what their opponents are strategizing? The first attack comes through, and it does again draw a shield from this Gastrodon.
Is Inadequance going to go for the same strategy? No! This time around we bring in the Blastoise, confusing our opponent perhaps, but a rather fast answer with this Cradily.
Blastoise throwing this Water-type Hydro Cannon neutral against the Grass and Rock-type of Cradily. Not enough to take it into a range where even one more Hydro Cannon would threaten a knockout. And now Cradily will over-farm. It wants to get into a position where it can take out the Blastoise and then potentially Rock Tomb whatever comes in next, because Alfie is not worried about these rollouts just yet.
There is 4 assets and now throws a Grass Knot here. Is almost at 2 charge attacks. Inadequance is going to protect this. Wants to hang on onto this Blastoise. He already has the Hydro Cannon stored. Swaps out, gets a Bullet Punch down. All the energy is gone.
Let's remember that Inadequance has a Hydro Cannon loaded on that Blastoise as he comes back in with this Shadow Scissor, and Alfie makes a decision on throwing the Body Slam into the Scissor. Will Inadequance put up his next shield? No, he won't. This might not knock out. It's resisted.
Oh, it hangs on with a slither of HP. Night Slash is going to connect. Also not going to knock out, but the damage is important.
And now Alfie will be putting everything on the back of his Galarian Corsola. Once he sees a Giratina come in, he will know that he cannot throw anything other than resisted charge attack damage into it. So will we see him pivot? Immediate pivot into the Galarian Corsola, trying to get these Astonishes through, and now the Blastoise comes back to start loading Hydro Cannons into the Galarian Corsola.
Giratina in an amazing position. Also Inadequance transferred 1 Astonish damage onto the Blastoise. Blastoise because it's not super effective here. Also, the timer is not up, and Inadequence wants to prevent this Gastrodon from body slamming his Blastoise there.
And Alfie's throwing this Nightshade, but it won't be enough to take down the Blastoise. And Blastoise already has a Hydro Cannon available that Alfie will almost certainly need to shield. He will now go for this farm down and try and unload energy into the Giratina. The switch clocks aren't yet up. Alfie does bank one Nightshade, but Inadequence has a shield available already.
The shield is being used here. Of course, the Gastrodon has nothing to offer. Now he just needs to guarantee that there is not going to be a catch from that Gastrodon. Oh, they're going to charge up. They're going to... When are you throwing this charge attack? The Ancient Power is going to be thrown into the Corsola. Will for sure knock out.
Ancient Power coming through as Inadequence hopes for maybe a boost, and this Gastrodon comes in and it has energy, but this is resisted. Will a Water Pulse plus Mud Slaps be enough? It's a Shadow Giratina. It doesn't do anywhere near enough, and Giratina reaches the Dragon Claw.
Inadequence goes up 2-0 versus Alfie. He seems absolutely unstoppable in this grand finals. One game away as he shows us and the crowd from winning his second gold.
Inadequence is so far ahead in these grand finals. One more win. This is a best of 5. Alfie would need to win the next 3 games back to back if he wants to deny Inadequence his second gold medal.
For the moment, because if he wins 3 in a row, he will have to do the same ordeal again. Inadequence looks unstoppable. This entire tournament, he has 3-0'd Patoman. She has 3-1'd Alfie. He is in such a good position right now. And it doesn't help Alfie that Inadequence has so many absolutely safe Pokemon in the matchup.
When Inadequence swapped in that Blastoise in game number 2, Alfie took perhaps half a second too long to respond with that Cradily. And what that meant was that Cradily was not able to get to back-to-back attacks. If it had, perhaps it could have thrown a Rock Tomb against the Shadow Scizor before it was sniped, because it went down and lost so much energy, and it just shows how hard it is to adapt when your opponent is bringing different safe swaps each time.
And look at how high the standard is that he keeps to himself. He's shaking his head like he was in some sort of a pickle here, while Alfie is also absolutely locked in. Focus, doesn't give anything away, shows no signs of frustration from one game of Pokemon Go to the next to eventually try and become the Frankfurt regional champion. But his opponent is no less than Inadequence, the absolute champion of Utrecht, world's runner-up, and maybe future Frankfurt champion. It's game match point for Inadequence.
Game number 3 kicks off with Blastoise up against the Galarian Corsola, 2 bulky Pokemon, one with access to that super efficient Hydro Cannon, the other with just residual Astonish damage and Nightshades that can chunk its way through. Inadequence strikes first as Hydro Cannon lands.
He's outpacing the Corsola as well, already at the second Hydro Cannon, while Alfie is still going for Astonish after Astonish, perhaps wants to go up to 2 Astonishes.
And we've seen before what can happen when you leave your Pokemon low. You do leave them susceptible to a snipe. When a Pokemon comes in from the back benches and takes you out before you're able to unload your energy, Alfie does not want to let that happen, and he banks up as much energy as he can before he takes out this Blastoise.
Corsola, I want to say, is now in perfect farm down range for anything. Alfie will have to react quick to the Pokemon that Inadequence is bringing in. It is going to be the Shadow Giratina, and he gets the full 3 Shadow Claw farm down. Giratina is incredible neutral in this matchup.
Alfie does not want to give alignment. He won't want to give up shields easily. This is the matchup that he wants the Dunsparce in, but he recognizes that Dragon Claw is such a powerful move. I wouldn't be surprised to see him farm up to a ton of energy to prevent Inadequence from aggressively swapping in something that could take the energy. He gets a free rollout through as well. That could be huge for him.
That might have sent him over the 100% range though, because he has a lot of energy already. The Giratina is sitting there. It is still bulky. It is not going to take too much damage, but maybe 2 Drill Run will be enough to knock out. However, Inadequence is 1 shield up, and he only needs to land 1 Trailblaze. Oh wow.
Drill Run now coming through just before this Night Slash. I think each of us have bated breath as to how this game is going to end. We've seen that the Giratina still has health available. There is a Gastrodon in the back, and Inadequence is able to one-shot it potentially with a Trailblaze. Alfie's going to come in now with that Gastrodon, and there is a huge shield decision to make here. If you let this through, you will lose. Is the shield going up? Yes, it does.
He protects Gastrodon from this massive damage. The timer is almost up for Inadequence. Alfie is racing to that Body Slam, trying to get it off. I don't know if Body Slam will be enough. Is Inadequence now at the Trailblaze? Can he knock out, or will he have to swap out immediately into the Giratina? He's trying to reach for the Trailblaze, but the Mud Slap down is happening. Giratina's coming in a last-ditch effort, but this is not enough HP.
A massive moment for Alfie as the Gastrodon is able to Mud Slap down the Shadow Scissor. My heart was stopped. Inadequence and Alfie's probably were too. And now Gastrodon claws one game back from Inadequence in this Grand Final series.
The first time Alfie did not get the favorable lead, he all of a sudden wins the game, and that speaks for how neutral these matchups really are right now, because if you are safe swapping your Pokemon into another matchup, you might get a little bit of an energy head start that in game 2 one more time the game.
Every moment matters. Every decision at every level, every half second in these Pokemon Go Grand Finals could be critical to decide the outcome. Who will be the Frankfurt Regional Champion? Alfie has 1 point on the board, and he needs to use that momentum. He needs to get this next game as well if he wants any chance of claiming gold for himself.
He needs to win 5 more games against the Titan that is Inadequence, but if he wins 2 in a row, he has more breathing room. Inadequence, on the other hand, he is 1 game away from victory. Are we maybe seeing him again going back to this strategy he had before? Shadow Caesar lead with Blastoise and Giratina in the back?
The players look almost ready to go. Inadequence calculating how can he utilize his Giratina altered Shadow form to best effect, and Alfie plotting what can he do to stop it. The players are locked in. Game number 4 of these Grand Finals are ready to go. Here we are.
Inadequence versus Alfie, and Inadequence with a huge lead, absolutely walling the Gastrodon with Shadow Giratina. Alfie is farming up some energy. Is he maybe trying to get, what's he going to switch into? It Dunsparce is the only real answer.
A big Dragon Claw coming in through. This got a massive damage buff this season. It's a little slower to reach, but look how much damage it does to the bulky Gastrodon. And now Alfie will come through with this Dunsparce to try and sponge some energy. Inadequence says, I'm happy to throw Dragon Claw once more.
This is looking super strong for Inadequence. Non-same type attack bonus boosted damage from Dunsparce is existing, but if it is against a bulky Pokemon with no super effective damage, the damage is really lackluster, and Gastrodon is so bulky.
Let's remember that Alfie does have the switch clocks completely misaligned, meaning the energy on that Gastrodon might be able to go onto a Pokemon better than the Shadow Giratina altered. He might come in straight away after this Water Pulse lands to take advantage of the misaligned clocks. Yes, he does. Togekiss is now in, double resisting these Mud Slaps.
Togekiss looking indeed very strong here, but Water Pulse is better than Earth Power in this matchup. You do not want to take that damage if you're also faced with charged attack or fast attack pressure from the other Pokemon.
A great shield there from Alfie, and let's remind everyone that we are running Psyshock on this Togekiss. That means it is quicker to reach. It won't do as much damage as Dazzling Gleam, but it'll do more than enough potentially to this Giratina. And again, Alfie throws a Psyshock as Inadequence tries to farm up towards that ancient power.
Now let's remember, Inadequence has now unlocked the Gastrodon of Alfie that is sitting in the back with a lot of energy, but he brings it in, catches the attack.
Will this ancient power knock out this Gastrodon? Can you still get a chance to throw off this Water Pulse? Yes, you can. That will do decent damage against the Giratina, and the Togekiss now has the potential to try and sweep the endgame.
Now Inadequence's best friend, the Wigglytuff, will have to carry for him, brings it in immediately. Of course, Togekiss is pacing fast, but there is so much damage!
I think Inadequence might be able to just fully fast attack down this Togekiss. It's not a very bulky Pokemon. There's still so much health left on that Gastrodon.
Show the world your bow, Wigglytuff! Goes in, no damage registered yet from this second charm. If this knocks out, it won't transfer, but there is still Giratina. There is still Gastrodon. How much damage can you do?
Inadequence about to return with the Giratina. He puts the Togekiss in range where Mud Slap might be enough. Mud Slap is enough.
Giratina returns! Inadequence is your Frankfurt Special Event Regional Champion!
Inadequence, once again, he is inevitable!
One more, you could attack for this, just the pass, and he's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto Amoonguss. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Whiscash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Championships, coming to you live from the Steel City. I am so excited to kick off this season, Butters. You can feel the electricity in the venue, in the air. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. My hot take is this is going to be the best season yet. We now have a 45-second switch timer. These matches are going to be dynamic, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon.
No, I absolutely agree. This is going to be a thrill. I've seen the talent roster. You have a special treat in store if you're watching from home, and I cannot wait to get into the action. But you know what, Butters? We're making so many stops along the way to the World Championships in San Francisco. Let's take a peek at the calendar here.
Yeah, we're just getting started. This is the first North American regional of the 2026 season. Next up, there's going to be Milwaukee, Las Vegas, and then our first international championship of the season will be in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and of course, it's all leading up to the World Championships in San Francisco at Chase Center.
You see 4 images there of that Golden Gate Bridge. Those are regional championships that have not yet been announced, so make sure to stay up to date with all of the updates, announcements that are released from the Play Pokemon and the Championship Series. So, you know what, Butters? I'm so excited for this season, but we are just coming off of Worlds. You and I were talking earlier today. We said it's only been 4 weeks since the World Championships. It's really remarkable. Why don't we take a look back at one of the most pivotal competitions in our history?
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These 2 trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets in the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here.
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Every single time, Butters, it takes me right back to the moment when we see those competitors walking down the aisle, the steam, the sparks, the fireworks. It was incredible on stage at the World Championships in the arena for the first time, and I really hope that we get something similar or even bigger next time.
Beelzeboy just said he wanted to put on an awesome show, and that he did. What an incredible performance from our world champion. Let's actually look at the points qualifications you need to become your next world champion, because in the US and Canada, of course we are in North America right now, you still need to be in that top 75 to ensure your placement at the World Championships. But a key update here, Speedy.
Yes.
Europe and Latin America, now it's the top 65 players that will qualify for this World Championship.
Exactly right. It kind of expanded the scope a bit for EU and LATAM. But let's take a look back at our world event winners. We have Beelzeboy, of course, your world champion with that double steel heavy metal Ticketon and Shadow Steelix. But Patoman, not far behind with one of my favorites in Fortress. And then LNDS Harjefe, who's actually here this weekend, Butters.
And he was a previous champion last weekend, in Monterey. He was the regional champion there as well, already starting off this season incredibly strong. And this was the meta last season at the World Championships, but it is incredibly important because a lot of these Pokemon are still top meta, specifically Cradily, Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Galarian Corsola, probably going to be top usage here in Pittsburgh. Galarian Moltres probably was the best Pokemon on the stage in the World Championships, is still very strong this season.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some things change, but other things stay the same. And I do think the meta updates have shaken things up a little bit. I'm not sure if we're going to see Corviknight or Shadow Charizard or Shadow Talonflame for that matter, but we will just have to wait and find out. Let's take a look at our EU champions, though. Event winners in Frankfurt. Inadequance just stays at the top, right? We're talking about like consistent winners. Having Harjefe, look at Inadequance winning with that Shadow Giratina Alter, the Shadow Talonflame I just spoke about, as well as some heavy fast attack damage. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't expecting the Shadow Giratina and Alter to win it all, but you would expect no less from the Giratina guy, Inadequance himself. And Shadow Scizor might be the best Shadow Pokemon right now. You saw it on that first place and third place team. Inadequence is officially your first trainer in Europe to qualify for the World Championships this season.
We are rocketing through the schedule here, but I hope all of our EU trainers are taking notes. This is our top usage in Frankfurt, Butters. I just want to compare this to Worlds. Those 4 Pokemon in the lead, Galarian Corsola, Shadow Kentamarowak, Cradily, and Galarian Moltres, all remaining within that top 5, but there's been a lot of shakeups underneath. I think most notably the rise of Shadow Charizard and Gastrodon.
Yeah, no, exactly. The water types have completely changed here. I mean, there used to be a ton of Lapras, a ton of Golisopod, and now there's the Azumarill, there's the Gastrodon. Shadow Charizard did make an appearance there and was on the second place team. The pacing on it is incredible with Ember. I can't wait to see it here in Pittsburgh. We're gonna find out if it's for real or not.
Let's take a look down in Monterrey at the additional tournament that occurred last weekend. We've got LNDS Harjefe coming out of Brazil, and then we've got Spartan L17 and Marto Galde, 2 trainers from the 7-Eleven gaming crew, both bringing Murkrow. What's going on, Butters?
Yeah, that's crazy. We saw Murkrow, we saw Shadow Murkrow, we saw Purified Murkrow in Monterrey, and I think we're going to see some Murkrow here in Pittsburgh as well. It is also dark flying. It's kind of like the Galarian Moltres, but it just has so much faster pacing, and pacing might be the key factor to this new meta. Of course, you have the quicker switch timer, and a lot of these Pokemon have increased pacing now. Of course, the Shadow Charizard and specifically the Dragons. We have Gudra there at the very end, and its pacing is way faster now because of the change to Dragon Breath. LNDS Harjefe was able to take advantage and win it all in Monterrey.
I think the trainers in Frankfurt said that Dedenne isn't real, it can't hurt you, but the trainers in Monterrey brought it out in force, almost 44%. Will we see Dedenne here in Pittsburgh when you consider the rise in Corviknight and Air Cutter being available as well? But let's take a look at our Worlds qualifiers. Again, we just want to run through the list. Beelzeboy, Patoman, LNDS Harjefe, LNDS Corlash, and Inadequance have all locked in their spots for Worlds in San Francisco.
Of course, LNDS Corlash locked that in by being 4th place at the World Championships. We didn't see it on the graphic, but the top 4 at the World Championships did get qualified for the World Championships this season, and I said Inadequance was the first one to secure it in Europe. Technically, Patamon was in the World Championships in August, but Inadequance was the first one to secure it in a regional this season.
Butters, I absolutely adore the city of Pittsburgh, the rivers, the buildings, the towering steel skyscrapers, the bridges. There's so many good things about it. Let's take a look at the forecast inside the venue at the tournament, though. We see a couple of Pokemon on the rise and on the decline. Let's talk about Gastrodon, the Pokemon that just famously toppled the Togekiss to win in Frankfurt. What makes this Pokemon so much more relevant? And to me, Butters, it feels like it's kind of displacing that Shadow Kento Marowak.
Yeah, there's one small change. Of course, the Water Pulse is less energy now, so you're going to be able to get to that Water Pulse quicker. In the past, you would see that there would be Earth Power and Body Slam. Now you run the Mud Slap, the Body Slam, and Water Pulse for the most part. But a key factor is it is a Mud Slapper that just seems a little bit more well-positioned in the meta sometimes versus that Shadow Kanto Marowak, especially if you're running a unique team composition. You might need to use a Pokemon like this to cover yourself to maybe resist a Bullet Punch on a Shadow Scizor. I feel like that was very useful in an Inadequance matchup in particular.
Well, just like the tides, the water rises and the water falls, and this water type is on the downside in a major way. Golisopod was all the rage. When we saw the meta at NAIC last season, we saw Raquanid and Golisopod in the grand finals. When we saw Worlds, we saw Golisopod on Patoman's team. But with the rise in flying and electric type Butters, it feels like unsteady waters for this Pokemon.
Yeah, and you would think that maybe it could have a comeback at some point just because of its bug type being able to resist those Mud Slappers, but I have to agree with you, because of the change in the meta and because some of those flying types pace incredibly quickly to specifically Air Cutter. Ember only takes 4 Embers from a Shadow Charizard to get to that Air Cutter, and of course Corviknight, that is now legal in Championship Series, is also incredibly quick to that Air Cutter. And then of course we saw the Murkrow. The Murkrow's getting to that Drill Peck just as quick as that Golisopod, probably winning that charge attack priority, so it's not as safe for that Golisopod in this current iteration of the meta.
I agree. I think other bug types might be more prominent. Shadow Scizor and Fortress seem like good candidates, but the big question that everybody wants to answer is who's going to win this thing? Who's going to win the first regional of the 2026 season, lock in their Worlds qualification, and get ready for their trip to San Francisco? This is a really interesting graphic to me, Butters, because we are highlighting 3 different trainers for 3 different regions, all competing here in the Steel City.
Well, I know it's about these trainers, but I just want to say it's all because of the championship points system that we have now. These trainers at every bracket of play, at the top bracket, at the middle bracket, and maybe even beginners, want to get as many tournaments in as possible. And I know a lot of these trainers, specifically from other regions, are going for that travel award. Steinar is going for that in his respective region. Zweilos is probably going for that travel award. Of course, this will be the travel award for the European International Championships this season. And out of pocket, can he take Wadaj's place? Wadaj was the champion of the last 2 first regionals. Now, will it be his friend out of pocket to be the first regional champion here in NA?
I'll tell you what, Butters, that's a good question, and I'll give you credit. I want to answer another question. Is this Arrow's time? This is a trainer that has been in the grand finals. He's been competing in the grassroots for as far back as anyone can remember. And this trainer looks like he has almost deserved a title at this point, right? Because of all the effort that he puts in. How do you feel about Arrow's chances this weekend? I've heard a rumor that he's playing Guzzlord.
I can confirm that rumor, but I think Arrow is coming off such a strong Worlds performance. His loss was to Beelzeboy. If you remember that interaction on stage where both the trainers paused for about 45 seconds because none of the trainers wanted to give a fast attack advantage. He eventually went down to the world champion, but this could be his time. He can finally secure that first place finish that he's been going for so long. And what better place to do that in a wide open meta to start the season?
There's so many talented trainers attending this weekend as well. Let's talk about Hard Jeff, a trainer that is famous in Brazil, our former LAIC champion. I feel like Hard Jeff can move you to tears in 2 different ways, with his incredible gameplay and also with his inspirational speeches. I mean, he really has a way to reach out and touch you and make you feel the empathy, you know, kind of be along for the ride with these trainers. And I'm really excited to see what he does here because he just won in Monterrey, right? Taking down LNDS Kanan, I believe, in the finals. So what an incredible run.
An incredible trainer and an incredible teammate, as you mentioned. I believe there are at least 3 LNDS here competing today. We have Harjefe, we have Kanan, and of course we have Steinar as well. They all competed in Monterrey. They're all trying to get that travel award, and they all have been pretty dominant in championship series. So can he go back-to-back, win a tournament in Monterrey, then turn around and win it in NA? I know his team is completely different from the team he won it all with in Monterrey.
Exactly, but I have heard he's playing Lantern, right? He might be bringing the Lantern again. We'll find out. Maybe some pieces will stay the same. Also, I want to correct it. It was Spartan L17 that was in the grand finals versus Hard Jeff there. So something interesting as well, Butters, is that we have all 3 of our Monterrey regional champions attending this event in the TCG, the VG, and Go this weekend.
That's incredible, and I mean, I talked about it because of Go. It's just there's so much on the line at every bracket for these trainers, which is so good for the championship series because there's something to play for everyone. That's why we have an awesome tournament ahead, and what are we looking forward to in this tournament, Speedy?
That's a really good question. Let's take a look at our caster predictions, Pokemon that we think will succeed. I've got a couple of controversial choices on my board. I'm just going to get it out of the way. You know what, Butters? I struggled with this. I went back and forth. I asked myself, do I send this message and say that Bastion is on the radar? I had to do it.
I thought you were crazy, but after seeing some of the teams here in Pittsburgh, you might not be crazy. Bastion might be on the rise. I don't know why. I don't get it. Maybe it's a counter. My top pick, the Shadow Charizard. I feel like this Pokemon has so much upside. It paces so quickly. It can be incredibly dynamic in this new iteration of the meta, but it's going to be a trainer that really knows how to utilize it. I feel like it was like Shadow Swampert back in the day on steroids now is the Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, I see a couple Shadow Charizards, a Goodra, some interesting picks. Galarian Corsola, I think we can count on that Pokemon being here, but either way, it's going to be an incredible tournament. I can't wait to get started, Butters, but I want to encourage everyone to follow along with us on socials, stay engaged, follow us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. That was tougher than it looked because I had to go inverse with the hand motion, but we got it down. Make sure to follow the official channels there.
That's it for us. Let's get this started. Let's see the format and then get to the casters.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokémon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you so much, Butters and Speedy. My name is Holmes/Henry, joined by the one and only DeFi, and I cannot wait for the incredible action. We're kicking off the North American season here in 2026.
I am looking forward to seeing how these trainers are going to interpret this new meta. Are they going to see more of a Frankfurt style of the meta? Or are we going to see more of what we saw in Monterey with the Dedenne, with the Murkrow? I'm really interested to see how these trainers are going to compete in the Steel City. But first, we got to see, what are they competing for? What is on the line? And we have regional championship prizing. First place, $2,500. And look at those booster packs. We have 108 booster packs on the line for that first place.
So many trainers have made their way to Pittsburgh to compete. The prizing is good. There's so many boosters on the line. And I cannot wait to see, as you had mentioned, how they decide to interpret this meta. And we have usage right here. Credilli, #1 at 60%. Galarian Corsola, #2, 47.6. And Corviknight, in its first tournament that it's eligible with Air Cutter, actually making the top 6 at 24.7% usage.
That surprises me a lot because we see Galarian Moltres. Obviously, we're going to see that Pokemon. It is so incredible. No Shadow Charizard. I was expecting to see more of a splash from Shadow Charizard on day 1, but of course, this is the phase 1, the day 1 usage. That's a popularity contest. We need to see which of these Pokemon are going to be at their best in performance.
You know what really surprised me about that list? Not only where is Charizard, but Shadow Talonflame just won Frankfurt. And Adequin's put on a dazzling display with that Shadow Talonflame. Talonflame not being on the top 12 usage surprises me quite a bit, but I guess with the fear of Dedenne, it's very powerful. There's a lot of good flying types. You have the Galarian Moltres, the Corviknight, the Charizard, the Talonflame, even the Shadow Talonflame if you're really trying to ramp up that Incinerate damage with Flame Charge like an Adequin did. So it seems like so far in day 1, trainers are opting for a bit of the new pick, a bit of the unknown with this Air Cutter Corviknight at its lightning fast pacing. But will that trend carry over into day #2?
I know we are both hoping that Dedenne stays far away from the Steel City. We saw Dedenne a lot in Monterey. It was such high usage. However, Frankfurt, nowhere to be seen. I know we're both kind of hoping we see more of a Frankfurt style of play here in Pittsburgh.
Frankfurt opted for Charjabug as the electric type that they preferred, which honestly to me, you do have the Charjabug pin right there. So as you can tell, we are very biased broadcasters here. We are big Charjabug fans. What I like about Charjabug is its flexibility. Whereas if your #1 usage Pokemon is Credilli and you end up with, let's say, your Dedenne on that, it's going to be a very negative matchup. Whereas if you're able to get an energy advantage or a shield advantage, 2 X-Scissors plus a few Volt Switches, and suddenly that Credilli is in danger.
We actually are going to see a Credilli on one side of our screen. Let's take a look down on the stage. We have Credilli over with Savor Avocado. Savor Avocado, no stranger to the championship series. I believe she's been in 8 tournaments before this.
Wow.
Her best finish was top 25 in Louisville last season in 2025. On the other side of the screen, we have Alex, who has only played in 3 tournaments prior, but has a common theme on his team. What did you notice?
So in every tournament that Alex has played, a Shadow or a Incinerate user has been brought. Talonflame twice, Typhlosion once, and now that Shadow Talonflame is legal. It just won Frankfurt, and Alex is bringing that Shadow Talonflame, and it honestly looks like it has quite a few targets on Savor Avocado's side.
I'm really looking forward to see, does that Shadow Talonflame have a lot of play? I think it does. It obviously doesn't want to tangle up too much with the Azumarill and doesn't want to take a rock slide from the regular Kanto Marowak, not a Shadow, which is what we usually see, but Saber Avocado opting for the regular Kanto Marowak instead.
An interesting choice. It won't be as threatened by the Shadow Incinerates. That's something that we saw in Frankfurt. I believe it was the Inadequate's Potoman matchup where Marowak just could not withstand those boosted Incinerates. So we'll have a little bit of extra survivability, but that also means that the damage won't quite be there compared to the Shadow version.
That is a big trade-off that these trainers have to make when choosing a regular Pokemon or that Shadow variant. We will have to see which is going to be superior. This is our first match here in Pittsburgh in the Steel City. Taking a look down on the field of battle, we have two Shadow Pokemon to start it off. Shadow Dusclops, Shadow Talonflame.
I believe Shadow Dusclops can emerge victorious in the 2-shield here, but an immediate switch out into the Azumarill, and Azumarill will be answered with Unova Stunfisk.
And Unovan Stunfisk still doesn't really want to get hit by these Ice Beams. Azumarill having that wonderful coverage attack. We're about to see the Ice Beam land and take that Stunfisk down into half health. These bubbles are going to be chipping away as well.
I like the strategy by Saber Avocado. This appears to be an ABB-style team where the Azumarill is being used to potentially try and bait out that Stunfisk. Stunfisk cannot pick up a knockout with a discharge. Azumarill should be able to hang on here, so if Saber Avocado wants to let the Azumarill go, the Azumarill can survive this, make an Ice Beam, and not only is the path cleared for that Charjabug by getting that Stunfisk out of the way, but Azumarill should be able to dictate switch advantage as well.
And Charjabug looks really good in the back, potentially for Saber Avocado. We do see a shield from the side of Alex, opting to try to clear the Azumarill out of the way, not wanting to go down quite yet. So Saber Avocado letting the Azumarill go down, and then she's kind of free. Do you bring in the Shadow Dusclops? And that is what she does. Going to take just a few fast attacks to try to knock it out, but the Stunfisk does get to a move first. Dusclops doesn't care, Henry. Dusclops does not care about this attack. We're going to see the discharge come through. It's even though it's a Shadow Dusclops, does a little bit more damage. This Shadow Dusclops has a ton of health left, and look at all that energy.
I love the decision to chip the Furret with the Ice Punch before bringing in the Charjabug, because Charjabug, it is going to be at an advantage. It's up a shield, it's going to be up energy as well, but those Shadow Incinerates will do quite a lot of damage. There's the switch, in comes Talonflame, and this is actually a Crunch Charjabug. Although even though it's only going to hit for neutral, Crunch still going to inflict some serious damage.
Yeah, Alex has to put up a Protect Shield to keep the Talonflame around. Alex has no shields remaining. Saber Avocado can safely shield the Charjabug if she wants to throw another charge attack, but now these Shadow Incinerates are going to do even more damage. The Charjabug barely hangs on and is able to, it gets to an attack, however...
Is this 1 HP?
This is 1 HP!
A shielded move does exactly 1 HP of damage through the shield, and it KOs through the shield! Oh no! And down goes Charjabug with that loaded Crunch.
That is devastating for Saber Avocado. That Crunch was necessary to be able to deal some heavy damage to all of these Pokemon. We still have the Furret left remaining, but that fast attack pressure, the Dusclops isn't going to be able, that doesn't have enough health left.
Oh, that is devastating. The Volt Switch damage had yet to register. So if that Charjabug had more than 1 HP of damage, Charjabug could have survived that shielded charge attack and left with a move. And that X-Scissor plus the move that was loaded on the Dusclops would have been enough to take the win. But unfortunately, it was exactly 1 hit point remaining, KO'd through the shield, losing that charge attack, and game 1 goes to Alex.
That is so unfortunate. That's actually a mechanic that we saw play out in the grand finals over in Frankfurt. 1 HP, when you put up a shield, it does 1 HP of damage still, and we saw that play out over in Frankfurt. It is so frustrating when you're looking at your Pokemon. Is that 1 HP or 2 HP remaining on you, but it was only 1.
Let's take a look back at the highlights. Saber Avocado making the decision to not play for switch advantage, instead looking for big farm with the Dusclops, and then Charjabug hoping to hold on, but it had exactly 1 hit point, so it feints through the shield, and then Furret makes the Trailblaze, knocking out the Dusclops, and Alex takes the 1-0 lead.
I'm really curious to see how Saber Avocado is going to pivot here, because this is a best of 3, she has an opportunity still to come back and win 2 more. But that Shadow Talonflame looks really, really good. I loved the play that we talked about earlier of the bringing out the Azumarill to bait out the Unovan Stunfisk, and then trying to let the Charjabug run through the rest of the team. But as we saw, Shadow Talonflame is just too powerful. After that Flame Charge was able, the Incinerate did just enough.
Those boosted Incinerates are scary. This is the second ever tournament that Shadow Talonflame is eligible. The first was the Frankfurt tournament that it won. So winning your first tournament, probably off to a pretty good start there as far as showing this is a very, very competitively viable Pokemon. It did not make the top 12, but it's already making its presence felt in match number 1 of Pittsburgh.
I'm wondering if the Credilli might be okay. Alex didn't bring the Primate, didn't bring the Tinkaton last time. Maybe the Credilli will have a little bit of play. And here we see Azumarill into Talonflame. Talonflame is going to be going for those Incinerates, but instead leaving it in the back, bringing out the Furret. I would say probably chip the Furret a little bit, and then maybe go in the Credilli. What do you think here, Henry?
Credilli does have a pretty good matchup into the Furret, as long as Furret is not already at an advantage. If Credilli is able to apply a Rock Tomb debuff before Furret's able to boost up, it can feel quite a bit better. The Ice Beam does get shielded, and there is the switch into Credilli. I believe the switch was not queued up, so it will actually be a one-turn switch out there for the Credilli. Furret is able to outpace due to Trailblaze. The second one only 6. And this Trailblaze will get a shield from the Credilli.
And now the Furret is at +2, I believe, on its attack, but we're going to immediately see that bring down to just +1. The Rock Tomb debuff is going to apply here, and we can see that this is an Acid Credilli. We can see the poison flying around the field of battle. We're taking a look. The switch timers are misaligned here a little bit, so Saber Avocado stuck in this matchup. It looks like Alex can switch out freely.
If Saber Avocado is able to get the farm down, which it looks like she should be able to, this energy is very threatening. You now have a Shadow Talonflame and a Unova Stunfisk. Nothing wants to take this energy. And by staying in, Alex did not take advantage of the desync of the timers. There's the catch attempt onto the Stunfisk, but it's unsuccessful. And now Stunfisk will have to deal with the back-to-back loaded Grass Knots from the Credilli.
And there's one, and another one is ready. Saber Avocado very correctly doing a couple more acids, farming up a little bit more just before the Stunfisk is able to get to another move, and boom, the Stunfisk goes down. Credilli stays standing strong, but can it get to a Rock Tomb before the Talonflame knocks it out? Now that is certainly not 1 HP remaining there. So Saber Avocado is going to get to debuff this Talonflame, but Alex has the option. He's running Flame Charge. He can just boost his attack right back up.
He can. The tricky thing about being debuffed is now suddenly the Azumarill will be able to survive a lot better than it typically could. Typically, a fly from a Shadow will do around 35% to an Azumarill, so it looks like it will still barely be enough to two-shot, even with that debuff. Now opting for the Flame Charge, looking to try and buff up his attack as much as possible. By going Fly then Flame Charge, should be able to make it to a Fly, but the Flame Charge does not KO, and it's an Ice Beam reached by that Azumarill.
And that is going to clear the Talonflame, which was the big problem for Saber Avocado in game number 1. Now, the Talonflame out of the way. The Charjabug didn't even see gameplay. It's just hiding in the back from Talonflame. It got to stay safe inside its Pokeball.
If Alex had thrown those moves in the reverse order, thrown the Flame Charge to boost up and then the Fly, that could have knocked out and set up a win con, because Charjabug would have still been 3 Volt Switches away from getting to its first charge attack. But unfortunately, the Fly was thrown first. That meant the Flame Charge did not pick up the knockout, and Azumarill, only 3-turn bubble, able to get to that Ice Beam before the Incinerate damage landed. And we're going to a game number 3.
Some Pokemon that we have not seen at all. That Tinkaton, the Primate have been absent from Alex's gameplay. We also haven't got to see that cool Shadow Gyarados. What we have seen is the Furret. We saw it boost up twice with Trailblaze and then get knocked back down to just a +1. We saw Saber Avocado manage to pull off this phenomenal fast attack down to be able to clear the Stunfisk just completely out of the way.
I really liked the patience in that game from Saber Avocado, understanding that the Credilli really wanted that energy. Credilli energy is very strong into Alex's team as long as the Tinkaton has not been brought. And the Tinkaton has been kept on the bench for both games. So choosing to not try and throw a move and get rid of the Furret, but instead farm down, that energy was just absolutely game-changing as it got rid of that Stunfisk and honestly just simplified things quite a bit.
I'm wondering then if the Credilli is going to stay on the side of Saber Avocado. It seemed like to really be a game-changing Pokemon. I don't know if the Charger Bug needs to come back. It wasn't able to do really anything in Game 1, and it just stayed hiding in its Pokeball away from the scary bird Talonflame in Game number 2. Maybe Saber Avocado can find a different use for it. I'm wondering, because it would be great to see the Shadow Gyarados, but Alex hasn't shown any willingness to bring it.
With the teams that Alex has been running, Furret could be an interesting bring for Saber Avocado because the Primeape and the Tinkaton have yet to make an appearance there by any means, but it's also a bit of a gamble. If Alex decides to adjust after losing game number 2, then Furret could be in a tough spot. But so far, I do really like the decision to bring the Credilli, so I hope to see it again in game number 3.
But the first two Pokemon we're going to see two very different Fairy-type Pokemon in the lead. We have Azumarill into the Tinkaton. What do you think about this lead matchup, Henry?
This is a losing lead matchup for the Azumarill. However, if you are going to play kind of an ABA-style team where both the Azumarill and the Credilli don't have strong matchups into the Tinkaton, leading the Azumarill to me is the way to go. Because even though Azumarill does not win this matchup, Azumarill can get this Tinkaton low, and then Saber Avocado can potentially look to try and get a Volt Switch down with Charge Bug. The Charge Bug's energy is pretty threatening, or go for the Acid Farm down with the Credilli. As we saw last game, the power of an energy advantage Credilli.
And Saber Avocado's really going to need that energy advantage because we still have that Shadow Talonflame in the back. You need to be able to come into this matchup with charge attacks ready to go because that Shadow Talonflame, the damage is just so oppressive. Looking here, we are going to get to see the Azumarill throw a Play Rough, get the Tinkaton really, really low, but Tinkaton is going to get to that Bulldoze to knock out the Azumarill. Like you mentioned, Henry, this is a great opportunity for Saber Avocado to come out with that energy advantage I think that she desperately needs.
I think I would honestly prefer the Acid Farm down, but it would probably be at least 2 Volt Switches as well. So either way, there's going to be a really good energy head start. In comes the Charge Bug, and this is big because if the Talonflame gets brought in, Charge Bug can throw the Crunch instantly, and it'll actually be on perfect timing. So Alex now has a difficult choice, sends in the Talonflame, and there's the Crunch instantly. This is really nice, as only one Incinerate has to land, and now if Saber Avocado wants to pivot out after grabbing the shield, she can do so.
Ooh, but looks like actually opting to stay in, but that is going to allow the Talonflame to outpace and get to a Flame Charge, but now Charge Bug has an attack ready to go. Certainly has more than 1 HP here, so we can safely put up the Protect Shield and bank that charge attack for later.
In comes Credilli. Credilli forced to give up a shield instantly as Shadow Talonflame. These Incinerates are so oppressive. Alex getting so much value out of this Talonflame. Gonna keep the Talonflame on the field. Talonflame gets fully farmed down, and now this means that Furret is going to be debuffed for the remainder of this game. Furret can throw Trailblazes, but the Trailblaze will only get it back to its normal attacks that it cannot boost like it normally does.
No, it is currently down 1, and it is going to be down 2 from 2 back-to-back Rock Tomb debuffs. This is rough for that Furret. It needs to reach 2 Trailblazes just to get back to normal. Saber Avocado doing a real quick switch in with that Crunch. Are we going to see a defense drop too? This poor Furret.
Furret takes the Crunch. No defense drop comes through. Do you opt for the Trailblaze to try and boost up? No, instead going for the Swift. This Furret is very low on health, and it has not done anything to undo the fact that it's at -2. So as Credilli gets brought back onto the field, it so desperately wants this Trailblaze, but Trailblaze simply cannot knock out. Alex has to hope that it'll boost up the Sucker Punches to potentially farm down.
This is going to be a race to the end. Who can fast attack down or reach a charge attack first? It is the Credilli, and Saber Avocado is our first trainer to take a game win here in Pittsburgh.
I really liked the decision to play ABA Week to the Tinkaton. If it gets brought, leading a Zoom Whirl is absolutely the correct call. You soft lose that matchup in the zeros. You set up a beautiful farm down, whether it's the Acid farm down or she opted for the Volt Switch farm down. Getting the 2 Volt Switch head start really allowed that Charjabug to put instant pressure onto the Talonflame. And Alex, maybe the moment of the game where he could have switched out after that final Incinerate, let himself get farmed down, and then had no ability to reset the Rock Tomb debuffs. Credilli just Rock Tomb spam, closing out that game.
Taking a look at just that last game 3, and this is exactly what you just talked about. Being able to get that 2 Volt Switch advantage for Saber Avocado makes the Talonflame less scary, makes the Furret less scary, being able to take that energy advantage. We see in some battles here in the Championship Series, you win the game and it just feels like the path is, or you win the lead and it feels like the path is just clear in front of you. Saber Avocado had a losing matchup in the lead. However, that losing matchup allowed her to get that energy advantage, and that is what really propelled her to victory.
I really liked the thought process behind that team, because as you had correctly identified, it's not just about winning the lead, winning the game. Sometimes it's about just trying to clear the path for a sweeper you have in the back. Credilli was absolutely key in game number 2, getting that farm down to the Furret, the energy going everywhere, the failed catch, Stunfisk getting immediately knocked out before it even got a move, and then recognizing Credilli's good. If Alex realizes this, he could bring something like the Tinkaton. And if he does, I want to make sure that even if that Tinkaton's on the lead, I can get it low and then set up that Credilli to do what it does best, which is utilize that rock grass coverage, which hits just about everything for some pretty significant damage.
I'm really excited for this interview we have coming up with Will and Saber Avocado. Saber Avocado is a Pittsburgh native, so I am excited to see Will talk a little bit about her strategy. Will, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, DeFi and Henry. It's true. I'm here with Saber Avocado, who just won a round on stream. I just talked with her off camera. She says, I can't believe I'm here, but you really are. You did it. How are you feeling?
Confused, excited, nervous, scared.
But also a winner.
Yes.
It was a tough series. Henry pointed out that you lined up your Credilli to do what it needed to do, and you were able to kind of win that last matchup. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, Butters called it the Crunch-a-Bug. Can you tell us about Charge-a-Bug with Crunch?
Yeah, so I was flip-flopping between bringing Discharge or Crunch, and I thought that my team had a little bit of a weakness to Corsola, and almost every team is going to have Corsola on it. So I decided to bring Crunch specifically for that matchup.
Speaking to Glaring Corsola, it's not on your team. Is that on purpose? Do you have one that you want to use, or just decided something was better?
So I do like how Shadow Doxclops has the Ice Punch. I feel like it gives it more coverage. And I will be honest, I do not have a very good Galarian Corsola. I feel like if I brought a hatched IV one, it would just be embarrassing. They're really hard to get, and so I do hope that there is an event that we can get Galarian Corsola easier.
I really hope so as well. Those 7-kilometer eggs are not that easy to come by, and then, like you said, getting a good Galarian Corsola, you do need to trade those. But I'm wondering, you seem like really grateful to have won that first round. Do you have any personal goals? Are you just looking to win the next round? How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament?
I do feel like this tournament, I just know that there are a lot of talented people competing. So I'm just hoping to have some fun and support my friends. And yeah, I really did not expect to be interviewed or be on stage. So it's like crazy to be here.
Well, speaking of friends, I do think you have some in the crowd. I'm not sure if you want to shout anyone out.
I want to shout out my friends. There's like Crimson and Shefferson, and my friends who are from here, RJ and Monroe, and just everybody from the community. Thank you so much for, I love you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. I think that's a great note to end on. Saber Avocado, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll see you probably on stream later, but for now, we're going back to DeFi and Henry.
Thank you so much, Speedy and Saber. What honestly a heartwarming interview there. You always love to see trainers who have this great community support, and that's one of the things that I love so much about the Championship Series is trainers who have battled against each other, team built, strategized, built these friendships, these relationships, getting to meet up at these tournaments and really support each other and get to cheer them on in person.
If you have not been to a regional event, we cannot recommend highly enough. You can go to your locals, you can go to regional events, internationals, or even worlds this year in San Francisco, California. Definitely be sure to find a Pokemon League near you where you can build that community. There is nothing like it.
I've gotten to go to a few local tournaments, and even just if you're encountering players who have won regional championships or a player who it's their first tournament, it's a really amazing experience. You can meet with players, you can trade with them as well, which is always fun because sometimes a player will want to compete, and let's say they haven't found a Charjabug and you have one and you're able to trade it to them and suddenly they're able to use it at the tournament. It's a wonderful way to build a community and make sure that everyone has exactly what they need to compete.
One trainer who's got something that is definitely worth trading for is Galarian Moltres, and we're going to go ahead and see that on the stage very shortly. And Henry, I know you've got a lot to say about both of these trainers. Why don't you go ahead and kick it off for us?
On the right, we have who I consider to be the greatest Go Battle League player of all time. He's finished in the top 50 on the Go Battle League leaderboards. Every season, they have had Go Battle League leaderboards. Jason 2890 with his signature Bastiodon. This time, he's brought the Shadow, and he's pairing it with Credilli, the Corviknight, Stunfisk, Shadow Torterra, and Azumarill.
I think Will was talking to some players when he threw that Bastiodon pick out there in the predictions, because Rarjev rocking the Bastiodon as well. But Rarjev, I think, has a plan for Jason's Bastiodon in that Gastrodon that he has on his side of the field as well.
I think for Harjeff, the Annihilate looks extremely, extremely strong. Even Azumarill is, in my eyes, a pretty fake counter to a Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate is incredibly strong, and even though Corviknight is able to outpace it, Annihilate can survive an Air Cutter. It does quite a lot of damage, but due to Sand Attack's limited damage in that matchup, Annihilate, if it chooses to, can actually no-shield survive that and really ramp up that pressure.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Corviknight's very first appearance here with Air Cutter as its charged attack. We're going to get to see, is this Pokemon going to make a big splash here in Pittsburgh, or is it going to be more of a flop? Let's find out.
We've got lock-ins game number 1, LNDS Harjeff versus Jason 2890. It's going to be Credilli on the lead for Harjeff into Azumarill, not the lead that Jason was hoping to see.
Credilli has a clear advantage here. How is Jason going to respond? Actually looking to stick it out for a little while.
Credilli will be able to outpace in this matchup, but Harjeff is valuing energy rather than throwing instantly. So Harjeff will put up the shield and look to farm up just shy of the back-to-back charge attacks before throwing. Probably going to look to throw 4 acids and the move so he can throw right before he reaches that cap of 100 energy.
Something interesting on the Azumarill that I just noticed, that is a Hydro Pump Azumarill, Henry. Take a look at that. We're going to, they switched out so we can't look at it again, but I saw Hydro Pump on the right-hand side of those charge attacks.
In comes Corviknight. Corviknight does struggle against Credilli because Credilli is able to outpace it. As the Corviknight, if you're trying to land a meaningful damage, you really want to be able to connect with a payback, and unfortunately, in most scenarios, it will get outpaced. Payback is reached, but it's already been debuffed, so Harjeff is very happy to just let this go.
And Harjeff has so much energy, he knows that he's still going to be able to utilize it. That does hardly anything there. And then we have the Galarian Corsola coming in. We know that this Pokemon is very, very popular, but will it perform at the same levels that we've been seeing?
This is a -1 payback. It's no shielded. Galarian Corsola will be taking some pretty significant damage. Quick switch by Jason. Switch timer's up. I love that new switch timer. And in comes Azumarill.
Azumarill building up really close to that Hydro Pump. I don't know how much practice that these trainers have had against Hydro Pump Azumarill. I'm wondering what kind of matchups is that going to flip. Jason has to hold on, has to use a Protect Shield if he wants to protect all of that energy, and does decide at the last moment to put up a Protect Shield.
Clock should be up momentarily if Harjeff wants to try and snipe with the Credilli, decides against it, just gonna stay in with the Corsola. Corsola going to be hit with an Ice Beam, and he's okay letting the Corsola go. Corsola survives. There's the switch into Credilli, but the acid does not KO, and Credilli's forced to burn the final Protect Shield.
but that's going to allow Credilli to get a little bit more energy. Will that energy be able to be of use anywhere? That Shadow Torterra doesn't look like it's going to be able to stand up to a whole lot. Jason waiting this switch timer out. Switch timers are misaligned. Jason is able to pull out of the Shadow Torterra at any point.
Does he call this? It's a Rock Tomb. He shields at the last second. It is going to be the Rock Tomb. Switch Clock not available for Harjeff, but he's able to make it to a Grass Knot. And Torterra, it's not known for its bulk. This is going to be catastrophic damage.
And it takes the Torterra down to about a third of its health. Just a couple more fast attacks, and the Torterra is able to clear. But here comes that Shadow Primeape. Henry, you mentioned that this looked really good for Harjeff, but is it going to be able to stand up to a Shadow Frenzy plant?
It does hang on. Torterra gets KO'd. It's a race to the charge attack. It's going to be charge attack priority, and Annihilate is going to win that by a mile. Rage Fist going to be knocking out that Corviknight, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Harjeff.
That was some incredible battling we saw in Game 1 here of Harjeff versus Jason. And do you think the Annihilate was the MVP there? I thought the Credilli was able to put in a lot of really good work.
Credilli was very strong. The pivotal moment in that match was Harjeff. He baited. It's a true 50-50 prediction there, because Harjeff can make two moves. If he lands the Grass Knot and you no-shield it, a Rock Tomb is going to connect.
And taking a look at the last battles we just saw, we saw Azumarill into the Galarian Corsola, knocking it out with the Ice Beam. We have not seen the I want to see Azumarill use Hydro Pump here in this 2026 season.
The Hydro Pump would be nice for the Bastiodon, which unfortunately was not brought, and there was the pivotal moment of the match. And then the charge attack priority tie with the Annihilate. Annihilate knocking Corviknight out of the sky. And now Jason is back against the wall. If he wants to stay on the winner side of the bracket, he will need to lock in a win for game number 2. But speaking of lock-ins, these trainers are both ready. Game number 2, take us away, DeFi.
We have the Galarian Corsola going in up against the Credilli. Galarian Corsola is just so bulky, and it's able to resist the acids coming from Credilli. However, Credilli is going to be able to outpace Galarian Corsola, so it's going to be able to get to those Rock Tombs faster and start to be able to debuff Corsola. On the side of Harjeff, we do see that Shadow Annihilate in the back that could potentially, if with an energy advantage, with a shield advantage, could do something interesting. And what is interesting here is this catch.
Very nice catch by Jason. He's catching a debuffed Nightshade. In comes Annihilate, and Annihilate definitely likes the fact that Azumarill has been chipped. He knows there is no play rough available on this Azumarill, so if Jason wants to inflict meaningful damage, an Ice Beam will not knock out from his health range, but it could set up a bubble farm down.
And is going to have to get all the way to the Hydro Pump to be able to threaten good damage, but instead goes for the Ice Beam here. Will Harjeff put up a Protect Shield? He does. Now, you mentioned before, Henry, Annihilate doesn't feel, it feels like it should be weakened to the Azumarill because it's a fighting type going into a fairy type Pokemon, but it's looking real strong right now.
This is the power of Annihilate. Rage Fist ramping up the counter damage. It already has a very high attack stat at that. Azumarill farming up so much energy, just making it to that last second Ice Beam. Harjeff, does he want to burn the final shield on this Annihilate? He knows that Annihilate, this is the only counter resist, so it's guaranteed to do some damage. Ooh. In comes the Grass Knot at its charge attack priority, which means if Jason shields this, Annihilate will be removed from the field of play.
Yes, but look, just a couple of counter damages onto that Credilli, but from the boosted Shadow Annihilate. But as you mentioned, that's all it's going to be able to do. No more charge attacks there. Annihilate cleared from battle. And the Galarian Corsola coming back in and showing why it's so popular right now. It is bulky. It gets to its charge attacks pretty quickly. And the charge attacks go pretty much everywhere. There's very little in the tournament that is going to wall that energy.
Does Jason wait down the switch timer? He does, because he is currently switch locked. Harjeff is not. So waiting down this switch timer as he brings in Torterra will potentially allow him to try and make a move. In comes Moltres. He's shaking his head. He knows Torterra is in trouble. It's actually a payback Moltres farming up to the move, and he cannot make it to the Stone Edge. The slow pacing on Torterra costing him, as Fly will deal devastating damage, knocking out that Torterra, and that should be a game win for Harjeff.
With no big play rough damage, could only rely on the Ice Beam, and the Galarian Corsola still in the back. Harjeff winning here in Pittsburgh. We had two trainers. We had a trainer who is known from the Championship Series. We have a trainer known from the Go Battle League, and the Championship Series winner here in Pittsburgh taking the win.
Very well played by Harjeff. Harjeff identifying that there wasn't a Shadow Annihilate counter on that team. We saw Azumarill catch a move and have an Annihilate get brought in. Annihilate landed a Rage Fist and countered it down. That is not a counter to Annihilate. So without something like the Galarian Corsola to really pressure the Annihilate off of the field, Annihilate was just too deadly. Even though it was finally KO'd by that Cradily, it just got so much value for Harjeff.
Yeah, and Harjeff also getting a lot of value out of the Galarian Corsola, just showing again, it is safe, it is bulky, and it can deal with all of these charge attacks. We were talking about a little bit, I believe Will was in the intro, talking about how fast pacing is so important. Galarian Corsola doesn't care how fast paced you are because it can tank so many different charge attacks.
Unfortunately, in that end game, I really feel like we saw the limitations of Torterra. And that is, even though it does have the coverage move of Stone Edge, it's very slow to get to. We did see Toadscruel actually top cut at the World Championships. Toadscruel does not have that coverage into Flyers. The best it can do is wrap, which into a Moltres is not going to do much, but shields down in that moment when it's a race to the charge move. That slow pacing, only 10 energy every 3 turns, needing 6 Mudslaps to get there. Just did not have the pacing needed, and unfortunately he wasn't able to get a catch either, so Torterra ended up proving to be a bit of a liability there.
Yeah, why a Shadow Torterra versus a more popular Mudslap Pokemon such as the Gastrodon or the Shadow Kanto Marowak? What is Shadow Torterra bringing to the table?
The idea behind Torterra is it is the Mudslapper that beats other Mudslappers due to that grass subtyping. So if you have something like a Gastrodon plus a Stunfisk core, where the Stunfisk can handle the flyers, Gastrodon does a pretty good job at beating the stuff that Stunfisk doesn't want to see, something like a Torterra could be very threatening. Additionally, if you end up having your opponent safe through something like a Stunfisk, you can bring in Torterra, get to 100 energy, and then throw a Frenzy Plant, you're very close to a Stone Edge. So the idea behind it is that your energy is more impactful, but unfortunately in that one, it wasn't really.
And it wasn't, and Harjeff was able to take the victory. We have an interview with him down on the stage.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and congratulations, Pada Baines, to LNDS Harjefe. You were able to win the regional just last weekend. Now you're here in North America with a completely new team. Can you talk about that?
It's a team that I made to win. I know it has a different pick, but it's a strong pick, and I just faced another one. And I know you're not that happy with that pick. I know you don't like it, but I know a lot of people do, and it's here for win.
Well, that pick that we are talking about is Bastion. We just saw 2 Bastions on stage, 1 Shadow Bastion and 1 normal Bastion. You say you want to win with Bastion. Why do you think Bastion can win this regional?
I think people are not prepared for Bastion. And that's a good thing that I want too.
After coming off an incredible Worlds performance, after coming off a regional championship just last weekend, what are your goals for this tournament and the rest of the season?
I think my goal is when people are talking about the best players in the world ever, I want to be in that conversation. I want to be one of them that people think or say that it might be one of the best. So I think that's the goal. That's why I'm here. That's why I went to Monterrey, and that's why I'm going to every tournament that I can to win and to be one of the best.
Well, you're definitely on that track. You've been playing amazing. Congratulations, Pada Baines. Once again, let's head back to the casters. Oh, yeah. No, hold on. Don't go back to the casters. One shout out here from Harjeff.
You shout out. My wife is her birthday today. So I really wish I was there with her, but she was okay. I'm going here and going to celebrate next week. But a big shout out. Happy birthday. Feliz aniversário, Viviana.
Feliz aniversario de sua esposa, né? Happy birthday, not happy anniversary. It's happy birthday in English. And congratulations once again. Happy birthday to your wife. And now let's go back to the casters.
Butter showing off a little bit of his Portuguese knowledge there. Happy birthday to Rajav's wife. Thank you so much for Rajav for being here and battling with us. I'm glad you're going to get to celebrate later, though.
We've seen a lot of heartwarming interviews so far. I swear, we are 2 for 2 on me just silently saying "aw" backstage. It's so heartwarming to see everyone having people who support them and to cheer them on when they succeed. And honestly, continuing along that line of friendship is up on the stage next. We have a pair of friends who are going to be dueling it out. A winner's round 3 of Group B, so their tournaments are going great so far.
Yeah, 2 really good friends in Z Jwilis, we always call him ZZ, and Mish. These are 2 really good friends in the community. They have a lot of support behind them. I'm very excited to see these 2 trainers battle it out on stage.
And they're both known for bringing some anti-meta Pokemon. I remember, I believe it was a bit of I think it might have been an NAIC pass where Mish had a really good run with Ariados. I believe the battlers are ready down on the stage, so we can take you there because I am so excited to check out these teams.
ZZ always brings such fun teams for us to check out, and it looks like we are going to see Guzzlord in the tournament play today, and a Shadow Sableye on the side of Mish.
The Shadow Sableye is opting for Power Gem over Dazzling Gleam, the Shadow, Kanto Marowak, Charjabug, Azumarill, Primeape, which is going for Close Combat over Ice Punch, so opting for the damage neutrally rather than the coverage of Ice Punch, and the ever-present Credilli.
Credilli looks really good on both sides of the field. I'm wondering what that Guzzlord is after here. Dragon's got a big boost with this most recent update in the Tales of Transformation, so maybe looking for something there, and is again bringing that brand new Air Coveter Corviknight that we are just now seeing for the first time here in Pittsburgh.
An interesting note, I'm taking a look at the movesets. Guzzlord is opting for Sludge Bomb over Dragon Claw. So if it gets into that matchup against the Azumarill, it will at least be not completely walled. It will have a move that can hit for super effective. Now, that doesn't mean by any means it's a good matchup, but it at least gives Guzzlord more coverage in case something goes wrong and it ends up switch locked onto that Water Fairy type.
I wonder if ZZ's going to end up missing that Dragon Claw, though, because it was also recently buffed, and we saw Dragon Claw do so much damage with Inadequance over in EU, just how powerful Dragon Claw is right now. Let's take a look, though. We have Charjabug. That is a beautiful shiny next to the Shadow Sableye.
Sableye will have a pacing advantage in this matchup. It can get to the foul play before the X-Scissor is reached, but foul play is survivable. Charjabug going on the offensive as it goes for the X-Scissor. X-Scissor does a lot of damage. Shadow Sableye, not known for its bulk, so Mish puts up the early shield, and there's the switch out. In comes Corviknight.
And the Sableye choosing to chip a little bit here, or are we going to see Mish stay in? Mish did not bring her Charjabug, so there's not like a really clear hard counter to ZZ's Corviknight.
Going for the Air Cutter. Air Cutter will not knock out. This is survivable for the Sableye, but Mish puts up the second shield. Mish heavily investing in this Sableye. Sableye approaching the back-to-back foul plays, and this Corviknight, its health bar is getting dangerously low.
Yeah, ZZ is going to have to put up a Protect Shield if he wants to keep the Corviknight around. We see the Corviknight. That Corviknight is going right for the Air Cutter immediately, but Mish puts in the Azumarill to absorb this attack.
By staying in as long as she did, this has burned Z's Wireless' switch clock, whereas Z's Wireless will now have an ability to switch if he so wants to. He did get the boost. He's going to bank energy and send in the Charjabug. Charjabug trying to get to the discharge, but before it can get there, Play Rough is available for the Azumarill.
And the Play Rough lands on the Charjabug, taking it down to about a quarter of its health. Charjabug is building up a lot of energy, nearly at 2 discharges. We have the first one. Azumarill is bulky, but this is super effective damage. How low can the Azumarill go? Takes it down to the red, and Charjabug already at another attack. ZZ throws just as many Volt Switches as he can.
I really like the decision by Z's Wireless. He had the charge attack, he chose not to throw it because he doesn't want switch advantage. He wants an energy advantage if possible, because now he can try and get up an acid on the Credilli, and Credilli's energy, even against a Primeape, will be very threatening. Oh, the whole farm down. Mish not pivoting out, and now as Primeape hits the field, Mish could be in a little bit of trouble as Grass Knot will do big damage, and Z's Wireless saved an air cutter on that Corviknight from earlier in this match.
You take a look, you see Primeape coming into Credilli. It looks really good. However, with all of that energy saved up, ZZ is able to dispose of the Primeape expeditiously.
Z's Wireless gets the boost as well. Corviknight will get farmed down. Sableye has a ton of energy. It's dry. Sableye might be able to pull off the reverse sweep because Sableye, I believe, exited with 10 Shadow Claws of energy, which means Sableye, I think, can get to a third foul play. It's going to be very close. Oh, I actually don't think it can, because every time a foul play is thrown, an acid sneaks. So Z's Wireless should be able to outpace here, just barely getting to that Rock Tomb. For a moment, there was a bit of hope, but every time you throw a charge attack, 2-turn versus 2-turn, the acid sneaks through. Z's Wireless outpaces, and you can see a bit of a sigh of relief there from Z's Wireless as Sableye energy was threatening, but Credilli hangs on and delivers the win.
Mish really giving him a run for his money, however. That Primeape, though, on the side of Mish just really didn't have an opportunity to go anywhere. ZZ very wisely building up a lot of energy, making sure that he was prepared for the Primeape in the back. Unfortunately, Mish was not able to utilize it. Primeape needs shields or it needs energy to be able to be truly impactful.
One potential turning point in that game could have been if Mish tried to predict that combo play. Let's take a look at the highlights. Discharge, not picking up the knockout, but intentionally not throwing the second discharge to let Credilli get that energy advantage that would end up securing the win.
There we see the Primeape getting knocked out, and we're going to have to see how Mish is going to be able to turn the tables here on her friend ZZ. I really do like the idea of the Primeape. Mish just has to be able to put Primeape in a position where it can do a little bit more work. It needs shields, it needs energy. She needs to be able to position it properly.
Yeah, Sableye Primeape may have felt a little bit too glassy. Looks like we do Battlers locking in. Oh my goodness. And that Guzzlord finds what it was not hoping to find in the Azumarill.
I always love seeing how far back the camera has to pull when you have Guzzlord on the field, because it's just so big. And we're going to see not so much big damage from the Azumarill going into the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola is incredibly bulky, but so is Azumarill. So a pretty slow going matchup. Mish Opti is free to swap out at any point if she so chooses, but Azumarill's pretty comfortable here.
The decision to save switch Corsola from Z's Wireless is a smart one because there isn't a Ghost Resist on Mish's team. So Corsola, it's not like in Meta's past where there could be a Diggersby and it's just simply too risky. Mish will now go for the harder hitting Play Rough, and Play Rough will inflict a pretty solid amount of damage. Corsola farming up to the back-to-back Nightshades.
And the first Nightshade getting queued up here is going to land into the Azumarill. Needs one more and goes for it right away. So the Azumarill being cleared off the field of battle, but this gives Mish an opportunity to get a little bit of energy on one of her backline Pokemon, either the Charjabug or the Primeape, waiting out the switch timer, deciding which Pokemon to bring in to get that little bit of energy advantage. 1-2 fast attacks. That could be a key difference here for Primeape.
Building up to the close combat, baiting with the Rage Fist. Z's Wireless, he's thinking about it. Will he respect it? No, lets it go, calls the Rage Fist bait, and that is quite nice for the Charjabug. The big thing to watch is Volt Switch was buffed this season. Primeape is not known for its bulk, and these Volt Switches have already removed about 40% of its health bar.
But this time Mish has shields, so Primeape is being allowed to build up a lot of energy. We see Mish full sending it, but ZZ predicts the full send close combat. draws the Protect Shield, and now we have Charge-a-Bug versus Charge-a-Bug, and Charge-a-Bug being able to go for super effective X-Scissors here.
This is a bit of an uncomfortable position to be Guzzlord. Guzzlord is down energy. X-Scissor will inflict big damage, and X-Scissor will very easily two-shot. Great timing by ZZ, throwing one and the Brutal Swing, but Brutal Swing, Charge-a-Bug is very bulky. It's not going to be worried about that Brutal Swing connecting.
It's not, but Guzzlord gets to the Brutal Swings really quick. It's 3 every single time. Only needs to throw 3 Dragon Tails to be able to get to each of those Brutal Swings. So another is landing here on the Charge-a-Bug. Charge-a-Bug gets to another X-Scissor, but Mish doesn't get to throw it.
Oh no, losing that energy. Guzzlord, oh, the catch and the sneak of the Volt Switch by Z Zwilus. That Volt Switch going through is very nice. No shielding, it knows it's just the Rage Fist. The Karate Chops are now boosted. I believe Guzzlord should now be in a pretty okay position as Discharge will pull the final shield from the Primate.
And that is all that ZZ needed. I am so excited to talk more with ZZ in a little bit. Just being able to play and show off your Pokemon on the field up against such a close friend. Because we know Pokemon is all about making friends. That is what we do here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. So very fun to see these two trainers battle it out. I was so disappointed to see Mish not be able to throw that second charge attack.
It was close, right down to the wire, but just not enough health remaining on that Charge-a-Bug. Guzzlord, I was worried for Guzzlord, but Guzzlord this season with that rework to Dragon Tail, getting to Brutal Swing every 9 turns, just proved to be, even down energy, it was able to catch back up so effortlessly. So even without that hard-hitting Dragon Claw, double Brutal Swing, still feeling pretty impressive.
This is where I thought Mish was maybe going to get the advantage with the Primate, being able to get a 2 fast attack energy advantage on her Primate, but it just wasn't enough. And we are also going to see here where Charge-a-Bug goes down with energy, not quite being able to throw that X-Scissor, because I was worried for Guzzlord too. I thought X-Scissor was going to clear it out.
But Guzzlord able to just get the farm down, and then Charge-a-Bug getting the farm down as well. A lot of fast move pressure available for ZZ. The Galarian Corsola safe switch, a really smart play. ZZ is known for running these more unique Pokemon and unique ways of looking at the meta, trying to core break it, figuring out what's going to be good and what interesting thing can I bring. Like at Worlds, it was a King Gambit of all things, trying to core break like Galarian Corsola plus Credilli. So I like to see how he does a very good job of still bringing a few meta picks to support it well, and recognizing that if all goes wrong, if I lead into that Azumarill, I can end up safe switching that Corsola. Because even if Sableye gets brought out, Sableye is still not particularly comfortable in the zero, so an advantage can still be gained.
It's so tough right at the beginning of the meta to figure out what even are the off-meta picks at this point. We've only been able to have one weekend prior with Monterey and Frankfurt to even see what the meta looks like. Hard to determine what off-meta might be, so maybe the Guzzlord is a little bit of our off-meta pick for ZZ.
And I've heard he's not the only one bringing Guzzlord. So I was hearing rumors. I was out in the crowd before broadcast started here, and I was asking around, like, what are people running? And somehow I heard Guzzlord a few times. So this may not be the last we see of Guzzlord. ZZ, he's obviously having a great run, so I'm confident we'll see more of him. But we might see Guzzlord from other trainers too. It seems like that's a Pokemon that people are really considering.
I'm looking forward to listening to Will ask ZZ about that Guzzlord pick. Will, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, DeFi. I'm here with Z Zwilus, who made his way across the Atlantic to compete here in Pittsburgh. ZZ, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, honestly. Like, the last matchup was a little bit of friendly fire, but at the end of the day, going into it and just going to advance, and this time it's me, but honestly, it was just great. Like, it's so many homies are here, and yeah, it's just been a great time in Pittsburgh.
I thought that game 3 was going to, or excuse me, game 2 is going to be very, very close with the Primate, the Charge-a-Bug. You made some really key plays in game number 1 with the combo play with Corviknight with Air Cutter. I have not seen a lot of Corviknight. Is Corviknight gaming the way forward?
So I think the reason why you haven't seen a lot of Corviknight is because Air Cutter Corviknight has only been legal since today, essentially, in terms of big play Pokemon tournaments. And yeah, like you've seen it on the usage graphic potentially. So it did soar to like just about 25% usage, so it is one of the more prominent flyers right now. And while it doesn't hard beat anything, like anything really, but it offers neutral plane to just about every matchup. It's a great damage sponge, like you can take hits really well. It paces to its moves really fast. You have that boost chance with Air Cutter, you have coverage with Payback, and I just think it's a Pokemon that enables neutral and flexible gameplay, especially with the 45-second switch timer, and I think that's what we all want to see.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I feel like Corviknight benefits a lot from that 45-second switch timer, able to get into matchups. Gyarados on stream earlier, and I've seen double Bastiodons. Harjefe and Jason both running Bastiodon. You mentioned in Frankfurt that you weren't going to be too spicy this season. How are you spice when you compete next?
So I think like the Guzzlord that you saw, it's a little bit on the spicy side. It's not within the top 12, and we've seen like a Goodra succeed in Monterey, but I looked at the winning team from Rajav back then, and all Pokemon lost to Guzzlord. So I figured if people are bringing something that looks like that, Guzzlord would be an excellent pick. So yeah, that was my choice for this tournament, but maybe Gyarados is making an appearance in the future, because to be honest, like last night, for the deadline closed, I was frantically team building and trying to figure out how to include Shadow Gyarados in a team, because it has such good two-shield matchups against a lot of the meta. Yeah, I think maybe some is in Gdansk, which is likely going to be my next regional competition, and certainly at LAIC, which is happening in a themed meta this season.
Oh my goodness, I cannot wait. This season is very special. It feels different. It feels so exciting, and I'm really excited to get into it. ZZ, we're going to wrap up here. Are there any shout-outs you want to make? Any people you want to thank?
Oh, I want to shout out everybody that's here, all the homies in the stands. I want to shout out everybody who couldn't make it, who's watching from home and supporting me that way, or us that way. And I want to shout out the Show 6 podcast for Play Pokemon Go PvP. It's a great show.
I've heard it's quite good. You know what else is good, though? We have an incredible booth over here where we have a regional exclusive merchandise. Wancho, tell us about it.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're live right now in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and we're at the newest and hottest booth, the Championships Gear booth. This is something new to the 2026 season, and of course, they have to show it off at the start of the season here at Pittsburgh. They have everything for every single game, TCG, VG, and even Go, from playmats to Switch cases. How about we check some out? Oh, Evan, how are you doing? What are you excited for here?
Boy, Wancho, I am like a kid in a candy store, or perhaps more accurately, a VGC competitor at the Championships Gear store right now, because all of this gear looks incredible. But I have to specifically shout out these gorgeous hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. Jody Azzarelli, look away from the stream right now, but we are memorializing probably the most iconic moment in VGC history, Sajin Park's World Championships winning Pachirisu, alongside these major threats of that meta, the Garchomp, Tyranitar, and Salamence. It's incredible to have that moment memorialized and immortalized on this hoodie, and I can't wait to pick one up.
Very, very cool. I love how Pachirisu is highlighted there. It's just to follow me, right?
Of course.
With that, how about we check on this side? Will, how are you doing? What are we excited for?
Hey, Wancho, I'm doing great. This is incredible. The first thing that I was drawn to is this Azumarill shirt. I mean, come on. If you've ever watched a competitive Pokemon Go battle, Azumarill's involved at some point, right? It's one of the main constants through all the seasons, and these shirt designs are so incredible. I really wanted to point out as well that they do have these Series 26 tags. That's going to let you know that this is just for this season. It's very, very special. And if you're a Master League player, there's also things like this Landorus Therian t-shirt with this cool gradient coming down as well. Honestly, yeah, this is perfect.
Perfect gear for walking outside when you're playing Pokemon Go. I believe these are called the human sleeves. With that, a lot of amazing stuff here at the Championships Gear booth. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
knockout. They eyed their way in. Break Queens as low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in
the back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub Boy. I don't know if a Sparkling Arch going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow.
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub Boy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub Boy in 2023 World's Spectator. It's Beelzebub Boy in 2024 World's Commander. It's Beelzebub Boy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist off Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, still survive! Pick up the KO! Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance! Double, down, double, KO! Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, coming on!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of damage.
I don't think it's gonna take it!
And the Chiyu goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off! A double KO! And Chiyu is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion! And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels
so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated.
I feel very excited. Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
back to the 2026 Pittsburgh Regional. We are off to a strong start here. We have already seen two of our trainers that were on our trainers to look out for, Z's Wireless and of course LNGS Harjefe. They have both advanced so far in this tournament. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Speediest Chief.
Butters, it's so good to be back. It feels like we were only gone for a short while, but the 2026 season, like you said, firing on all cylinders. I'm really excited about the teams as well. Again, you kind of doubted me with the Bastion, but we saw Harjefe playing it, and then we saw the Shadow Bastion for Jason's team, and then Z's Wireless, as you mentioned, playing Corviknight.
When you think about this season, I think about pacing. I think about a shorter switch timer. I think about faster energy generation, fast attacks, getting to a lot of charge attacks, bouncing around the battlefield. You know that what Pokemon doesn't bounce around a lot is Bastion. But guess what? It's been on so many teams so far. It's been, we've seen a Shadow Bastion, we've seen a Bastion from Harjefe, and guess what? The master of Bastion himself, Caleb, is also running that Bastion. Actually, it's the same exact team as Harjefe, except he is running the Wigglytuff over the Corsola. I believe both these trainers independently came to this conclusion that this would be an incredibly strong team here.
I agree. Look across the field, though, at Crispy with that Shadow Nidoqueen, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too often. I mean, I've seen this Pokemon in Go Battle League. I've tried it as well. But Mud Slap on the Shadow Ground Poison type is going to be super interesting. Look at these matchups. You've got an Annihilate where you're resisting the counter damage. You've got a Bastion where you're dealing double super effective damage with the Mud Slaps. And then the Wigglytuff as well, which you're going to Poison Fang and then Mud Slap down. There's a ton of play for that Pokemon. And also, how can we forget a Shadow Zapdos on Crispy's team?
Let's go. And having that Shadow Zapdos, of course, there was a change, Drill Peck now. So Shadow Zapdos is a Pokemon we haven't seen that much in Championship Series at all, but its pacing is incredibly quick. Usually you're running the Drill Peck, and I believe it does have the Thunderbolt as its second charge attack to have that electric type coverage as well. But Corviknight, a Pokemon that has not been eligible, now is eligible in this tournament, and it's also quite strong against Bastion, actually. Because you're doing that double super effective sand attack, you can hold your own versus that steel type Goliath of the Bastion. And let's just get into this battle. Game number 1 between Caleb Pang and Crispy 20. We got that Bastion, and that's not what Crispy wants to see into the Shadow Zapdos.
ABA flying types here, but like you said, Butters, that sand attack being double super effective is going to help this Corviknight quite a bit. I think the key here is to land 2 paybacks. If you can force a shield with an air cutter, in any eventuality, I think that'll seal the matchup for him.
But it's interesting he threw it right when he had energy. Now Caleb does have the opportunity to pivot or maybe throw a flamethrower and pivot. Let's see what he decides to do here. Is reaching for that flamethrower, looking to throw that. We're going to see if he wants to keep that Bastion around, because remember, you said was ABA flying types. Maybe you want to keep that Bastion on for the back line as well. Do we see a pivot? There is that pivot, but it's going to be into the Acid Cradilly, and now suddenly you're really behind on energy.
I mean, chip and dip, right? We talk about this every single season. Getting that Corviknight down into the Rock Tomb range was the key here. Gonna throw the air cutter. Crispy coming through with the charge attack, and as we know, it's not gonna do a whole lot of damage at first, but it will add up over time.
And going for the air cutter here, remember, there is a 30% chance for this air cutter to boost the attack of the Corviknight. Will he get the boost on that one? And no, he does not get it. And now Caleb is gonna be patient here, gonna throw right before the next air cutter is available to secure the knockout into Crispy. But that safe swap Corviknight did a lot for Crispy there.
I mean, Caleb must have called this double flyer strategy. Not only does he have the Bastion, but he also has the Rock Tumor in that Cradilly with energy to spare. Zapdos comes back in, and this is looking super rough for Crispy.
This is really rough because you have literally nowhere to put this Shadow Zapdos. There are 3 counters pretty much to that Shadow Zapdos. Although Shadow Zapdos can do okay versus the Gastrodon just going straight Drill Peck, you still, all your fast attack is resisted. Now you're going to throw the Drill Peck. You are going to get Protect Shield here, and you can swap into your own Cradilly if you're Crispy. Do we see a swap here? And there, he was trying to catch. He didn't quite catch it, though.
I was just wondering if Caleb knows his Drill Peck damage counts, right? That's something that you probably don't study coming into the Pittsburgh Regionals, but as you pointed out, Butters, going into the Bastion here, and the Cradilly as the 3rd Pokemon there for Crispy is on the field. He did save that Zapdos, so I like that play a lot, because when you're in this Cradilly meta, you need to be able to switch out and clear any Rock Tomb debuffs.
I like how Caleb is playing the Bastion because usually you want alignment with Bastion. Now he's just using it as a sponge. He's sponging up energy, swapping out, swapping back in, sponging more energy, just trying to get as much out of that stat product as possible as Crispy is able to get to the next Grass Knot, which will pretty much knock out. Really great timing there. He maybe could have done one more acid, but you're reaching 100 energy anyway. Maybe you don't want to take that smackdown damage.
I mean, you called it out perfectly in the intro, Butters. You said the 45-second switch timer is a change that's going to make a massive impact, and here comes the Rock Tomb from Caleb's Cradilly. This will knock out, and it's going to force that final shield away from Crispy. Do we see a swap here into the Zapdos?
There is the Grass Knot. If Caleb tried to swap into his own Gastrodon and tried to catch a Rock Tomb, that would have been devastating. But instead, this is the Grass Knot, and it's going to be neutral, and it's not going to quite knock out. There is still 1 health remaining, and it's a swap. But the problem is, you are behind on energy, but Crispy did use his last Protect Shield, and at this range, at the bulk that a Shadow Zapdos has, I think a Body Slam can pretty much finish it off.
Yeah, but I think this second Drill Peck, if he gets there, oh my goodness, you're right. The Body Slam will come through here. This should be enough to knock out the Zapdos and lock down this matchup, but it got actually really close. If just one Thunder Shock worth of difference was there, Crispy would have forced the second Drill Peck. Can Cradilly hang on? That Rock typing really betrays it here as it does get Mud Slap down.
And the Shadow Zapdos betrayed Crispy in that matchup because there was just nowhere to go with it. Caleb Pang maybe thinking that Shadow Zapdos would be strong versus his team. He brought his 3 best answers to it in the Grassdeerdon, in the Cradilly, and the Bastiodon. Now, does Crispy try to make an adjustment here? Does he bring maybe his Shadow Nidoqueen instead, his other Spice pick, which would be much stronger versus that trio from Caleb in game number 1?
I'm wondering the same exact thing. When something looks so obvious on paper, a lot of trainers try to push the other direction, try to throw their opponent off and not be too predictable. But I mean, we could see from the very start of this matchup with that Bastiodon in the lead and ABA flying types on Crispy's team, this was going to be uphill no matter what, no matter how you wanted to cut this. But that being said, Shadow Nidoqueen is the perfect answer to something like the Bastiodon. And if Crispy does decide to bring it, I mean, you're not going to see a Bastiodon trainer safe switch it, right? Bastiodon's either going to be in the lead or as a closer, because you do want to clear any obstacles for its success. What are you thinking, Butters? Do we see that Nidoqueen come out in game 2?
I mean, it's really good against that team of 3 that Caleb just brought. It's a Pokemon that we really haven't seen much of in Championship Series in this iteration. Of course, we're so used to the Poison Jab, Poison Fang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Poison Fang. This is completely different now with that Mud Slap, and it's going to be so strong against the Bastion. We know that Caleb wants to bring the Bastion, so maybe we do see that Shadow Nidoqueen into game number 2. We're locked in here. Crispy is throwing out the Azumarill versus the Cradilly. That is a bad lead for Crispy here, and we do see the Bastion in the back, also the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, what a lead and what a read there from Caleb Pang in game number 2. Staying in here, I assume going to throw the Rock Tomb and then look for the swap, but this Corviknight will get to the Air Cutter first.
Yeah, and can he get the boost here? That might help his chances here to get alignment. If he gets alignment in this battle versus that shot. Oh, and he got the boost! That is huge because now, once this Rock Tomb hits, it's going to be neutral. This Corviknight is not going to be debuffed. It's going to be at its normal attack here because his attack rose and now his attack fell. And here comes the Bastion here, but this is not that great because Crispy wants to land his Pokemon Shadow Nidoqueen on that Bastion, but guess what? 45-second switch timer. He's about to come out with the Nidoqueen.
Yep, it's a little bit displaced here, so Caleb Pang might take a couple of Mud Slaps for his trouble.
Did he get there?
You're exactly right. Looking for the swap. He does have the Nidoqueen available. He's not reaching for it. Maybe going to try to catch. Crispy throws a second payback.
Oh, actually throwing all this energy. Maybe you try to go in and soak with that Nidoqueen while you have the timers misaligned here. Instead, going for the payback, going for the damage here, maybe trying to force the energy from the Bastion. The Bastion has to throw the flamethrower, but Caleb at this point is nearly at the double charge attack. Can that Nidoqueen Mud Slap down before the next charge attack is available and get some momentum for that back line from Caleb Pang? And actually coming in with the Azumarill, trying to get the bubble down. I like this, actually. You're going to get a lot more energy out of this.
I like this a lot, yeah. In terms of value, you're going to get about 4 or 5 bubbles here instead of just one single double super effective Mud Slap. Does take a Stone Edge for the trouble, but getting this Ice Beam energy is going to put this Azumarill more on par with that Cradilly that Crispy already knows is there.
And now throwing the Ice Beam that's super effective into the Cradilly and forcing the Protect Shield from Caleb Pang here. And now maybe do you try to double Protect Shield Mud Slap through the rest of this matchup? You still have both the Protect Shields if you are Crispy, and Caleb is going to go through for the Rock Tomb, actually. Can Crispy call this? This is going to be a bait attack that lowers your attack, and no, he protects shields it.
It's just too risky, right? It's way too risky. You could lose the Azumarill there if you don't call it correctly. Looking for the Nidoqueen now, and the Mud Slaps will add up, but the Gastrodon is in the back here for Caleb, and I do think it will be the superior Mud Slapper in this situation. We also see that Shadow Nidoqueen running Poison Fang and Stone Edge.
The problem with this Mud Slapper matchup is that Crispy's Shadow Nidoqueen is also a poison type, so it's taking super effective damage from the Mud Slap, from the Gastrodon, from Caleb Pang. Have to use the Protect Shield on this Body Slam here. All of the charge attacks from this Nidoqueen are going to be resisted by the Gastrodon here as you're just getting chunked, barely getting to that Poison Fang. This Poison Fang does not get a Protect Shield. I don't know if it will be enough to knock out. It is going to be resistant.
It absolutely is. Gastrodon.
Oh, still gets the knockout though.
Yeah, it does get KO, but it gives Caleb Pang a little bit of energy here on the Cradily. 4 acids for his trouble, and that energy is going to carry over into this final match against the Azumarill, and I do think that Cradily will reign supreme here. Great lead for Caleb, and it ends just the way it started.
And he ran the same 3 Pokemon in that game number 2. Crispy made the adjustment of Shadow Nidoqueen, but it didn't matter. Caleb Pang is advancing to winners round number 4. I believe his track is to face LNDS Harjefe soon in this tournament, which will be fascinating because they pretty much have the same exact team despite only one difference with the Corsola for Wigglytuff.
Let's talk a little bit about that mid-game situation. You and I were looking at the Switch. We saw the Shadow Nidoqueen available for Crispy, and he could have sent it out into the Bastiodon. I think that was really the pivotal point there, because he was able to save the Corviknight, save the energy. He's up against the Gastrodon as the 3rd Pokemon from Caleb, and I think there's a lot of play there, but instead he decided to stay in. What I think happened is Crispy was either predicting the Wigglytuff or the Annihilate as the 3rd Pokemon for Caleb and not the Gastrodon. If that was the case, it would have been really, really smart to save that Nidoqueen, but I think Caleb was just one step ahead with the team comp.
And I just want to speak to what opportunity you might have if you were to swap in that situation. Now that we have a lower switch timer, it's a huge advantage to get the switch timer misaligned. And misaligned means that you're not on the same exact switch timer. So if you have a 45-second cooldown, one trainer swaps, the next trainer swaps immediately. Now they're on the same track. They're going to be counting down at the same exact time. But if you swap into a Pokemon, for example, like Corviknight that we saw in that matchup, and your opponent doesn't have a clear answer and has to throw a charge attack, which we saw in that matchup, now your timers are misaligned, which is to your advantage, especially when you don't have alignment. Because Caleb had to throw that attack, now you're going to be able to get to your switch timer quicker and try to get some advantage out of it. I remember Home Slice Henry was saying Weedle was doing amazing with that specific strategy. Even though he lost alignment, he was able to just misalign the switch timers, just gain a little bit of momentum here and there, and then finish off the game. So I think that's an incredibly viable strategy that we're going to be seeing throughout this tournament. Maybe Crispy had the opportunity, but it's such a new strategy as well.
I mean, this is so important too, because if you track back to Pokemon Go PvP over the years, it used to be 60 seconds. And then there was a massive update to 50 seconds. And then for this season, it's 45. And I got to be honest with you, Butters, in my own Go Battle League battles, my own practice tournaments, I noticed the difference. The switches that I wanted to make at 60 seconds, and definitely the ones that I felt like were just a hair too close in 50 seconds, I'm able to make. And when you throw a charge attack, that minigame takes about 10 seconds. And that time right there, you budget about 3 different charge attacks being thrown before the swap is available. Once you actually incorporate the fast attacks too, that makes a world of difference compared to 4 or 5 charge attacks, which is the way it used to be. So I think it's definitely a huge upgrade.
It might seem just like a 5-second difference, but it might be the drop of water that overflows the base and changes everything in this meta. But let's hear from Caleb, the Bastiodon master himself, down at the stage.
Thank you so much, Butters. I am here with the Bastiodon master himself, Caleb Pang. Caleb, I gotta razz you a little bit. Okay. When people play Go Battle League and they run into a team with Bastiodon and Wigglytuff, they have some opinions about it. Why are we bringing this to Show 6?
Okay, first off, I didn't bring the two together in the same line, right? So give me a little bit of credit there. But this was actually, so I built my original team and it didn't have Wigglytuff, but team built with my friend Adib a little bit, and he recommended Wigglytuff because I was getting steamrolled by Pangoro, Primeape, all the fighters, the occasional fighters that you see in this meta. So I thought it was a good pairing, and it's been going well for me so far, so I'll take it.
Bastiodon doing very well for you today. So Bastiodon wasn't so great a little bit in the past. You kind of disappeared, but now Bastiodon's back. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, Bastiodon's definitely back. It's, in my opinion, one of the best Pokemon in this current meta, and I think Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't very open-minded to it, just maybe from their Go Battle experience. But if you look at the top 12 usage, or a lot of, like my opponent that I just faced, like it's 5 times strong into it, 4 times, 5 times strong into most teams. So I think it's actually very strong. And, you know, even one of the best players in the world, Hard Jeff, is running it too. So, you know, if you don't trust me, at least trust Hard Jeff.
We will definitely trust both of you that Bastion is back. And my question is, are you back? Because you've had 3 silver medals all on the West Coast. You're on the East Coast today. Is East Coast the gold medal coast for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't medal last season, but I did in my first 2. And the good news is every time I got one of my medals, I did have a Bastion on my team. So I think we might be back, but I do have to face off against Hard Jeff next. So I might be going down losers after that one, but I'll try to do my best and try to get that medal finally.
I'm sure you've got a lot of cool cats supporting you today. Do you have anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to my teammates, the Cool Cats, for any fans, subscribers, and stuff like that always believe in me even when I don't. Shout out to the Inadequates server and Inadequates for hosting all the practice tournaments, as well as flash tournaments for everyone for doing some practice tournaments. I finally decided to practice, and I guess it paid off. Shout out to Planet Vegeta and all my friends and family.
Awesome. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes with me. We have so many more battles left here in Pittsburgh. The day is just getting started. Casters, let's see the next couple battles.
Thank you so much, DeFi. It's always awesome to hear from Caleb, the Bastion Master. The question, is Bastion back? Is Caleb Payne back? We're going to find out, because that matchup against Hard Jeff that you mentioned and Stephanie mentioned, that's going to be a tough one. I gotta just put myself in his shoes. Once you see that name on the opposite side of the bracket, you got to shake just a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely got to shake. And I feel like we would be remiss to mention, though, the reason that the Bastion might be back is it did get a slight boost, right? It does do more damage with that Smackdown now because it was reduced in the past, I believe. And
I
now
think it's energy now.
Oh, energy. Yeah, sorry. The energy of Smackdown has been increased. See, I always ignore all things Bastion, but now it's very relevant in this tournament, so we have to focus on it. The energy has been increased, and I believe you mentioned when you looked at some of the top teams, speak about that. You were saying some of the top teams from previous tournaments might be weak to what Pokemon?
Bastion, right? I think that's something that's come across. You see a lot of bug types, whether it be the Scizor, the Charge Bug, the Fortress. You see Pokemon like Flyers, like you see Galarian Moltres, Talonflame, Charizard, Murkrow as well, especially in LATAM. I think there are tons and tons of targets. And although there is that Mud Slap, right, that ever prominent fast attack that you're going to see on Gastrodon, Shadow Kenta, Marowak, maybe the occasional Shadow Needle Queen if you are in Pittsburgh, if you can avoid that, I do think there's a ton of play. We did see on Caleb's team one Pokemon I want to mention being the Shadow Annihilate. That is something that I didn't think we would see very much of. We didn't see much in Frankfurt or in Monterey, and we did see our champion Beelzeboy win with it. But outside of that, I wasn't sure if Annihilate had a lot of play, especially with all the Galarian Corsola in the meta.
Am I crazy, or did Harjeffi actually have the Shadow Annihilate on his Monterey team as well? We'll double check that, but yeah, I agree with you. We saw it, of course, you know, Beelzeboy, the world champion, with that Shadow Annihilate, kind of polarizing in the last meta. If you didn't have the awesome matchup, you didn't bring it a lot of time because, yeah, the Galarian Corsola is just top meta. It's hard to bring it in that meta, but we have some 2 trainers coming up that are probably going to bring some spice themselves. I was seeing the team down there from Sushi, which is a friendly face that I've seen at so many tournaments. I was actually doing some trades with her yesterday versus Inhoff.
Yep, absolutely. Inhoff, the Moonblast master from tournaments past, and I can't wait to see what she deploys on the field, but it's going to be really exciting. But I feel like you can almost work this meta down to a few different slots, if I may, based on the Frankfurt and Monterey metas. I mean, a lot of teams have an electric type, whether it's Lantern, Charge-a-Bug, Unova Stunfisk. Most teams have a ground type, whether it's a Gastrodon, Shadow Kenta, Marowak. We do see flying types like Galarian Moltres, Charizard, Talonflame, or Murkrow. We do see Galarian Corsola or Dusclops as a ghost. And then you've got kind of like a flex pick, like a Goodra, a Furret, and a Zoomerol, maybe the occasional Dragon, maybe a Guzzlord even. But the meta so far in Pittsburgh is really disrupting that structure that I had built in my mind up until this point.
Well, you know what disrupts that as well? The Psychic type. Let's look at some Psychic types here, because we got the Psychic Spectacular taken over. Of course, we have the Shadow Tornadus is something you can raid as well. A bunch of Psychic types got better in this meta because Confusion got stronger in this season. So Pokemon like Hypno might be a little bit stronger. I know at the beginning of the season, maybe they thought Jirachi might be a little bit better, but there is still some potential for Psychic types in this 2026 season.
I want to mention as well, this is the debut of Indeedee, which you're going to find hatching from those 5-kilometer eggs. I have hatched a few of them, but no shinies yet, so I'm still on the hunt. And Butters, I know that you are a massive XL Candy grinder.
Oh, yeah.
Something I'm working on is building Ultra League Lunatone and Ultra League Soul Rock. So I'm actually looking for those XLs. I want to get the 296, and that's a project that I have kind of ongoing.
Well, an XL you definitely want to get is Groudon, because we have Shadow Groudon appearing in raids right now. I just did a couple. You can get the shiny Shadow Groudon as well. An awesome Pokemon, obviously, in the Go Battle League, but then it's a super strong Pokemon if you want to throw that in raids as a Shadow type. So go ahead and raid some of those as well. I know I have been, and this is the Tales of Transformation season, which I believe is going to be the best season yet for Championship Series.
The Groudon in Mega Master League, Primo Groudon, is a beast, an absolute unit. And you were saying something about a Shadow Shiny?
Oh!
I don't know. I mean, maybe we're doing a couple of raids when we're not on camera here. So it's been really fun. But let's head down to the stage and see what our trainers have for us. This is Sushi Must Right taking on N Hoff. I know you see it, Butters. Call it out.
The Shadow Charizard, the Pokemon that I've been wanting to see all tournament long. We're going to see it on stage here with Sushi. And on Inhoff's side, actually a lot less spicy than usual.
Yes.
Inhoff usually has a spice. You mentioned about the Tapu Fini. I believe one tournament, she brought just all legendaries in a tournament. So usually really spicy.
I think it was all Alola Pokemon.
Oh, Alola.
Yeah, and that was at Worlds, right?
Wow.
And then, I mean, Inhoff was playing Primate before it was cool. Before trainers were winning tournaments with it, like Richie, and before it was in the grand finals of EUIC with Z-Swilus. So let's see what these trainers can do in this matchup. We are now in winners round 2 for Group H. We got multiple groups. There's a big bracket here, and we might be in round 4 in other groups. We are just getting started with Group H here.
Well, Inhoff has had some great runs in Pittsburgh in particular. 2024, she got 7th place in Pittsburgh. So can she repeat that success once again, get the top cut, get to day number 2? No messing around, just going for the hard meta this time, trying something new. I was actually talking to Inadequence about his regional champion win, and I was asking him, well, because first off, he had an 84% win rate in that tournament, which is incredible. Only short to the 86% that LNDS Hard Jeffy did, because he won 2 more battles. But I was asking him, hey, do you think you would do better with hard meta? Because you're so talented at Spice. Can you do it with the hard meta too? He thinks he couldn't do well with it, but Inhoff is used to the Spice. Let's see how she does with the hard meta as these trainers are on the field here. The Cradilly into the Goodra.
Here comes Goodra with the Thunder Punch and Aqua Tail, and Dragon Breath is not going to do as much damage as it has in seasons past, because we got a major rework to the Dragon types. They're now more energy focused, and I got to break the bad news here. This Aqua Tail is not going to do much either.
Yeah, it's so disorienting because you're used to the Dragons. Their main utility was that Dragon Breath damage and maybe getting to a quicker Dragon Claw.
Yeah.
Now, you're just getting to a ton of energy. Like you mentioned, you're getting to these Aqua Tails really quickly. I feel like it could be awesome in this meta. We saw Harjefe do really well with it. Now this is going to be debuffed. Is going to do even less into this Cradilly. Looks like Sushi is just aiming to maybe soft lose this lead matchup.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe soft lose the lead matchup and farm down, but Cradilly still has so much HP left. Sushi might be forced to use a shield here if she wants to whittle this Pokemon down a little bit further, because look at the back line. She's got her own Cradilly and the Tinkaton coming in with the Steel type immediately. Going to resist these attacks from the Cradilly, but gonna take some damage regardless.
I like this. Maybe she just gets to 100 energy and then swaps her own Cradilly and then just uses that energy down the road. Inhoff throws the Rock Tomb to debuff the Tinkaton here, and now you're gonna be at a ton of energy, but you really don't want to throw it. Actually going for the Bulldoze here, you still bank up a good amount of energy, but you are debuffed as well.
Look at all the work that Cradilly has done for Inhoff, taking down a Dragon and then taking about a third of Tinkaton's health away. In comes the Galarian Corsola for Inhoff. Gonna do some neutral damage, and a Play Rough is coming through as well.
Yeah, going for the play rough into the Corsola here. Remember, this is still debuffed. It's not going to do much against the bulk of the Corsola, but no swap from Sushi. Just going to try to play out the backline matchup, which if she's calling the Azumarill in the back, that's a smart strategy because that is a very positive backline matchup. And especially if Inhoff doesn't keep this Corsola around, it can paralyze this Azumarill with all the debuffs that it has in the back.
You're exactly right. As you look closer at Inhoff's team, I really like Sushi's plan to lead that Cradilly in the back. No matter if it's the Charge Bug or the Galarian Moltres or the Marowak or the Azumarill, she's got play. In comes the Cradilly versus the Galarian Corsola, going to fire off the Nightshade here, but the final Pokemon has been revealed, and now Inhoff can make a plan.
Yeah, and probably going to see a swap here, or maybe try to bank a little bit energy, and actually going to try to go ahead and bank that energy, because remember, Acid is resisted by the Corsola here, so able to actually get a charge attack, actually protect shielding the charge attack, knowing that her backline matchup is negative, using the resource here with this very low health Corsola, getting to the Nightshade, and actually throwing the Nightshade with this low health Corsola.
I wonder if the plan is to try to catch a Rock Tomb on the Azumarill and extend the life of that Pokemon, whereas it would just get deleted by the Grass Knot, but no, since the Nightshade went through, and Inhoff just switches and does the bubble damage instead.
And going for the Rock Tomb here, this is going to be neutral. Does Inhoff try to call it? It could be super effective. Inhoff is thinking about it, goes for the shield. Successful bait from Sushi here. Do you see the swap into the Tinkaton, but the Tinkaton doesn't have that much energy. You have to get the double charge attacks here, but the bubble damage is just weighing on Sushi.
I really like this play by Sushi to go for the extra Fairy Wind there and just get as much fast attack damage as possible, counting on Inhoff to throw the Ice Beam. Gonna go for one more into the play route, but like you said, Butters, low HP, running on fumes at this point.
And bubble damage, Azumarill is back because Azumarill has been climbing up the usage charge. Now, and now able to bubble down. One Pokemon is going to be able to bubble down the next Pokemon as well, and Inhoff is going to be able to take this game number one and just throwing off the Ice Beam just for the flex.
Yeah, I mean, just wanting to seal the matchup up, right? I mean, if you lose track of energy this late in the battle, that's totally normal. It's so difficult to keep all those things in mind. Just sealing up the game, getting that game one win under your belt feels real good. But I gotta mention again, I really want to applaud Sushi's strategy to save that Cradilly, recognizing that it had the highest number of positive matchups versus the team there for Inhoff in the back line.
Right, and yes, trying to save both the Protect Shields for that Cradilly, but the problem was that pesky Galarian Corsola, just at 20 to 30% health, just did so much work against the Cradilly because you're able to resist that acid damage of the poison type fast attack into your own ghost type. You are able to get the double Nightshade, and you don't want to Protect Shield a Nightshade. It's not a strong attack. You definitely don't want to Protect Shield it once it's debuffed, so then you're just taking all this chunk damage, and then suddenly you just don't have enough health.
Let's talk about why that Galarian Corsola was so effective. Look over at Sushi's team. No dark types to be seen, and she did not bring out the Furret. Furret is one of those Pokemon, being a normal type, is going to double resist basically everything that Galarian Corsola can throw at it in terms of ghost type attacks. So I think that could be a really good bring. But then that begs the question, will Inhoff respond with the Galarian Moltres with something a little bit more neutral or even a better counter for that Pokemon if she anticipates the Furret coming out?
The nice bonus of that Furret being that normal type, like you mentioned, is its strength against Azumarill as well. Now that Azumarill is more in the meta as a mainstay, that Furret is going to be able to counter that Galarian Corsola, but also do quite well versus the Azumarill as well. So yeah, Furret was a Pokemon I was a bit surprised at that it stayed so high in usage, but it makes complete sense in this meta. It really does throw a wrench in the normal strategy. Inhoff is running a pretty meta team, and I believe Furret will cause a little bit of a problem.
We kind of went through this cycle last season, but it was with two different Pokemon of similar roles. We had Dusclops with Ice Punch and Diggersby, and a lot of trainers were pivoting towards that Dusclops with Ice Punch for the coverage against the normal type. Well, let's see what happens here in this game number 2. Powerful lead here for Sushi as she puts her best Pokemon forward.
And that is a strong lead. Having the Acid that's super effective, can't go for those Grass Knots, can't even go for the Rock Tomb, because one Grass Knot is not going to be able to knock out. So you might as well try to debuff your opponent and take less damage, and actually calling it on the Rock Tomb. And Inhoff is shaking her head, but it's not terrible for Sushi. She wanted to do that even if it wasn't going to get Protect Shielded.
Yeah, exactly. Slowing down this Azumarill. I mean, I think you're still within 2 Ice Beam range here as the Cradilly, but it does slow down the bubble damage, and that was the main factor of game number 1 that really sealed up the match for Enhoff. Going for the Grass Knot now, this probably will knock out the Azumarill if it connects. Enhoff lets it through.
Wow, does let it through. Now this Cradilly is extremely healthy here. How are you going to finish it off? Coming in with your own Cradilly, and now you're going to be at almost equal energy, but Sushi is actually 1 acid ahead, so you're going to be able to throw this Rock Tomb, debuff, and the good news for Sushi is you can come in with your Tinkaton and soak all of this energy that Enhoff is now gathering, and plus, you might even get to another charge attack.
Exactly. I think that's going to be the plan going forward. Enhoff recognizing what you just said, the next charge attack was on the way. It forces her to throw this Rock Tomb and KO the Cradilly and not carry over as much energy as she had hoped into this next matchup.
And now suddenly you bring in the Tinkaton to soak this energy. Enhoff is kind of shaking her head here. This is not great for her. Let's look at the backline matchups. You have that Shadow Kanto Marowak and you have the Furret. There are 4 Protect Shields remaining on the battlefield. Here comes the swap into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Got a 1 Mud Slap advantage versus this Furret, but this Furret's going to be able to get those Swifts quite quickly.
I'm telling you, Sushi wanted the Galarian Corsola to be the 3rd Pokemon here, but the Shadow Kanto Marowak, I think she can deal with that. As long as it's not the Galarian Moltres, I think she's in a good spot. Early Trailblaze, early shield by Enhoff.
Yeah, just trying to make sure and raise that attack so you do more damage with that Sucker Punch. I like that decision because you're getting Protect Shields no matter what in this situation. Maybe you're just going to try to get this Shadow Kanto Marowak as low as possible. Get in Bulldoze range, and here comes the 2nd Protect Shield. Sushi must Protect Shield it. There it is, and now you'll probably still get that 2nd Protect Shield from Enhoff, but you're still chunking. But the key thing is those switch timers are coming up really soon for both these trainers, and now they're up for both trainers.
Like you called, Swift coming through here from the Furret will peel away that final Protect Shield from Enhoff, and this is going to be a game of switch timers, like you said. We're going to look down at the Pokemon, see if the trainers will tap, but the Mud Slap Bone Club combination coming through from Enhoff, looking for the KO onto the Furret.
And this is so tough because you have to at least commit Bulldoze plus some Fairy Wind damage here. There is that Cradilly in the back, but you're just getting chunked. Here comes the Bulldoze straight away. A Mud Slap does come through. If this doesn't knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, you really don't want to take that Mud Slap damage that just went through. Does it knock out? Yes, it does knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and now suddenly all you need to do is get to 1 Play Rough, and you probably will secure this game number 2.
I think Sushi's got it. Here comes the Play Rough. Same type attack bonus into that Cradilly. The Steel typing helped it defensively, but the Play Rough is going to rain down the damage. Cradilly goes down, and Sushi ties up the series.
What a great adjustment from Sushi to bring that Furret into the battlefield, keep it in the backline, go for that Trailblaze to put that Shadow Kanto Marowak in range of Bulldoze. If she went for the Swifts, she would have got outpaced regardless by the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because remember, the Shadow Kanto Marowak swapped first, so you're doomed to get outpaced. You might as well boost your fast attack damage so that the Shadow Kanto Marowak was in Bulldoze range. That is high level play from Sushi.
Very, very high level, and that's what you need in order to win a battle against a trainer like Enhoff. A couple things we haven't seen yet. We have not seen the Kanto Marowak from Sushi, and we have not seen the Charizard either. But when you look across the field and you see the Rock Tomb Cradilly, the Azumarill, and the Charge Bug, and the Power Gem Galarian Corsola, there are so many obstacles to running the Fire and Flying type. I don't think we'll see it in game number 3, but I would be interested to see what Sushi's going to do.
Yeah, I feel like she has a little bit of the momentum here with that Cradilly Tinkaton core that she's been throwing out there. You do have that Shadow Kanto Marowak that you can use for Enhoff that you saw in that game number 2. And now Sushi has a decision. I believe you probably will see that Shadow Kanto Marowak in game number 3. So does Sushi try to adjust her team line to be stronger against that Shadow Kanto Marowak, or does she stay with the cores that has got her here to this decisive game number 3?
The question for me is if that Galarian Corsola comes out, if Sushi brings the Furret and lines it up, that would be an easy win going forward. But let's see what happens. We're going to get a Cradilly versus Cradilly showdown. Dilly-dilly, everybody.
And there actually is no Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, and alignment is going to matter because you have that Furret, which is going to be strong versus the Azumarill, but weak versus that Galarian Moltres. This is charge attack priority. Did it register here?
I believe it did. Rock Tomb coming through from Sushi first will debuff the opposing Cradilly, and you're right, Butters, on the charge attack priority. That is very important information.
And the domino effect is big in this matchup because not only do you get the first debuff, but that also means you win the matchup on charge attack priority down the line. So now you're going to get to this next Rock Tomb. You probably don't want to swap on it, and don't even throw it if you're Enhoff because you know you're going to lose charge attack priority regardless. Actually going for the Grass Knot here, trying to get the knockout. Can she secure it? No, Sushi does not secure the knockout. Does Inhofe also go for the Grass Knot or go for the Rock Tomb?
Oh, on 1 HP, goes for the Grass Knot. I think if Sushi shields here, she KOs through the acid damage and wins lead, which is massive as we look at the back lines here. That does actually get the KO, and Sushi in full control of this game number 3.
And alignment matters, like we mentioned before. So now bringing in the Azumarill and actually not even going for the Rock Tomb. Inhofe is thinking about it and letting it go. It's super effective. Grass Knot into the Azumarill. But remember, it was debuffed, so it didn't do as much damage as usual. But you can't bubble down here, so you're actually going to get outpaced. And here is the Grass Knot from Sushi. Suddenly, you're going to have to give up your Protect Shield. Yes, you bank a lot of energy, but Furret can soak up that energy, no problem.
Yeah, good shield there by Inhofe. I mean, she's been hit with so many Grass Knots and finally calls one there, and the acid damage will add up, but the Azumarill finally gets the bubble down. A choice coming in quickly, actually, with the Furret. Going to resist the sucker punches as Azumarill throws the play rough.
Oh, it's actually kind of even here, Speedy, because you have almost double charge attack for the Azumarill, and once you have double charge attack, both these Pokemon will be at nearly equal health. And remember, these sucker punches are resisted here. Here comes the next play rough. Sushi is thinking about it. Do I want to give up my last Protect Shield of the game here, or do I save it for Goodra? And she lets it go. And do you see a swap trying to catch the Trailblaze? There is the swap, but it's a Swift instead, and that's huge for Sushi because now this puts the Moltres in range of Thunder Punch.
Sushi put Inhofe in such a difficult position because if she throws one more bubble, then the Trailblaze connects. Goodra comes in, and I think this Galarian Moltres is within one single charge attack range. I love this play to go for the Aqua Tail. Butters, if you only need one move, just throw the lower energy cost charge attack.
Yeah, and you get the bait here, and now that probably guarantees that you're going to outpace through the Thunder Punch before there is a double fly here, and you can't get bubbled down on your Goodra. So Azumarill will have to throw energy as well if Inhofe wants to take out this Goodra. Here comes the Protect Shield on the fly here. Inhofe is shaking her head because this Goodra is not the old Goodra, but no way! She got a little greedy.
Yeah.
She got too greedy. She didn't throw the Thunder Punch.
Sushi holding the energy too long allows the Galarian Moltres to get off the fly and KO the Goodra. And this just got really interesting because now Furret's got nothing left, and Inhofe able to win that game number 3.
Oh, devastating break there for Sushi. She had it within her grasp to be able to throw that Thunder Punch to win the battle, but it's never over, and Inhofe is able to win this series.
Maybe I'm trying to get down to the details here. Maybe curious about that switch timer coming up. Maybe trying to avoid a swap from the Galarian Moltres, like leaving the field. Do you think that's an explanation?
Yes, because in her defense, there was a swap trying to catch the Trailblaze, and Sushi threw the Swift into that Galarian Moltres, and then swapped in, there was a Protect Shield on Aqua Tail and a Protect Shield on Fly. That guarantees that at least 30 seconds had passed just for charge attacks alone. So in the meantime, was there 15 seconds of fast attacks that happened in that battle? Either way, you probably could have thrown the Thunder Punch because you could have had the opportunity to maybe underfarm or Dragon Breath down, get to another Thunder Punch, and then swap out. So there was win cons even if you threw the Thunder Punch, but I completely get it. That's in the back of your head now. The switch timer is much shorter. Now you have to think about these trainers could be swapping left and right.
Exactly. I think you nailed it. Just having that in the back of your mind, trying to avoid the catch. I was talking with some friends yesterday about this. Getting caught on in this meta is so punishing because the switch timer is that much shorter, and because the way the typings mesh across
it was
the
up.
meta,
it was up.
The timer was ready. She was absolutely trying to avoid.
To be fair, we did see the timer after the fly, so that was 10 more seconds, but it could have been up. And yes, it is devastating. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Why is it so devastating?
No, it's absolutely devastating because the way the typings mesh up in this meta, there's so many opportunities to throw resisted attacks in places where you don't want them to go. I mean, other metas, you can just throw something neutral and you can count on it to do at least a bit of damage. But in this meta, it's super punishing because players are able to pivot out, switch around, absorb these attacks. And because they're such low energy and they're so fast, that's great when you're spamming off attacks, but when you spam off the wrong direction and you catch an Aqua Tail and a Azumarill, you throw Air Cutter into a Bastiodon, it can be really punishing because then you have to work that energy back up and your switch timer gets that much more displaced.
Yeah, it's the domino effect. It's already bad to get swapped on because you're not throwing the energy on the Pokemon that you intended to, and it's even worse now that the timers are misaligned. But Inhofe was able to battle back, win that series. Let's hear from her down at the stage.
Thank you so much, Butters. I am here with Anna Enhoff Hoffman, who just came off of a win on stage. Anna, we have missed you in the championship series. Tell me, what inspired you to come back for the 2026 season?
Yeah, so obviously I love regional events. I love seeing all my friends, and I was very inspired. Actually, within TCG, a friend of mine started a competitive team specifically around empowering minority gender players. And that's always been something very important to me in Go. In all of our great women players we've had doing well today. I've seen a bunch on stream. Obviously, myself versus Sushi as well. And I've just have that, that fire and that passion again. I'm really excited to come back and, win my first game.
We are all really excited to have you back, and that was a great game against Sushi. It was a nail biter. She had the attack and didn't throw it. That came down to just the very, very close matches. And tell me a little bit about that Galarian Mole Trace that you brought.
Yeah, so that Galarian Mole Trace of mine, its nickname is DBirdE250 because I actually caught it with you, trainer. Back when we first were getting the Galarian birds, it was my first Galarian bird I caught, and lo and behold, they're viable this season. So and last season as well. I was watching a bunch of that. We got that golden bottle cap, so I could help train it to the right stats for what I wanted from it, and served me well so far. I have one win on the board with it.
And we are excited to see that Galarian bird do so well today. I've noticed you got a lot of plushies. I don't think you've got a few pins, not your entire collection. I don't think you could fit your entire pin collection on your t-shirt. But tell me who you brought with you today.
Yeah, so plushie-wise, Charjabug obviously is on my team of 6. I've done well with Charjabug in the past at Worlds 2024. Tapu Fini is my favorite Pokemon, not quite up to snuff in the trainer battles currently, unfortunately, so did not come with me to Pittsburgh. But spiritual successor, Azumarill, or probably not successor, was here before Tapu Fini got released in Go, but very strong Water Fairy type Pokemon, and Fini's still here in spirit, so got my Fini pin, my Fini plush, and then all of my Azu merchandise from Worlds and from the Play Pokemon regional store that debuted this weekend, so very exciting.
Azumarill really is inevitable as a Pokemon. It has been around. It seems like it will always be around. Definitely go check out that merch store for the regionals. The merchandise here is really good too.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely take a look. But Enhoff, who would you like to shout out? I'm sure the list is incredibly long, but the floor is yours. Who would you like to shout out here today?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it somewhat short, but yourself, trainer DeFi250, also trainer AlphaPhoebe, 2 very great casters, but also very great friends who've helped me prep for this event. My partner, Sable, who's just been incredibly helpful throughout all my competitive time, and especially coming back. And then some shout outs as well to a lot of the team that I helped prep with for this tournament. So Little Winery, Savor Avocado, who got her win on stream earlier, F Barnes, Scourge, Guibus, Shefferson, very, very great friends, and very helpful in bringing this old player back to the game.
Well, this is the first time that we've seen you back this season. It will not be the last. So thank you so much, Enhoff, for taking a few minutes to chat with me. And casters, we've got more battles to go.
Awesome to hear from Enhoff and DeFi. Thank you so much for an incredible interview, and we have more incredible trainers getting ready to take the stage. But I gotta tell you what, there's one trainer that's actually been in the competitive circuit for as long as all of us can remember, taking on another inspiring women battler in Lil Sparty. Do you want to guess who I'm talking about, Butters?
Well, I know who it is because it is Valor Ash, and he has been boosted here because now there is Shadow Talonflame that is available in Championship Series. So he's always been known for the Talonflame. That's his signature Pokemon, but now he will do 20% more damage with it, but of course, receive 20% more damage as well. And pairing it up with the Greninja, this is a trainer that started off last season really strong, getting 7th place in the first tournament in Baltimore. Actually, really strong on the East Coast because he was 5th place in Toronto as well. So can he repeat that success here today? He's up to a good start here because he is in the winner's semis already.
I like the Greninja as well from Valor Ash. If you're looking for a creative way to take down ghost types, that is the Pokemon to do it. But let's take a look at Little Sparty's team, also rocking the Talonflame and Cradily core, but with the Primate that we saw earlier on stream, like Mish was playing, we have the Corviknight as well as the Gastrodon and Galarian Corsola. What I'm noticing about these teams, Butters, is that Valor Ash has no solid answer to opposing Cradily. How does he beat it?
I mean, he must have the strategy because Cradily is one of the top 3 Pokemon here, so you know that there is a way around it. Maybe you don't have the clear answer, but you're going to have a strategy for it, some chip and dip. And on the other side, of course, we have Little Sparty, who Little Sparty got 9th place in Milwaukee in 2023. Maybe just a little bit away from that top cut. She's already in winner's semis here, so if she wins this matchup, wins one more matchup, she can secure that top cut on that winner's side of the bracket, maybe securing her best finish yet. She's off to a hot start here in Pittsburgh. And also using the Talonflame. It is the non-shadow, and it's a Pokemon that Valor Ash is very familiar with.
Couple notes on the Talonflame gameplay here. We're going to get a Shadow Talonflame with Flame Charge and Fly from Valor Ash. Meanwhile, Little Sparty with the regular Talonflame with Fly, Brave, Bird. Double flying type charge attacks. We do see Primeape as well running close combat on Little Sparty's team. So let's get right into it, Butters. Game number 1.
And if you don't have an answer for the Cradily, run that Cradily. Little Sparty puts it out in the lead, but it is going to be a mirror here. And look, actually one of the trainers is running Bullet Seed here. I believe that is Valor Ash, and that means Valor Ash is going to outpace. Yes, you throw in turn alignment here, but you secure that debuff before the other Cradily, and Bullet Seed Cradily beats Acid Cradily.
Hey, you know what? 12 is less than 14. That's fast math with Speediest Chief. We're going to get a Rock Tomb from Little Sparty connecting into the opposing Cradily, and you know what? My eyes aren't that bad, Butters. I think this is an extra small Cradily from Little Sparty.
I think it is as well. It does definitely look shorter overall than the opposing Cradily here, and unfortunately, it has a fast attack that loses this matchup. So how is she going to adapt here as you're going to be able to throw this next Rock Tomb? It's not going to be able to knock out, but Valor Ash does need to throw one more charge attack. So it is going to be a really soft loss for Little Sparty, but at least Valor Ash is able to take out his biggest threat in Cradily.
Well, I'm looking at the second Pokemon there for Little Sparty in that Primeape, and I really think she wants to Karate Chop down this Rock type and get that Primeape a head start, happily letting her Cradily go here in the lead. And I think that the Rage Fist Pokemon's coming out here any second.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be Rage Fist in close combat on the Primeape and actually bringing in the Gastrodon, taking that double super effective Bullet Seed damage, but getting a little extra energy on that Gastrodon, maybe thinking that would be more valuable, but Primeape energy is pretty valuable as well, and it looks like the Corsola is going to be coming into the battlefield here, and now you get to that Water Pulse quicker than you did before, so this is a little bit better of a neutral matchup.
Great charge attack priority tie here by Little Sparty, recognizing the Gastrodon would win it, throwing the Water Pulse right off the bat, and no shield from Valor Ash, but I gotta be honest, Butters, I almost fell out of my chair when I saw Little Sparty bring the Gastrodon in. I was convinced we were gonna see the Primeape here.
Well, if she was expecting the Greninja in the back, that was the call, because Primeape versus Greninja in the back with 2 Protect Shields remaining for both trainers is gonna be dominant. You are at the Water Pulse, gonna throw in charge attack priority once again. Great plays by Little Sparty here. Looks like Valor Ash just is gonna put all his hopes into the Greninja. I don't know if he's expecting the Primeape in the back.
You might see the Simul swap. Here it comes! Primeape versus the Greninja. You see the laughs from Valor Ash. He knows that this Karate Chop damage is going to do so much, and flying under the radar, those 2 Protect Shields you mentioned, Butters, there's really no way for Greninja to get out of this.
I don't know. Only chance is if you boost here. There is no boost. Maybe if you got the double Night Slash bait and got to Hydro Cannon somehow, but it looks like Little Sparty's not even going to throw a charge attack, just going to go for the Karate Chop down and secure the knockout and secure game number 1.
What a call from our trainer on the right in Little Sparty. You're right, Butters. Coming in the Gastrodon versus the Cradily looked bonkers. It looked so just counterintuitive, but it was the right call, lining up that Primeape in the back.
Yeah, I mean, if you were calling the Greninja in the back, that was absolutely the right call. And even though that lead matchup did go the favor of Valor Ash, it just gave so much potential to Little Sparty to just come in with whichever Pokemon she wanted, get a farm down. And Valor Ash decided to go with his Corsola to soak all that Gastrodon energy, because you don't really want to soak anything with Greninja. So Greninja really didn't get to do anything in that game number 1. I'm curious if we will see it in game number 2.
I think if we do see it, it's likely going to be in a lead lead position or maybe even as the safe switch, but leaving it in the back just feels too risky now for Valor Ash going into game number 2. Based on the Pokemon that we saw, though, in that first matchup, Butters, are you expecting to see any pivots, any changes? Will we see Talonflame on either side, maybe some Corviknight gameplay from Lil Sparty?
Oh, not to just keep going on Greninja, but Greninja looked pretty useless, so I might expect a change from the Greninja there. Maybe with your back against the wall, bring Talonflame. It is your signature Pokemon. A new opportunity to run that Shadow Talonflame that we, of course, saw from Inadequence at Frankfurt. Win it all with it. Can Valor Ash win this game with the Shadow Talonflame? Does he have it? We had the Galarian Corsola versus the Primeape. That is a pretty good lead for the Corsola. There it is, the Shadow Talonflame in the back.
Exactly. Primeape, actually throwing a single Karate Chop, swapping into the Cradilly now, trying to get a little bit of energy lead. Meanwhile, Galarian Corsola throwing the Nightshade, gonna deal some chip damage here.
Yeah, and do you actually even swap out of this matchup? You're going to be able to throw this Nightshade here, but I believe you, actually does swap into your own Cradilly here. You're going to take this Rock Tomb and maybe have to take double Rock Tomb before you even get to your first Rock Tomb. So Little Sparty not only is in decent position with the safe swap, but misaligning the timer. So giving that opportunity to maybe get some extra energy on the Primeape to hit those super effective Rage Fists.
And I think that influenced directly this decision by Valor Ash to throw the Rock Tomb immediately. He's going to want to bank some extra energy because that switch timer is coming up, and it's something like the Primeape comes out.
You can swap out if you're a Little Sparty, but deciding to throw the Rock Tomb instead, and now you don't get farmed down. So actually, you can take a charge attack from Valor Ash because he doesn't want to take the next Rock Tomb here, and no, actually will have to give up a Protect Shield, or no, lets his own Cradilly go!
Is this within one Incinerate range, or can the Shadow Talonflame get to Valor Ash with the decision to make? Can he bring in the Corsola? Oh, he does actually bring the Corsola back, not wanting to reveal his third Pokemon, but the Primeape comes out to match it.
And maybe expecting the Talonflame in the back, Lil Sparty has the Gastrodon to meet it. I mean, the Gastrodon is going to be throwing resisted fast attacks, but so will the Talonflame. Can you get to body slams in time? Remember, there is fly from the Shadow Talonflame. You get the boost on the Rage Fist here. Now, do you give up the Protect Shield or do you put everything in the Talonflame basket? Of course, it's your signature Pokemon. Fly, Talonflame, fly after this Nightshade.
I just want to comment on how clean this gameplay is from Lil Sparty. After that Galarian Corsola switched in, it was on an uneven turn cycle due to the one-turn swap, and she timed both of her Rage Fists perfectly. Now the Talonflame comes in, she can't switch out, and she's forced to throw the Rage Fist.
But great timing. She was able to throw all of those Karate Chops before throwing the bait here on this Rage Fist, getting the Protect Shield, but there is an energy advantage from that Talonflame. This Cradilly is energy dry, but can be used as a sacrificial swap. It's going to be tough, though, to swap because you're a 3-turn fast attack versus a 5-turn fast attack and giving up the Protect Shield on the first fly.
Yeah, she's reading the team sheet. She knows this is not Brave Bird Talonflame, so there's not a whole lot of
reason to worry. Does she go for the swap here? No!
Body slam after 9 turns on the triple mud slaps. I like this play quite a bit. The question now, Butters, is after this shield, which we actually don't get the shield. After this, will we see the catch?
And there is the swap. Do you have to throw energy? No, you don't, because the Talonflame just incinerates down, and now you have the fly, but there is no Protect Shield remaining. But is this enough? This is not the Brave Bird here. It's just going to be neutral into the Gastrodon. Can Gastrodon hold on? Yes, it does hold on, and it does get the Mud Slap down, and now it's at the Body Slam, but there's one Protect Shield remaining for the Galarian Corsola. But can you Mud Slap down? Little Sparty with the Mud Slap.
I'm noticing a theme, Butters. We saw this in Frankfurt with the Gastrodon mud-slapping down Togekiss. We saw this earlier with Enhoff's Gastrodon as well. We're seeing it now with the Gastrodon from Lil Sparty mud-slapping things down. This Pokemon is so powerful, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon.
What a performance from Little Sparty there. Just flawless execution in the beginning of the game, the mid-game, and the end-game to pull off that series. Not only the execution, but the calls to think what will be in the back for Valor Ash. Game number 1 called it perfectly. Game number 2 called the Talonflame as well. Well played by Little Sparty. She advances into the winners finals.
That game number 2 was really, really impressive. I thought Lil Sparty was excellent in game number 1. The team reading there with the Primeape in the back versus the Greninja really sealed up match number 1. But in game 2, we really got to see her technical prowess, especially especially in that middle game with the Galarian Corsola switch. I just want to emphasize that again because when you look at these 3-turn fast attacks like Astonish, you're pacing in your mind 3, 6, 9, 12. But once there's a 1-turn swap incorporated into that, suddenly the Astonishes are ending on turn 4, turn 7, turn 10. Really weird turns. And little Sparty was able to throw the Rage Fist and not absorb the extra Astonish damage. And then against the Talonflame, throw another Rage Fist before the Incinerate damage applied. She's playing that Primate perfectly.
And of course, getting that first Protect Shield from that Talonflame so that Talonflame was not trying to use that last Protect Shield. And remember, it's Shadow Talonflame now. If it was that normal Talonflame, it wouldn't have gotten Mud Slap down, and I believe Valor Ash would have gone to the double fly or landed a Brave Bird. So maybe an adjustment from his strategy standpoint, because he usually uses both the Protect Shield for that Talonflame, closes in the back line, but he just didn't have enough health after taking that 20% increased damage.
I mean, let's be honest, Butters. I'm sure there are matchup differences between the Shadow Talonflame and the regular Talonflame, but Shadows are just so cool.
They are.
Right? So you got to run the Shadows when you're able to. But I'll tell you what, Butters, that's all from us for now. We're going to come back with DeFi and Henry, but first, let's take a look back at the World Championships just a month ago.
Hello, trainers. My name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant Grass Knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look
guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire, Tatsugiri. Oh! It's a Pikachu.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
I absolutely loved that showcase of the Pokemon Center. I love that sibling relationship. Iggly Biggly Buff is a great name for a Jigglypuff. My name is Stephanie Christine, or DeFi250, and I am joined by the one and only Home Slice Henry. You know him. You are cheering for him in the Twitch chat right now. I can sense it.
Very excited to be back on the desk as this day one of Pittsburgh progresses. We've already seen some great matches so far. A lot more Bastion than I'd care to see. But up next, we've got some incredibly exciting, spicy, glassy flying types that should put on quite the show.
We've seen quite a few Corviknights, and Corviknight is not glassy. Corviknight is a bulky, bulky bird, but we have glassier Pokemon, more glass cannons as we call them, in Shadow Charizard, as well as a Shadow Gyarados. Now, why have we seen Shadow Gyarados? That has been absolutely nowhere in the Championship Series. Henry, why is it showing up now?
Shadow Gyarados, it has incredible pacing. You're obviously getting to the Aqua Tails every 9 turns. Your Crunch, I believe, is every 10 turns. So you can outpace a lot of things, but the lack of bulk can sometimes be a hindrance. So if you're ever in a scenario where you feel like you're forced to expend a lot of resources early, it might feel like a bit of a liability. But on the other side, we do have the Shadow Charizard, and that's on Ember, Air Cutter, and Blast Burn. So with 2 glassy flying types, I'm confident we're going to see some sparks flying.
The last time we were in Pittsburgh, you know what was meta still? You know what was in the meta? Metacham.
Oh,
we had
no.
Metacham the last time we were here in the 2024 season, the last time we were here. So the meta has changed so drastically since then. Let's take a look at the teams. We have a doctor in the house, Dr. Roast Beef on the left-hand side, running that Blastoise as well, which is an interesting pick. And of course, we're going to see Galarian Corsola on both sides. We're going to see Cordelia on both sides. We're gonna see a lot of that today, but something of those different picks. Diggersby, I thought Diggersby was out of here, Henry.
Diggersby making an appearance, and that may give Dr. Rosebeef pause to save switch to Galarian Corsola. I really like you pointing out the Blastoise. Blastoise looks incredibly safe. Looking across the field, there isn't a Pokemon that I would feel uncomfortable with getting counter-swapped into a Blastoise. So if Dr. Rosebeef wants to run a core together, he can potentially consider having that Blastoise as a safe swap or just as a neutral lead where it doesn't really have to switch out of anything. As even up energy, it can still do pretty fine into that Cordelia.
I'm also really interested on Dr. Roast Beef's side by the Pangoro. We see a lot, really, when it comes to fighters. We pretty much exclusively see Primeape and Annihilate these days. The monkeys have it, but we're seeing a Panda Bear on the left-hand side.
it does have really nice coverage into, with Credilli and Corsola being the most used Pokemon, it offers really great coverage. It's very glassy, so like primitive shields get down, things could get awkward, but we have a dual lock-in. Game number 1, winner semifinals of Group D, Dr. Roastbeef versus Schmiedy PvP. Shadow Gyarados hits the field, and it's met with the Credilli.
We are about to see the power of Dragon Breath, newly buffed in the Tales of Transformation. And as you mentioned earlier, look, before the Credilli gets to even its first charged attack, we've got an Aqua Tail and a half loaded on the side of Schmiedy.
Aqua Tail connects, Credilli immediately returning fire with a Rock Tomb. Gyarados will shield up, trying to get as much value out of this Pokemon as possible. In the back, Dr. Roastbeef does have that Blastoise, which feels very safe into anything that Schmiedy could have lurking behind this Gyarados.
Blastoise does look very safe back there, but before we can see it, we have to play out the end of this lead matchup. And the Aqua Tail KOs the Credilli. The Blastoise comes in. Look at what one fast attack, one rollout did to that Shadow Gyarados. It wanted to get the absolute out of there, and Tankaton comes in to absorb all of this damage.
Because this is the non-Shadow Blastoise, Hydro Cannon cannot two-shots. That's why Dr. Roastbeef will look to pivot out. Schmiedy baiting here with the Bulldoze. Dr. Roastbeef still has 2 shields to hide behind. Does he put up the shield? He's thinking about it. He calls the bait. Great read from Dr. Roastbeef, but Bulldoze, 50% chance at a defense drop, is going to make life difficult.
And the Play Rough comes in, and this is a Play Rough with the Galarian Corsola. Already defense drop, no shield. That does quite a bit of damage, and the Galarian Corsola is firing back with a Nightshade. Galarian Corsola not known for its attack. Is this enough to clear Tankaton off the field of play? It is.
Still has the Shadow Gyarados available. Gyarados very close to an Aqua Tail due to that incredibly fast pacing. In comes the Gyarados. This Aqua Tail from a Shadow Gyarados, it's only neutral, but I'm pretty confident that Corsola is not going to be hanging on here, and it does get KO'd.
Shadow Gyarados needs out of there with those rollouts, does not want to absorb that damage, so instead Galarian Corsola comes in to absorb all of these Hydro Cannons, much like a sponge would. It can handle. Galarian Corsola is kind of like it has its own couple of shields built into it. It is so bulky, but Blastoise rolling out damage and is going to be able to fire it off very soon.
I think this is honestly looking pretty good for Schmiedy. As the Blastoise, where it really struggles in the match with Galarian Corsola, it cannot roll out into a range where 2 Hydro Cannons KO. So Schmiedy, he recognizes this. He lets the Hydro Cannon go, saying, I don't believe you can farm me down. It's going to be a charge attack priority tie. But after this, Schmiedy can look to switch into the Gyarados. The Dragon Breath will add up and try and get to a crunch, as I believe Blastoise, it basically just threw all of its energy.
After this Protect Shield, I think we will see the Gyarados, that Shadow Gyarados, immediate pivot from Schmiedy. Gyarados had energy in the bank, gets to the crunch, and Gyarados with its sky-high attack gets to throw it first.
The pacing, the speed, the damage. Shadow Gyarados taking a knockout, and what a game. The Galarian Corsola, the bulk on that Pokemon, withstanding those Hydro Cannons, and a win for our first-time competitor, Schmiedy PvP.
I absolutely love that Phanpy sticking out of Schmiedy's pocket. That is so much fun. I was surprised to see the Shadow Gyarados come up against the Blastoise so many different times, but in the end, it was able to knock out the Blastoise. Gyarados just had to avoid being in the matchup with Blastoise for too long because that rollout damage, we saw what just a couple of rollouts did to the Gyarados' hit points, just could be decimated if stuck in the matchup.
That's part of why Blastoise is so safe. Let's take a look back at these highlights. Credilli hoping the -1 Aqua Tail would KO, but wouldn't KO, but it did. The Galarian Corsola picking up the knockout onto the Tinkaton, but the Gyarados was always threatening, taking the KO onto the Corsola and setting up the endgame.
I feel like Schmiedy did a really good job of being very nimble with that Gyarados. It was in the match for a little bit, and then he pulled it back out. It was in the match, and then pulled it back out. Really kind of dancing around Dr. Roastbeef's Blastoise.
It was very well played. That Shadow Gyarados, That Blastoise would might discourage me from bringing that Gyarados, but he brought it game 1. We got lock-ins for game number 2, and it's going to be Galarian Corsola for Dr. Roast Beef into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Shadow Kanto Marowak has been a powerful mud-slapping Pokemon in the past season or two, and it is still strong now, even though we have other mud-slapping Pokemon like Gastrodon being showcased, and we had the Shadow Torterra. Really, I think when it comes to the ground types, Shadow Kanto Marowak stands a little bit above the rest still.
An early shield comes out. The uncomfortable thing for the Marowak is ideally you would love to be able to take the knockout with the next Bone Club, but a high-rank Galarian Corsola should be able to survive this Bone Club, make it to a second Nightshade, and Dr. Roast Beef, he does not have to invest a Protect Shield here unless he wants to, and he knows it. He lets it go. He survives, and now an aggressive switch into the Gyarados, as Gyarados will immediately take big damage from the Nightshade.
Typically, you don't think of Nightshade doing big damage, but there it is, just knocking this Gyarados down into half health, and you see the damage from the rollouts. This is what I was talking about earlier. What Gyarados really wants to avoid is being stuck in this Blastoise matchup.
Blastoise gonna look for a one-shield farm down. The rollout did go through on that crunch. Gyarados so spammy, but now this Blastoise, it's locked, it's loaded, and nothing on Schmiede's team wants to take these Hydro Cannons.
And the first one is loaded. No shield from Schmiede. Schmiede's putting it all on the Tinkaton in the back. Shadow Kanto Marowak washed off the field of battle in a torrent of Hydro Cannon damage. And Tinkaton needs to be able to absorb quite a few Hydro Cannons here because Blastoise just paces to them so quickly to Hydro Cannon. And in one more rollout, we are going to have another one. 2 shields remaining, one on each side of the battlefield.
Even though Tinkaton does have a winning matchup into the Credilli, the damage has already been done. The Tinkaton does not have the health remaining to actually be able to pull off this win. Blastoise gets to yet another Hydro Cannon, and this is looking like Dr. Roast Beef has found the answers in game number 2 and can get the equalizer to stay alive on the winner's side of the bracket.
The rollout's just barely chipping away. I don't know if a rollout down is possible. Dr. Roast Beef may need to throw another charged attack. Oh, actually does not use the Protect Shield here. Instead, just going for using the Credilli because the Credilli absolutely full health. I wasn't sure if he was going to show it. Some trainers prefer to keep that hidden information if there is another battle upcoming.
Seems like Dr. Roast Beef is pretty comfortable with the line that he's bringing. He's not worried about that information getting out there. This game, too, feels like a bit of a statement. He's had that response that he desperately needed, and now it's up to Schmiede in this upcoming game number 3 to try and make the adjustment to take home the win, because shielding that Marowak in the Corsola matchup, the way we saw it play out is exactly why that can be very risky, because the Galarian Corsola, if you train it, very bulky Galarian Corsola can survive all the Mud Slaps and the 2 Bone Clubs to get to a second Nightshade, and that puts so much pressure onto that Marowak.
Now, Dr. Roast Beef brought the exact same 3 Pokemon from the first game to the second game. Is there anything that you think Dr. Roast Beef did specifically to be able to turn the tides, or was it really just capitalizing on Schmiede shielding that Shadow Kanto Marowak?
That farm down from the Blastoise in the mid-game was so big. There were 2 Hydro Cannons. The Marowak couldn't shield because there was another one loaded. And then the Tinkaton, which can normally do pretty okay there, was just too far behind. The Tinkaton won the matchup, but it left with no HP, and then Credilli was able to secure that victory.
I am very curious to see now. We are in game number 3. Now, you can make a statement. You can make the statement once, you can make the statement a second time, but what if you make the statement a third time and bring the same 3 Pokemon, then you might just be being predictable. I'm wondering if Dr. Roast Beef is going to change it up a little bit. We haven't seen anything of his own Shadow Marowak, his Shadow Charizard, or that Pangoro. I'm not sure if the Pangoro has a ton of play into what Schmiede has been bringing. He definitely doesn't really want to see the Tinkaton. It can do a lot of damage to Tinkaton, but that isn't its favorite matchup.
Looks like we have lock-ins. Game number 3 for a trip to the Group D Winners Finals. It's going to be Credilli into the Shadow Charizard. An adjustment from Dr. Roast Beef, and an explosive one at that.
with Blastoise still lurking in the back. Blastoise's energy can go into either that Tinkaton or the Diggersby just fine, perhaps finding a bit of a different position for the big cannon-wielding turtle. And a shield of the Air Cutter, no buff on the side of the Shadow Charizard. Dr. Roastbeef having to put up a Protect Shield to protect all of this energy that the Shadow Charizard is being able to stack up. It's at a Blast Burn, it's at 2 Air Cutters. How much more energy are you looking to build?
This Charizard is loaded. It is at -1 attack. Schmiedy will no shield. The Blast Burn will land. That's big damage. Does not have the Air Cutter available, and that means Schmiedy is able to force a shield advantage, or he can force switch. Charizard lets itself get KO'd, and now Dr. Roastbeef, does he attempt a rollout down? No, instead gonna go for the Acid down with the Credilli, as Schmiedy will fall just short of making the Rock Tomb.
But now this gives an opportunity for Tinkaton to come in. Credilli having a big energy advantage into Tinkaton doesn't really help Credilli out a whole lot in this matchup. Looks like Credilli instead, Dr. Roastbeef landing the Rock Tomb and then staying in this matchup.
Tinkaton, not a big fan of being down energy. This play rough is at -1, and Credilli's bulk is being artificially inflated here by this Rock Tomb debuff. So play rough lands, he's looking to switch out, sending in the Blastoise. Schmiedy staying in with the Tinkaton, going for a Bulldoze. He knows it's just a Bulldoze. It's a debuff Bulldoze at that, but it's a 50-50 chance of lowering the attack.
Lets the Bulldoze go through. That does absolutely nothing. And Diggersby takes the field. Is going to be absolutely washed away by this Hydro Cannon. Does almost have damage, so needs at least one more Hydro Cannon plus the rollout damage to clear the Diggersby completely off the field. But before Schmiedy even is able to throw an attack from Diggersby, it's already down to half health. Barely holds on.
We're seeing part of why a lot of trainers have moved away from Diggersby, because Diggersby, its defensive typing ends up being a bit of a liability. Also, misspeak from me earlier, Bulldoze was fishing for the defense drop, not the attack drop. Diggersby would love to survive the rollout, but does not. Blastoise farms down. Shades of Game 2, as Blastoise has energy for everything.
Dr. Roastbeef saying, I did it once, I can do it again. I can get energy and rollouts loaded on my Blastoise to be able to fire back to back to back to wash away Schmiedy's Pokemon. This Tinkaton will be able to hang on after this Hydro Cannon, but will not be able to withstand one more. There is the Credilli. There is the knockout move. Dr. Roastbeef is going to take this series 2-1. Blastoise, the MVP there, it's gotta be.
Blastoise seemed unbeatable in that series. Schmiedy was able to find a way around the Blastoise with perfect Shadow Gyarados energy management in that game #1, but in games #2 and 3, we saw why you identified Blastoise right away looking at the teams. My goodness, Blastoise looks amazing. And Adequance recently won Frankfurt, the first tournament of the season, with Blastoise, and we see why. Blastoise has coverage for everything, damage for everything, and Schmiedy was able to dance around it once, but unfortunately, games 2 and 3, Blastoise stole the show.
And Diggersby just wasn't able to really do anything for Schmiedy in that game #3. Diggersby was able to absorb some Hydro Cannons, act as a bit of a sponge, but couldn't really shift the advantage over on the side of Schmiedy. Dr. Roastbeef taking that 2-1. Blastoise, 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 Blastoise. Every single game, that was the key Pokemon.
It was just unbelievable. You could see the attempt from Schmiedy to try and counter the Galarian Corsola, saying, if he's going to rely on that Galarian Corsola, I'm going to try and bring the Diggersby, but that's part of why Diggersby usage has declined. The Charizard getting the Air Cutter bait in this game #3, losing the lead, but that honestly was in Dr. Roastbeef's plans, as he could set up a massive farm with Credilli.
I was actually surprised to not just aggressively go into the Blastoise to get the farm on Blastoise and start that energy development there, but instead waiting to start farming up on Blastoise until later in the game.
And Credilli, usually not a big fan of Tinkaton, but flipping the script there, getting the knockout, and that was just really well played by Dr. Roastbeef, not letting that Game 1 loss get to him, because it's so easy to be down, like, man, I'm one win away from getting sent to the losers bracket. Stayed calm, stayed collected, trusted in Corsola, Game 2, and importantly, benched it Game 3 when the Diggersby came out to hunt it, and Blastoise stole the show.
Diggersby, I loved having a Diggersby meta last season, but just not as impactful now. Its bulk doesn't help it out. Instead, we're seeing ground types, Shadow Kanto Marowak, we're seeing Gastrodon, the wild, occasional Shadow Torterra out there, instead looking for that heavy Mud Slap damage. For example, another Pokemon we haven't really seen in terms of ground typing is Clodsire. Clodsire's largely disappeared from the meta as well.
Clodsire, it's going through a bit of a tough time, right? Because there is Corsola at the top of the meta. There's a lot of people using Marowak. If you're not using Marowak, using Gastrodon, the odd Torterra or two. So it really just doesn't feel like it has the targets that it used to have. One thing that I very much enjoyed being at the venue is we're obviously able to spin Pokestops, get Charge TMs, which has been great. Another opportunity to get Charge TMs coming up is I believe we have a Mega Camerupt Raid Day in our future. And part of why I personally never miss a Mega Raid Day. Every raid you do guarantees at least one Charge TM.
If you are here at a regional, definitely spin those stops. I've been spinning stops like crazy to get TMs, but this is another really cool opportunity. I love the volcano on Mega Camerupt's back. I think Mega Pokemon have such great designs. I've really been enjoying the new Mega Pokemon that we're seeing for Legends ZA that is coming out so soon. It's next month we get to start playing with these new Pokemon. Mega Dragonite, we're going to get to see so many cool things. Mega Malamar had a wonderful social media experience recently.
I really like a lot of the new Megas. It seems like there's a lot of new content coming to the game, and Dynamax Duraludon is one of them. Releasing with the Shiny as well, September 30th to October 7th. A bunch of wild encounters. Anytime I see Trubbish in a wild encounter, I'm very happy, and I'm sure you know why. Boosted Stardust. You can never have enough Stardust. So getting a brand new Pokemon in the world of Pokemon Go, getting extra Stardust from Trubbish, looks like a pretty fun event all around.
It does. How appropriate to be talking about the Steel Skyline event here in the Steel City of Pittsburgh. Do you have a favorite Steel-type Pokemon?
Ooh, that's tough. Maybe Tinkaton. Tinkaton, it hasn't been in Go for very long, but it's gotten some very good results. Last season, I probably would have said Fortress, but Fortress not seeing as much play this season. But Tinkaton, its typing is amazing. I really like the bulk that it has. It's really able to absorb damage, and it's really good at shutting down Pokemon like Credilli, which we've seen, I'm pretty sure, on almost every team so far today.
I also really enjoy Tinkaton. I love that in the main series games, it has kind of a bully relationship with Corviknight, but in Pokemon Go, Corviknight wins that matchup every single time. So I think that interplay is very interesting. We will see a different Steel-type Pokemon in our next battles coming up. So we've had Corviknight as kind of the main Steel-type. What other Steel-types are currently meta right now?
Well, much to my personal sadness, we have been seeing a lot of Bastiodon. I do not, personally, that is not one of my favorite Pokemon, but we've seen it a lot, and it looks like we actually have two different Steel types coming up here. A Bastiodon from one trainer and a Steelix on the other side. Steelix accomplished something pretty cool this past August, did it not?
We have Shadow Steelix as well. What are we talking about for this past August?
Worlds.
Worlds.
Yeah, it did great at Worlds. Being able to do for Beelzeboy have really nice coverage with that Crunch. I'm very curious to see. It is on Thunderfang, Crunch, and Psychic Fang. So not using the rework Dragon Tail, opting for the Thunderfang, as Thunderfang can allow it to do pretty well into Pokemon like Wigglytuff that we see on Caleb's team.
I thought you were going to say something about Steelix got a new move in August. I was confused.
Yeah,
I was like, Henry, you silly goose. But no, Steelix had a wonderful Worlds performance, and it looks like Overlord Raikou is trying to pull a little bit from that, including a Pokemon that we noted was trending down in Golisopod. Golisopod, I love using this Pokemon in Go Battle League because it paces so quickly and its energy goes absolutely everywhere. But is it going to see a lot of play here against Caleb Pang?
It'll be a little bit awkward, right? Because if it's against the Wigglytuff or the Bastiodon, it's going to struggle. This is a Fury Cutter Golisopod. So there are some tempting targets with the Credilli, with the Galarian Moltres, which actually on Fury Cutter you can defeat Galarian Moltres. But I think the fear of a Wigglytuff and Bastiodon, I don't know if I could bring it. If he brings it, it'll be a gamble. And it looks like we do have both trainers locked in. Game number 1 of Group A Winners Finals.
Let's head to the field of battle, and 2 Pokemon take the field. It is Bastio Dawn on the side of Caleb Bang versus that Golisopod. And Overlord Raikou says, absolutely not, get me out of here. And the Shadow Steelix, which is rocking Thunder Fang along with Crunch and Psychic Fangs.
This is where not having access to Earthquake is a hindrance for the Steelix. Steelix has farmed up a lot of energy. Even though Steelix has Thunder Fang for the Galarian Moltres, Galarian Moltres is actually a complete wall. It resists Psychic Fangs, and it's going to resist Crunch as well. Bastiodon absorbs that hit and will now go for the Flamethrower. Flamethrower going to do some pretty significant damage, but Bastiodon doesn't really have an ability to get any kind of fast move pressure. So Overlord Raikou feels comfortable not shielding that move.
The Galarian Moltres on the side of Caleb looks really pretty good in the back. You look a little confused right now, Henry. Tell me about this Crunch.
The Crunch will do some pretty solid damage. That ended up being a charge attack priority tie, which is... The visuals looked a little bit interesting there. We can maybe watch that back later. Flamethrower will KO the Steelix. And now it's up to Golisopod and Gastrodon, but Caleb has run a core in the back that really wants Switch Advantage. And with Switch Advantage, I was going to say, he could do quite well, but he pivots out, and maybe that's the opening that Overlord Raikou needs.
When you're running Bastiodon and Wigglytuff, like I mentioned earlier, that people see in the Go Battle League, you need Switch Advantage, but perhaps Caleb is seeing a different path forward, pulling the Bastiodon out for later. Instead, we have that Gastrodon. Overlord Raikou looks a little frustrated here.
I believe he did miss a Mud Slap in that one. Shields up the Icy Wind, and now he will look to try and get to the Water Pulse. This is a debuffed Water Pulse, which means Wigglytuff will be able to hang on. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but it will remove a lot of Wigglytuff's remaining HP. Caleb knows he can survive it, so he is going to be no shielding as Water Pulse gets Wigglytuff deep into the red.
Unfortunately for the Golisopod running Fury Cutter, it's going to have a really hard time chewing through that remaining Wigglytuff's health, so not coming in quite yet. There is the bird. There is Golisopod. Now, I don't mind Golisopod so much in this matchup if it is up energy, but unfortunately, they started both at low energy here.
Golisopod forced to put up the Protect Shield. We see how much damage these Fury Cutters have already done. Golisopod would realistically probably need to get to even a third Aqua Jet. Caleb puts up the final shield. He's down a turn in this matchup, but unfortunately, that's not enough of an energy advantage here for Overlord Raikou to get to a third Aqua Jet. But has the Fury Cutter done enough here? It looks like the Fury Cutters are doing a ton of damage to the Moltres, and it actually picks up the knockout.
Ooh, Caleb letting the Galarian Moltres go, having to rely on a low-health Bastiodon that has no energy left. Overlord Raikou able to wash it away with this Aqua Jet, but the Wigglytuff is still there. I don't think the Golisopod can hang on through too many more charms.
The Wigglytuff is very, very low. Will we see the Fury Cutter down, attempting to get it and cannot get it? And game one goes to Caleb.
That was so close. Overlord Raikou had a very small window of opening there to be able to Fury Cutter down, but because Fury Cutter is resisted there and Wigglytuff is just so defensively bulky, was able to persist through that matchup. Looks like the trainers are talking a little bit about something that might be going on.
I believe the Gastrodon Wigglytuff matchup, there was a Mud Slap that may not have gone through. And with how low health the Wigglytuff survived on to win the game, if that's the case, then I definitely understand the trainers talking to the judges, making sure that everything worked as intended.
While we're taking a moment to let these two trainers talk it out and seeing if that Mud Slap, which again, we don't know for sure. That's what we're guessing, that we don't have, future sight like Cresselia does. We can't see into these trainers. But they might be talking that out, or we might be able to go into our next game.
Looks like we do have a match under review. So judges going to take a look at that, make sure everything worked as it was supposed to. We do have a wonderful judging team here in Pittsburgh who get to double check the footage and make sure that everything worked as it was supposed to in that previous match, because with such a close result, you want to make sure that it was the result that was intended.
While we have a little bit of time, I mentioned at the start of stream that this is the second weekend that we've had in this current new meta of Tales of Transformation. Last weekend, we had two very distinct takes on the meta. Some commonalities, obviously. We're going to see Credilli. We're going to see Galarian Corsola. Those are a given in this meta. But two very different takes in Frankfurt and Monterrey. In Monterrey, we saw that Dedenne really take the stage, a lot of Murkrow, but Frankfurt was a little bit of something else. From what we've seen so far today, and maybe we can take a peek at that top 12 graphic again. Match under review. We can come back to that, but I'm curious which meta you think was more impactful.
And there we see it. The Gastrodon did not get the Mud Slap, and that would have been the difference between getting that farm down in the endgame with the Golisopod and not getting the farm down. So it's very good that we were able to see that live and watch it back to make sure, did the Mud Slap go through it? It appears that it did not. But honestly, I think between Frankfurt and Monterrey, we might be having even our own original take on the meta as well, because I don't think we saw this many Bastiodon in either regional, and the Bastiodon is everywhere. Dedenne is gone, but Bastiodon has been on many, many teams.
All of the flying-type Pokemon rejoice at the lack of Dedenne, but are now scared at having the Bastiodon rumble onto the field with Smackdown, smacking the flying-type Pokemon out of the sky. And honestly, the Golisopod as well took so much damage from the Smackdowns from Bastiodon.
One thing that I noticed about that game was, honestly, we saw in the Worlds Finals a Shadow Claw Golisopod. It really struggled against the Galarian Moltres. I was not prepared for how much Fury Cutter damage that did to the Moltres. I was expecting that it wouldn't be able to Fury Cutter into Aqua Jet range, and it just knocked it out in the one shield. Clearly, I'm not playing enough Golisopod, and I need to, because that was incredible. I believe that was 3 damage per Fury Cutter, just shredding that Galarian Moltres to the point where even when things looked dire, he was able to still get a lot of value out of that Pokemon. And it looks like we have a rematch called. So the judges check the footage, the missing Mud Slap there, and now we'll get to see a rematch of game number 1.
So be sure to go out there when you are out here in the tournament, or if you are out there on social media, be sure to thank our judging staff, our staff that are running this tournament. We could not have these amazing regional events, international events, worlds, without the incredible judging staff, without the staff that is out there doing all of the great work. Be sure to go out there and thank a judge.
And they were able to handle that very quickly as well. Checking the footage, identifying something did happen, and we have a pretty quick resolution. So now the battlers, they are making adjustments. They've seen what each other brought for game number 1. Does Overlord Raikou stick with the Golisopod? Golisopod in a Bastiodon Wigglytuff core? Not what you're hoping to see, but it had so much value into that Galarian Moltres, so will he stick to his guns and bring that Golisopod?
I'm really disappointed. Caleb told me in that interview, he's like, hey, I didn't bring Bastiodon and Wigglytuff together. Now look what he's doing. He's brought Bastiodon and Wigglytuff together twice in a row. First game no longer matters. This is our official game 1, and Wigglytuff is being met by the Shadow Steelix, something Wigglytuff really does not want to see.
Wigglytuff immediately going for the Icy Wind. Due to this faster pacing on Charm this season, Wigglytuff does have a little bit better ability to fight back in its negative matchups, but if Steelix's attack was just lowered, it can lower the defense of the Wigglytuff right back with a well-timed Psychic Fangs as Overlord Raikou looks to control that incredibly pivotal switch advantage in this game number 1.
We see the exact same, these trainers brought the exact same teams of 3 that they brought last game. Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, Galarian Moltres versus Gastrodon, Shadow Steelix, and Golisopod. But I'm having a sense that this battle is going to turn out much differently with the way that all of this has aligned. The Wigglytuff is already out of contention. It is back in its Pokeball after that final Thunder Fang.
That was really nice counting by Overlord Raikou, recognizing that that could not possibly be an Icy Wind. There just wasn't enough energy available. No shielding it, and with 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, that Golisopod, we saw how much Fury Cutter damage it did to the Moltres. That Moltres got melted, and unfortunately for Caleb, he's gonna get all this farm, but this energy doesn't really do anything into the Gastrodon.
All the energy in the world on Bastiodon, but it is not going to matter when Overlord Raikou brings in the pink Gastrodon. I know that's not Lou's favorite, but it is the color. It is the color of the winning Gastrodon from Frankfurt this last weekend.
Bastiodon finally gets the farm down, all that energy, and it can't really go anywhere. In comes the Moltres, answered with the Golisopod. again, my eyes are drawn to the Fury Cutter damage. Look at the Moltres' health bar. It's just getting absolutely torn to shreds.
This time, trainers both have Protect Shields. We're in a 2-shield situation with these Pokemon. So, however, look at how much Sucker Punch damage. You're drawn to the Fury Cutter damage. Pay attention to the Sucker Punch damage too on this Golisopod. Is it going to have time to work through both of these Protect Shields to knock the Galarian Moltres out of the sky?
I think that I would like to see Overlord Raikou not commit a shield to this Golisopod. Obviously, you can if you want to, but if you save the shield for the Gastrodon, I'm thinking Gastrodon will work out quite nicely. There's a combo play, but even though this can KO the Golisopod, Overlord Raikou should be able to farm down, leave, or just build up to the back-to-back Water Pulses, and still with the shield to hide behind, and a Water Pulse. Water Pulse will easily be knocking out that Moltres and taking the win.
Overlord Raikou really studying his win conditions here and recognizing that he has to put it on Gastrodon to win the game. Because Gastrodon needs to shield nothing from Bastiodon. Bastiodon just gets completely mud-slapped down, and then Galarian Moltres coming out and able to throw one of 2 charged attacks. Even just Body Slam would have been fine at this point.
But may as well guarantee it. If you have the energy, you're throwing the Water Pulse. And that's a Game 1 win for Overlord Raikou, and the Bastiodon backfires in a big way. That's part of why Bastiodon is seen as a very polarizing Pokemon. As many Pokemon, even in their bad matchups, something like a Credilli, they can fight back. Bastiodon doesn't have that ability. So Bastiodon, if it ends up in one of those negative matchups, unless you can fight for switch advantage, you don't really have another way out, as a big energy lead from a Bastiodon will accomplish basically nothing into a Gastrodon.
The Wigglytuff really backfired for Caleb as well, being met up against the Shadow Steelix. Caleb really needs to have alignment. If he's going to choose to bring Bastiodon and Wigglytuff every single game together, he needs to rely on alignment, and he just didn't have it this time.
Steelix can't make a third crunch. Caleb gets a combo play, knocking out the Golisopod, but he's just switch locked to Bastiodon. Even the 45-second timer cannot save him as he gets farmed all the way down. Water Pulse knocks Moltres out of the sky, and Overlord Raikou, 1 win away from making it out of Group A on the winner side of the bracket.
I think Caleb needs to go back to the drawing board. I do not think this Bastiodon Wigglytuff strategy of his is going to pan out. I want to see some of his other 3 Pokemon. Perhaps the Shadow Annihilate. Perhaps the Credilli could do some work here. I'm not sure about, I don't know if the Gastrodon has too many targets other than specifically that Shadow Steelix, but the other 2 Pokemon he could bring, I think, could have a lot of potential.
If the Dusknoir is able to avoid the Wigglytuff into something like Annihilate, Bastiodon, Credilli, those 3, as a trio, it's going to do very well into all 3 as it has that ghost fighting coverage. Both trainers have thought about it. They've locked in. Game number 2, Caleb leading with the Wigglytuff into the Dusknoir. That's not what it was hoping to see.
No, Overlord Raikou has to have a plan, bringing 2 Pokemon that are pretty good into Wigglytuff in the back, kind of ABB into a Wigglytuff lead. And it looks like Caleb's just opting to stay in. Bastiodon on the bench this time, opting for Credilli and Gastrodon instead.
Interesting play by Overlord Raikou to not throw energy, no shield the Icy Wind, and now Caleb, oh, he's bringing in his own Credilli to absorb this energy, and unfortunately that Steelix that was so pivotal for Game 1 for Overlord Raikou, it looks like it's going to get hit with a Gastrodon in the back.
Those are such risky Pokemon to bring again, because when you have this Show 6 format and you can see, oh, my opponent's got it. I know my opponent has a Gastrodon to choose from. That is going to be tough. I don't see a way that Overlord Raikou can avoid that Gastrodon Steelix alignment right now.
And that alignment is so punishing. There's no way out. There's no combination of charge attacks that you can throw to escape that matchup. Back in comes Dusknoir. Dusknoir will look for a big Astonish farm down. Even a Rock Tomb will still do probably about half of this health bar, although it is debuffed, I believe, so it will do slightly less than normal, but still, Dusknoir not known for its bulk.
I do like the energy on this Dust Noir because it has a lot of places to go, but here is that matchup that we were just so disappointed to see coming in the future for Steelix. Just not going to be able to do a lot here. I love Shadow Dust Noir. I think it is such a fun Pokemon. I don't see a great way for it to be able to utilize that energy advantage it has.
Getting aligned onto the Wigglytuff is exactly what he was hoping to avoid. If it's on anything but the Wigglytuff and the Moltres, 4 out of 6, it at least has play. But unfortunately, it got stuck in the matchup where it did not want to be, and that just set up the Steelix for, unfortunately, a nightmare scenario endgame. Crunch is going to be no-shielded by Caleb, but even at -1 defense, Gastrodon hangs on.
Gastrodon's done its job at this point. Gastrodon did its job. It doesn't need to be protected anymore because its main job was to dispose of this Steelix. Overlord Raikou pulling it out of the matchup. There's only 1 shield remaining. Here's a dynamic punch coming from a Shadow Dust Noir that's going to do quite a bit of damage. Is it going to get to the second one, though?
Unfortunately, Caleb, even if he does, still has the shield to hide behind. So he can double shield. Dynamic Punch would be deadly from this health range. Enough damage was done to the Wigglytuff throughout the course of the game, but unfortunately, the decision to not throw the Rock Tomb at the Wigglytuff when the Credilli was safe switched early in the game, I feel looms large because he just couldn't ever really get through that Wigglytuff's health bar, and that's what forced out the Dust Noir and unfortunately left Steelix with nowhere to run against the Gastrodon.
I think that was the theme of this match. It was just us. We saw it coming. We saw it coming from a mile away across the side of the river that we are on from the convention center. We saw that matchup coming from the Gastrodon and the Steelix. It just seemed inevitable. That is something that Overlord Raikou, also known as Ovi, is going to need to really think through about how to avoid that key matchup. Overall, I like Shadow Dust Noir, but it needs to avoid that Wigglytuff matchup.
To me, it feels like a bit of a risk. Caleb has brought Wigglytuff both games, and in this game number 2, Dust Noir got to the double dynamic punch, but it just wasn't enough. Caleb kept both shields, took the win, and now Overlord Raikou left looking for answers in this game number 3. This is a win and in into day number 2. So this is the most important match both these trainers have played today.
In addition to the Shadow Dust Noir, which I think could be really interesting if given an energy advantage into Caleb's team, because that energy really does seem to go everywhere neutrally into Caleb's team. Some other Pokemon another Pokemon I'd be really interested to see more. I think the Shadow Steelix is a great bring. I also think the Credilli could be a great bring as well. Credilli's just so good. You see it on so many teams. I think it has a lot of potential against Caleb's lines as well.
We have lock-ins. Game number 3. It's Credilli on the lead into that Shadow Steelix.
And Shadow Steelix much happier to not see the Gastrodon, to see anything but, and is much happier here in this matchup. We see a lot of resisted text on the field. We have the Acid being thrown from Credilli being resisted. We have the Thunder Fangs being resisted on the Credilli. So these two Pokemon are not relying on their fast attack pressure, instead having to throw charged attacks. Grass not doing quite a bit of good neutral damage into the Steelix. Steelix kind of focusing on Psychic Fangs, it seems, just trying to lower the defense of this Credilli.
That Dust Noir in the back has to choose between a Wigglytuff alignment or a Galarian Moltres alignment. So things looking pretty tough for that Dust Noir. But for Overlord Raikou, the other Pokemon in the back, Credilli, looks like it does have a lot of play. So this could end up being a bit of an interesting endgame where that Credilli has to get as much value as it possibly can if Overlord Raikou wants a chance at winning this game number 3.
Caleb just letting the Credilli go at this point, allowing it to take that Psychic Fangs and being able to have a 2 Sucker Punch energy advantage on his Galarian Moltres. Overlord Raikou brings in the Credilli that needs lots. It needs to do a lot. It needs to get through this Galarian Moltres, but Ovi really needs it for the Wigglytuff too.
This is tough. Normally, Credilli can outpace, but with that 2 Sucker Punch head start that you identified, suddenly it's Galarian Moltres that has the pacing advantage. And with that Wigglytuff in the back for the Dust Noir, things are tilting in a pretty unfortunate direction for Overlord Raikou.
Overlord Ovi really can't switch in the Shadow Dusknoir here either. It's very much a losing matchup against the Moltres. The Sucker Punch damage is so overwhelming, as well as Caleb's just going to switch the Wigglytuff in if the Credilli gets, if the Credilli swaps out. We have almost 2 Rock Tombs. We have the first one being thrown here and almost one more.
Caleb went for a payback, and because he went for that payback, he is now, if I'm not mistaken, getting outpaced, and this could be the opening that Overlord needs to win this game. The decision to go for the payback meant he does not outpace. He actually gets knocked out by the Rock Tomb, and now as Wigglytuff hits the field, Credilli will be able to apply what could be a game-winning debuff with the Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb is thrown. Rock Tomb will land on the Wigglytuff. Is this the opening that this Shadow Dusknoir desperately needs?
Immediate debuff applied with the Icy Wind. Ovi in a pretty good spot suddenly. The payback backfiring on Caleb Peng. He needs to get to the Dynamic Punch. It's only going to be neutral. It is debuffed, but this is a Shadow Dusknoir, and it is locked and loaded. Caleb takes off the headphones. He knows Wigglytuff will not make it through this battle. Down goes Wigglytuff, and Overlord Raikou is our first competitor into day number 2.
Caleb may have used the charged attack payback, but it is Ovi who got payback here in this matchup and being able to win and into tomorrow's sets of battles. That was such a fun matchup. It really seemed like Ovi was on the back foot for a lot of those battles, especially Caleb coming off of a really dominant win that we saw earlier today.
It was tough. That Dusknoir looked like it had absolutely nowhere to run in this game. Steelix winning the lead, all it did was set up that Galarian Moltres to get the energy head start, but this was the pivotal moment. He went for the payback, expecting Overlord to no shield, but Overlord shielded, got the double Rock Tomb, was able to knock out that Moltres, and then there was a Wigglytuff in the back, and Wigglytuff ends up getting knocked out by the Pokemon it was supposed to beat, Shadow Dusknoir.
Shadow Dusknoir, a fun Pokemon. Like I mentioned, its energy kind of goes everywhere into Pokemon in this meta right now. There's not a ton that completely walls it off. And the Dynamic Punch from the Shadow Dusknoir is so threatening, so overpowering. That was such a fun matchup to watch play out.
What I like about Dusknoir is we saw Annihilate, after it was released into Pokemon Go, have immediate results because of this Fighting Ghost coverage. Fighting plus Ghost is such an unbelievably good offensive duo that there's only one Pokemon in the entire game that resists both. Its name is Hisuian Zoroark, and it's very glassy, so even though it resists it, it still probably gets knocked out, so it doesn't really see a lot of play, but that's part of why people gravitate towards Pokemon like the Primeape has the same coverage with Karate Chop Rage Fist, Annihilate, and now the Dusknoir. This ghost fighting offensive coverage means that even in an uncomfortable matchup like Wigglytuff, you're still able to, at minimum, always hit for neutral with one of your charge attacks.
And Pokemon that are neutral tend to play so well in the championship series. Pokemon that are really polarizing. It's kind of like taking a coin flip if you're choosing to play a Pokemon that's really polarizing. And you might end up having a little bit of bad luck. But if you can play Pokemon that are really neutral, if you're just starting out in the championship series and you want Pokemon that have that neutral damage, Annihilate and Shadow Dusknoir are really good. Credilli also does a lot of really great neutral damage. Galarian Corsola does a lot of really great neutral damage. This is a great opportunity to go do some trades. Sundays in Pokemon Go are special trade days. So if you can find someone here in the venue, if you're here today, maybe you can do some trades for that Galarian Corsola to try to get one with that lower attack and then higher HP and defense that tend to do so well in the championship series.
In the times that I'm not on the desk so far today, there are some amazing event spawns. I've been catching Turtonators. I'm going to be taking advantage of that trade day on Sunday. But if you're seeing the action, you're hearing about the spawns, and you want to attend one of these events yourself, we have so many events. The 2026 North American schedule, it's just beginning. We have Milwaukee in a few weeks, Las Vegas, Sao Paulo, Toronto, London, Seattle, and what excites me even more, a bunch of regionals to be announced later. So there could even be a city by you ending up on this list here pretty soon.
And all of this builds up. All roads lead to Worlds in San Francisco with Pokemon XP. how on earth, if you want to qualify, if I want to qualify, if all of these trainers want to qualify, how do they do it, Home Slice Henry?
So qualifying, it all comes down to championship points. They take the top 75 players from the US and Canada, 65 for Europe, so Europe gets more qualification slots this year, which is awesome. 65 from Latin America, 10 from Oceania, and 5 from the Middle East and South Africa. And you can earn these championship points by doing well at these tournaments.
You also can earn championship points by going to your local events as well. I believe you can have four of the local events count towards your championship points total. Be sure to go find a Pokemon League near you. I love going to my local events in Wisconsin. It is such a great opportunity to connect with local community members at my local game store.
And we have that fancy QR code right on screen, so we are making it real easy, which is great. I always like when something sounds cool and I'm like, okay, but how do I actually find it? Well, we have the QR code for you to scan that right on screen, or you can even just take a picture of it, scan it that way, and then you should be able to find a league near you. Because getting to play these local tournaments, it's not only a great way to meet local members of your community, you can help newer players learn the game, or if you yourself are a newer player, then you can meet more experienced players, learn about different strategies, different stats you might want to use on certain Pokemon, like you mentioned, the low attack Galarian Corsola, that can honestly be a real game changer in battle.
If these trainers are looking for a game-changing opportunity here. We talked about winning championship points, but we didn't mention the winner of this tournament. They don't have to worry about championship points as much. They do for the travel award. If they want the travel awards, championship points are still very important. But they get an automatic ticket. They get to punch their ticket to San Francisco. Not only do they get to punch their ticket, the winners also get a lot of prizing. Let's walk through the travel prizing, though. Out of region, $3,500 if you are out of region. For in region, the travel should be a little less expensive, so it's a little less prize money. We also see some benefits for 9th to 16th place as well. You get priority registration as well as these time periods. So for LAIC, the trainers going to there, they had the day after EUIC 2025 to the last day of NAIC 2025. So those travel awards have already been determined. But so now these trainers are looking to get on the leaderboards for the EUIC travel award.
Okay, and that started from after NAIC 2025 and goes until the last day of LAIC 2026. So you still have the ability to attend some tournaments, whether it's local tournaments or going to like Milwaukee in a few weeks, Las Vegas later after that. Get these points and start competing for these travel awards, because getting to go to the international championships, it's an unbelievable spectacle. So many trainers, the production value is incredible, and you get to play against some of the best in the world.
I love that we have travel awards here in Pokemon Go. We get to see trainers having that opportunity to come from all over the world. Some of the top stars being able to go and show their might perhaps across the other side of the ocean.
And speaking of from across the ocean, our next trainers we have on stage, we have a trainer who traveled quite a ways to get to this tournament. It is the one and only Z Zweilis. And Z Zweilis is going to be matched up against Hashira.
Hashira is a great battler that I am excited to see play, but Z Zweilis often feels unbeatable. He is a top-cut master. How often? When was the last time ZZ didn't make a day 2?
Honestly, I feel like normally I'm pretty good at trivia, but this one I am stumped. Z Zweilis' consistency is so incredible. He oftentimes runs something that's a little anti-meta, like in this tournament, it looks like the Guzzlord, and he's able to so consistently get results despite going against the grain and running something that he finds is strong that others may not necessarily be looking at.
The Guzzlord is a fun pick, but Hashira bringing her own dragon, bringing that Goodra. I love me some Goodra gaming. Getting to Aqua Tail, I believe it's 9 turns to Aqua Tail, 10 to the Thunder Punch. That is such incredibly fast pacing and faster than a lot of other Pokemon in the meta. A lot of Pokemon, it's 10 turns total to get to most of their attacks. So being able to get to the Aqua Tail a little bit faster, just that 1 turn faster than most other Pokemon, can really put you at an advantage in addition to that buffed Dragon Breath.
I really like Gudra's ability to kind of run away with games with an energy advantage because it gets to its charge attacks very fast. Those charge attacks do not get tip-top attack bonus. So in neutral matchups, like we saw in a matchup earlier against Credilli, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but you're able to use it, even if you're not necessarily able to win a matchup, you can kind of use it to, at the very least, get a problematic Pokemon low and do what a lot of trainers have done, which is, I don't need to win the lead. If I can just get a big farm on something in the back and then just run away with the game, we are seeing trainers who run the more flexible playstyle get rewarded again and again so far at this tournament.
You mentioned the word flexible. I love that for Gudra. What are Gudra's real enemies? Fairy-type Pokemon. We've really only seen Wigglytuff and Tinkaton. There aren't a ton of those out there. Ice, Dugong disappeared, which was our main Ice-type damage dealer, and then fellow Dragons, which we do see on the side of ZZ with that Guzzlord. But generally, Dragons counters are pretty few and far between.
I do think Credilli could prove to be a little bit difficult for Gudra as well, because Credilli, it's a very consistent Pokemon in neutral matchups. Acid, compared to Bullet Seed, Acid is normally preferred because Acid you also get really nice fast move pressure. So in a matchup like Gudra, you're consistently chipping away at the health bar as they do the same to you with Dragon Breath. You're debuffing it to make the attacks that already don't do a ton of damage neutrally hit for even less damage. So that could be a Pokemon that Z's Wireless looks to rely on in this matchup, because Credilli, we've seen it even when it gets aligned onto Tinkaton, somehow Credilli just finds a way to persevere and still put up some amazing results.
That fossil Pokemon definitely has come back from the past to be able to be very present here today in the current meta. It was great last season as well and has really just persisted into the 2026 Tales of Transformation meta. We're going to see it, I think, unless something very drastic changes, I think we're going to see Credilli in probably top 6 usage throughout the rest of this season. So if you are out there, you want to be looking for those Laleeps, or maybe trading for Laleeps tomorrow on Sunday, which is trade day. I cannot emphasize enough how important trade days are in Pokemon Go.
With the current event, I've been catching a lot of Inkay because I'm looking at building a Shadow Malamar for the Ultra League. I've also been catching the Turtonator spawns at the venue because Turtonator, I don't know if Turtonator's ever spawned in the wild before. Normally it's in research, eggs, or raids. So I've been catching as many Turtonator as I possibly can just to try and get those XL candies. For ZZ, I wonder if he ends up looking at the Charge-a-Bug again, because Charge-a-Bug Energy specifically does look quite interesting, because he is opting for the more conventional X-Scissor Discharge moveset, which means he's not walled by the Tinkaton if it gets brought. So if he does decide to bring it, I think its energy could go quite far.
We are seeing our battlers just about to lock in. We have Z Zweilous versus H Shira, who is going to punch their ticket into Group B for tomorrow. And we have Galarian Corsola into that Tinkaton. I know you are a big Tinkaton fan. I am also a big Tinkaton fan. How does Tinkaton stack up against Galarian Corsola?
Typically, even though Tinkaton is known for its bulk, Galarian Corsola will typically have an edge in this matchup. And the edge that it has is not only a slight advantage in terms of pacing, but also in terms of fast move pressure. Fairy Wind is more built around energy generation. But Play Rough, it's a very expensive move to get to, whereas the Nightshade is cheaper. So for the Galarian Corsola is able to make it to this next Nightshade, and that's a really nice catch from Hashira, catching it onto the Galarian Moltres and getting a small energy head start as the Sucker Punch went through on that catch as well.
And I think that Galarian Moltres is going to need that energy head start up against the Charge-a-Bug, because the Charge-a-Bug paces so quickly. Look at how much damage these Volt Switches do. It absolutely blows my mind that this little bus-looking Pokemon is able to almost completely farm this down.
Oh, and gets the full farm down at that. Moltres tried to hang on, but it simply could not. And now this Charge-a-Bug energy looks like it can go everywhere. In comes the Tinkaton. Tinkaton should be able to survive a Discharge, because Discharge is not a particularly strong move, but if it does, it's not going to be by much. Hashira clicks no shield. It hangs on, and a quick switch into Credilli.
Charjabug looks so good. I was excited to see Shira get that energy advantage. However, Charjabug just looked too strong and now is able to throw super effective X-Scissors into the Credilli in response. The Credilli has to hide behind a Protect Shield because that damage is so critical, and Zijweiler is returning fire with his own Credilli.
The switch timers are very heavily misaligned, so Hashira will have an ability to reset Rock Tomb debuffs. There is a move banked on that Tinkaton. The Tinkaton basically has right around 1 to 2 HP remaining. It does have the move banked, but the moment you switch it in and clear the debuff, if the Credilli for Zijweiler is still in the field, then Zijweiler can always apply future debuffs. Zijweiler still having all 3 Pokemon makes life very uncomfortable for Hashira in this matchup.
I am nervous for that Tinkaton because it's not exactly like you can bring it in and throw the move if some of these moves go a little too fast. I'm nervous for her to be able to actually get that charge attack off.
Be tough as this Grass Knot will deal very big damage. Credilli barely hanging on. In comes the Charjabug. Charjabug can get knocked out by the Rock Tomb. Zijweiler knows this is not where he can get his fast move pressure. Undercharge from Hashira. Rock Tomb still picking up the knockout, and there's still that Galarian Corsola available. Credilli gets brought in. Credilli should have slightly more health. The last second Rock Tomb is reached. There is a move banked for Hashira on that Tinkaton, but unfortunately, Zijweiler still has 2 Pokemon left alive.
And Ashira just going for the fast attack instead. Zijweiler still had a shield left right at the end of this game. So just a little bit on the back foot kind of throughout this whole match. ZZ really seemed to be kind of in control of this match, kind of from the very beginning. As soon as that Galarian Moltres came in, it seemed like ZZ was really in the driver's seat.
One of the reasons people are taking a look at Charjabug is with the adjustments to the meta that were announced at the World Championships was a buff to Volt Switch. And we saw that buff to Volt Switch pay off in a massive way because that Moltres, it would have loved a second fly. Charjabug said no, got the farm down, and the energy advantage Charjabug was able to get the Tinkaton to 1 HP, get both shields off the Credilli, and really just put Hashira in a position from which there was no return.
A lot of times when we see the meta shakeups, we see a fast attack or a charge attack. It's a little bit better maybe in energy or then a little bit worse in damage. Volt Switch just buffed. They just made it better. And we're seeing how Charjabug has really paid off with that full farm down of the Galarian Moltres. Did its job, ZZ let it go, and then allowed Credilli to clean up shop.
Credilli taking that knockout. Zijweiler smiling at the camera. It's got to be a bit of a relief to take that game on victory and know that if he wins this next game, his day is done.
He is done, and then he can go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit for tomorrow. But Shira not out of it yet. We have a Gastrodon into the Charjabug. Are we going to see an immediate pivot? We do into the Credilli. No obvious Credilli answer on the side of Shira.
This is a little bit tricky. Rock Tomb bait, instant shield from the Gastrodon. It's so hard to try and call that bait because if you guess wrong, you're getting one shot by a Grass Knot. Now Gastrodon's energy suddenly significantly less threatening. Water Pulse will still be thrown. Zijweiler has to decide, is it worth the shield on a debuffed Water Pulse?
Decides against it, allowing the Water Pulse to land, and now we see that misaligned switch timer. Now Shira is going to be stuck in this Credilli matchup, depending on what Zijweiler wants to bring in next. Zijweiler's switch timer almost up. Is he going to pull the Credilli right away, or is he going to play this out?
It's like staying in for now. Shira farming up a lot of energy, looking to take the knockout, but Zijweiler, if he's shielding here, he could very well consider pivoting because there's a lot of energy, and there it is. There's the pivot into the Guzzlord, but by staying in and letting Hashira get another move, this does mean that the clocks, I was going to say, are less out of sync, but with that being a charge tech priority tie, the clocks will now be very much out of sync once again.
Brutal Swing does not do a lot of damage and allows Credilli to still throw the Rock Tomb, not quite enough to knock out, but the next couple of fast attacks, the next couple Dragon Claws from Guzzlord should be enough. So Shira actually pulling the Credilli away and bringing the Gastrodon in to counter. Gastrodon's going to be relying on Body Slam damage to be able to knock out the Guzzlord.
Body Slam did get a small buff at the start of this season as well. Hashira hoping against hope that a Body Slam plus a Mud Slap will be enough to knock out, as Z's Wireless is only one Dragon Tail away from this next Brutal Swing. The Body Slam is going to land. Switch timer's up. In comes Charge-a-Bug, saving that Gastrodon so close to a charge attack.
I love the timing that Shira had there, being able to throw the Water Pulse just before ZZ gets to that X Scissor, allowing that full amount of damage. Now ZZ kind of recognizing he has a little bit more time. There is the Goodra.
And Goodra will be met immediately with an X Scissor. Hashira saving energy as well. So there's charge attacks banked left and right. Another X Scissor and another no shield from Hashira. This is a back and forth game. Constantly desynced switch timers. Clock will be up shortly for Z's Wireless. Can Z's Wireless escape from this matchup? Tried to switch and no! He's stuck on the field and gets farmed down.
Allowing Shira to throw one charge attack to peel that shield away from ZZ. The Aqua Tail bounces off, but it did its job. Almost getting very close to a Credilli farm down, but the Goodra out first. Z has one Rock Tomb and is one acid away from the second.
Will be able to take the knockout. The question is, can the Mud Slap take the KO? It's going to be close. It does take the KO. Guzzlord so close to a move, but it is not there. And the equalizer from Hashira staying alive on the winner side of the bracket. And folks, we're going to a game number 3.
I love game 3s. They are my favorite games to cast. We have nail biting ends of games here in Pittsburgh, in the Steel City, but which of these two trainers are going to have the nerves of steel to take game number 3? I loved the pivot from Shira in game number 2, really utilizing that Goodra. We talked about just how neutral it was, the power of Dragon Breath, really being able to utilize it to great effect against ZZ.
I loved the gameplay there between both of these trainers. Z's Wireless trying to dance around the poor alignment. Hashira banking moves. The clocks coming back in sync for a moment and desyncing once again. It was an amazing game. Charge-a-Bug tried to escape, but the switch timer was just not yet up. Goodra pressuring the final shield, and getting that shield down was everything because Gastrodon saved a Body Slam in the back.
Credilli knocks out the other Credilli with that Rock Tomb, and there it is, the Mud Slap KO, allowing Gastrodon to throw that Body Slam, clear Guzzlord off the field of battle, and sending ZZ packing back to the drawing board to figure out what to do for game number 3. So taking a look, we saw the Charge-a-Bug and the Credilli pretty consistently brought the Guzzlord in, but it just didn't work out for him because Shira brought in the Goodra and the Gastrodon, really switching her team up for game number 2. We'll have to see what she decides to do in game number 3, how ZZ is going to counter. We are at it. We have lock-ins, Henry. What do we have out on the field?
It's Gastrodon versus the Galarian Corsola, and we have almost mirror backlines, the Credilli for both trainers, and then their Dragon of choice, Goodra for Hashira, and Guzzlord for Z's Wireless.
Which dragon will be more powerful? That is the story of this battle. Which dragon will soar and send their trainer to victory? First off, though, we have the Galarian Corsola versus Gastrodon. ZZ had to put up an early Protect Shield in this game, preserving the health on Galarian Corsola. Shira allowing that Nightshade to go through, letting the Gastrodon get to really low health, but that's fine. Gastrodon doesn't have a lot of places to go after this. So I think Gastrodon has really served its job well by peeling that early shield from ZZ and allowing some of that's gonna allow more of these charge attacks to land.
In comes Goodra, safe switch into the Credilli. This is going to prove to be a little bit difficult because Goodra's charge attacks do not have a lot of value into the backline Z's Wireless has brought. And I imagine this is by design. Aqua Tail connects, but it's not a particularly threatening attack. This Rock Tomb, while it will not pick up the knockout, it does remove a lot of health off the Goodra. Goodra shields, but is now debuffed, which means this Aqua Tail will do even less to that Credilli.
and a quick swap out, maybe trying to make a catch into Shira's own Credilli, allowing the debuff to go there, saving those charge attacks on Goodra, and saving Goodra with quite a bit of health. It's not even in the yellow yet, so a lot more Goodra can still do in this matchup. Switch timers misalign now. ZZ able to pull out of this matchup whenever he so chooses, or maybe just allow the Credilli to go down.
Great Grass Knot. It does slightly more damage. It takes the KO. Back in comes the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola would love to get to the Nightshade. Nightshade is reached. This does not knock out the Credilli, but it will more or less get Credilli into the deep red. So Credilli will put up the final shield of the game here as it looks to hopefully try and land a debuff on whatever's in the back.
And I'm looking at what is in the back. Goodra has great fast attack pressure with that Dragon Breath, but it is going to be able to do nothing charge attack-wise to that Guzzlord in the back, where Guzzlord's charge attacks can go just about everywhere.
That was a CMP sack swap. What a play. Throwing the Aqua Tail, it connects, and Z's Wireless is stuck throwing this Nightshade at the Goodra, and there's a move banked on that Credilli for later.
Can Shira get the Guzzlord down into a range where that Rock Tomb is going to be impactful? ZZ just said good game to Shira, so ZZ feels like I think ZZ feels he's got this.
Even with the CMP sack swap, unfortunately, the Guzzlord is just too healthy. Rock Tomb will not be enough to pick up the knockout. This Rock Tomb will connect, but Guzzlord hangs on and has the Brutal Swing loaded.
So ZZ feeling confident as soon as he saw, I think Shira did absolutely everything she could in that matchup, and that was beautifully played by H. Shira. But ZZ punching his ticket into day number 2 with utilizing that Guzzlord in the back 2 matches.
I really liked the team construction from Z's Wireless in the game number 3. After Goodra proved to be a very difficult Pokemon to get off the field in that game number 2, Goodra kept dancing in and out, eventually farming down that Charjabug, bringing the back line where it says, if you bring Goodra, I think you're going to have a tough go of it. Where the Credilli is able to debuff and make so that Aqua Tail is much less threatening, and the Guzzlord, it's a dragon, so it's going to wall the electric and water moves from that Goodra. So Hashira did everything she could, even the CMP sack swap, hoping against hope to try and find a win con, but unfortunately Guzzlord prevails, and Z's Wireless takes his place in day number 2 here in Pittsburgh.
But that is not the end of the road for H. Shira. We can take a look at game number 3 one last time. We might even get to see that very beautiful CMP sack swap.
The Grass Knot taking the knockout was a very nice play, but the Thunder Punch just did not do enough damage. Guzzlord farming down, getting to the Brutal Swing, even debuffed. It's still going to be enough to KO Credilli. And for Z's Wireless, a smile there at the end as he's able to take it.
That is not the end of the road for H. Shira, and I don't think that's the last we're going to see of her this season as well in 2026. She still can make a run through the loser side of the bracket, and I'm looking forward to seeing her continue her run while ZZ can sit back, enjoy the tournament, maybe watch his potential future competitors.
Probably get some lunch too, because we've been going for a few hours of battle so far, so grabbing some lunch. We have some wonderful vendors here at the venue, and then just sitting back, getting to watch the battles, knowing that if your day goes well, then you kind of get to have the afternoon off.
Well, trainers, you can go ahead and sit back. We are going to get to know a very popular trainer here in North America, and that is Out of Pocket. Let's go learn a little bit more about Pocket and his play style.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffson Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third-place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, If you have an Origin form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for that breakdown of the routes and the Galarian Moltres that you can get from your daily incense. What a powerful Pokemon, a World Championship Pokemon, and something that we've already seen multiple times here in Pittsburgh so far, Butters.
I was digging that music, and I've been digging this competition as well. We're off to a hot start here. We have another winners finals. We've had 2 trainers so far make it to phase 2 or day 2 of the tournament here in Pittsburgh, and now on stage next we have Doombug versus Little Sparty. Remember, Little Sparty we saw earlier, she took down Valor Ash, now she's trying to take down Doombug, and I just want to remind the audience of, you know Doombug's good, but I want to go over one run that he had in 2024.
Oh yeah.
He was first place in 2024 San Antonio, and then 2 tournaments later, first place in Knoxville 2024, second place at UIC, and then after that, he was first place in Orlando. So winning 3 regionals out of 5 tournaments that he competed in, getting a finalist at a European International Championships. This is one of the best trainers in Championship Series history. He's trying to make it to day number 2 to start the 2026 season off strong.
I mean, he was do-it-all Doombug that season, winning with Shadow Pidgeot, taking Skeledirge over to EU and playing just incredibly well through that stretch. And I feel like last season we didn't really talk about Doombug nearly as much because he hasn't had the same level of success. But it's hard to replicate that. It's a fresh season, it's a new start. Let's see what Doombug97 can do against Lil Sparty, who, as you pointed out, took down one of PvP's greatest veterans in Valor Ash.
With the Talonflame on her squad, she's matched up versus the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola, one of the best Pokemon in last meta and this meta as well. So bulky, so neutral, and able to get that Astonish through, going on the timing there of equal timing for those fast attacks.
Exactly right, Fly. Connecting into the Galarian Corsola, it does leave a bit of a dent, but the Nightshades are loaded and ready to go with the double. Actually going to go for the Power Gem. This is so clever because I think Lil Sparty can withstand the Nightshade, but isn't going to risk it. Uses the Protect Shield early on. Great call.
And we actually have the Murkrow in the back. Murkrow is a Pokemon that has access to Peck and Drill Peck. Its pacing is incredibly quick, and this is going to go through to the Corsola and knock it out. Are we going to see that Murkrow? No, we're going to see the Unova Stun Fist to try to finish off this Talonflame because you can soak all of this flying type attacks resisted.
Speaking of success, Doombug97 did take down TZ Spanx in the Monterey Grand Finals last season, and I remember that Stunfisk was in that series. So maybe Doombug's taking a couple of tools from his other successful runs. We're going to see the instant swap to Murkrow just about as soon as Lil Sparty sends out the Pokemon.
I can't wait for this. He's going to double shield Murkrow here. I just want to see how powerful it will be because Galarian Corsola is in the back for Little Sparty. So as long as you get through this Cradilly, it's going to be able to dominate that backline matchup. Here comes the first Drill Peck out from the Murkrow. You're going to use your Protect Shield almost definitely. There it comes up from Doombug. But the problem is you are taking a lot of fast attack damage here. You're taking a lot of pressure because I don't think you have the strongest stat product.
No, absolutely. If you look at the dark and flying type Pokemon like Mandibuzz or Galarian Moltres, I call Murkrow the runt of the litter, right? It's very small, doesn't have the equivalent HP pool, but the damage is going to pile on there as Drill Run finally connects.
Yes, it may be small, but it is mighty and it is fast. The pacing is much quicker than those other two Pokemon, and you're going to use your last Protect Shield of the battle. Little Sparty can swap, and so can Dunebug here. And there is the swap, trying to maybe catch a Drill Peck, but was unsuccessful here. And now banking that energy because you are debuffed, so you can use it in the back line.
Double debuffed, right? And that's the discipline that Dunebug displays constantly during these battles, a demonstration every single time he takes the field. We're going to see the Mud Bomb connect into the Galarian Corsola, but I think there's just so much HP and so much energy here for Dunebug. It's going to be tough for Little Sparty to get back into this.
And you're going to be able to get back to your timer. After you throw this Mud Bomb and take a Nightshade, you can probably come back and foul play on your Murkrow and knock out this Galarian Corsola. Here comes the Nightshade. You're not at the back-to-back Nightshade. Maybe you could call a swap and throw the Nightshade into the Murkrow, but you're not quite at it yet. Let's see if Dunebug can swap into the Murkrow. Not quite yet. Seems like there's about 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Nightshade is ready to go, looking for the swap, actually pivots and doesn't do it in time because the Mud Bomb will connect into the Galarian Corsola. The question is, will we see Dunebug combo into the Murkrow?
And can she swap into the Cradilly? There's the swap in the Cradilly, maybe trying to predict it, and here is the swap into the Murkrow. Is that the double charge attack? The double foul play is gonna be enough!
Devious Dunebug delivering devastation here as the first charge attack connects into that Cradilly, taking it down with the foul play, and the second one loaded, as you pointed out, Butters. The double up was ready.
The banked energy, the precision, the pacing from Murkrow, that is his signature Pokemon in this battle as he connects and wins game number 1. And you mentioned Monterey from last season. He actually did compete in Monterey this season as well, and he got 5th place. So he's already off to a really hot start in the 2026 season, but he did not have Murkrow on his team. And what Pokemon was super common at that regional, Speedy?
Murkrow, right? That Pokemon is so incredibly new with that newly buffed Peck, and the pacing, like you said, is so good. The fast attack pressure is so balanced. We really missed that when the wing attack, fast attack was nerfed. We didn't get the Pelipper's, we didn't get the Charizards like we used to have, where you could farm down a fighting or grass type Pokemon. But Murkrow does have it with Peck, and it's such an interesting kind of wrinkle in the current meta.
And I feel like it has great synergy with Unova Stunfisk as well, because both of those Pokemon charge up the energy so quickly. You have the bulk to balance out the low stat product of the Murkrow, and then you just come in Murkrow, double shield it, throw a bunch of charge attacks, swap back out, soak the energy on Stunfisk, throw a bunch of charge attacks, and then suddenly you're back in with Murkrow. I really like that combination for Dunebug.
Yeah, I like it as well, and it kind of fills out the rest of the team. You look at the Mud Slap, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, so actually running double grounds here on Dunebug's team of 6, and you got the Fortress, which it can always spin up a ton of damage with the Bug Bites. Cradilly, I think, is just a staple. But in terms of game number 2, Little Sparty needs to make a couple of adjustments here. The question is, what can you bring to beat that Unova Stunfisk and Murkrow core?
Yeah, it's tough here because you would think you would bring your Gastrodon to be able to defeat that Stunfisk, but it's just so weak against the Murkrow. That matchup is dominant for the Murkrow, so you're really put into a pickle here. Maybe you have that neutral matchup of the Cradilly that's going to be good against both. I think that's something that you're going to lean on if you're Little Sparty.
I agree. Rock Tomb getting fired off here by Dunebug97, pulling that first shield as expected from the Talonflame. But Little Sparty, even though she's debuffed, she's going to stay in here, maybe throw off some energy because the Brave Bird is still going to shred this Cradilly if it connects.
And it looks like Dunebug is just going to save shields for that Murkrow. I think that's going to be his strategy this entire series. He swaps into his own Corsola and is met by the Cradilly. I believe it was a counter swap from Little Sparty at the exact same time, so simultaneous here, and so you're going to outpace, get to that Rock Tomb before the Nightshade.
Agreed. Rock Tomb connecting into the Galarian Corsola. Both very bulky Pokemon, very unlikely to shield early on in this matchup, but the shield advantage is something we can't ignore. Dunebug being able to throw the Rock Tomb early, take that shield away from the Talonflame is going to be pivotal as this game develops.
And we can't ignore this backline matchup as well. Look at the Murkrow is poised to face that Gastrodon, and it's just devastating for Little Sparty here. You're going to have to try to get some work with your other Pokemon in this battle. Get some Protect Shields down or bank some energy. We know that Talonflame does have some energy bank, and it is actually fairly healthy still in this battle.
Exactly. Going on good timing as expected from Dunebug97. Nightshade will connect, but it's been debuffed so heavily. I'm not sure if this will be enough or if the Astonishes will have to get the rest of the job done. No pivot. Oh, actually, yes, late pivot, getting the Mud Slap.
I really love banking that energy there, and you get a little energy advantage into this Murkrow. So now maybe you can take one charge attack, use your next Protect Shield, and then maybe get some Protect Shields down, combo move, throw a Rock Tomb, and maybe knock out this Murkrow. I love that bank energy from Lil Sparty.
We're going to see the power of Peck as the fast attack chips away at the Gastrodon here. Lil Sparty going for the body slam. I think this is a great call. Still 2 shields for Doonbug97. Don't want to risk all that energy on the Water Pulse this early. I guess opting for the double body slam instead.
You're just trying to chip at this point. You're just trying to get it low enough or take that last Protect Shield out of the battle. The body slam is not going to do that much damage, but it does half of the remaining damage. Now you're going to be able to peck down. There is the Talonflame remaining with a good amount of health. Little Sparty smiling here. The timer is up for Doombug. Does Doombug try to swap on a Rock Tomb that's going to be thrown from Little Sparty here? He has 2 Pokemon, very low health. Charge attack priority, I think it registered.
Yeah, I think the Murkrow would have taken that charge attack priority either way.
Lets it go!
Yeah, gonna let the Cradily go here. Only 1 shield remaining, and that Talonflame needs all the help that it can get, so she's gonna save that valuable resource for it.
How much energy is left on Doombug's Cradily? Because if you Protect Shield here and that Cradily cannot get to a charge attack, I think this is Little Sparty's game. No, but a Power Gem is already baked up from Doombug. It's double super effective.
Don't forget about Doombug, everybody. He had the energy and he deploys it. Talonflame goes down, heavy damage on the field, and Little Sparty fought valiantly, but Doombug97 just had all of the right tools to get the job done.
The combo plays from Doombug, using all your Protect Shields for that Murkrow, able to throw charge attacks, bounce around the battlefield, close the battle, and the little Murkrow pose to finish us off here from Doombug. You know he loves his signature Pokemon. I think he's fallen in love with the Murkrow here.
He loves the flying types in particular.
Yes.
I remember at EUIC he was doing kind of like this bird motion on stage, and now he's back with the Murkrow. He won Orlando with that Shadow Pidgeot as well, so
yeah.
Maybe flying types and Doombug has something in common there, but what an incredible series. We've seen Little Sparty on stream twice now, I believe.
Yeah.
She's been so impressive in this tournament. I want to remind everyone where we are at. This is Group C winners finals, which means that Doombug is already locked into day number 2 here in Pittsburgh, and Little Sparty just 1 series short of that day 2 ticket. She's going to fall to that loser side bracket where she can still fight for that placement.
I thought she was playing awesome this entire series, even though Doombug did have the upper hand there. I like how she banked that energy to try to use it in the in-game, but the problem was Doombug just banked some more impactful energy, specifically that Power Gem that's double super effective on the Talonflame. And this reminds me of a time where the meta was super flexible, and do you remember where every trainer, if they had just 1 health remaining, they would pivot after the lead matchup no matter what. No matter what, because the meta was so flexible, they would soft win the matchup and they'd always instant pivot. It kind of reminds me of that meta. It's less flexible, but because the timer's so short, if you can do that same thing with a little bit of energy, it's so effective in this meta.
I remember, I think it was our first cast together back in Indianapolis 2022. King was doing that. King IV, right? He was always swapping out, saving Pokemon. There was always something in the back. And it's such a difficult test of mental gymnastics to remember, to kind of compartmentalize and say, okay, that Registeel, right, back in the day, that Registeel is 5 lock-ons away from the Zap Cannon. I have to remember that while I'm playing out the matchup that's right in front of me. So tricky. And I agree, like, sometimes you look at the elements and they've changed. The switch timer is different, but some of these strategies are still prominent. I really appreciate it as well how in that game we just watched, Doombug and Little Sparty were doing the same thing. They were banking the moves, banking the energy, making the swaps, and they kind of matched each other's pace and play style, which really just culminated in a very exciting endgame.
Well, let's hear what Doombug has to say about that. I want to hear specifically maybe what he thinks of the new switch timer. So Henry, let's take it over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Homesize Henry here with the one and only Doombug, fresh off a win on the big stage. And everyone at home it's got to be wondering, talk to us about Murkrow. What did you see in this Mon? Because it seemed like Murkrow was just overwhelming in both of these games.
Yeah, Murkrow has so much play into the top usage Pokemon right now. You look at Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Galarian Corsola, the Cradily. It has neutral or very good play into all of those, and it's been super solid so far.
So I know Murkrow does have a Shadow form. So did you consider running the Shadow, or did you end up opting for the regular just to have, I mean, I know Murkrow doesn't have a lot of bulk, but just that little bit of extra bulk, because like in that game too, you're actually able to live that body slam.
Yeah, the regular Murkrow definitely has a little bit better bulk. Still not great, but it definitely has come in clutch in a lot of matchups so far today.
And is that something that you were testing prior to? We know obviously in Monterey there was a flock of Murkrow that showed up. So was it on your radar prior to that, or did you end up seeing the performance at Monterey and then decide, you know what, maybe I should give it a look after I think it got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place at that tournament?
Yeah, I was not thinking about it before Monterey, but both of my losses in Monterey were to the Murkrow teams. So I kind of got inspired by both of those, and it's been working out so far.
Well, hey, if your matches have gone anything like the match that just happened on stage, it has been going pretty well so far. So again, big congratulations, getting the win on stage, very exciting. And now we'll kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Henry. Looks like he took some of that sauce from Monterey and brought it here to Pittsburgh, and it is working beautifully here as he advances into day number 2. We now have 3 trainers that have advanced, and I believe we do have another winners finals for you guys. So we're just going through these brackets now. Remember, when we're in the winners finals, if you win that, you do advance to day number 2. If you lose that, you will be placed in the losers finals and still will be 1 match victory away from day number 2.
Just over 180 trainers have come out to Pittsburgh this weekend. I believe of the 3 regional championships we've had so far, it's the biggest, right? Which, you know, is pretty impressive. I'm very, very happy to see the attendance and the numbers here, but some familiar faces are about to take the stage. We've got Out of Pocket on the left side of your screen. Our eagle-eyed viewers, our Murkrow-eyed viewers probably noticed him making a couple of faces at the camera during the Dunebug interview, but he's returning to the stage, a place that is very familiar with him. He's going to take on Dr. Roast Beef, who is always an exciting trainer to watch, and I believe has already been on stage once as well.
Yeah, and he's actually a local of mine. We live in the same city right now in California, and he's all the way here in Pittsburgh to compete. You talked about the size of this regional, and it's just awesome to see because there's so many things to play for now with championship points at the top bracket, at the middle bracket, at the end. You could be going for travel awards, you could be going for placement, or you could just try to build up points slowly over time to get that world qualifications, just like Dr. Roast Beef did last season. He was a world's competitor. Now he's here in the winners finals with a chance to take out of Pocket, who is running a pretty meta team. And there is one charge attack that is interesting on the team. He's running Crunch on his Charge-a-Bug.
What'd you call it earlier? Crunch-a-Bug?
Crunch-a-Bug.
Crunch-a-Bug might be hitting the field here really shortly, but I really appreciate your point about qualifications. We talk about, you know, the winners of events and how flashy and inspirational and exciting that can be, but sometimes just being consistent can be one of the biggest benefits to your world's ambitions, and Dr. Roast Beef has been that incarnate. He actually has a very interesting Pokemon on his team. There's a Pangoro over there on the right side, a Darkened Fighting type.
Yeah, I believe I talked to Dr. Roast Beef about that last night. I think he got inspiration from the CTU with this team to have the core of Shadow Charizard and Pangoro. I can't wait to see those two on the battlefield. I think we saw a lot of Blastoise earlier on in his first matchup. Maybe Blastoise isn't as strong into a Charge-a-Bug team. Remember, there is a Shadow Scizor on Out of Pocket's team as well, which Blastoise is pretty good against it. Shadow Charizard is really good against it. I believe Shadow Scizor might be the best Shadow in the meta. We did see it win the last 2 regionals, but it hasn't been that impactful so far in Pittsburgh.
I think something that is the pure antithesis of Shadow Scizor that Out of Pocket needs to watch out for, Butters, just envision with me. Take a walk. Out of Pocket and Dr. Roast Beef. Imagine Out of Pocket is down shields and Dr. Roast Beef brings out the Shadow Charizard. That would be a disastrous situation for this team.
And what I can't wait to see as well, shields down, it's amazing. It's also amazing shields up because its pacing is so fast. I mentioned in the intro, it's just 4 embers to an air cutter, which is same type attack bonus and can boost you and is an awesome bait attack when you're trying to throw a blast burn and trying to get a protect shield. So will we see a trainer invest double protect shields into Shadow Charizard just like Dunebug was using for Murkrow?
The Pangoro is also so interesting because we talk about the big 3, the Cradily, the Shadowkin Marowak, and the Galarian Corsola. If you want to beat 2 out of 3, bring the Pangoro. You can also hit a lot of other targets with that fighting and dark type damage. I really would expect to see that at least once or twice, if not all 3 games in this series.
Yeah, I completely agree with that point because, I mean, Also, Pangoro has neutral matchups versus just a lot of the Pokemon on Out of Pocket team, even if it's not beating the top meta. Will we see it? Yes, we actually do see it in the back here. We got the Pangoro and the Blastoise in the back. What a wild backline for Dr. Roastbeef as we have a less wild start to the game with Cradilly versus Cradilly.
Hey, you and I have casted through Lickitung mirrors, Metacham mirrors, and everything in between, but we've got Cradilly mirrors as the theme of the season. Rock Tomb connecting into that Cradilly from Out of Pocket. I think it was not quite a charge attack priority, but a lot of trainers who wait to throw like that are not confident they'll win the charge attack priority, so they don't even force it.
Right, and we might get to find out on this next charge attack here who wins this charge attack priority, as both the trainers are reaching for it at the same time. It looks like Dr. Roastbeef does win that charge attack priority, so he can win this matchup in the 0 Protect Shield situation, the 1 Protect Shield situation, and the 2 Shield situation.
Rock Tomb's getting fired back and forth. I do like the swipes here by Out of Pocket, adding a little bit of flair to an otherwise kind of mundane mirror match, but you can see the health difference is massive. Goes into the Gastron, going in with the Blastoise. What do you think about this?
I mean, you bait out this Blastoise here, so it's going to be Pangoro versus Charge Bug in the backline, but if you do invest into this Blastoise, Blastoise can do okay versus the Gastrodon, because as you can see, 2 Hydro Cannons pretty much knocks out the Gastrodon, and this Gastrodon is forced to only throw Body Slams here. But the key factor is you might want to use 1 Protect Shield, because I don't think this next Hydro Cannon is enough to knock out.
Yeah, and with the rollouts not adding up either, it's a bit difficult, a bit awkward for a Pokemon like Blastoise. I would classify Blastoise as a wedge-style Pokemon like Corviknight. It just kind of goes in there and does its thing, but it's not going to be flashy. It's not going to really kind of crash the party, so to speak. But another Body Slam is ready to go, and I think this will knock out.
And if it gets Protect Shield, remember, all the timers are back up. Will we get the Protect Shield here? No, actually just letting it go. Gonna try to double Protect Shield this Pangoro. You still have the Cradilly with a little bit of health for Dr. Roastbeef. More health than Out of Pockets, but this Gastrodon has a lot of energy here. You don't really want to soak that on a Pokemon like Pangoro.
Yeah, going for the Body Slam here. If Dr. Roastbeef calls this, it would be insane, but he wants to maintain HP on that Dark and Fighting type. Like you said, Butters, it's his final Pokemon, basically. It's got 2 Protect Shields. Need to be very careful.
And does he try to go for a swap? No, actually going for the Body Slam here. Does he use his last Protect Shield of the battle? And he is so vulnerable if he does it, and he lets it go, and now he doesn't have that much health remaining, and the Volt Switch damage are going to be adding up here. Remember, Volt Switch has more power in this season. It does more damage now.
Night Slash coming through. A boost could be the saving grace, but he actually swaps into the Cradilly, trying to outpace that Charge Bug, but the X-Scissor is there. Dumping the energy, though, might be key, because it means he can bring that Pangoro back out onto the field and try to double Night Slash it.
This is so tough, because even if Dr. Roastbeef shielded, you could just farm down if you're the Charger Bug. So you're up against it here. Now you're going to throw the Night Slash. You maybe, if you get a Protect Shield, you can get the boost, but there's no Protect Shield. Out of Pocket knows it. He can sack his Charger Bug. It doesn't even matter. He has some health on his other Pokemon, but it doesn't even do enough damage to knock out the Charger Bug. So Charger Bug is going to be able to Volt Switch down.
Yeah, Volt Switching all the way. Blows a fuse on that Pangoro and takes it down in game number 1. Pangoro, we talked about that Pokemon as being a solid core breaker, but trainers like Out of Pocket can predict these things coming. They can see the Pangoro from a mile away and say, you know what, based on my composition, I think my opponent's likely to bring it, and I think that Pocket played that perfectly.
I agree with you. I think his ability to just put the foot on the gas pedal with hard meta Pokemon just gives no breathing room to the Spice. Because he's able to just bank energy at the right time, make the proper swaps, hold on to enough energy to force Protect Shields, use his Protect Shields wisely, there's just no way that Dr. Roastbeef could get any footing in that battle unless he pulled off something spectacular. So if he wants to win game number 2, I think that's what he has to do.
This was so interesting as well, because we saw Out of Pocket losing the charge attack priority on his Cradilly, and he was really kind of pushed to make a switch, going into the Gastrodon and forcing the quick pivot out of Dr. Roastbeef. I think you could argue if he would have gone Pangoro into that Gastrodon, we might have gotten a different outcome. But sometimes if a elite trainer is kind of on the back foot, they try to throw a wrench into the plans. They try to toss things up, change things up, and throw their opponent off balance. And I think that Blastoise versus Gastrodon matchup is a bit deceptive. Blastoise can't really work its way through.
Yeah, unless you use those Protect Shields, which he didn't use. And remember, Out of Pocket did. He knew that if he used the Protect Shield, he could maybe Mud Slap down, bank some energy. So Dr. Roast Beef is going to have to get a little creative, in my opinion, in this game number 2 to try to tie up this series. We have our leads here, and this is definitely creative. The Shadow Charizard is meeting the Charge-a-Bugs. It's going to be super effective damage on their fast attacks, but Ember actually does not do that much damage anymore.
What a wild composition. Triple weak to Bug here and Electric. I mean, this Shadow Charizard Cradily Pangoro line is going to have a tough time, especially after Pocket calls the Blast Burn.
He does swap out with 2 Embers left, so he can maybe get to a charge attack somewhere. He is able to swap on this X-Scissor, which is neutral, into the Pangoro. Oh my goodness, it just does so much damage, and now a Crunch-a-Bug is just putting on the pressure, but with just the X-Scissor getting the Protect Shield here, and there's not going to be a swap because you're actually ABB weak to Pangoro, so this is the best case scenario for Pocket.
Wow, Butters, you said neutral. We both knew it was coming, but my eyes got so wide at how much damage that X-Scissor did. Night Slash does not trigger the boost either, and Charge-a-Bug can safely overcharge a bit. Here comes a Night Slash again. I think Pocket's going to let it go.
He could shield and just get the Volt Switch down, decides to let it go, though, because now the Charizard is extremely low. The Pangoro's out of the battle. Here comes the swap from Dr. Roast Beef. He's kind of shaking his head a little bit. Now you're going to be able to get to the Nightshade before the Rock Tomb, but Out of Pocket decides to throw it not before the Rock Tomb, so he's going to get debuffed first, even though he did have the opportunity to do so.
It was a really flashy start to the game, but now it's looking a little bit more awkward. We pivot back into the Cradily Mirror match after that Rock Tomb debuff, saving the Galarian Corsola in the back. And to your point, Butters, that Charizard is not far from another attack of its own, so this could get a little dicey in the end.
He'll have to utilize these debuffs, because if he doesn't come onto a Pokemon that has low attack, he's not going to get to a charge attack.
Yeah.
He really has to utilize the fact that he can debuff something with this Cradily, swap into his Charizard, and get some energy maybe while the counter swap is happening. So can he do that after this next charge attack? But he only has 1 Protect Shield remaining, so he can't soak it. He has to throw the Grass Knot here, and now suddenly Out of Pocket, I believe, even has his switch timer. No, not quite up yet.
Yeah, almost though. It's up now. Oh, combo play into the Charizard, but the Rock Tomb gets fired off here. Dr. Roast Beef is running out of options really, really quickly here. Gonna let the Charizard go and put it all on his Pangoro and his Cradily in the back, but I gotta say, Butters, it's looking real dicey.
It's so tough here. The Cradily does have about 20% health, but it's energy dry. As you can see, here comes the swap into the Galarian Corsola that's basically at a double Nightshade here, but the Rock Tomb is gonna be able to get there, actually throwing the Grass Knot that does do more damage, but Dr. Roast Beef just knows it's over. No shield from Out of Pocket, and just no room to breathe for Out of Pocket for his opponent, and he's gonna be able to take that game number 2.
Yeah, Galarian Corsola with its ghost typing. That is a board that a Karate Chopper cannot break. And that looks like a game number 2 victory for Out of Pocket as well, taking down Dr. Roast Beef and his awesome, I mean, really awesome Blastoise Shadow Charizard team.
It's super creative. To be able to get to the winners finals with that team composition is incredibly impressive, and he's not out of it yet. He will be on that loser side of the bracket, but now we have our 4th trainer that is secured day number 2. Out of Pocket with a very meta team, but has the Charge-a-Bug with Crunch. I believe Charge-a-Bug was pretty common in Frankfurt because no one wanted to run Dedenne, so they just brought Charge-a-Bug, and it looked incredibly strong in this matchup.
It did. Butters, can you expand a little bit for everyone watching? Why Crunch and not Discharge? I mean, Volt Switch, you mentioned, has a little bit more power, a little more energy. It is a buffed fast attack. Is this kind of a situation akin to Talonflame, where maybe you have your primary type damage in your fast attack and you don't need it in your charge attacks?
Yeah, it could be a little redundant, right? Because if you have that Volt Switch damage that has increased in power, now you have the Discharge, which is the same energy as X-Scissor. And X-Scissor is just a better attack, so you're almost always neutrally throwing X-Scissor anyway, and you don't necessarily need that electric type damage versus the things that are weak to electric. Because you can do so much damage with your Volt Switch, you can afford to have your other charge attack be Crunch, which has much better neutral play versus the top Pokemon, specifically Galarian Corsola.
Nailed it. Couldn't have said it better. I think a lot of trainers will see the meta kind of laid out in front of them for the first events of the season, and then the core breakers go to work. EU is most famous for that. I remember the start of the max out season, we had Feraligatr Clodsire, and then just overnight, basically, we pivoted to Pangoro and Toxapex. That was like the core breaker counters to those picks. We're going to see this kind of cat and mouse game, this Persian Raticate game, following each other around, trying to adjust and core break the meta, and making small adjustments like that, like Crunch-a-Bug, as we've come to call it, that could be huge.
It fluctuates from tournament to tournament. It fluctuates from region to region, and one of the best in this region, Out of Pocket. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, Speedy and Butters. My name's Homesize Henry here with the one and only Out of Pocket, fresh off a wonderful win on stage. And it really felt like the most impactful Pokemon for you there was the Charge-a-Bug. Volt switch damage increased this season, but you made an interesting choice to run Crunch over Discharge. So talk me through, how did Crunch Charge-a-Bug come to end up on your team?
This is probably the first matchup today that Crunch Charge-a-Bug has been like a big help. A lot of teams I faced, every match I played today had a fire type, that being for my first round was a Shadow Alolan Marowak, two Charizards and a Shadow Talonflame. So generally, like, Crunch or Discharge, Charge-a-Bug is kind of doing about the same in terms of quality. But this one is really nice because my Charge-a-Bug was finally like pretty safe, but the one thing that people have been relying on was having Corsola for their Charge-a-Bugs. What's nice with Crunch Charge-a-Bug is it actually wins the Zero Shield matchup, gives you a lot more play. I did a practice tournament like a week ago, and I played against someone where the only game I lost, I was up a shield with Discharge Charge-a-Bug against Corsola, and I lost. Straight up, like I just lost. And as soon as that happened, and then combined with me thinking about it, and then Elam, shout out to him, saying, oh, what about Crunch Charge-a-Bug? I was like, you know what? Now let's try that out. And I think as soon as I put it on, it was like a 60% win rate with this team. It went to like 80%. Every matchup felt pretty playable. And I may be giving up a little bit of fairy coverage, but I feel like between Scizor, Credillia, and a few other things I have on my team, I can kind of mitigate that anyways.
And it seems like it's been working out really nicely. Talk me through the emotions of Game 2. You lead Charge-a-Bug into Charizard. Even though it has Ember, we know Ember's not doing a lot of damage, and you see him stay in. Talk me through that moment, because you had to know Charge-a-Bug was about to go off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As soon as he stayed in, and then I was like, okay, maybe he's gonna like bait me and then try and catch a Crunch or an Exeter on something. He blasts for it, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is the best case scenario possible. Yeah, and then he brings in the Pangoro. I have double Exeter. Life is good. It just got so much value for me. I felt like maybe I could have saved it at the end, but I was getting so low that I figured the ghost resistance is out of the way, and my Corsola can just come in freely. And also, that's the one thing that that was the one thing on his team that really pressured Credillia. So with that Pangoro off the field, it opened up my game a lot.
And I'm so glad to hear that this creative choice, it sounds like a fellow competitor, Elam, helped you out with that recommendation, has been paying dividends. So big congratulations, great win on stage. And yeah, we'll kick it back to the casters.
Enlightening interview from Out of Pocket there. Specifically, I like that he mentioned he had a 60% win rate with the team and it jumped all the way to 80%. That's just awesome that he is taking that data for himself, that he's doing a lot of scrims and saying, okay, it's winning 60% of the time, which is still pretty good. But, you know, the last two regional champions that we had won at an 80% rate. So can he be the next regional champion to do so?
I mean, he's constantly measuring himself against the best because he is one of the best. I know a lot of his friends kind of tease him, joke with him, say, Pocket, you battle too much. But can you argue with the results? Our trainers are on stage, and we have a very exciting matchup for you. Butters, this is actually a rematch. Believe it or not, Caleb Ping and Hard Jeff already battled, Caleb Ping winning 2-0 in that series, but Caleb Ping was defeated by Overlord Raikou, who advanced to number 2, and now we get these players on stage.
And you're thinking, oh no, I can't believe I missed this, because this was off stream, and they battled. Caleb won, and then Caleb dropped down, and now we have the rematch, and we have the Shadow Annihilate. These teams are almost exactly the same, except for the Corsola, and the Corsola is in the lead there. Swap Moltres, swap Bastion on. This is devastating.
It's so tricky. I mean, look at Caleb. He knows Bastiodon gameplay. He knows not to save switch a flying type Pokemon, but look at his options. He's got a Wigglytuff in the back. I think he knew that Bastiodon was coming out no matter what.
And he's faced some tough alignment here his last couple battles on stage. He was just one game victory away from making it to day number 2. Now suddenly he's about to get farmed down. Didn't even throw the payback there because he wants to get some energy on his Shadow Annihilate. But he's also waiting his timer, thinking Harjefe is not gonna swap out and pivot.
Exactly, 10 seconds for this flamethrower to connect, and the switch timer will be up. But as we take a peek at the back line there, Harjefe does have the Cradilly, which he's not gonna wanna send out. So I think he fully anticipates to stay in here, but the second flamethrower would be devastating, and that is not good for Caleb. He's gonna be forced to let that one through.
That is terrible because now Annihilate is pretty much out of the battlefield after it gets that flamethrower. Corsola comes in here, one Astonish, almost knocks out the Annihilate, but you at least get this super effective damage, but it's basically 2 versus 1. I know you have 2 Protect, Shield, Charm, but it's not as strong as it used to be.
Look at Harjeff absolutely matching the pace and staying ahead of Caleb here. Instant pivot into the Cradilly. Doesn't wait a single second to let that Wigglytuff comes in. And you saw Caleb as well, kind of laughing, kind of smiling across the stage. He knows he is in a dire situation.
And remember, Charm does less damage in this season, but generates more energy. So the way that Wigglytuff is played is definitely different than it was in previous seasons. So as you can see, this Wigglytuff is already at an Icy Wind, but it's just not doing much fast attack pressure at all. It is, of course, debuffed right now. Both of these Pokemon are. Caleb does have the swap out available, but at this point, there's just too much health on Harjeffe's Pokemon.
I was going to say, Butters, you're famous for pitching just absolutely like 1% chance win conditions. What's the win condition here for Caleb? I mean, he needs to catch somewhere on the Annihilate, but I don't think even that is enough.
Yeah, it probably isn't, just because you also have to get through the Corsola, but you're very strong against the Corsola at least, but you don't have much health remaining. You got to swap on something here. Caleb does try to go for it, and he does get it. Maybe the 1% is going to happen here, but he still has to get through the Cradilly, still has to knock out that Galarian Corsola. The Rock Tomb hits the Annihilate, and it looks like the Cradilly is just going to stay in, going to be able to get to that Rock Tomb and going to be able to secure game number 1.
It's just too fast, too furious. Here comes Cradilly with yet another Rock Tomb to seal up this game number 1. And what a risky strategy, playing ABB weak to Bastiodon. Caleb leading the Annihilate with the Wigglytuff and Galarian Moltres in the back. I mean, what can he do to pivot and change things up in game number 2?
Well, first off, this is a mental challenge right here. He was 1 game away. Remember, he won that first game that got rematched as well. And then he was 1 game away from going on to day number 2. And then he's lost a bunch of games in a row to alignment.
Yeah.
That is devastating for the mindset. How does he regroup here mentally? Because we know he is the Bastiodon master. We know that he's been awesome so far to start Pittsburgh. I think he just has to bounce back mentally, but it's against an opponent that's already played him before. So Harjefe is also adapting to what he did wrong in a previous series. So a rematch is even harder to deal with. And this is not a best of 5 rematch. It's just a best of 3 rematch.
This is the losers finals of Group A. One of these 2 trainers is out of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and one of them will progress onwards to day number 2. And you're exactly right, Butters. There's so much history between these 2 trainers, and we missed out on a lot of that because their previous meeting was not on stream. But that lead call to lead that Galarian Corsola by LNDS Harjefe, that was a perfect read. Maybe he feels like he needs to do that again, especially after losing 2-0 in their previous meeting.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before. They almost have the same exact team. So when you have almost the same exact team, alignment does matter, especially if you're running Bastion. Let's see what the alignment is in this game number 2. We got the Shadow Annihilate versus Gastrodon, the backlines of Galarian Moltres, Wigglytuff, instant swap into the Moltres, but now you have the energy lead against Cradilly, something that we saw Beelzeboy do so often in the World Championships.
Over and over and over again, but the difference here is that this is a payback Galarian Moltres. There is no Brave Bird on this Pokemon, so Caleb Payne needs to play this very carefully. First Flash shielded as we expected because the Rock Tomb debuff has not kicked in yet.
And here comes the first Rock Tomb. You're definitely going to shield it if you are Caleb Payne here. Yes, you are already got a Protect Shield out of the way. He is thinking about it. Maybe he's going to let it go, and he does let it go. Looks like he's going to invest in the Shadow Annihilate. Does he try to go in there or wait the timer? No, he goes in straight away. He's not trying to give the timer back to Hard Jeffy. He's going to go for the Rock Tomb here, going for the debuff attack, which is a bait. Does Caleb try to call it? No, Protect Shield.
This is a game of leverage, and Caleb Pang is cranking that lever as hard as he can. Hard Jeffy trying to slow him down with the Rock Tomb debuff. The full counter down was imminent, so he's forced to switch out, and he counter swap into Wigglytuff.
But he baits out the Wigglytuff, so now Annihilate does not have to face the Wigglytuff in the back. But remember, Caleb has all that extra energy, which is so valuable in the Annihilate mirror. Here comes the Water Pulse into the Wigglytuff here. This Wigglytuff is trying to reach for this Icy Wind. You could go for the Swift, that is same type attack bonus, but I think you want the debuff so you can't get Mud Slap down.
You have to budget your HP. I don't think there's enough HP left in the tank for Wigglytuff to get to 2 charge attacks, so the Swift would not make sense here. Icy Wind definitely the right call, but it does see a couple extra Mud Slaps. Maybe he should have waited. Maybe he should have waited to throw.
That is devastating. He gets Mud Slap down, charge attack priority, and it's on a body slam here, but there's no Protect Shields remaining, so this Gastrodon is going down, and there's no Protect Shield for the Shadow Annihilate either.
I'm thinking the Shadow Annihilate might just sweep. Caleb Pang, probably a catch coming. He needs to anticipate. He isn't going to wait a turn. Shadow Annihilate throws a Rage Fist. No swap. Here it comes.
He tried for it, but he couldn't get to it, and now the Rage Fist, super effective, lands into the opposing Annihilate. That's a knockout, and just one counter finishes it up for Caleb. We got a tied series.
Butters, you and I talked about team compositions. We tried to play the mental games, but we both saw one of our trainers lock in immediately after that game number 1, and that is the trainer on your screen. He was certain of himself.
Yes, he was, and that might just be the strategy. I mean, if you know what you're gonna run, don't go away from it, right? You already have your strategy in the battlefield. It's something I respect a lot about Arrow.
Yeah.
Arrow sometimes loses with some crazy lineups, but I love that he thinks, I know I'm gonna run this no matter what, and if it doesn't go my way, it doesn't go my way. Caleb had that same attitude, and he was able to get that Protect Shield advantage and then sweep with the Annihilate. Now, what is the adjustment for Harjefe? Because is he gonna bring that Corsola back into the battlefield to try to counter that Shadow Annihilate?
And this is the mental game we play. After getting knocked down to that loser side bracket, Harjefe is getting a second shot at facing Caleb. He was defeated 0-2 in their previous meeting, and I think that those questions start to creep in, right? Like, is it gonna happen again? Am I gonna lose twice to the same person on the same day?
And a big reason that he might have lost the first time for Harjefe is he's running the Galarian Corsola. Caleb's running the Wigglytuff. Shadow Annihilate is free other than those 2 counters right there. And guess what? Wigglytuff counters the Galarian Corsola. So Caleb might have the team composition advantage, and he has the lead advantage in game number 3. Instant swap in the Cradily, matched by the Shadow Annihilate.
Shadow Annihilate back on the field here for Caleb Pang. Don't forget, it's a star Pokemon, and he's making it look like exactly that. Rock Tomb fired off here. Instant shield by Caleb.
And if there is no Galarian Corsola on the battlefield, which there is not, you can go for a farm down here. You might have to throw a Rage Fist before the Grass Knot is available. There it is to ensure the knockout here. But look how healthy this Annihilate is. Yes, you use some energy, but you have another Rage Fist banked. What is Harjefe gonna do?
Coming in with a Gastrodon, relying on the Mud Slap damage, but the second Rage Fist already queued up to your point, Butters, and this one is gonna be a stage up after the Rock Tomb debuff and the first Rage Fist. This is a level 1 increase.
I mean, only thing in Harjefe's favor is he also has the Annihilate in the back with maybe 2 Protect Shields here. But the crucial point is you need to get this Annihilate low enough. He no shields on the body slam, which is double resisted. It does almost nothing. You need to land Mud Slap damage. I don't know if you can counter down from here.
I was almost wondering if Caleb was actually going to swap back into the Moltres and try to Sucker Punch down, but he is riding the Annihilate train all the way. He's got energy. He's resisting the counters, but he might take too much damage, so he pivots out into his own Gastrodon.
And at this point, you're just trying to do as much fast attack pressure as possible. I'm not even sure Caleb will throw a charge attack in this battle.
Agreed.
There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Harjefe. He might just go for Mud Slap damage and Sucker Punch damage the rest of the way. Caleb is at a charge attack, and he's not throwing it. I don't think he's going to throw a single charge attack the rest of this battle.
I agree. Annihilate is very low. Still 2 shields, but they are useless unless the charge attacks come through.
He gets the bait.
Shielding the Rage Fist here is really, really devastating. Harjefe might still have a chance.
He has the Ice Punch on this Annihilate. He needs to get there, though, but he doesn't have the time because Sucker Punch is able to shred through the Annihilate.
Wow, what a team read. What a call from Caleb to bounce back after losing that first game against Harjefe here in their rematch in Pittsburgh. what incredible adjustments. I really admire the commitment to the same team in games 1 and 2. And then once Caleb was confident that Harjefe was not going to anticipate the Annihilate lead for the 3rd time in a row, he pivots to the Moltres.
He pivoted from his signature Pokemon of Bastiodon to Shadow Annihilate, which had the most play in this matchup. I said it before, there's only 2 real counters for that Shadow Annihilate on each of the player's team. On Harjefe's side, you have the Galarian Corsola. The other side, you have Wigglytuff. But Wigglytuff beats Galarian Corsola. I think he had a slight team composition advantage. He knew his plan. He knew he was going to invest in that Shadow Annihilate, and it paid off. He was able to reverse sweep and move on to day number 2 on that loser side.
What a series. Game 1, I think Caleb got read like a book, right? There were just so many things that Harjefe did perfectly, executed his plan, no hitch-ups, no problems. Game number 2, the slingshot effect for Caleb to lead that Annihilate again, bring it out, and then invest in it, letting the Moltres KO his other Pokemon, and just putting it all on the back of that signature fighting and ghost type. And then game number 3, perfect read there by Caleb, knew exactly what Harjefe was trying to do, and executed and won the series.
And Harjefe, of course, has been eliminated now. He was your Monterey regional champion, and he faced Caleb twice. He did go down to Caleb, but he brought the Bastiodon. He put on a good show. He's having an amazing season, and I know he's going to be rooting for his other Lindos here in Pittsburgh. Steinar and Kanan, I don't know where their tournament placements are right now, but we know Harjefe is such a great teammate that will be rooting them on.
We've had a few trainers already qualify for day number 2, but there's so much left to go. So we'll see you right after this short break. Check out these highlights.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Break Quasar's low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds.
much energy maybe that Corsola has
He
in
has
the
the back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's Spark Arch gonna be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes on the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World's Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World's Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is gonna do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, fills up. Here comes the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, target down, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, coming on. Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of I don't think it's gonna take it. And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO, and Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course. Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Regional Championship here in Pittsburgh. My name is Homeslice Henry, joined as always by the one and only DeFi, and we've had some amazing battles today.
They have really been edge of your seat, nail-biting finals. We just saw we have now 5 trainers who have punched their tickets into day 2. We have Overlord Raikou, we have Z Joyless, Dunebug, Out of Pocket, and now Caleb Pang. 5 trainers that are ready to go into day 2, but we have so many more battles left to go. We have been focusing on the top side of the bracket. We're broken into A to H for different groups. We are now going to be going into the Group B losers finals. The top of the bracket winners finals, they've all been set. We've got losers finals, and then we'll be able to focus in on the other half of the bracket. The battlers who had to kind of wait to start a little bit, they are fresh and ready to go.
And it appears that our next matchup is ready down on the stage. This does feature a trainer who did get to play in the winners finals of the group and is now looking to try and punch her ticket to day number 2, and that is Hashira.
We saw Shira earlier battling it out with Z Zweilous, but just couldn't quite make the cut. Now has a chance against Little Winery, a world's qualified trainer from 2025 who battled it out in Anaheim. You can tell because she is rocking that wonderful Anaheim rockabilly style shirt.
Some very cool merch available at Worlds and at this tournament as well, but we have very quick lock-ins. Game number 1, the battlers lock in for Hashira. It's going to be the Galarian Moltres into the Cradilly for Lil Winery.
Cradilly is able to do a lot of really awesome, super effective damage with that Rock Tomb, and it paces just a little bit faster, it looked like.
Yeah, looked a little bit unusual there. We are going to see a shield come up from the Galarian Moltres on the Rock Tomb. Moltres is behind by a Sucker Punch and will look to farm up very close to the back-to-back flies and now go for the Brave Bird on charge attack priority.
And this allowed Little Winery to shield, but because it was charge attack priority, I do believe this attack is going to come through immediately. That is going to force a shield from Shira. She would have to shield anyway. Rock Tomb would knock out Galarian Moltres even if its defense wasn't already down. You can see those acids doing even more damage, just doing so much damage to this Galarian Moltres.
A no shield by Lil Winery. This is a double debuffed fly. It will not be enough to KO. Now Hashira's forced out, forced to switch in, and Lil Winery wisely banks the energy and sends out Tinkaton. And Tinkaton, once it sees the Gastrodon in the back, will be very happy that it was able to find this alignment instead.
Sometimes it can be so tempting to want to just like chip and dip. I feel like that's the big temptation for a lot of trainers. But Little Winery is patient, recognizing that that energy on Cradilly can go a lot of places later on. If it meets up against that Gastrodon, definitely being able to use a Grass Knot to clear it from the field to play immediately will be super handy.
And that Grass Knot is banked. So in this endgame, Lil Winery will have access to double super effective Trailblaze from the Furret and double super effective from the Grass Knot that's already banked. So that Gastrodon in the back does not know it yet, but it's going to have a very difficult time trying to generate any kind of momentum.
Tinkaton swings its hammer and throws a play rough straight into Cradilly, into that fossil Pokemon, knocking it down deep into the red. Cradilly has a lot of energy and is going to throw it just before Tinkaton is able to throw its next attack. Grass Knot, this is a same type attack bonus charge attack from Cradilly. However, it's not very effective and it is not going to be enough. Shira has to throw a Rock Tomb. This is going to potentially allow one of Shira's Pokemon to potentially get a little bit of energy.
I like the decision by Lil Winery to not play for alignment and instead just to fully let the Tinkaton go, get energy lead on the Furret, and now this looks very difficult for Hashira because it kind of seems that no matter what happens, there's going to be a grass move landing onto a Gastrodon.
Yeah, Shira has no shields left but to hide behind, so it was either going to be the Grass Knot or this Trailblaze. As you mentioned, this is double super effective, strong to water, strong to ground, and nearly is enough to completely knock out. Gastrodon's going to get to return fire with just a quick little body slam, but it is not going to be enough. Little Winery showing a dominant performance in game number 1 with this adorable little Furret. Furret ready to go with the Swift. Galarian Moltres just has nowhere to go.
Yeah, the Galarian Moltres is normally one of Furret's worst nightmares, but it took so much damage throughout the course of this game. It Brave Birded early, and that made those acids inflict so much damage that unfortunately, it ended up being in Swift range, which is not a common sight for a Galarian Moltres.
No, we saw, because I think there were 2 rock tombs thrown on that Galarian Moltres, plus it threw the Brave Bird. So that was debuffed 3 different ways going into that matchup. So really, that put it in a tough position.
-2 attack, -3 defense. Luckily, you can switch out to reset those debuffs, but Lil Winery's strategy was to try and play for alignment. With that Furret Tinkaton core in the back, there's not a lot that really breaks that core, as Tinkaton is going to do well into a potential Moltres or Credilli, and the Furret can handle the rest, and it looks like we do have a match under review, presumably looking at that early game interaction where the Credilli was actually able to outpace the Moltres even though they have the same pacing.
I was really prepared, Henry, to say like, oh, but the Galarian Moltres outpaces, and then you saw it. We were both confused in that moment.
Yeah, so Galarian Moltres paces to a fly 7-6-7, whereas the Credilli is 7-6-6. So to the first 2 charge attacks, they should get there at the same time. Fly and Rock Tomb. It's only on the third one that Credilli has that pacing advantage due to a slight increase of residual energy. So that'll be the interaction that the judge will be taking a look at, is checking to see if Moltres was able to get to that charge attack at the same time as was intended.
And we do have that note from our judges. That is what they are looking at, is potential lag on H-Shira's side before the first move was even thrown. And that's something we kind of noticed at the beginning of the matchup as well. So trainer, because one thing, what the judges are looking at is they have to look at not only did this thing happen, but was it impactful? That's the call, the judgment call that they have to make.
And that's where we're very lucky to have some wonderful judges who get to take a look at this, because whether something happens, that's a bit easier to determine than whether did it have like long-lasting consequences into the remainder of the match. If it worked as intended, would the result have been different? And we did see a review earlier where it was determined where it was the Overlord Raikou game, where a Wigglytuff lived on a couple HP and a missed Mud Slap could have made the difference between winning and losing. So that's what our judge will be taking a look at, is if everything worked as intended, does the match outcome shift?
Again, thank a judge. We could not do. Thank your judges. Be kind to and respectful to all of the staff working here. I know that our Go trainers, we are great at this. We are phenomenal. Shout out to the Go trainers. But again, just a reminder to everyone, it is important to be kind, respectful, and thankful to all of the people working very hard to put this event together.
I am absolutely in agreement there. I couldn't have said it better myself. While we do wait for our judges to make a ruling, seems like they're talking to the trainers, I do want to take a look at Lil Winery's team, and more specifically that Shadow Talonflame. We've seen it quite a few times today, and I feel like it's always performed quite well. I like how much damage it can output, because the regular Talonflame into Charge-a-Bug, you can actually survive a few Volt Switches, or at least in the past, you could prior to this Volt Switch buff. But we've seen the Charge-a-Bug Talonflame interaction. Those Volt Switches are just shredding that Talonflame. Add to that the fact that there's the Goodra as well, and that those like bench pressure of those 2 Pokemon might be why the Talonflame's taken a bit of a backseat, at least so far.
Yeah, that was a really crazy matchup that we casted earlier, I believe I think it was a Shadow Talonflame, where it was the 1 HP shield knockout against the Charge-a-Bug, because the Talonflame was able to buff itself with that Flame Charge to be able to leave the Charge-a-Bug with just a singular hit point. That it knocked out through the Protect Shield knockout, which can feel so unfortunate if you were on the receiving end of it, because you are hoping, you are praying, like, Pokemon, please have 2 hit points left. I need you just need 2, but then they only have the 1.
It is a very niche mechanic, but it's very cool that it's come up in back-to-back weeks, because it happened in the grand finals over in Frankfurt, where Inadequence was able to fire off a Body Slam and pick up a KO where the opposing Pokemon had exactly 1 hit point. So twice in a week, normally we can go months without seeing it, but it is very cool. It is, to be honest, one of my favorite niche mechanics, because it's something that you could play many games and never have that exact situation come up, because how frequently are you at exactly 1 hit point when a charge attack lands? But if you know it, and you can realize, wait, they might be a 1 hit point, that can give you a bit of a surprise edge against someone who maybe hasn't had to deal with that interaction before.
Another little bit more niche mechanic we haven't actually seen yet today, and I'm not sure if we saw it in Frankfurt either, is the timeout mechanic.
Yes.
Which we love to see the timeout. We love to see when the timeout mechanic is not super popular. But we saw it quite a bit last season because there were so many bulky Pokemon in favor during that meta. What do you think is causing it to not be so much of a mechanic here? Are we seeing fewer big bulky Pokemon, more of these heavier hitting ones? Why do you think we're not seeing so many timeout mechanics in the 2026 season?
One of the big ones as well, like one of the big factors in reducing timeouts is actually the faster switch timer. Because a lot of the time when you're really relying on this timeout style of play, you want to trap a Pokemon in a bad matchup where it can't do a lot of damage and really try and burn the clock by throwing charge attacks, keeping it there as long as possible. But in a faster switch timer, suddenly things are not nearly as clear, where you are able to burn the clock, get out of that matchup, try and save moves, dance around. If you're able to save a move, switch out, and then snipe with it later, that desyncs the timers, and it can help kind of build an advantage. So it's a lot more difficult to accomplish in this particular season. I believe it was Galaxica Bolton, who was at one of the European regionals last season, who ran a dedicated timeout team, and I believe made it very close to day 2, if not making it to day number 2, running, I believe it was Chansey. There was a Mantine, I think a Dugong as well. A very interesting, very creative way of approaching the tournament. While it did not win, it definitely left a mark on anyone who watched it because it was an incredibly creative way of trying to tackle that meta.
I like how you called out the switch timer because when we talk about the Tales of Transformation update, or really any update, we focus on which Pokemon got new attacks, how the attacks were changed, were they buffed, were they nerfed. But a big part of this recent update was the switch timer. It used to be a whole minute. We used to have to wait a minute, and then it changed to 50 seconds, and now we're at 45, which feels like a really sweet spot in terms of being long enough to allow these matchups to play out, but still quick enough to allow trainers to be really flexible.
I do think that even though Bastiodon has seen a lot of usage so far, the shorter switch timer is definitely something that hurts it. Because Bastiodon, with how inflexible it is, it really wants to lock down a winning matchup and then just try and get as much damage as possible. But with trainers able to dance in and out, bank moves, switch out, save it for later, we have been seeing, I believe there's one Bastiodon in day 2 with Caleb, but outside of that, we have seen a lot of them fall.
Our judges had a discussion, and they have determined that there will be a rematch of that first battle. So the score has been reset 0-0. A couple of goose eggs or a couple of Pokemon eggs there on the screen. So kind of erase that last battle from your mind. We are erasing it from the scoreboard. But that's something to note, though. They can't erase it from their mind. These trainers have information that they needed that you can glean from your opponent. Sometimes you can figure out, like, ooh, if we have 2 Pokemon, like the 2 Cordillis, which one wins charge attack priority? So sometimes it can be really interesting how that knowledge, even when the scoreboard is clear, how that background knowledge can really impact things.
I think that's a very valuable point, in that even though the scoreboard is 0-0, these trainers have seen what they tried to run against each other. So do you run it back, have confidence in the line that you brought, or do you end up making that adjustment? Because for Hashira, giving up switch advantage proved to be costly, as Cordilli ended up on the Tinkaton, and then there was just no way out for that Gastrodon. There was grass damage everywhere. There was a Trailblaze, there was a Grass Knot. There was just no escape in the grass.
Gastrodon is a Pokemon that cannot go out and touch grass.
No, it cannot. But we do have some lock-ins here. 1 trainer has locked in, 2 trainers have locked in. Game number 1, Group B Losers Finals. DeFi, take us away.
And we see the Tinkaton, one of your favorite Pokemons, Home Slice Henry, up against the Cordilli. We've seen that the Cordilli can't do much of anything with its charge attacks, but these acids do tend to build up over time. Not super great, though, in a lead, 0 energy, 0 advantage situation.
Little Winery opting for the same 3 Pokemon, just with the Tinkaton now on the lead, but an adjustment from Shira. Shira's gonna safe switch into the Tinkaton, banking energy on that Cordilli for later, and Winery does not have a good counter switch. So Winery is just gonna stay in, go for the Bulldoze, fishing for that defense drop, and no defense drop comes through.
it looks like Shira is going to be able to stay in with this. Little Winery bringing her own Credilli. The script has been flipped around, and we can see the two Pokemon in the back that we're going to have to be paying attention to are the Gastrodon on the side of Shira, and the Furret comes back. It walks back on for the side of Little Winery.
The big thing to watch here for on the side of Hashira is going to be the switch clock. Hashira's energy is very debuffed, so Hashira can look to save this energy. The switch clock should be up, and there it is. She's now able to, she reset her attack drop from earlier. She's now able to reset the attack drop on the Tinkaton, and then fire off this energy at the Credilli, applying a ton of pressure. Lil Winery unable to switch out and is forced to fire off a move.
And this is a debuffed Rock Tomb now. That should not be enough to clear this Credilli off the field. He gets it really low. Oh, and a quick catch onto the Furret. Furret is going to be met with a Grass Knot. It's not even going to get debuffed, which is typically what you would want to do with a Furret. You want to be able to debuff it right away.
There's so much energy loaded on this Tinkaton. Tinkaton has a great matchup into Furret. There is the Tinkaton. It's charge attack priority. The Swift, not the body slam from the Furret. The Swift from the Furret grabs the shield as Hashira looks to strike back with the Play Rough.
Play Rough locked and loaded on that cap tie. Furret puts up a Protect Shield, does not want to be met with the Play Rough right away, but H-Shear is pretty close to another Play Rough, and Furret can't really do anything about it. No Protect Shields remaining. Little Winery is locked into this match, so Furret's gonna have to try to handle a Play Rough. It survives on just a couple of points. H-Shear desperately, quickly moves, tries to get the Furret out of there.
And unfortunately, in comes the Tinkaton, now to be met with the Gastrodon. The Gastrodon was kept hidden in the back. Lil Winery revealed her whole team. Hashira kept her cards close. They were hidden. She did not reveal this Gastrodon until the absolute last second, and now Gastrodon will be taking the knockout onto Tinkaton. There's a Swift loaded on the Furret, but I believe Credilli had to throw energy before switching out. So Credilli is energy dry.
And we're going to see the Gastrodon three turns with a Mud Slap, gets to this Body Slam. Body Slam is resisted by Credilli, a Rock-type Pokemon. Not quite enough to knock out. Credilli tries to get a little bit more energy, but just cannot do it, and the Furret only at 1 HP remaining.
That was an incredibly well-played game by Hashira. When we talk about the 45-second switch timer, being able to punish desynced switch clocks, this is the exact gameplay that we're talking about. If your opponent stays in to throw a charge move and then switches out, they have actually committed in my eyes, what can be a very exploitable mistake. Whereas you can then save your energy, switch back out, undo your debuffs, and then suddenly make life very uncomfortable.
We have been seeing this whole tournament. We saw a lot in Frankfurt as well. Trainers that seem to understand the switch timer, how to manipulate the 45-second switch timer, and trainers who are still trying to catch up to it. And I think H-Shear did a really good job showing masterful command of this new 45-second switch timer. Moving into game number 2, Little Winery on a little bit of the back foot. Stuck to her plan of Furret, Tinkaton, and Credilli. I'm wondering if there's maybe an opportunity for maybe like the Galarian Corsola or her Shadow Talon. I want to see the Shadow Talonflame. I just don't know like how much play it has.
The Shadow Talonflame is tough because even if Goodra has not been brought in either game yet, I feel like the threat of Goodra is because Goodra outpaces so much. It is getting to these Aqua Tails every 9 turns, so before you're even 2/3 of the way to your first fly, that Aqua Tail is ready and it's inflicting deadly damage. As the Shadow Talonflame, there's so much more damage, but the drawback, you're taking so much damage as well.
At Talonflame too, it's so exciting to watch as a Shadow because once you buff with that Flame Charge, the damage output is so threatening. We'll have to see what these trainers decide to do. I've seen this matchup before, Henry. This looks like something very familiar. It is Tinkaton into Credilli, advantage on the side of Shira, and on the side of Little Winery, I see it. I see the Shadow Talonflame lurking in the back.
Ooh, and Tinkaton is going to strike first with the Play Rough. Lil Winery looking to farm up quite a lot of energy. The energy not particularly efficient here, so gonna save that energy, and now in comes Talonflame. Shadow Talonflame, up energy, so deadly. This Shadow Talonflame is on flame charge as well, and these Incinerates are about to get very scary until Ashira is able to reduce Talonflame's attack back to normal with the Rock Tomb.
And we can hear the attack buff in the background, something very scary for Credilli, but Shira says, no way, I'm gonna knock that attack down back to normal with this Rock Tomb. But as we're exchanging Rock Tombs and Flame Charges, Credilli's health is getting lower and lower, actually just going for the fly this time, knocking Credilli almost off of the field of battle. It just barely doesn't reach the Rock Tomb. That could be devastating. That could be game-changing for Shira.
This play to go for the fly is a really good one, because as the Moltres gets brought in, you'll notice the fly is instantly available after only one Incinerate. And that is because if you Flame Charge into fly, you get your next fly and only 2 Incinerates. But if you double Flame Charge, then you're actually 3 Incinerates off of your next move. So Lil Winery tries for a combo play, but Ashira reads it like a book with a devastating catch onto the Tinkaton.
This does help a little bit because now the Tinkaton is debuffed for 45 seconds, basically, as we go for the play rough against the Credilli. This may not be enough to knock out now. Credilli's able to survive on a little bit more health. Lil Winery going for another attack drop, but another attack drop. Tinkaton's really going to be looking to get to that Bulldoze to clear the Credilli. I don't think it can Fairy Wind down.
Doesn't look like it can. Shira choosing not to throw energy, because by her getting knocked out here, she will get the 0-turn bring-in, whereas Lil Winery switching out will get 1. So this should put Hashira up by a turn. There is the Furret, and you should notice that Furret does not get a sneak there because of that 1-turn switch. So that very deliberate decision by Hashira pays off, as now Lil Winery has 1 less Sucker Punch.
Shira building up to the next fly. There is a Swift. We saw the Swift do kind of a lot of damage before, but this Galarian Moltres is not debuffed as it was before. Moltres able to handle it just fine. Now, Lil Winery has all 3 Pokemon still remaining. So going for what looked like, did she tap on the Brave Bird?
She did. A fly wouldn't knock out. Brave Bird is needed. This game comes down to, can Talonflame survive the Sucker Punches? And I believe the answer is no. In comes Credilli. That gets farmed down. The Incinerate, I don't think it's going to register. And it doesn't. And Hashira takes it 2-0. Beautiful gameplay there.
Oh, look at the Galarian Moltres. Lil Winery sending it back over to the other side of the field. Congratulations to Shira for taking that game. Everybody, again, that was the losers finals for Group B. So Shira has guaranteed day number 2, our next trainer to punch in. Now, there were a couple of gameplay mechanics that we talked about that might be good to reiterate to newer players. So there was the mechanic at the very end of the game. Let's call that one out first. So about the 5-turn Incinerate versus the 2 Sucker Punches that the Galarian Moltres needed. Kind of as the trainers are going back and watching this play out, Henry, can you explain why that's so important?
Yes, so the damage from Incinerate will not register until the end of the Incinerate. So if the 2 Sucker Punches can pick up the knockout first, that Incinerate doesn't land. And Shira knew she had to go for the Brave Bird to take that knockout, was hoping that the Acid would be enough to KO, but it did not. And then at the end of the Talonflame, Incinerate has amazing stats, but the drawback to the move is the damage doesn't register until all the way at the end. If it's something like a Dragon Breath, that damage is registering instantly. But the damage will not register until the end, and that's why it didn't register at all.
The second gameplay mechanic that came in really clutch here for Shira was talking about that 1-turn versus that 0-turn bring-in. Now that we're not in the middle of battle and trying to rush through our thoughts, can you talk about why is it sometimes really advantageous to let your Pokemon faint, let it get knocked out, so you can bring in your Pokemon kind of fresh there?
Yeah, so after you get KO'd and you bring in your Pokemon, you get what's called a 0-turn bring-in. Your Pokemon gets brought onto the field instantly.
but in most scenarios, if you click the switch button, that counts as a turn, or 0.5 seconds. So when Hashira didn't throw her move and then let Lowinery knock her out, her Moltres gets brought in instantly, whereas Lowinery has to wait for Hashira's Pokemon to hit the field and then click the switch button, which takes a turn. Sucker Punch and Sucker Punch, it's the same fast move for both 2 turns, but because of that switch taking a turn, that's why the Furret didn't get a Sucker Punch sneak, because it was behind by the turn, and Hashira made sure to throw before it got the Swift, so it couldn't get that turn back.
This game has so many little mechanics that are incredibly important to study. Coming to Pokemon regional events, watching at home, these are great ways to learn about a lot of these mechanics. Let's take another quick look at the top 12 Pokemon that are really popular here in Day 1. We were just talking about the Galarian Moltres and the Furret, both Sucker Punch users that are really, really important to counter the Galarian Corsola that is at number 2 usage.
I'm a little bit surprised. I feel like for the amount of Bastiodon we've seen on stream, Bastiodon not in the top 12. We do see Claude making a surprise appearance at number 12. Shadow Scizor is still hanging on in the 10th slot there, 17.6%. I think looking across top usage, I do still really like Shadow Scizor. I believe it's Out of Pocket who was able to make Day 2 with Shadow Scizor on the team. So I'm excited to see, because Shadow Scizor, it's one of these high-risk, high-reward Pokemon. It's very frail, but it has incredible fast move pressure. It can boost itself with Trailblaze, or double boost itself every once in a while with a Night Slash. So I think it's one of the most exciting Pokemon to watch in the Championship Series.
Yeah, you called out the Clodsire. I don't know if we certainly haven't casted a Clodsire today.
We have not, no.
I don't know if Tuo Butters or Speediest Chief have casted a Clodsire matchup, but we certainly haven't seen one, which is interesting considering it is that 12th pick. We were talking about earlier how Clodsire's really fallen off of the meta. We see it, I think we still see it a little bit in Go Battle League.
Yeah.
Like a little bit. It still has a lot of great utility. You can use either Sludge Bomb or Stone Edge, depending on if you're in like a restricted meta in Go Battle League versus just open Great League, but really has fallen off.
It's a tough bring when the Mud Slappers are as strong as they are, and part of the adjustments that were made with making Water Pulse cheaper, giving extra damage to Rock Slide, was to make those Mud Slappers feel a little bit more flexible. And if they feel more flexible, then people are more inclined to bring them, because suddenly it's a lot less of a feast or famine pick like a Bastiodon that has no play into its counters, whereas something like a Marowak, even if you lead it into a Moltres, you can soft lose a mid-game like a lot of trainers do and get farm. And suddenly your Rock Slide is threatening big damage onto that Moltres. Moltres is forced to pull a shield. Or if you're feeling brave like Beelzebub did in the Worlds Finals, you can call a bait and maybe get yourself an advantage that way.
Let's see which of our 2 trainers are going to take advantage down on the battlefield. We are looking at the Group C Losers Finals. So this is win or go home, or win and in to day number 2 into Sunday. We have Little Sparty versus LL Semi.
And for Semi, that's a Murkrow. Our second Murkrow sighting of the day. Murkrow performed so well at Monterey, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I believe those trainers were all running almost the identical team, if not 6 of the same 6, 5 of the same 6. This is our second Murkrow sighting. When Dune had it on stream, Murkrow was an absolute wrecking ball. He saved shields for it, constantly reset debuffs, caught out of it, and leveraged the bulkier options to try and let it have success. And there is a lot of bulky picks on Semi's team. Semi has the Steelix, the Cordilli, which is great at debuffing, the Galarian Corsola, Blastoise, which can artificially increase its bulk with a Skull Bash. So I do think this is a well-positioned team to try and let Murkrow thrive.
I'm also really interested that Simi's Cordilli is a purified Cordilli.
It looks like, according to notes, it is not on return. But maybe that's just the best IV that he had, so he's going for it.
And in this matchup, Little Sparty is able to align the Cordilli onto the Murkrow. Now, what makes Murkrow so dangerous is that it gets to both Drill Peck and Foul Play in 5 pecks, or 10 turns. That is incredibly quick.
That it is. Little Sparty putting up the shield because a Drill Peck that's non-debuffed would just be devastating. But throughout the course of this match, Cordilli will begin to gain the upper hand. Because even though Cordilli doesn't have the pacing advantage, really being able to debuff this incredible attack stat on the Murkrow should allow it to actually start surviving Drill Pecks if it wants to.
And Little Sparty recognizes this. No shield here from Little Sparty as the drill peck lands on Credilli, but it is able to survive with just a low amount of HP. The Galarian Corsola comes in and is met with Little Sparty's own Galarian Corsola. So it is a match of these two Galarian Pokemon.
Nightshade going to be no-shielded, as even in a mirror where there's non-stop super effective damage, that will not be enough to take the KO. Lil Sparty will not be able to get to a second Nightshade here. So for Semi, an important decision point of does he decide to shield or let it go and hope that he can farm down. It looks like he thinks he can farm down. It's going to be close, and he just survives, exiting with a charge attack. That puts a lot of pressure on Lil Sparty suddenly.
It does, so now Lil Sparty has to make a decision. Which Pokemon do you bring in to absorb this damage? Goes for the Rock Tomb and is able to throw it to eliminate that charge attack damage. It sometimes feels a little unfortunate to throw a charge attack into just about 1 HP, but that's what needed to be done.
In comes Blastoise and a quick pivot into the Primeape. Immediate Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise. Ideally, if Murkrow could make it to a Drill Peck, that would be nice. Lil Sparty gonna no-shield the Hydro Cannon, but will this just set up a Peck farm down for the Murkrow? In comes the Murkrow, and those Pecks are devastating.
It is, will the Primeape be able to throw one more Karate Chop and throw one more charged attack? It cannot. The Primeape goes down, and Credilli comes in. Murkrow is in a great spot to be able to peck it down.
I think a lot of us are going to have to start filling out Murkrow apology forms. I was not familiar with Murkrow's game. Murkrow putting on a show. We're seeing why it performs so well in Monterey, as Murkrow time and time again is just they're able to very well leverage the bulky Pokemon in the back, trying to catch moves, let it reset its debuffs, and get back on the field and try and get some kind of advantage. And it just keeps being an absolute wrecking ball of a Pokemon.
So what does Lil Sparty have on her side of the field that wants to see the Murkrow? I think her Corviknight is a pretty good, something that could work well against it. I'm trying to see how do you put a stop to the Murkrow?
I think the best answer is Talonflame, but even Talonflame would be a little bit difficult. Leaving with the move for Semi was so big because it forced the energy from the Credilli. That charge attack being loaded could have been deadly, but by getting that charge attack, forcing it to be thrown, that set up the Murkrow Blastoise core to do great into the Primeape. Lil Sparty could not shield the Hydro Cannon, because if the Hydro Cannon was shield, then there was a Drill Peck, and that's doing way more damage, but even with no shield in the Hydro Cannon, that just set up the perfect Peck down.
You mentioned perhaps the Talonflame being the best counter. It just feels like there's so many places for this Murkrow to go. Like, it would love to see the Primeape. You saw it do pretty well into that Credilli. It would do great into Gastrodon, resisting the Mud Slaps. And obviously, Murkrow being a Dark-type Pokemon loves to see the Galarian Corsola. It's a great counter for that. It just feels that the Shadow Murkrow is so safe.
And we have dual lock-ins for game number 2. Oh no, it's the Murkrow into the Galarian Corsola. Murkrow finds its mark, and Lil Sparty will look to immediately safe switch into that Credilli.
And it looks like LL Semi's comfortable staying in because, as I mentioned, this Shadow Murkrow is so safe into Lil Sparty's team. Looks like staying in, throwing a charge attack, peeling a shield, and now bringing in the Galarian Corsola. With the switch timer misaligned a little bit, does this open something up for Lil Sparty?
Lil Sparty could potentially try and pivot back out, as Corsola energy is valuable, but the biggest issue that Lil Sparty has is Lil Sparty is down a shield. And I think for Semi, I think he's pretty happy with the Murkrow, whether it has switch advantage or not, because even if it is that worst case scenario, Talonflame in the back, a Murkrow up a shield and up energy can still make life very tricky. So Semi, if he wants to, can make a play for alignment, but being down a shield, this is looking very tough for Lil Sparty.
The Credilli has to take another Night Slash, and there we saw Lil Sparty trying to wait out the switch timer and trying to bring in something else, anything else to get out of this Credilli matchup, bringing in the Corviknight to start to do damage, but LL Semi already has the Blastoise ready to go. And again, looking on the side of Lil Sparty's team, Blastoise's water-type damage can kind of go everywhere into Lil Sparty's team.
I love the nose shield by Ilsemi. All three Pokemon are known, and you know there is not a lot of fast food pressure into the Murkrow. The closest thing to fast food pressure that exists is the Credilli, and the Credilli's already very low. So the Murkrow, as long as it has shields to hide behind, it really doesn't seem like there's a lot that can answer it. Air Cutter will be reached, but he's counting. He knows this is only an Air Cutter. Air Cutter is very fast, it's very spammy, but it's a weak attack, and Blastoise is unfazed.
Little Sparty, again, trying to dance around, trying to pull her Pokemon in and out of battle to try to make a maneuver here, bringing in her own Galarian Corsola, but that just means that the Murkrow can come back in, and Ilsemi has 2 Protect Shields for this Murkrow.
Nightshade Bait will be shielded. I think Lil Sparty, with all of the dancing in and out of matchups, might have tried to attempt to find a win con. It's going to be difficult, but I believe the Credilli has some residual energy. The shield comes up from the Corsola. I believe this should burn the switch clock for Lil Sparty. Not quite yet. Lil Sparty can't escape. The switch clock was so close to being up, but it does not, and that means she's unable to save that Corsola from getting KO'd by that foul play.
That looked like a really good potential win condition on the side of Lil Sparty, but now she's in a tough spot. The Ilsemi still has a shield and that Murkrow, so even though the Pecs are doing resisted damage here, looks like a catch on the Galarian Moltres as well, just to add insult to injury.
Oh my goodness, Semi. Beautiful plays, undercharge Air Cutter, trying to make it to another move, will not get there. And Ilsemi and this Murkrow, just so deadly. He's gonna secure the knockout with the Nightshade, and he's going to day number 2.
As you mentioned, we're going to have to find a spot to put those Murkrow apology forms so that everyone here, except Ilsemi. Ilsemi believed in the Murkrow. I believe it was Dune who also believed in the Murkrow. And everyone in Monterey, everyone else, we got to fill out the forms.
I know there's going to be a lot of people watching the stream, opening their Pokemon Go app and typing in the MURKROW to see, do I have a Murkrow? Do I have the XL candies that I need for it? Because this Pokemon looks terrifying so far. The speed at which it gets to moves, the damage output, and with not a lot of fast move pressure into it, with the top 3 usage being a Mud Slapper, an Astonish user, and an Acid user, I mean, the Credilli matchup isn't great for Murkrow, but if Murkrow is able to dance out of that, reset debuffs, it suddenly gets a lot better.
Taking a look back at that Game 2 victory from Ilsemi, again, Murkrow just dominating in its position in this matchup with Lil Sparty. I think, again, wonderful gameplay from Lil Sparty. I do not want to discount that because I think she did just about everything she could, trying to open up every win condition possible, but Shadow Murkrow just kept shutting it down.
Shadow Murkrow, Semi did such a nice job of never letting the Shadow Murkrow get at a disadvantage, because that is where the Murkrow could potentially be punished, is if you're ever able to get Galarian Corsola, it's not going to be an amazing matchup for the Murkrow, but if you get shields down and get close to a Power Gem, suddenly that Murkrow's getting one-shot. It's getting sent right back to the Pokeball. So it's a very delicate, difficult Pokemon to use, but it's high risk, high reward, and so far, at least in the stream games, it's been all reward. I don't think a Murkrow's lost yet on stream.
What I'm scared, though, of, Henry, what terrifies me to my core, is I'm afraid trainers are going to see this Murkrow, and they're going to get so excited about it, and everyone's going to start bringing Murkrow, and then what Pokemon is very poised to be a solid Murkrow counter?
Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me about the Bastiodon. No.
It's Bastiodon. Also Dedenne, which is another one we don't really want to see back in the meta.
Although, to be honest, DeFi, I've been looking left, I've been looking right. Have you seen Dedenne? It's missing again. It was missing in Frankfurt. It's gone here. Dedenne missing in action. And I think trainers' decision to run Charjabug over it we've seen a lot of Charjabug have success on stream because of that more flexible play. Pocket mentioned he opted for the X-Scissor Crunch moveset, as Crunch allowed him to win the zeros versus Galarian Corsola. With X-Scissor, if you get up energy, it makes Credilli really uncomfortable to safe switch into it as well, because you can threaten immediate damage onto that Pokemon. So I really like that choice of a different electric type, and in my eyes, a better electric type.
Of course, I've got the Charjabug, like, on my pick. I'm 100% team Charjabug.
You were prepared.
I was prepared. trainers need to get prepared right now. If they want to run, for example, a Shadow Murkrow, it's really important to be able to TM frustration off of your Pokemon, and you can only do that, it's usually once per season during a Team Go Rocket takeover. So right now, we have the Psychic Spectacular taken over. Today is September 20th, so this ends tomorrow at 8 o'clock p.m. local time. So if you are interested in TMing your Shadow Pokemon off of frustration, this is a really important event. We also had some new Shadow Pokemon released as part of this event, as well. Quillfish being one of them. That was something we've been excited to see.
And the Shadow Dino family. And speaking of shadows, I backstage was able to get a couple of Shadow Groudon raids done, because I believe it's the Shadow Groudon raid weekend. Oh, look at that photo. I don't know if a Pokemon has ever looked cooler than Groudon does in that photo next to Giovanni, but I've been doing the Shadow Groudon raids. We've had full lobbies of 20 because there's so many Pokemon Go trainers here, and it's been quite a lot of fun. I believe you managed to catch one that was pretty close to a Purified Hundo, right?
I believe so. It was pretty close. As many trainers out there know, anyone who knows me well knows that I don't build and use Shadow Pokemon. I feel like I want to be on the side of the trainers who are rescuing and purifying their Pokemon.
Fair enough.
You know, it fits the narrative better for me. It fits my narrative of the game. So they know that I prefer regular and purified Pokemon over Shadows, but I know a lot of these trainers, they really love being able to use that 20% additional attack damage in these games.
And we really noticed that 20% attack boost from the Shadow Murkrow. Shadow Murkrow is just able to kind of grab shields from anything in the format. Obviously, we haven't seen a Murkrow into a Bastion yet, and hopefully we won't. I'm a biased commentator. I'm hoping for more Murkrow, less Bastion, because Murkrow is very exciting, but that extra damage, being able to pressure shields even off something bulky like Cradilly, and then I'm just extremely impressed.
And we have some impressive trainers coming to the field of battle. Dr. Roast Beef on the left and Silent Beast on the right. And there it is, the Pokemon that I was so confused to see rounding out the top 12. Silent Beast running that Clodsire.
Silent Beast, known for running a lot of fire types. Silent Beast primarily ran the Typhlosion for quite a few regionals, so an adjustment in strategy from Silent Beast, still bringing a glassy fire type, but this time it's the Shadow Charizard. The Charizard is opting for Ember, so Ember has less fast move damage than the Legacy Dragon Breath, but what Legacy Ember does is it gives you incredibly fast pacing. Straight 4 to Air Cutter, 665 to Blast Burn, incredible damage output, and really, honestly, it looks like it can put in some work in this matchup, but it'll have to be careful of that Blastoise.
This is the Group D Winners Finals. We are wrapping up kind of the top half of our bracket here, trying to find out which trainer is going to be the next to lock it in for Championship Sunday tomorrow here in Pittsburgh. So Dr. Roast Beef, we've seen on the stream already before today. I believe we got to commentate one of his matchups. We see the Pangoro, we see the Shadow Charizard on his side of the field, and big man Blastoise rocking that rollout.
Blastoise does have some pretty nice targets. I do think that Silent Beast is known for running the fire type, so will we see that Charizard? We're gonna find out. Both battlers have locked in Group D Losers Finals. Game number 1, it's Shadow Charizard. Oh my, into Shadow Charizard.
This is a battle of these two flying fire type Pokemon. They're not dragon types, but it feels like they should be. He gets it on the Mega though. And here we have Silent Beast opting for the Air Cutter first. Air Cutter we know is not a very strong attack, but Shadow Charizard is not a defensive Pokemon. That stings. And the attack boost for Silent Beast.
Silent Beast will put up the Protect Shield as the Air Cutter comes through. Switch out into the Blastoise. Quick switch, saving that Charizard, and in comes Goodra. Goodra's pacing will be a plus, but a Skull Bash from Blastoise will do a lot of damage. Dr. Roast Beef has the shield advantage and gives up the first shield here to try and buff up his defense with this Skull Bash.
And we see Dr. Roastbeef going straight for the Skull Bash. No real reason to bait here. So very smartly shielding the first Thunder Punch because that's going to do the most damage. That Skull Bash hurt going into the Goodra.
That is big damage. Blastoise now at +1 defense. This Thunder Punch is suddenly much less threatening. Dr. Roastbeef, he used the shield to set up Blastoise. Now Blastoise will look to farm up, will need to throw the Hydro Cannon, and that's perfect over farming. Dr. Roastbeef, a surgeon with the over farms as down goes Goodra.
Lots of precision play from Dr. Roastbeef, as now he has a Hydro Cannon as well to throw into the Furret to soften it up for the rest of his Pokemon. Blastoise is not long for the field of battle. It is very low in health. Dr. Roastbeef saving it in the back. Shadow Charizard coming back in. It's outpacing, has that energy advantage.
Oh my, going straight for the Blast Burn. Dr. Roastbeef, he's thinking about it. He lets it go. That's the Blast Burn, devastating damage. Critterly hangs on, but not by much. Going for the Rock Tomb. Silent Beast letting it go because he wants farm on his Furret.
Says, you have done your job. Thank you very much. Back in the Pokeball you go. Furret gets a ton of farm there. Lots of fast attack damage. Furret is setting itself up to be able to try to take out the Shadow Charizard and the Blastoise. Two beloved first partner Pokemon from the Kanto region. And Furret just comes walking onto the field of battle and says, I got this.
Furret going for the Swift instead of the Trailblaze. There could have potentially been an idea. There's the catch attempt. I was going to say, Dr. Roastbeef, if Silent Beast goes for the double Swift, Dr. Roastbeef needs an attempt at a catch. The catch is unsuccessful. Another option could have been to go for the Trailblaze, try and farm everything down. But Silent Beast, as soon as he landed the Blast Bird, great decision to let the Charizard go. It's so tempting to say, I want to keep my Charizard on the field. But if Dr. Roastbeef's Charizard had then gotten the farm and had the shield advantage, that game could have ended very differently.
We had an exciting start to this battle with two Shadow Charizards going toe-to-toe, claw-to-claw, wing-to-wing, and it turns out that Silent Beast being able to win that last game is one game away. Something I want to point out here on the screen, Earth Power Gastrodon. Tell me about that, Henry.
Earth Power is an interesting choice. We saw in the grand finals of Frankfurt, Inadequence was really able to punish an opposing Gastrodon by constantly switching water types into it. But with Earth Power, suddenly something like a Blastoise actually has something to fear. And going back to this battle, that Blast Burn full sending, paying instant dividends. The heavy damage graphic comes out, and Charizard getting KO'd to set up Furret to sweep the endgame.
With two Shadow Charizards on the field, we are going to see that heavy damage graphic plenty during these battles, and I love to see it. It means we've got big, dynamic gameplay coming from our trainers. Dr. Roastbeef has to make a pivot, has to do something to be able to keep his tournament dreams alive. One more loss and he is out of this Pittsburgh tournament, so has to try to be able to figure out, how do I get around this Furret endgame? How do I get around the Shadow Charizard heavy damage? That Blast Burn decimated the Cradilly.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, Group D loses finals. Cradilly into the Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola will be resisting the acid, so we see Dr. Roastbeef switching to the Blastoise, which we saw from before, is very safe. However, the Hydro Cannons don't have anywhere to go against the Goodra. Goodra pacing to this Thunder Punch so quickly. Dr. Roastbeef, same script as before. You shield the first one and then go for the Skull Bash to try to boost up your defense.
The Silent Beast, read this, Silent Beast does. Silent Beast putting up the shield. Why this is so important for Goodra is this is where Goodra can really punish the fact that it is so fast to get to these charge moves, as Blastoise does not get to the Skull Bash very quickly whatsoever, as Goodra is almost at back-to-back Thunder Punches, so getting that shield call right is so big for Goodra. As the Thunder Punch lands, Blastoise is going to try and get there, but guess who outpaces? It's that Goodra.
Being able to get to your attacks in either it's Aqua Tail in 9, Thunder Punch in 10, and Thunder Punch knocks the Blastoise off of the field. Cradilly comes back in,
oh, no.
And we see a swap out into the Pangoro.
This is tough for the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola is completely walled. Everything it throws is going to be resisted, but the Pangoro is very frail. So even though everything is resisted, the Astonishes, the Nightshades, they add up. Clodsire does look very strong for Silent Beast in the back. So Clodsire, the Pokemon that we haven't really seen on stream all day, could prove to be key. And it looks like this Galarian Corsola is actually bulky enough that it should survive a second Night Slash. That would be big for Silent Beast. He's confident. He's clicking no shield.
Silent Beast knows his partner Pokemon, knows that the Galarian Corsola can hang on, throw another Nightshade. I think Dr. Roastbeef was hoping to make it through this matchup without having to use a Protect Shield, but does have to, would have had to use one to keep the Pangoro healthy.
Switches out, saving that Corsola. Immediate no shield on the Goodra. Saving the Corsola is important because Goodra's switch locked. It is going to get Rock Tombed and farmed down. It's not going to generate a lot of damage with the Aqua Tail, but by preserving that Corsola on 1 hit point, Silent Beast now has an ability to reset any potential Rock Tomb debuffs. And this Credilli is rapidly approaching a range where Earthquake can knock it out. If you've ever played Credilli in the Go Battle League and you've seen a Clodsire, you know the moment you have any damage on you, this matchup feels absolutely miserable.
And I think it will be miserable for the Credilli. I love that it's a Best Buddy shiny Clodsire as well. That is a fun call out. But we see going for the Stone Edge instead, Silent Beast recognizing still has to dispense of the Protect Shield remaining, and then will be able to get to, is going to try to get to another charged attack. But Silent Beast also has this Protect Shield to put up.
And I think even if a catch occurs, the Claude is just so far ahead that Claude should still be able to take this. So Dr. Roastbeef can try for the catch. He does not get it, but even with the catch, I believe 2 Stone Edges could have been reached by the Clodsire either way. Stone Edge is going to land into Credilli, picking up the knockout. All that's left is a Pangoro with a Night Slash, but it's just not enough damage. And Silent Beast is going to advance with a score of 2-0.
I'm disappointed. I wanted to see the big turtle Blastoise do a little bit better there, but it kept lining up against the Goodra, and Goodra just paces so quickly. We saw that Blastoise, it gets to the Hydro Cannons fast, but Hydro Cannon's not helping you against a Goodra. You need the Skull Bash instead, and Skull Bash paces, it's a great attack, but it just paces so slowly.
I really liked the understanding of even between game 1 and game 2 for Silent Beast, of game 1 realizing I have a Charizard. I don't need to prioritize switch advantage as much, but in that game 2, getting the shield call right on the Skull Bash, we saw Blastoise. It's so fast at the Hydro Cannon, but the Skull Bash is so expensive. Having all that energy only do 1 total damage was just catastrophic, because then Blastoise had no play in that mid game once that Skull Bash was shielded. Goodra just took over.
And that's so tough to do for Dr. Roastbeef to bait there, because throwing a Hydro Cannon into a Goodra would have been devastating as well.
And as we go back to this game number 2, the Stone Edge was shielded. Credilli was able to get that final shield, but unfortunately needed basically a CMP sack swap to do anything in this game, and unfortunately it did not happen. And Clodsire, 12th in usage, but into day number 2.
On stream, it has a 100% win rate, I guess. But we'll see how many more of them make it. We were talking about before. Clodsire, it's also a ground, if you're going to put a spot on your team for a ground-type Pokemon, it hurts to have a ground-type Pokemon that loses to other ground-type Pokemon. That can be really, really rough.
Yeah, we've seen people try and take advantage of people having ground types in general with running something like a Torterra, and that's had kind of mixed results. So Claude, it is a bit of a gamble, but if you run into one of these teams that doesn't have a Marowak, then suddenly it can look quite scary. And Claude doing a great job at shutting down Credilli, which has been, I mean, I have no way of verifying this information, but I feel like every game that's had a Credilli, they've brought the Credilli because it's just so safe in so many matchups. Credilli is almost just a guaranteed bring because the rock grass coverage is so safe.
We are going to be heading back and checking out more battles very soon, but do not go anywhere. We have a fun segment to show you. Will did a Steelix draft with some trainers, and I am so excited to see how it turned out. Let's check it out.
Welcome in everyone to a brand new segment called the Steelix Draft. This is going to be happening at multiple Championship Series events as we move through the season, and I'm so excited to kick off this Pittsburgh edition. We have three incredibly talented trainers in Tua Butters, Arrow, and LNDS Hard Jeff. They will be going through a snake-style draft with the current meta Pokemon, and they're going to go real quick. So let's get started. Butters, with the first pick in the Steelix Draft, is going to choose Scizor. All right, Butters. First pick overall, Scizor. That is a bold statement. Why?
It's the best Pokemon, the best Shadow Pokemon in the meta. It was on the winning teams of the last two regionals of the season. Best Shadow Pokemon. That's why I'm picking it.
All right, second up, Arrow. Arrow, second pick.
Very close to me.
Arrow with Galarian Moltres as his first round pick in the Steelix Draft here in Pittsburgh.
It's a great Pokemon. It won Worlds.
All right. Nothing else needs to be said. Hard Jeff coming in with the third. And because this is a snake-style Steelix draft, he gets actually two picks, but he's going to start with Lantern, followed up by Charjabug, double electric. I'm getting LAIC vibes here, Hard Jeff. Is that why you picked them?
Yeah, this dude won LAIC for me, and Arrow picked Moltres, so I had two electrics now.
Awesome, awesome. We love it. Next up, Arrow snaking back around the draft. Gastrodon,
That just made those two picks.
Oh, and needs to counter the electric types. All right, that makes a lot of sense. I also like the flying and ground type core. Butters coming back. You get two picks, Tua Butters. Going in with the Goodra as his first choice. A flexible dragon type, Thunder Punch, Aqua Tail. Tons and tons of flexibility here, but he's got to make his second pick real quick. Butters, what do you have for us here?
I got the Cradily and I got the Goodra. Goodra, because I love Goodra, and it also messes with Harjeffi because he won with the Goodra, but now I have it.
Awesome. And also, Cradily falling to round 3 of the Steelix draft is wild to me, but let's see what Arrow's got. These trainers need to pick it up because we are moving through this draft real quick. Oh, Azumarill!
I don't know. I'm scared.
Okay. Well, when you are scared, pick up the Azumarill, right? It's a safety blanket whenever you need a little bit of extra bulk. Harjeffi with 2 picks here. Togekiss with, I assume, the newly buffed Peck, as well as Aura Sphere, and Galarian Corsola falling to the 4th round is wild to me, Harjeffi.
Yeah, I don't know how they let me get Corsola. It's very neutral, it's good against everything, and Togekiss is busted.
It's busted, he says, coming back in with Arrow. Next pick in the Steelix Pittsburgh draft, Furret. Come on.
Not one, but 2 sucker punches.
This is poetic. I know that Arrow absolutely adores that Pokemon, and now it's on his official team. Butters, you got to make 2 picks, and you got to make them real quick. I want everyone in chat to vote which team you think is the best. Coming with Murkrow. What? I can't believe it. A dark flying type Pokemon that we did see in the Monterey Regionals. I believe it placed both 2nd and 3rd overall. And Dusclops as your, oh my gosh, as your 5th pick. All right. We're coming back around to Arrow. Arrow, what do you have for us here? You're kind of walking up kind of slow.
Sometimes you got to do the evil thing.
Oh, the evil thing. I don't know.
Mouse is evil.
The Dene looks pretty adorable there. I don't know. I don't think it's that evil, chat, but let us know what you think. Harjeffi has to make 2 picks here to round out his team in the Steelix draft. He's over there deliberating, everybody. He's trying to pick them. Only a few choices remain. I think he's got him. Harjeff coming in with the Fortress. Of course, I'm a huge fan of this Pokemon right here. And his final pick, another steel type, double electric, double steel. Harjeff, you are a madman. How does this team work?
I just love Tinkaton.
All right, Arrow, final pick in your Steelix draft.
This is a Shadow, I promise.
Shadow Kanto Marowak, 6th pick in the draft, my goodness.
I mean, 2 ground types. What could go wrong?
2 Mud Slappers as well. Butters, final pick in the Steelix Pittsburgh draft, Unova's Stunfisk.
I can't believe that Shadow Kanto Marowak went to the 2nd last pick of the draft. I almost got it, but Arrow stole it from me. It's one of the best Pokemon in the meta, but these teams actually look pretty balanced here. I'm actually very proud of us, Speedy.
I'm proud of you guys too. Again, chat, we've got Butters' team here on the top level. We've got Arrow's team in the middle, and then Harjeff's team down below. Let us know in the chat which one you think is the best. And you know what? We're in Pittsburgh, so let's go ahead and celebrate a little bit. Back to the Pokemon action, everybody. See you there. Welcome in, trainers, to a brand new segment called Mega Malamar Predictions. I've got 2 incredible trainers here. One was a Malamar champion last season in Dubug 97, and the other top cut with Malamar as well. And you know what? They're so good at this Pokemon and so good at Pokemon Go PvP that they might actually have psychic abilities. And that's what we're going to find out here this weekend in Pittsburgh. Let's start with you, Adib. You know what? I feel like one of the easiest tests of a psychic is if you can move something telekinetically. So, can you do it?
Can do.
Wait. Oh, no. No way. Whoa.
Did it work?
It worked perfectly. Adib, your powers are incredible. You telekinetically moved that Giratina Alter plushie, which I think just won in Frankfurt as well. So very, very nicely done. Dunebug, another psychic ability is the ability to telepathically communicate something. So I want you to tell me a matchup that maybe only you know, but you are going to send that information into my brain as we talk. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Shadow Kanto Marowak beats Azumarill in the two-shield matchup.
What? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. All right. Final test. This is something that you can't make up. You can't fake, right? I'm going to queue into the Mega Master League right now. And I want you both to predict which lead I'm going to encounter. All right. Are you ready? Yeah. I'm going to queue right now. Oh, I have a game.
I think it's Ho-Oh. I do think it's Ho-Oh as well.
You think it's going to be Ho-Oh? Okay. Okay, hold on. We're queuing in. All right, let's see. Leads are coming out. Groudon. No way! You predicted my lead and go Battle League as well? Okay. Let me top left. All right. Top left it. All right. The final thing is, since you both are certified psychics at this point, you're incredible. I want you both to make a prediction about the tournament this weekend in Pittsburgh. We'll start with you, Adib.
Someone with a black hoodie will top cuts with Malamar.
Whoa. Interesting. Very, very intriguing. Dunebug.
I think someone with 97 at the end of their name is going to get top 8 at the tournament.
Very specific, a little bit more specific than Adib's, but I'll take it. You know what? I'm on board. I think you both are incredibly talented trainers. Can't wait to see you compete this weekend. And there's something different about how you look today, but I don't know. It's probably nothing. Anyways, back to the Pokemon action.
Well, Dunebug is looking pretty psychic as he's on that winner's side of the bracket already for day number 2. Now we have some trainers on that loser side trying to battle back. We have LNDS Steinar and Arrow, a Goliath of a series coming up next. I'm 2-0 Butters, joined by Speediest Chief.
I always think I'm ready for the Butters hype, and then you hit me with one of those. And also, shout out to you, Butters, for joining us for the Steelix draft segment as well. That was really, really fun. I mean, you had a little bit of a Terrible Towels action at the end, which is also super hype. But I'm really excited for the next pair that's going to hit the stage. Like you said, Steinar versus Arrow. Arrow's a trainer very much like what we saw from Caleb, who just commits to his plays, commits to his plans, and you got to admire commitment.
He does commit to his plans. His plan was good or bad in that draft. I want to hear from you. Who actually had the best draft from that clip we just saw?
Oh, you putting me on the spot.
Yes, I am.
Arrow made a mistake by not picking Unova Stunfisk. He already had a Mud Slapper in Gasseron. He should have just gone with the Unova Stunfisk. I got to give it to you, Butters. You had the Goodra. You had a solid team.
I'll take it, but Arrow is a great team builder, and that's why he's on stage right now. So he has some new Pokemon we haven't seen as often. Well, I guess, no. Z Swilus was also running the Guzzlord, obviously to great effect as well. But Arrow also bringing that Guzzlord. He was debating which charge attacks he would run with it. I want to see if he did go ahead and go for the Sludge Bomb. Yes, so he has the exact same charge attacks as Z Swilus. Of course, he did so well earlier on today.
Very good coverage for any opposing Fairy types, but he's not going to get that on the other side of the field here from LNDS T Steinar. I think that's the same team as LNDS Harjefe is running, but something I want to point out here, Butters, is that we see this Shadow Steelix on Arrow's team as well. This is a Pokemon that he wanted in the Steelix draft, and he might prove exactly why it's that good.
Speedy. Yeah? Arrow just locked in with ABA flyer types versus a Bastiodon team. At least Togekiss does have Aura Sphere now to be super effective. Here comes the swap of Shadow Scizor met by the Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is a great answer for Shadow Scizor. Of course, you have to respect the Trailblaze that is double super effective, but it's first the Night/Bait.
ABA flying type Butters, and then he switches in his Scizor. No respect for Bastiodon, zero respect for the Steel and Rock type.
The reason I have respect for Arrow is he always makes these crazy plays, but he believes in them, and they are always so effective for him, and he no-shield on the Body Slam, and now he's gonna get to a Trailblaze. Wow. Suddenly, he's getting 2 Protect Shields from this Gastrodon.
Absolutely clinical precision there. He was able to fire up the 2 bullet punches for 4 turns.
My goodness.
And still get the charge attack. Now he's got a 2-shield advantage for his double flying types. And guess what, Butters? Togekiss has the Aura Sphere, so even if there was a steel type in the back, he's covered.
I was going to say, buckle up. This is going to be a wild ride because it's going to be 2 shield Shadow Charizard, but he actually does give up a Protect Shield. It was a bait on a Body Slam, throwing the Aura Sphere on charge attack priority. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Aura Sphere, a new attack that Togekiss has available this season, knocks out the Grastodon.
Absolutely knocked it out. Here comes a Galarian Moltres. All these Sucker Punches going to be resisted by that very typing, but there's not a whole lot that this Togekiss can do to hit back in return. It's got to go for the neutral Aura Sphere.
And just like we saw with Caleb Pang, LNDS Steinar is running that payback on his Moltres as well. Gonna get to the fly here. It's gonna be neutral into the Togekiss. Instant, no protection. Do we see a pivot from Arrow trying to go in the Charizard, try to get some energy advantage here? No, actually, yes, does pivot into the Charizard here, and the Cradily is going to meet it, but there's no protections remaining. You are going to get outpaced before the Blast Burn. No, it's Charge Attack priority!
Charge Attack priority. Blast Burn going to connect into the Cradily. It's rock, but it's also grass, so this is definitely going to hurt. Charge Attack raining down. Immediate Control Alt Delete KO. In comes the Galarian Moltres.
And now he's just going to already pace to the Air Cutter to finish off this game number 1. Arrow! You don't respect his ABA lines, he is gonna punish you for it because that safe swap Shadow Scizor came out of nowhere to get 2 Protect Shields.
Butters, these are the kinds of teams and plays that just scramble the brains of elite players. Like, I'm sure Steinar's looking at that, he's gonna start to reflect and say, wait, hold on, what just happened? Is he running ABA Flyers against a Bastiodon team? Is he insane?
The insanity continues because now Steinar is on the losers, or sorry, no, this is the winners finals update here. I thought I saw losers when we first joined. This is winners finals. So Steinar's tournament line is not on the line like I was just gonna say, but this matchup is on the line, and that is a crazy thing to see straight off. And does it invite the Bastiodon? Maybe that's what Arrow is hoping for here. He's trying to fish out that Bastiodon. Honestly, I wouldn't even try to think what Arrow's thinking.
I agree. Look at how weak Arrow's team is to the Bastiodon. You've got a Bug and Steel type Scizor. You've got the Guzzlord, a Dragon type. You've got 2 Flying types, and then the Steelix. I mean, he doesn't even have an answer to Bastiodon outside of that Gastrodon.
Yeah, I mean, Steelix can do okay in that matchup, but I gotta agree with you. And he just ran a team. I guess Togekiss is okay.
Yeah.
We have the double super effective Aura Sphere. We have this lead of the Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Scizor. One of the best aspects of Shadow Scizor is it can beat Galarian Corsola in the 1 Protect Shield situation. But most times, trainers are never gonna shield against this Scizor because the zeros are in Corsola's favor, and Scizor also always has to give up a Protect Shield to beat Corsola.
I'm wondering, yes, exactly what I was thinking. Arrow makes the swap. He's trying to pull out that Bastiodon, Butters, and save his Togekiss to sweep in the back. Can absorb the Nightshade on that Dark-type Guzzlord. Out comes the Gastrodon, actually.
That is brilliant from Steinar. I think he sniffed it out. He thought that, okay, you are trying to bait out my Bastiodon here. I'm not going for the bait. I've already chipped damage into you. I can still maintain alignment, and maybe it's going to be that Shadow Charizard in the back line, but no. Instead, it is the Togekiss. The Togekiss does have double super effective coverage now, so if the Protect Shields are down, Arrow has a chance in this battle.
Arrow very confused there to not see the charge attack come through from Steinar, but the Body Slam does get fired off eventually, does connect into that Guzzlord, and the instant pivot actually trying to reach for that Togekiss, maybe thinking he could survive the second Mud Slap there, but does not, and now he might take a Water Pulse for his trouble.
Blind Water Pulse there into the 2 Protect Shields of Arrow. Arrow does go for that Protect Shield. Steinar is smiling a little bit, pivots into the Bastiodon, but you can't even really pivot out because your Scizor is so low as well, but this Aura Sphere is gonna absolutely chunk, so it gets the Protect Shield. How about this? A Fairy type getting a Protect Shield from Bastiodon.
Togekiss, one of the biggest winners, and you gotta admire the Flower Crown as well. Arrow doing it here in style in Pittsburgh. Are we gonna see another Aura Sphere? Do we see a swap into the Scizor?
I gotta see one of these land. Come on, Arrow. Land an Aura Sphere. Sphere here, I think it's going to do about 60% of the Bastion's health. That is my prediction here. And I don't think we're going to get there. No, we are going to get there. Can he throw the Aura Sphere? No, actually banks the Aura Sphere, comes in the Shadow Scizor to try to get some chip damage. There is one protection remaining. You have to give it up because you have to land the Trailblaze. You need the damage. Aura Sphere right now doesn't have the reach. How does Arrow get the reach on Bastion?
Well, Arrow's got to avoid getting swapped on as well because the Switch Timer did come up for Steiner. So if he connects with the Trailblaze, that's good and well. But if he brings back in the Togekiss and then gets swapped on, this game is over.
This Bastion is in range. There's a boost here, so you get a little extra damage from that bullet punch. Can you swap on the Aura Sphere? Is there a swap here? There is the patience from Arrow, actually just going, hoping there's a swap. Let's break that down. Arrow was fast attacking there, expecting a swap from Steinar because he knows Steinar at any point could just swap out, soak that Aura Sphere, and the game is over. So he was fast attacking, trying to predict it, but Steinar knew that was happening, just kept pressing the smackdown.
And here's the thing, right? The Bastion did have the energy for the charge tech, but Steinar knew that the smackdowns were going to get the job done regardless. Plus, he had that Galarian Corsola in the back, and I think that Togekiss was within 2 or 3 Astonishes anyway. So it honestly looked super close, but Arrow, even if it connects the Aura Sphere there, he's out of energy and he's out of gas against the Galarian Corsola.
He probably had no win condition there, and Steinar knew that, so he was just throwing the smackdowns, not even throwing the charge attack that he already had banked, just knowing that he can win this with the fast attack pressure, either on the Bastion or, like you mentioned, on the Corsola with the Astonish as well. So maybe if Arrow had thrown the Aura Sphere before he swapped and then landed the Trailblaze on the Scizor, and it boosted the attack, of course, one stage, maybe he would have been able to bullet punch through that Corsola and had a chance in that game, but it's tough to say.
Maybe. It's so close. I mean, we're working with incredibly small margins of HP, and you're dealing a lot of damage with the Astonish and with the Smackdown. And Scizor just doesn't have a lot of bulk. So going into game number 3, this is like a cat and mouse game again to me, Butters. I'm wondering, where's Bastion for Steiner, and where's the Gastrodon for Arrow? Because we saw the Togekiss put in a valiant effort, but it just wasn't enough against a 2-shield Bastion.
I think Steiner has to go with what he thinks is best for him. You can't try to get in Arrow's head. I don't think that's gonna work. He doesn't even know when he's gonna run. And there it is, the Bastion into the Shadow Scizor. Arrow's looking at him like, okay, I like this. He does have the Gastrodon and Steelix in the back. I believe he brought his 3 best Pokemon against Bastion.
Yeah, I think so as well. Gonna go for the Trailblaze immediately. Scizor trying to boost up those bullet punches, and they aren't gonna do a lot of damage, but they do just a little bit more in this lead matchup. I don't predict the swap though, Butters. I think we might see a shield here even from Steinar.
And here comes the Stone Edge here. Instead of going for the Flamethrower, it doesn't really matter at this point. That Shadow Scizor is so low. You get the Protect Shield, and now he's just going to try to win the alignment, go for the Trailblaze, maybe even go for a Night Slash. Going for the Night Slash here, he probably has the reach at this point because he is 1 stage boosted, and then maybe he gets to another Night Slash. Does it knock out?
Yes, and it's going to depend on the Astonish damage. Oh, and it's just too much for the Scizor. So even though he won lead, he's in a tough position. Steelix coming in now, 2 Protect Shields to Arrow's 1. This is a Thunderfang, Crunch, and Psychic Fang Steelix, very similar to what we saw at the World Championships.
Yeah, and you're down to Protect Shield, so you have to get a little risky here. Instant no shield from Steinar on the bait of Psychic Fang. That is pretty devastating, but Arrow's shaking his head, but now at least you can knock out with the next Crunch, force the next Protect Shield here, and get some Protect Shield parity, but it comes down to the backlines now.
Yeah, it really does. We do see the Gastrodon as the 3rd Pokemon for Arrow. Meanwhile, Galarian Corsola gets to another Nightshade here, trying to force away another shield or take down the Steelix, and he's going to get the former.
And the Protect Shield comes out. There is 2 Protect Shields remaining for Steinar. Is he just going to go for the 2 Protect Shield? Kraydilly lets this go. I don't even think this knocks out here. Steinar's shaking his head, smirking a little bit as the Kraydilly is unleashed. Arrow knows it, and he just goes ahead and surrenders this battle, and Steinar is moving on to day number 2.
You look at the back line, you see the double flying types in the Togekiss and the Charizard. You see the Guzzlord as well as the Gastrodon. There was really nothing Arrow could have done when he goes down 0 to 2 shields against a Kraydilly. The wheels just kind of came off there at the end of that game 3, and honestly, like, Steinar played incredibly well, just weathering every storm that Arrow could toss his way.
He just didn't have enough gas in the tank to pull off this victory because you mentioned the team composition disadvantage, maybe being so weak to that Bastion. He knew he had to do something crazy in that game number 1, and it completely paid off. caught Steinar off guard, stole game number 1, really. And then Steinar just bounced back saying, okay, I'll bring the Bastion. It's so strong against the opposing team. Remember, Arrow brought his 3 best Pokemon versus Bastion in that game number 3, and Arrow still stayed in with the Shadow Scizor. That's how much pressure Bastion had against his team.
Yeah, game number 1 was really I think the statement that stands out to me the most is just no respect for Bastion whatsoever. But after that, Steinar adjusted, bringing, like you said earlier, the Goliath of a Pokemon that is Bastion. And at that point, Arrow just could not get the alignment that he needed to win those matchups. And in spite of the bulk of the Steelix, in spite of the Gastrodon there, it just wasn't enough to topple Cradily.
And of course, Shadow Steelix, one of the standout Pokemon at the World Championships. Beelzeboy, the world champion, had it, but Arrow also had that Shadow Steelix back in Anaheim. There was a face-off between him and Beelzeboy for the Shadow Steelix. He's bringing Shadow Steelix once again in this new meta, and he's been doing awesome so far. He was on that winner's side of the bracket. Arrow does drop down, but Steinar moves on.
I wanted to apologize to Arrow as well. Butters, you and I did a really fun skit called the Sharpedo Tank with Arrow, and as soon as he said he had double steals and one of them was Steelix on his team, I asked him, how in the world do you beat Talonflame? He said, well, Steelix has win conditions in the 1s and the 2s, and I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
I thought Arrow was just, making stuff up at that point, but honestly, he did so well at Worlds. He's doing great in Pittsburgh. Just one step away from that day 2 top cut. He just needs to fight his way through the losers bracket, like you said.
Such a creative team builder. He always has a different strategy, not only in his team of 6, but how he executes his team of 6. But Steinar running the same team that LNDS Harjefe was running. Of course, Harjefe lost in that losers finals, but Alindo does move on to day number 2.
It's very exciting. I think a lot of those trainers, not only the trainers from Brazil, but also some trainers from Mexico, they shared those teams. They run the same squads. They practice with each other. We saw that with the 7-Eleven team down in Monterrey, and we saw that with the LNDS team as well. So bringing a similar set of trainers and also teams up here to Pittsburgh is just so exciting. And speaking of trainers from Mexico, we're going to get Ashton Ash versus the Tarian.
It's the perfect timing because when we were at the North American International Championships, Ashton Ash shadowed out the creator, the chef, the genius that makes a lot of those, specifically 7-Eleven teams and a lot of those teams in LATAM. It's Eomero. Yes. Eomero is that trainer that often creates these teams from nothing, and then a lot of trainers use those teams. He's actually here in Pittsburgh. I believe he is on that losers side of the bracket, but I think losers round 4 or 5, so maybe we will see him later on in the stream, see what he cooked up for Pittsburgh.
It's so funny. There's actually like a Mexico to Australia pipeline as well, because Eomero will make the team, Ashton Ash will run it, and then PvP Steve will say, hey, Ashton Ash, I need a team. And Ashton Ash says, I got you. My guy, Eomero, helps me out. So I really love how we are sharing strats and teams across the world here for Pokemon Go.
I wonder if we're seeing Eomero's team right now on Ashton Ash's side. It's very possible. This is almost the exact same team that a lot of these trainers ran in Monterrey, but a key difference. Dedenne is now the Unova Stunfisk. Otherwise, I think it's exactly the same.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know what? I think we're all happy as well that Dedenne is not on this roster. I think Unova Stunfisk affords you much more flexibility, giving that ground coverage as well. And Dedenne is so good, but can be so polarizing. So maybe that tweak, that adjustment is what has allowed Ashton Ash to make it to the winners finals here in Group F.
And now we see another Shadow Charizard. Of course, we saw Arrow with it. We've seen Shadow Charizard on the battlefield a lot. We haven't seen it snatch away victory in the way I had hoped for. Now, winners finals, Group F, the Tarian, we haven't talked about him as much. Another extremely talented trainer running that Shadow Charizard, running Shadow Scizor, and then Wigglytuff, which was a standout Pokemon in our usage, actually got on the top 12 at number 11 here in Pittsburgh.
So many polarizing situations here. Imagine the Wigglytuff from the Tarian versus the Fortress for Ashton Ash. Imagine the Charizard from the Tarian up against the Fortress from Ashton Ash. There's a lot going on here in this matchup, and I think that the best players are able to kind of secure these safer matchups and then take risk only when they really need to. So I'm really excited to see what they lock in for game number 1. What are you thinking, Butters?
I think Shadow Charizard, because Shadow Charizard is going to be really safe against the top meta Pokemon on Ashton Ash's team. Yes, you can lose to the Gastrodon, but you're still resisting the Mud Slap by 1 stage. and your pacing, the air cutter is just so quick, you just have to worry about that stun fist. If you can counter that stun fist, I think Charizard has the runway to succeed here. Let's see if Tarian can pull it off as these trainers are about to lock into this battle.
Quick note, this Galarian Moltres for Ashton Ash is running the Tarian. The Galarian Moltres is not running Payback, it is running Fly and Brave Bird. Let's get right into game number 1. We've got 3-turn fast attack users on the field. This is Gastrodon taking on Wigglytuff.
I think Ashton Ash really expected that Shadow Charizard because he ran ABA strong to it with the Gastrodon in the lead and a Unova Stunfisk in the back. And the Tarian didn't actually bring that Shadow Charizard. Instead, he brought the Shadow Scizor.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of play. Even the Rock Tomb on the Credillion in the back could have been useful in that Charizard matchup. So again, another instance of trainers like seeing something that looks super obvious and then pivoting away from it when they actually get into the battle.
And actually going for the Icy Winds here. I don't know if you can charm down after this. I don't think you can. So you're going to have to soak a charge attack, and it's going to be a Water Pulse, and you already used the Protect Shield. There's no way you want to go down 2 Protect Shields here. I know you opted 2 Protect Shield Charmers, but that would be crazy letting the Water Pulse go. That is such a dominant lead matchup for Tarian there.
Ooh, coming in with this Scizor, mashing down that Cradilly, forcing the Unova Stunfisk to counter swap into it. At this point, I think maybe even calling this would be the play, and that's what Ashton Ash does.
He does, because he has 2 Protect Shields remaining. He knows he's behind on energy, so the opponent wants to try to bait there. It's unsuccessful, no boost. You're pretty much at the double charge attack. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. This is going to be a landslide for Ashton Ash in this game.
Yeah, I think the longer this matchup goes on, the more that double Night Slash makes sense for the Scizor, but still, that's a very important call, and Ashton Ash has to decide if he wants to save these Protect Shields for his final Pokemon in the back.
You don't need it. You can endure the Night Slash, and it is charge attack priority. Remember, there is a Swift banked on that Wigglytuff, but that is resisted into Cradilly in the back for Ashton Ash, and I don't think that Wigglytuff could get to an Icy Wind versus an Acid Cradilly. Here comes a swap from Galarian Corsola, and now you're at a 2 Protect Shield disadvantage against this Cradilly.
Yeah, I think if you're Ashton Ash, you just go ahead and shield up the first 2 attacks here, spam off these Rock Tombs fast and furious, and lock down this game number 1. The Tarian has just spent so many resources so early in this battle, and it doesn't seem like he's got enough to make it last for the rest of the game.
A rare blowout here in a winner's finals. I think Ashton Ash is just so far ahead in this battle. Does use the Protect Shield here. Of course, there is that charge attack banked on the Wigglytuff. There's a little health left on the Stunfisk, but that commanding position to have a 2 Protect Shield advantage in the back line. Just so you all know out there, if you have a Pokemon with a 2 Protect Shield advantage, and here comes the swap into Scizor, and here comes the swap into the Stunfisk. Wait a second, hold on, the Tarian is coming alive all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What's happening here? He's actually getting the last Protect Shield.
It's the Bullet Punches. Yeah, the Bullet Punches do so much damage to the Cradillion because of the Switch Timers being a little bit displaced. It opened the door for him to get that key damage. Now deploying the Swift. Hold on, buddy.
Wait a second.
We have a game.
Ashton Ash looks a little bit nervous here. I may have spoke too soon.
Swift
Corsola does have a charge attack, but no, you do get the farm down, and now you have the energy available, even though there was a Nightshade banked. But wow, credit to the Tarian to make that game a buzzer beater.
I'm telling you, it's like, you know, walking through a spooky graveyard and a hand reaches up and grabs you, but you just get away. What a scary moment there for Ashton Ash after being kind of dominant, kind of coasting through the first 75% of that game. Got a little bit of a shock there at the end.
You really can't lose focus against competition like this. I'm not saying Ashton Ash did that, but when you're in the back line with a 2 Protect Shield situation, I was trying to say earlier, most Pokemon beat the other Pokemon with a 2 Protect Shield advantage. So Ashton Ash was feeling extremely confident, all because of the start of that game. That Wigglytuff versus Gastrodon matchup at the beginning, I felt was so uneven.
I agree. Late in that game, when the Tarian was able to send back out his Scizor, 4 bullet punches, Butters. I counted him 4 bullet punches, 8 seconds there. He was able to get all that damage done. If that switch timer would have been just 4 seconds longer, the Cradilly would have been KO'd, and this game would have been flipped. That is the 45-second clock. That is what makes the difference.
Fantastic point. I mean, even in blowouts, there's still potential here to come back. Potential that was not there before. And so that changes everything. It changes the mindset of these trainers, and as they adapt over this season of how do they manipulate this switch timer to the best of their abilities to try to defeat their opponents. I think that a lot more trainers are going to be banking charge attacks before swapping. I thought maybe that's what the Tarian was going to do after that icy win of the Wigglytuff. Instead, he played out that lead matchup, gave up a protect shield, and then really only got a Swift to show for it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get as much value, but I think you're on the money there about banking charge attacks, swapping out, displacing the timer just a little bit. We see really talented trainers like Emmy Weedle out of pocket do it routinely, but Ash and Ash actually really kind of almost got bit by that switch timer in the 45 seconds. I mean, it's a cascading effect, right? It's what allowed the Tarian to swap in and get the bullet punches, and it's also what allowed Ash and Ash to bail that Cradilly out and save his game number 1.
Ash and Ash, one of the best trainers in Championship Series to not have won it all. Got that first place title. Can Pittsburgh be his opportunity? The Stunfisk into the Corsola.
We've got the Dark Flying types and the Steel Bugs in the back for this game number 2. But right now in the field, the Unova Stunfisk gonna try to start to chip down on this Galarian Corsola, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire format.
Oh, I can't wait to see this backline of the Murkrow versus the Galarian Moltres and Shadow Scizor. A benefit of being Dark Flying is you can soak all of the energy from a Scizor. Theoretically, I don't know if Murkrow could do it the same way a Moltres can.
Yeah, on paper, right? It should work, but you never know. Things might not go to plan once the battle actually begins. Looks like a Nightshade is going to come off here from the Galarian Corsola, chipping down the Unova Stunfisk. I mean, after 2 Mud Bombs, it's about time that we saw that Galarian Corsola strike back.
And here comes the Nightshade that the Stunfisk should be able to hang on to, throw some chip damage here, but Corsola, one of the best neutral Pokemon in the meta, able to take this Mud Bomb here, but at least you got to it. That's great training on that Stunfisk to be able to hold on to get that.
I'm telling you, the way that Ash Nash was so nonchalant about that he knows this matchup. He's played this so many times, and now the Murkrow comes in looking for the peck down onto the Galarian Corsola. Can't get to the charge attack in time. Yes, Power Gem.
He does get to the charge attack. Pulls out the protect shield, but now you're able to get this farm down. You'll probably get that protect shield back. What's going to come in here? Is it going to be the Moltres? No, it's the Scizor, and these bullet punches are just absolutely chunking through this Murkrow. Ash and Ash isn't going to be able to take much damage from charge attacks while no shielding here. We have the Fortress backline, swap into the Fortress. Does Scizor bank a bunch of energy and swap? No, actually throws the Night Slash here. Probably going to stay in because you don't want to take that Rock Tomb on your Moltres.
This is such a curious position to be in. It's so awkward. There's not like a clear-cut way forward, but the Galarian Moltres coming out for the Tarian, letting that Fortress get the energy first might be devastating because it could mean double Rock Tombs here.
Yeah, and now you are debuffed, so the Sucker Punch down is probably not going to happen. So how much energy can you get out of this Moltres before you throw it into Fortress here? You're not going to be able to farm down here, but you're going to get really close and actually going to throw right before the Rock Tomb is available. Actually, the Sand Tomb was available. Maybe 2 more Bug Bites until that Rock Tomb was available.
Galarian Moltres takes down the Fortress. Now Murkrow comes out. This is the last hope for Ash and Ash, but he's going to deal a lot of damage to the Pex. He's going to resist the Sucker Punches. So knowing exactly how far the Tarian is from the next fly is critical. He needs to overcharge.
Oh, no timer yet. No timer. So now you're going to stay in here because you have to throw energy. Can you get the farm down? No, you can't get the farm down. Wow, the Tarian able to hold on and force out the Drill Peck from Ash and Ash.
That is a gorgeous Galarian Moltres to absorb all that damage and not get farmed down. But the Scizor comes in. He's got the energy lead.
He's got it.
Ash and Ash.
And this is going to trunk a Shadow Scizor. It's the Drill Peck. It is the tiny little Murkrow, but he is mighty as he takes down the Shadow Scizor. Ash and Ash takes it 2-0.
Ash and Ash with the Murkrow taking down the Galarian Moltres and the Scizor, 2 Pokemon that were all over the World Championships just a month ago and are on the top of our usage charts here in Pittsburgh. But Murkrow, instant impact Pokemon.
Murkrow's for real. It's for real.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously had so much success in Monterey, but that was one regional. We have more of a sample size now.
That's true.
It's in the hands of some of the top trainers in the planet, and it's showing its potential. We saw Doombug use it here so far. We saw Ash and Ash put on this performance. Murkrow is the real deal.
I was looking at Galarian Moltres and I was thinking, this is the premier dark flying type. Beelzebub using it in the World Championships, Magic Mason as well. These two trainers have popularized and shown the power of this Pokemon, but then you've got this Murkrow, who honestly in the Galarian Moltres head-to-head matchup looks dominant. The Pecs were just working away. It was resisting the sucker punches, and the Drill Pecs are threatening. That might be the anti-Galarian Moltres.
Key thing is, yes, it's the same typing, but they work so differently just because of their fast attack.
True.
One generates way more energy and also is a flying fast attack compared to that dark fast attack of the Galarian Moltres. So on paper, they look very similar, but they're able to pull off wildly different things. The Murkrow has such better pacing, has probably more upside to close games. Obviously, the bulk of the Moltres is nothing to scoff at. It was the best Pokemon on stage at the World Championship, so I'm not throwing it out the window, but Murkrow is here to stay.
Well, we saw a couple situations where the Murkrow was taking neutral damage, like the bullet punches from Scizor.
Yes.
You and I both recoiled. We're like, whoa,
Yeah.
that is an uncomfortable amount of damage. But then when you see it taking resisted sucker punches, suddenly it feels like, wait, Murkrow can maybe farm down here. Murkrow is coming out with a lot of energy, a lot of HP. It's got a lot of play in this position.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a neutral situation with Shadow Scizor and you are in the lead and you just take 5 bullet punches and let a Night Slash go, I think the Scizor is just going to be able to farm you down after that. So
Yeah.
you can't really do that as easily as you can with the Galarian Moltres. So that could be a factor because I believe Shadow Scizor is the best Shadow in the meta. Will it be in Championship Sunday? We know it will, but will it be a main factor in your top 4? We don't know yet.
I don't know. We're going to find out. I do think you're exactly right. Shadow Scizor is so dynamic, but the downside is that it's a shield hog, right? It's a Pokemon that you need to protect. You need to keep it in the matchup as long as possible. And when you're in that position, you leave very few resources for the rest of your team. So you need bulk to back it up, whether it's like an Azumarill, a Steelix, something else with a lot of HP product that you don't need to donate shields to. So if you really dig into these team comps, you will see situations where a trainer will have, a glassy, a firecracker style Pokemon like a Charizard, right?
Well,
but they have support behind it.
I'm so happy you brought that up because that put the Tarian in an interesting position because I actually thought Shadow Charizard was really strong for him, but maybe you couldn't put 2 of those shield hogs in the same battle because both of them need the Protect Shield, and he decided to go Shadow Scizor over the Shadow Charizard in that matchup. Maybe Shadow Charizard, he would have been better off. We don't know, but it didn't seem possible to put them on the battlefield together.
The only trainer I've seen deploy 2 really dynamic, really high-octane offensive Pokemon in recent memory is actually Z-Zweilous with Greninja and Shadow Scizor.
Yes.
That is a high offense team.
And even Potoman as well at
Potoman.
the same exact tournament,
Exactly.
able to use that core to great effect. Even though Greninja isn't a Shadow Pokemon, it is also a Shield Hog.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it versus Primeape to start the stream, and it got karate chopped all the way down. But that's neither here nor there, brothers. We got 2 new trainers in our Group G finals. Phoenix Dark Zero taking on Trent. Trent was super impressive at Worlds.
Yes. Yeah, he was. He had an outstanding Worlds run. This is a trainer that's been in the championship series for a long time now. Always incredibly consistent.
Yes.
Gets to the end, doesn't necessarily get to that top 4 all the time, but he is always a factor at the beginning of day 2. Can this be his tournament that he makes it even further? He is on the winner's side of the bracket. As you see here, we are now in our winner's finals for Group G, and I want to look at his team. Of course, it is the hard meta, but it does have that Lantern, a little Brazilian spice on his team.
What else? What's next to the Lantern?
Oh, he's got the Dugong.
A Dugong.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I heard DeFi and Henry talking about Dugong earlier, and Ice-type damage. Dugong was that primary Ice-type damage dealer, and it has largely fallen out of the meta, but it is one of those Pokemon that doesn't always have the highest pick rate, but it has a really sky-high success rate. So in a meta where you're seeing these Galarian Moltres, these Murkrow, these other flying types, is Ice-type damage what you need to topple the Marowaks, the Flyers, and everything in between?
Well, let's look how it matches up here against Phoenix Dark. It's going to be good against the Cradily. I mean, the Cradily can fight back, but at least you have super effective damage with your fast attack and your charge attack. It's going to be neutral into the Corsolet, but you have to take super effective power gems in return. You're going to be pretty good against the Gastrodon because Gastrodon always runs Water Pulse nowadays.
True.
So you're forced to go straight Body Slam.
True.
And debuff Body Slams as well. Furret does have a lot of play into it. Tinkaton does as well. And Shadow Talonflame, that's a wild card. I don't know how that matchup goes, but it's going to be neutral, but I would lean Dugong to win it in the 0s and 1s, and definitely Shadow Talonflame in the 2s.
That would be a tale of ice and fire that we have not seen play out on stage yet, but I'm excited to get into this next pairing. Phoenix Dark, we don't know as much about, not as prominent, doesn't compete as often as someone like Trent, but honestly, they're in the Group G winners finals for a reason. So Phoenix has been doing something right here in Pittsburgh.
And Trent was 9th place at the World Championships in Anaheim. So an incredible performance. Carry over Pokemon for him are the Galarian Corsola and that's it.
That's the only one.
That's the only one. Otherwise, it's 5 new Pokemon on his squad. So a completely new take for this season for Trent. It's been successful so far. He is in this winners finals. I also want to take a spotlight on Lantern, because Lantern was that Pokemon that was successful not only in the World Championships, but in Monterey as well.
Correct.
Was able to win it all. How is Lantern looking against Phoenix Dark's team?
The key word here is neutral, right? You've got a lot of neutral play across the board. You don't really need to fear the Bulldoze from the Tinkaton. Galarian Corso is only neutral damage. You have to watch out, of course, for the Grass Knots from the Cradily and the Mud Slaps from the Gastrodon. But like you pointed out earlier in the Dugong matchup, it's Water Pulse Gastrodon, not Earth Power. So Lantern can fight back in that matchup. Talonflame, we don't want to talk about Talonflame versus Lantern, but Furret, I do think is neutral as well. So Lantern could be that wedge that he drives in the middle of this match when he's not sure what to do and needs to buy himself some time to get his Pokemon in the right position.
You know, typically in the past, the main Mud Slapper was Shadow Kanto Marowak, and that was in Lantern's favor, because if you say swap Lantern and you brought in a Shadow Kanto Marowak, you're doing super effective water gun damage. Now the Gastrodon is going to be able to take neutral on that water gun damage, so that is a little bit of a wrinkle in his Lantern safe switch dreams. But
you're right.
Trent, a long stay in this meta, in this championship series. Let's see his new take on the meta. As we get into game number 1, we got a terrible lead for Trent here. It is the Tinkaton into Galarian Moltres.
Hey, I remember a certain world champion leading his Moltres into a Tinkaton and still winning the game at Worlds last month. So let's see if Trent can do something similar. Gonna go ahead for the Bone Club here against the Gastrodon. The 2 Mud Slap users on the field. I guess the wearer of the crown versus the challenger.
Exactly, because Shadow Kanto Marowak has been over 50% usage in so many tournaments, and Gastrodon is on the rise, not only in this season, but in Pittsburgh as well. Getting the bait on the body slam here. Now you're at the next Bone Club here, but you got the energy advantage. You just do so much more damage, it feels like, as a Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Phoenix Dark wants to get that second Protect Shield or just win the alignment here because he's already at the body slam, so looks like the challenger has something to say about this matchup.
Yeah, goes for the body slam, gonna pull the shield away from the Shadow Kanto Marowak here from Trent. And I think the Mud Slap, after it connects, might KO. We actually see the pivot into the Cradily to save that Gastrodon in the back. We need to remember as well that Phoenix Dark does have the 1-0 protection advantage.
And now where do you go? Because you're taking super effective damage no matter where you go. And are you going to get outpaced and just take a Rock Tomb here? That is actually brutal for Trent. There's no protection remaining. Looks like he's just going to sack this Galarian Corsola. This isn't going to knock out, but it's going to get really close to knocking out this Galarian Moltres. And now you're in the position where you're going to try to get as much energy as possible or get as low as health as possible before you throw this fly, because you don't want to give any farm down to your opponent. And actually the shield.
The shield's coming up. I think this is a brilliant, inspired read by Phoenix Dark, maybe picking up that Lantern might be the 3rd Pokemon for Trent. Comes in with the Marowak, trying to force the energy away from the Cradily. Timer up, the Rock Tomb will connect.
I'm surprised he actually didn't try to go for the timer and bank that charge attack. It could be so impactful in the in-game, either super effective or possibly debuffing that last Pokemon in the back. Now coming in, trying to go for the water gun down. And can he get it? No! He cannot get it, and he is punished by the super effective Grass Knot.
Devastating series of events here for Trent, leading the Moltres into the Tinkaton, and then Lantern getting smacked by that Grass Knot. Tinkaton comes in with the play rough, and Phoenix Stark is going to tie up this match with a bow. This was beautiful execution.
And this is gonna knock out the Lantern here. It's a 3-ball flex, and you might have seen that text now that we have at the bottom of your screen. It will tell you if it's gonna be super effective damage. You might have seen that Bulldoze was super effective damage, but it's a weak attack. even though it's super effective damage, it's meant to debuff your opponent, and it's meant to be more of a bait attack. So going for that neutral play rough was the play there, but I love how we have that text at the bottom to show us.
I think the easy rule of thumb is low energy costs, low damage, right? And relatively speaking, high energy costs, high damage. The only exception to that I can think of right now, Butters, is frustration. Do not run frustration on your Shadow Pokemon trainers. Make sure to take advantage of this takeover event and TM it away, because it is not a good charge attack, even though it costs a mountain of energy.
Speedy, speaking of charged attacks and charged TMs, I'm giddy right now because I'm just getting so many charged TMs. It's crazy. Because if you didn't know, at the regionals this season, the Pokestops at the event, you can receive a fast TM or a charge TM. I think I've already gotten 40 or so. I am absolutely stoked.
Butters, every single time that we are backstage, I'm glued to my screen, absolutely stuck watching those TMs trickle in from spinning the stops here. It is such a gift, and I'm so happy with this improvement. I cannot say enough positive things about it. Not to get off topic, but it is incredible.
It is on topic because it matters a lot to have your charge TMs in this game. And now we're in game number 2. We have the Lantern into the Galarian Corsola. I mentioned before, Galarian Corsola is one of the best neutral Pokemon in the Open Great League. So it can beat the Lantern here. It can beat almost any Pokemon neutrally, but the point of running Lantern is to be neutral, so maybe this is all in Trent's favor.
Yeah, exactly. I think Trent's also just happy to not see something like Cradilly. Speak of it, and it shall appear. Here comes a Purified Fortress with Bug Bite, dealing a ton of super effective damage to the Cradilly.
And actually, maybe this was one of the other carryover Pokemon. No, actually, he did have this same exact fortress. I maybe said the Moltres was the carryover Pokemon. The only carryover Pokemon was this Purified Fortress that he ran at the World Championships. That same Purified Fortress is here in Pittsburgh. Gonna throw the Rock Tomb here. I don't know if this is gonna knock out. Actually, it undercharges it. Gonna try to get the Bug Bite down, and instead gonna have to take this Rock Tomb. And that's no problem for Trent, because he can soak this up and then get another charge attack, possibly to debuff the next opponent for Phoenix Dark.
Switch timer's not up yet either, so Phoenix cannot bail out his Cradilly the same way he saved his Gastron in game number 1. Also, pristine timing by Trent to throw his Rock Tomb just one turn before the Cradilly had it on the opposing side. Gonna make pivot now into the Kanto Marowak.
And take notes, trainer. That is a high-level trainer showing you a high-level strategy of how to deal with a counter swap of your fortress. If you see a say swap Cradilly and you have a fortress, you want to play it just like Trent played that matchup.
Exactly. Shadow Kanto Marowak on the field now for Trent. It's got a lot of work to do because there's still 2 Pokemon and 2 Protect Shields left for Phoenix, but the charge attack priority is so clean. I love this play from Trent.
And here comes a Protect Shield from Phoenix Dark. Galarian Corsola does have energy. There's no switch timer available for Trent yet. That was charge attack priority. Getting the Protect Shield from Trent, and slowly that switch timer is ticking down. You're almost at it here. You can swap into try to catch something. No, instead actually coming the Tinkaton. This is not what you want to be taking, as a Tinkaton has to give it the Protect Shield.
I mean, just feeling maybe a little bit like you're running out of options. Phoenix Dark just sends a Tinkaton out. Gonna try to pace up to the play rough, but a second Bone Club is gonna come in here and absolutely wall up the Steel type.
And this is gonna be super effective into the Tinkaton. Chunk it. This might be a 3-ball flex in return. No, actually, he's gonna be able to get a knockout here, but almost a revenge of a 3-ball flex from Trent.
I mean, if this Kanto Marowak is the hammer, then this Lantern is the broom, looking to sweep up here against the Tinkaton and probably connect the Thunderbolt into that Galarian Corsola.
Corsola was energy dry. There is a Thunderbolt. It does more damage than a Surf, so it's gonna be able to pretty much knock out, knock out that Corsola, and Trent ties it 1-1.
I think it's so interesting to watch the players on stage as well. You saw Trent just kind of, for the first time, looking up across the stage, trying to see what kind of reaction his opponent was getting there, because Phoenix Dark was so cool and calm in that game number 1. I think these trainers like to notice if they've rattled their opponent a little bit.
Yeah, especially in that situation where he was able to counter swap that Fortress into the Cradilly. He had the momentum in the battle, so I think he's trying to look up. I don't want to lose this. I want to keep my grasp on this game. And a trainer like Trent, I believe in the past, a lot of his strategies have been alignment dependent. I feel like he's transitioned a little bit
Yeah.
style-wise.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to make as big of a leap as someone like Onion Frank had to make based on his early Championship Series appearances. But yeah, Trent has absolutely evolved with the metas and evolved with his own play style. And it's so beautiful to watch him actually like reap the fruits of that labor at Worlds here at Pittsburgh in our winners finals for Group G, tying up the series against Phoenix Dark. And it all comes down to a decisive game number 3.
And I'm wondering what Phoenix Dark was trying to do with that Say Swap Cray Dilly. Was he trying to bait out something or try to debuff his opponent there? And here we are. We're in game number 3. We got the Mud Slappers once again, and this is the true test. A neutral situation in the lead in a decisive game number 3.
Grab a shovel and get to slapping. Mud Slap on either side, just like we saw in that game number 1. Kanto Marowak going for the Bone Club here. And I know these trainers know this matchup inside and out. 1 shield, 2 shield, and everything in between.
And here comes the Bone Club. And the thing is, you don't want to let this through, even if it is a body slam. No way! He calls it! What a call from Trent, expecting the body slam bait. There's no protect shield. The challenger misses, and then the swap into the resisted attack into the fortress.
Trent came to play, everybody. Phoenix Dark throws the body slam and wastes that energy, and now he's forced to pivot into the Tickaton. So Trent is not going to get the matchup that he wanted, that he got in game number 2 with this Bug Steal versus the Cradilly. But you know what? I think this Fortress can still get the job done.
This is such a weird matchup, Speedy, between the typings and the charge attacks and the fast attacks. One of the weirder matchups occasions that we have in this top meta. Tinkaton was 40% at the World Championships. It's much lower here, so we have seen this interaction a lot, but it is very peculiar. The only thing I know is both these trainers will get back to their switch timer.
We're so used to the Earth Powers, the Earthquakes, all these hard-hitting ground type attacks, but throwing the Bulldoze versus the Sand Tomb back and forth looks so goofy, to your point. Gonna go for the Bone Club here.
We've only seen ground attacks pretty much. It's Mud Slaps. There actually was some body slams in there, trickled in. And here comes the Gastrodon trying to go for the Mud Slap down and secures it. Trent does have the protect shield advantage, but Phoenix does have barely has a health advantage here.
This matters so much. Which Pokemon comes out is key here for the rest of the game. Sending out the Galarian Corsola into the Tickaton. That means the Fortress will line up against the Cradilly in the end game.
Oh, that's so bad, but it's also bad that Trent's Fortress is in range of Rock Tomb.
Fair point.
You do have the double protect shields. Phoenix Dark is shaking his head here. Does he try to swap? Does he? Oh, he can't swap. He is actually switch locked because he swapped in that Gastrodon to secure that simultaneous knockdown. Here comes the Nightshade. You can't use your last protect shield. Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Going for the Nightshade, peeling away the final shield that you called out. It's now a 2-0 shield advantage. In comes the Fortress. Is it going to outpace this Cradilly to the Rock Tomb? Might be Charge Attack Party. No! 1 turn faster. Going to connect the debuff.
That's devastating because if you were able to get to your Rock Tomb first, you would take less damage from this Rock Tomb. Suddenly, you're so low health and you're going to be doing acid damage, which is resisted from that Fortress, and now it does even less damage after that Rock Tomb.
You can't poison a Steel type. They resist it all day long. Fortress is going to get outpaced in the second Rock Tomb here, but that's what the second shield is for as well. Trent actually going to save it for his final Pokemon, that Galarian Corsola in the back.
There still is the Tinkaton in the back, but I don't think it has any energy, and you can't swap to it yet because their switch timer isn't back available. Here comes the Corsola. Can you get out of there? No. Maybe you could have gotten out there, but throwing the acid instead, it looks like this Tinkaton is at the Bulldoze, but that's not enough damage for the Tinkaton. There is 1 protection remaining just to be safe here, but it looks like Trent has this game.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. We could have seen a flex with the no shield there because I'm sure Trent knew that was a Bulldoze, but just in case, uses that last shield, locks in his win with the Nightshade, and locks in day 2 in Pittsburgh.
With the reverse sweep, Trent moves on. Phoenix Dark does go down, but he is not out. He will be in that losers finals later on today. Congratulations to Trent, keeping up that momentum from the World Championships.
Let's talk about the composure of both of these players. Very zen, right? Very calm. I was really impressed with Phoenix Dark not getting rattled, especially after that game number 2, and not really showing a lot of emotion. But Butters, he's really good.
Yeah, and he played really well. I feel like the biggest determining factor was Trent just able to land that Fortress into Cradilly in the game 2 and 3. And remember, Trent threw out that Fortress to swap on a body slam.
That's true.
He left himself vulnerable by letting his Fortress out on the battlefield, but it was counter-swapped by the Tinkaton, and we saw that matchup. It's a little slow, it's a little clunky, two steel types throwing dirt at each other, and then they got back to their switch timers, and he was able to close the matchup with that Fortress.
You know what? Save swapping the Fortress to catch the body slam, and then eventually realigning it versus the Cradilly, that does not happen with a 60-second switch clock. That probably doesn't happen with a 50-second switch clock, but it did happen with a 45-second switch timer, and that is exactly the kind of dynamic play that Pokemon Go players and fans love to see.
It changes everything. It changes so many strategies, from your alignment strategies, from the way you catch, from the way you save energy, energy management. Go down the list of the things you need to do well in Pokemon Go PvP. The shorter switch timer changes all of those dynamics. So it might seem like a small thing just to make it 5 seconds shorter, but the trickle effect that it has of all the features of Pokemon Go PvP cannot be understated.
I just think about the other titles here, the trading card game, the video game. I keep thinking about their casters probably listening to us and saying, it's only 5 seconds, you guys. Like, what big of a difference can it really make? You know what? Step into our office. Step into our booth here in Pittsburgh, and you will see the instant impact that that switch timer adjustment has made. I think Pokemon Go PvP is the most fluid and dynamic that it's ever been.
I completely agree. That was my hot take coming into this season.
Well, I stole it.
No, it was tangent. It was parallel with each other. So we both did it. Okay. But it's just that it's so much more fluid, like you said, but because it's more fluid, that makes it way more dynamic, of course. And now these trainers are just scratching the surface of its potential, right? We've only seen 2 regionals so far, one in LATAM, one in Europe, and now we're partway through day number 1 here in Pittsburgh, and I feel like these trainers are realizing it in real time. Imagine where we're gonna be possibly by Las Vegas, when some of these trainers in North America have really mastered the difference of this switch timer.
It's so interesting as well because you look at practice tournaments, you look at scrims, you can kind of get a sense of what's going on. I think we had a couple of shout outs earlier to our co-caster Inadequates and all the practice tournaments that he hosts. That is such an invaluable source of data and just help in terms of what you're looking at for the meta. But once you actually get to the regional championship, it's always just a little bit different, a little bit tuned, a little bit tweaked. And seeing these developments so far this season, I don't know. 2026 is a massive year, Butters.
And speaking of that difference, I thought Empoleon was going to be a thing. You were not a believer, but so many people were playing it in practice tournaments. I'm like, okay, I guess if you're playing it, you want to use it in a regional. It has completely disappeared off the face of Pokemon Championship Series Earth, and other water types have taken its place. I feel like Gastrodon is almost more common than Shadow Kanto Marowak when we're seeing these trainers making it to winners finals, something I definitely didn't expect.
Well, I really am pleased that you brought up Gastrodon because we have a trainer on the stage who's actually playing the former Mud Slap champion in that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Stephanie, what has Trent got to say?
Let's find out exactly what Trent has to say. Trent, coming off of a phenomenal Worlds performance, where we were talking, you were running the Fortress as well at Worlds. Tell me a little bit about the Steel Bug. Why not Shadow Caesar? That seems to be kind of the hot pick right now.
Yeah, so Scissor has never fit my playstyle. I don't like having to go down shields, especially in the Cradilly matchup. And I was actually talking to Axon before the tournament, and he's the one who pushed me to run Fortress again because of all of its positive matchups in the meta.
Excellent, and it definitely felt a lot safer. It was a little rough into that Tinkaton, though. Without Earthquake, you really don't have anything to really hit back hard with it. Tell me how you're feeling about this new season Tales of Transformation meta. How does it feel now that we're in the second weekend, the third tournament of the meta?
Yeah, I like playing in tournaments later in the season where I can just copy somebody's homework, but at this point, I'm running a team I'm very confident in. I'm comfortable playing. It's all Pokemon I've used before, so I'm feeling very comfortable there. And now that I've made Top Cut, I feel comfortable because I'm getting a positive weekend in the monetary column there.
It is such a good feeling. You can kick it back and relax a little bit. Do you do a lot to prepare after a top? Because you've made plenty of top cuts before, especially Indianapolis is a really good city for you. Tell me, what do you do when you're finished for day 1, getting ready for day 2?
Yeah, I think I've fallen into the trap of scrimming too much. So at this point, I like just looking at the matchup and thinking about lines to run. I don't like getting advice on lines to run because typically those lines are not fit for my playstyle and I run them incorrectly. So I like coming up with my own lines. I do prepare beforehand, but I don't like scrimming people because they might play it completely differently than my opponent will.
That is true. That is really tough. So being more secure in your own battle style. It sounds like you have plenty of people who would scrim you. Do you have any shout outs to give here as you are ready to go into day number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to shout out my parents for sure. I have to shout out the Michigan Battlers that support me. And then a big shout out to Axon and Beelzeboy for sure.
Excellent. Thank you, Trent, so much for taking a moment to chat with me. And we are going to toss it over to check out Worlds 2025, where Trent had a phenomenal run, that tie for 9th place. Let's go take a look at the Worlds highlights.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championship!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Learning new movesets can be tough. There are so many changes that come every 3 months with the Go Battle League season updates, and it can feel a little bit overwhelming. So let's have some fun with it. There's a fast attack called Peck that has made a ton of Pokemon relevant just this season, and I've got 3 incredible Peckexperts that are going to break down which Pokemon know that attack and what charge attacks they know as well. But first, they have to complete a challenge. Let's get started. Our trainers will walk up one at a time, dip their nose into the Vaseline, pick up a cotton ball, and then try to carry it all the way to this plate and place it here. Then I'll ask them about charge attacks that a Peck user learns in the current Go Battle meta. Mish, let's get started. Hey, all right, let's go. Straight into the challenge. Mish has to get a little bit of the jelly there on her nose, and then needs to pick up a cotton ball and transport it across the table here. Mish, oh, she's got one. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Shake it loose. It's stuck. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, side to side. There you go. All right, Mish. Very, very well done. This has never been done before. Come back in. I got to ask you a question. This has never been done before, so thank you for being the first brave soul to do it. The Peck user I want you to talk about is Togekiss. Name some charge attacks that Togekiss can use.
Okay, Togekiss can use Aura Sphere and Psyshock, Dazzling Gleam, Aerial Ace.
Hey, you know what? That's perfect. I only wanted 3. You did 4. You crushed it. Thank you so much, Mish. We're going to get our next contestant up as well. This is going to be the Zwilos. All right, ZZ. Let's get started. Go ahead, my friend. Gonna start with some jelly. He's got to pick up one of these cotton balls and transfer them across the table. Oh my goodness, look at the surgical precision. Look at this, look at this. He's got to shake it though. Oh, he did it so quick. All right, ZZ. The Peck user I want you to talk about is Xatu.
Oh, Zatu. Zatu is a pick user that certainly has access to Psyshock as of the most recent update. I think it learns Future Sight as well. Does it learn Sky Attack of all things, or?
I don't believe so. It might be Nightshade.
This is fairly unfortunate, but yeah, I don't believe we'll be seeing too many Zatus, so I don't mind that my expertise wasn't as impeccable as usual.
I should have asked you about Carablast. I know that's one that you do know, but I tried to throw you off, and I guess we succeeded, chat. Let's absolutely go.
Carablast does learn Signal Beam, so if you ever run into a Carablast in the Go Battle League, ask yourself what you've been doing with your life.
Awesome, CZ. Thank you so much. We're going to bring in Anna here for our last contestant. Anna, let's go. All right, Anna's got to get a little jelly, and then the cotton ball. Okay, nice form. Incredible execution. First try. Anna, all right, shake it. Shake it off. There we go. All right, perfect. Well done. The Pokemon I wanted to talk to you about is Fearow. Tell me some charge techs that Fearow learns.
Well, most notably both Drill Peck and Drill Run, giving it very good coverage in the current season. Very strong Pokemon. I don't know beyond that.
That's okay. I think you absolutely nailed it. I've gotten a lot of satisfaction out of double drill running Bastiodon so far in this meta. Very, very nice. Very, very enjoyable. But Anna, great job. Thank you so much. And I think with that, our three Pexperts had absolutely knocked it out of the park. That was a little bit of a lesson for everyone watching at home. Make sure to read up on those Go Battle League updates, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Will, for that incredibly fun segment about Peck users here in Go Battle League and in the Show 6 Pick 3 format here at the Championship Series. My name is DeFi250, Stephanie Christine, and I'm here with the one and only Home Slice Henry.
We've had some amazing battles so far. Honestly, for the past few, I got to sit out with the crowd and watch them, and it feels like the excitement is only growing as the day goes on. More and more trainers punching their ticket to day number 2, and for the trainers in these later groups, now is their opportunity, their gotta-have-it moment where they need to join those pretty impressive competitors already in that day number 2.
And our competitors, they're already ready to go. So let's head down to the stage and kick off even more battles from these later groups. One of the battlers we actually just saw in that Peck segment, and that is Enhoff. Enhoff, actually a little bit behind the scenes, Will Dunphy was trying to figure out, could I have tricked Enhoff? Because Enhoff came up and was like, which Pokemon did you give the other two? What Pokemon did you give to Mish and Zizi? And he told her, and she was able to list off like all of their charged attacks.
Oh, wow.
She is such an incredibly knowledgeable person when it comes to the Go Battle League. I am really excited to see how she's going to play here. She's no stranger to the stream, but GCB is someone who's relatively new. I believe only played in Baltimore last season.
So 2 for 2 on playing in events that I have casted, which is a bit of a fun note there. GCB, Shadow Dusclops. We haven't seen a lot of Dusclops. People typically opting for the Corsola that's on Enhoff's side, but Dusclops does have nice coverage and can hit for super effective into Pokemon like Billy and that Marowak.
And our battlers are already getting locked in. They don't want us to wait anymore. They're like, these casters, they have been yapping enough. Let's go ahead and get into the battles. I'm looking forward to seeing Enhoff bringing a pretty standard team here with I would say like the Azumarill, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Charge-a-Bug. We share the love for it. I have the pin right here. Let's see which of those Pokemon are going to be played out first. And we have 2 Cradillies. The one on the GCB side is Purified, not rocking the return, which is for the best. Definitely not the attack you want to have on your Cradilly.
Going for the Rock Tomb right off the bat, and it looks like we might be having some connection issues on the side of Enhoff. Rock Tomb fired off by GCB. There was the Wigglytuff in the back as well. So Hoff, we do see the Rock Tomb connect there, and It looks like, yeah, we're having some connectivity issues here on stage as Hoff will go for her Rock Tomb.
But we can continue chatting about it as the battlers, it looks like, are going to, they are going to call it there that was a pretty obvious connectivity issue. So we're not going to continue through the battle. We are going to go ahead and reset. But we did get a little bit of information about what Pokemon that these trainers might be opting a little bit more into. We saw the Credilli, and then unbeknownst to the other trainers, because we only saw the lead matchup, but I believe we saw the Charjabug and the Azumarill, and then the Wigglytuff, I think, was hiding in the back for GCB.
Yeah, it was the Wigglytuff honestly looked like it had some pretty nice play once the Credilli was out of the way. Credilli once again proving to be an extremely safe pick. No matter what's being brought in the various lines of 3, Credilli just seems like a Pokemon that you can kind of slap together with any core, whether you run it as like a safe switch with like a leading closer that covers each other's weaknesses, or if you did what both these trainers do, which is run a core in the back and then just have your Credilli to try and have that neutral matchup. We have our wonderful team here on stage making sure that everything is going to be properly connected, so if you do get back to the action, then everything will be working as intended.
And some trainers that we actually just got to see, if we want to reflect back, since we have a little bit yet to go to get this one started. We just saw Phoenix, Dark Zero, and Trent. We were talking about how Trent absolutely popped off at Worlds 2025. And then this time brought Lantern the Fish and Dugong on his team, which is a little bit of an interesting take on the meta. Certainly have not seen very many Lantern or Dugong here today.
Yeah, Dugong has definitely been pretty absent among the first regionals of the season. Lantern, we didn't see much, but did end up winning Monterey. I believe it was on Hard Jeff's winning team. So we haven't seen much of Lantern, but when we have seen Lantern, Lantern has put together some pretty nice results. It just missed a farm down in game 1 for Trent. But overall, I feel like if it can dodge the Credilli, which is a big ask because every team has a Credilli, it can put in work. But as Credilli gets more and more common, then I think it could end up being a little bit more difficult to run.
I wonder if Credilli is going to be the 100% usage Pokemon that we end up seeing. The mythical 100% usage Pokemon. I think it happened like with Medicham maybe one other time. We don't see it often where a Pokemon gets 100% usage. But this could potentially be the one. Let's talk a little bit as well, something as these trainers are getting ready to go. There are some really good spawns here at the regional. I believe you just caught a good one.
Yeah, I just ended up catching an extremely good Turtonator. Turtonator, I believe, is a Pokemon that doesn't normally spawn in the wild. Normally it's in research, it's in eggs, something like that. But there are Turtonator spawning off of the lures, and I just managed to catch what I believe is the rank 4 Great League Turtonator. So very, very happy to have that Turtonator now as a part of my collection, because that was I was excited to come here to Pittsburgh for many reasons, to get to see the new meta, NA's interpretation of what that meta can be, and to just get to experience the community once again. But also, when I heard from the early regionals there were Turtonator spawns, I need those XL candies, because Turtonator for Ultra League does want the XL, so I've been catching them throughout the day backstage, and then on Sunday, which of course is the new thing that was added this season, the Trade Sunday, where there's double XLs, I'm going to be trying to trade them, getting the good IVs, so getting to meet new trainers, make new friends, but also getting as many of those XL candies as I possibly can.
And one really good way to get XL candy that we were also talking about backstage is making sure that you have a Mega Evolved Pokemon currently available. Also, having a Mega Evolved Pokemon can help you in the current Go Battle League meta that's happening right now, Mega Master League. What happened to your, I believe you had a Primal Groudon to help you with the Turtonator, but also for Master League? What happened with that earlier?
So I was playing backstage earlier before we went on the desk, and as you may know, so when you Primal or Mega something in Pokemon Go, there is a time limit. So I had primaled it when I got up in the morning, because I'm like, I know there's going to be Turtonators. I want to make sure that I have those. And so I sat down and I was like, I'll be able to get a battle in. And then I queue in, and then they save switch to Zamazenta. And I bring in my Groudon, because I'm like, oh boy, I have a Primal Groudon into a Zamazenta. The timer ran out. It was a regular Groudon, and I was like, oh no, these Ice Fangs are destroying me. I'm no longer a Fire Ground type. It was super unfortunate. I was able to barely win the game. Luckily, their Mega was a Primal Kyogre, and I had a Palkia. So I was able to survive, but it's very, like, The Mega System is unbelievably good for being able to get these XL candies. Also, during the Psychic Spectacular event, which is going on right now, the better throw you do, the more likely you are to get the XL candies. I believe I got an excellent on an Inkay earlier, and I got 5 XLs. I was like, are you kidding me? That's so many XL candies. So just being at the venue as a whole and the event that's going on, like, it's really good ways to get so much XL candy, and that can be really nice for certain Great League Pokemon like the Galarian Corsola, but also if you end up wanting to try the Ultra League as well, Pokemon like, I know for me, the Inkay XLs are for a potential future Shadow Malamar.
And there are lots of regionals left in the season. If you are interested in coming to a regional event, we have Milwaukee coming up in a couple weeks, and then shortly after that, Las Vegas in Nevada, which I think is going to be a massive tournament. I know there's a lot of interest going into Las Vegas, and then that leads up to LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
We do have some amazing tournaments coming up, and we also do have some pretty good stuff coming up here on the Twitch channel as well. On Tuesday, Mega Month, a Victory Bell Marathon. I was so excited because I do really like Victory Bell as a Pokemon, so getting to see that that's getting a Mega Pokemon. We have a rerun of the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships for VGC on Wednesday from 2 to 5. And what's going on Thursday?
We have Pokemon the Johto Journeys. If anybody is a fan of the second generation of Pokemon, those were the main series games, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. That is definitely, was for a lot of people kind of their first introduction to Pokemon if they got in a little bit after kind of that first generation.
And for me, I was someone who, honestly, my Pokemon journey started very late, where my Pokemon journey started with Go, to be honest. So I kind of got to Pokemon late, but it's been really cool to get to rediscover, or not even rediscover per se, but like discover it so late and get to experience all of the Pokemon media. Like, there's decades of Pokemon media that I just had no idea existed until the game Pokemon Go came out, and that's what ignited for me my love of Pokemon, and to be able to cast it so many years later is incredibly cool.
It looks like our trainers are getting back into the game. Thank you so much to the crew to be able to sort some of this out. Again, the staff here at our events are phenomenal and doing a lot of really great work. To going into our battles, now we have our official Game 1 lock-in, and it's still a couple of Credillies out on the field of battle.
Credilli versus Credilli. I do see a Primeape being brought to the battle in the back. So the Shadow Primeape may have really wanted to try and find a target of that Credilli, but unfortunately that Credilli's on the lead. So now Primeape is going to have to deal with 2 fighting resists in the back with the Charjabug and the Azumarill.
We see one Rock Tomb already land, dropping the attack. The Credilli on the side of Enhoff, launching the Rock Tomb and knocking in, getting another attack fall. Then we see that swap into Charjabug, and Charjabug is met with the Wigglytuff, which is a pretty solid counter for it. Charjabug having to rely on the neutral discharges, which pace a little bit slower than when it gets to X-Scissor.
Discharge is going to connect, dealing some pretty sizable damage. Wigglytuff continues the farm, trying to make it to another move, but it's actually going to be the Charjabug. Charjabug getting to another discharge. Wigglytuff opting to no shield as discharge lands. It will not be enough to KO, and now launching the Swift at the Charjabug.
Swift, I think, is going to connect. Enhoff lets the shield go, decides to save it for later. Charjabug only needs one singular Volt Switch to knock the Wigglytuff down. And now the Charjabug has quite a bit of energy, being able to launch something into what comes next. If you only have one attack left, you want to try to launch something pretty effective. It is the discharge to be able to pull the shield away from the Shadow Primeape. Shadow Primeape shields are necessary. It has so much energy. That energy is probably going to get launched into the Azumarill.
Landing that second Volt Switch was very nice, because with this buff to Volt Switch this season, those Volt Switches hurt. That does a lot of damage, and now in comes the Azumarill, and suddenly a potential bubble down, if that's what Enhoff decides to go for, suddenly feels a lot more manageable. Although with these Rage Fist boosts, Primeape is trying to make its presence felt.
This is what Primeape absolutely loves to do. It goes Rage Fist, and then Rage Fist, and then Rage Fist as it continues to ramp up its energy. It is currently 2 stages attack buffed, and it is going to go for a third very shortly. Does GCB hold on to the Primeape? He does. He says this energy is too valuable, this attack damage is too valuable, and throws a third Rage Fist into this Azumarill. NOF has to start making some pretty tough calculations with her Protect Shields.
This will be tricky, as I believe GCB will have a slight energy advantage in terms of having energy available on that Credilli, because NHOF switched out instantly, whereas I think GCB threw an Acid. So something to keep in mind as this game goes on. This Primeape is so boosted. We're going to see NHOF Genji farm down. No! Cannot farm down. Primeape makes another Rage Fist, and even though a few Acids will knock out, there's going to be a lot of Karate Chop damage landing.
Yeah, we're going to see at least 1 Karate Chop, 2 Karate Chops. That could be a big difference. And then going into the opposing Credilli, NHOF does have the energy advantage at this point, is able to throw a Grass Knot, but I'm not sure. I think this is going to be just barely not enough.
GCB, his Credilli, hangs on, getting to the Grass Knot, and will be able to take this game number 1. The overfarm by NHOF, unfortunately costly, as Primeape, it's so spammy to get to those charge attacks, gets to another Rage Fist, picks up the knockout, and even just 2 Karate Chops. I think those might have been +4 at that point, which is devastating as it took the Credilli from outside of Grass Knot range into Grass Knot range.
And GCB really was able to utilize Primeape in the exact way that Primeape wants to be utilized, having Protect Shields to hide behind, being allowed to ramp up 4 Rage Fists to be able to do so much damage. So NHOF really has to be careful of this Shadow Primeape. Charjabug is a pretty good Primeape resist. You could also potentially use the Galarian Corsola as well. Taking a look, we have, I think, some really quick we can very, very briefly look at the replay because our battlers are already ready to go. They do not want us to take time to chat at all. We're going to see that safe swap Charjabug and then a Credilli in to meet it. Credilli isn't really a Charjabug counter, but it might. So I'm kind of interested in this because the Wigglytuff was also available.
Choosing to save the Wigglytuff, hoping that it will have play later on. The first X-Scissor will get shielded. Even though Charjabug has a pacing advantage, Rock Tomb will hit for devastating, super effective damage, and the Acids will add up. Charjabug clicks no shield, the Rock Tomb lands, but this should set up a nice farm down for this Credilli.
Charjabug getting to throw a super effective X-Scissor, however, it is that 1-stage debuff after the Rock Tomb. So this is going to leave the Credilli just at about half of its health, and then Credilli is going to be able to farm down with the Acid, being able to get to almost another charge attack. So this Azumarill in the back is going to have a lot of work to do. It is going to have to take out both the Primeape, which we saw earlier. Shadow Primeape does pretty well into Wigglytuff when it is allowed to ramp up, plus a Wigglytuff.
NHOF, I think I see what NHOF is going for. NHOF is going to try and generate a bunch of energy with the Credilli because a Shadow Primeape is not going to appreciate a Grass Knot. If NHOF can farm up basically to 100 energy, knock out GCB with the Rock Tomb, then suddenly there's a Grass Knot available for the Credilli into the Primeape. If that pulls a shield, then it could set up a Azumarill against the Wigglytuff with shields down, which would be favorable.
And there is that Grass Knot to be able to pull no shield for the Grass Knot. I think she was really hoping to be able to pull a Protect Shield away. That takes the Primeape heavy damage. Real low. So now we have a Primeape. Did the Primeape have energy in the back?
The Primeape, I believe it switched out pretty quickly, so the Primeape is very, very low. Wigglytuff will be able to get the turn back by throwing the Swift right away. So Swift does land these bubbles, continuing to chip away at the Wigglytuff. An Ice Beam comes out from NHOF. GCB has 1 shield remaining and will use it here.
This is going to be tough for little Azumarill. It paces just so slowly to its attacks, where Wigglytuff is going to be able to throw its charge attack. It's going to be able to throw its Swift into the Azumarill, peel the final shield away from this battle. Azumarill has a lot of energy. Looks like NHOF going for the switch into the Credilli. We see GCB reaching for the Primeape. Can it get to an attack? It does. GCB instead of going for like a farm down, goes for the Rage Fist instead.
got some very valuable acid damage onto that Wigglytuff, trying to put it into a range where it can get KO'd. Back in comes the Azumarill, and Azumarill through the Ice Beam. Azumarill worried about a final move coming out from the Primeape. In comes the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has the Swift available, and Azumarill, it may not hang on here. If it does, it's going to be on very, very low HP.
I think the Swift is going to be almost enough for that knockout, and then just one charm remaining. But Enhoff is shaking her head. She's not sure if this Ice Beam is going to be enough. Let's find out together.
No, it doesn't. 1 HP and a dream. GCB can't believe it, but he better believe it because he's going to day number 2 on the winner side of the bracket.
That was incredible, and the incredible knowledge by Enhoff. She was shaking her head no. She knew that her Azumarill's Ice Beam was not going to be able to do it. That is incredible knowledge of your Pokemon and just shows the preparation that she put into this tournament.
Man, right down to the wire. The 1 HP survive. That Wigglytuff putting the team on his back there. As close as it can possibly get. And let's go back to the highlights from this dramatic game number 2.
And we saw Credilli versus Credilli kind of battling it out, but really the star of the show, I think, was the Wigglytuff. Primeape didn't get to do a whole lot. It got the Grass Knot, heavy damage, and then here was the Wigglytuff really being the most impactful.
And Azumarill throwing the Ice Beam taking the KO, Wigglytuff throwing the Swift, and the Ice Beam just not KOing. You can see the reaction. He couldn't believe it. Gotta love the sportsmanship, the handshake at the end, a well-fought battle between these two competitors. But man, that Wigglytuff refused to give up. And he's on to day 2 on the winner side of the bracket as a result.
That's incredible. Remember, this is only JCB's 2nd tournament, and to be able to make it to day 2 on the winner side of your 2nd tournament ever, that's crazy impressive. But this is not the end of the road for Enhoff, because that was a winner's final, I do believe. Winner's final, I think, for Group H. So she is going to go down to the loser side of the bracket and await her opponent there.
So the day not yet over, still an opportunity. She took some time away from competing and is back. And that dream of making it to Top Cut, still not over by any means.
No, I think we're going to see plenty more of Enhoff in the 2026 season. A phenomenal battler. So that was really, really fun to see. Really a brand new battler to the scene, at least into Show 6 Pick 3, versus someone who really has kind of a storied history with the Championship Series. Very good battles, and I am excited to see even more as the day progresses.
Something that we've seen quite a few times is players who are a lot newer to the scene, whether it's their first tournament, their 2nd tournament, and they're doing pretty well on stream. Like, they are being able to clutch out these very close wins, advancing, making a name for themselves in this tournament, which I'm always incredibly excited to see, because they're going to be these more established names, trainers who've been there. They've done that. But in our next battle here, one of our trainers, Joe Eddy, I believe, is his first ever tournament, and he has made it all the way to the losers semifinals.
And on the other side, we have trainer Wolfpack. Both these trainers have great teams. I see more of the Blastoise, more of the Goodra on the side of Joe Eddy. So lots of really fun Pokemon that we're seeing, in addition to some of these meta staples, like the Galarian Corsola, like the Credilli, and the Galarian Moltres. Those are Pokemon we've been saying time and time again. Like, those are the stars of the season, along with like Shadow Kanto Marowak, which is also on both teams. I think we're starting to see the pattern, Henry.
Yes, the blueprint begins to emerge. There's a few picks that people can kind of switch in and out, but there's a few cores, a few combinations that are just beginning to prove themselves, cementing themselves as winners, and we're seeing that again and again. An interesting pick from Wolfpack is going to be that Fortress. We saw Trent use the Fortress to create results. Fortress was unbelievable last season, but with the meta a bit shifting away from things that are weak to bug types, with the exception of Credilli, is it going to be able to find that success? I mean, looking across Joe Eddy's team, Joe Eddy's only really rough matchup for that Fortress is the Galarian Corsola, and even that Fortress can still fight back. So right off the bat, that could potentially be a Pokemon that could slow the roll of Goodra. And we know we've gotten to cast a lot of Goodra games so far, Goodra can be an absolute menace.
I am a big fan of Gudra Gaming, but I would be remiss to not point out the Blastoise plush that is on our screen right now with the big Blastoise plush with the big sunglasses.
Oh, gotta love that.
We gotta love, and we actually had Blastoise with sunglasses that you can use in Pokemon Go from a Squirtle Community Day way back in the day, and it's come up a couple times in events since then. So that is a very, very fun call out to have the sunglasses on the Blastoise.
A screen full of plushes. You absolutely love to see it. It's nice to see trainers getting to bring their favorites and kind of get to express their personality as well, like the Pokemon that matter most to them, whether they are currently competitively viable or not. And I do like the fact that Blastoise is not only on the team, but is also on stage with the sunglasses as well. The Blastoise representation is strong with Wolfpack.
And we've seen lots of Blastoise representation today as well. We did notice, though, against a Gudra, because Blastoise gets to those Hydro Cannons, it does get there. It's really fast, but you don't want to throw it against a Gudra. You need the Skull Bash. I believe we saw that with Dr. Roastbeef earlier today.
Yeah, the Skull Bash ended up being shielded, and then Gudra was just able to run away with the game. And the pacing, it's so fast. Just really able to overwhelm Blastoise, which has rollout, which is a great fast move. But getting that much energy shielded and having the Skull Bash shielded really put him on the defensive and really let Gudra do what it does best, which is just outspeed everything.
Outspeed, but its attacks don't do a ton of damage. So you're doing a lot with that fast attack pressure and being able to just be really spammy and quick rather than like those hard-hitting moves like a Skull Bash or like the Galarian Moltres we're going to see use Brave Bird. I'm sure we're going to see some Brave Birds flying as well as our trainers get ready to go and get ready to get locked in.
One interesting thing I've noticed, speaking of Galarian Moltres and Brave Bird, we've seen a lot of payback in Galarian Moltres. Now, this to me, I was not expecting this. So I was out in the crowd asking around, okay, why is everyone using payback? Y'all know Brave Bird's a really good move, right? And apparently, part of the reason why payback was so interesting was the Pokemon that just became legal for this tournament, Corviknight. Now, Corviknight, it really can't, like, in neutral matchups, it wants to use payback. Payback's an incredibly efficient attack. But if you're a Dark Flyer like Galarian Moltres, payback suddenly you don't really want to throw that because it's resistant. So you're forced into throwing the air cutters. And add to that the fact that suddenly Galarian Moltres can hit for neutral there with payback. That's part of the idea, is giving a lot of these teams a secondary, very strong check into that Corviknight to really make those Corviknights have pause and to hopefully keep them on the bench.
We haven't seen a huge splash from Corviknight yet today, have we? We've seen a couple trainers do really, really well with it. We've casted a few of them in the battles, but I'm thinking we've seen more Galarian Moltres than anything else today.
Galarian Moltres, it won the World Championships, and we saw just how dominant it can be there. And even in this new season with all of the changes, Galarian Moltres is still extremely strong. Into that core trio, it was the same trio that Murkrow was able to do really well against. The Marowak, the Corsola, and the Credilli.
For trainers at home who are maybe newer to the game, how do I get this legendary bird? How do I get a Galarian Moltres?
Well, there's this wonderful thing called Daily Adventure Incense that runs for, I believe, 15 minutes at a time. You can use the Dialga Roar of Time Adventure effect to pause that timer if you do want a little bit of extra time to hopefully try and track down one of those Galarian Moltres. I know that I have a Master Ball waiting, and the next Galarian Moltres I see, it's getting Master Ball.
I have one that it's really, really strong IVs, like it's a 3-star Moltres, but that's not really what you want in the Go Battle League. I appreciate a lot of trainers use their gold bottle cap on theirs, but didn't focus on the attack. They just focused on the HP and defense to really get the correct spread of stats of HP and defense that they really wanted. But here we can take a look at what looks like our trainers are just about ready to get down on the field of battle and see which of their Pokemon is going to be strong. We pointed out the trainers had very similar teams, but the key differences we're looking at that Blastoise on the side of Hungry Wolf Pack, and we're looking at the Gudra, and then they chose 2 different Bug Steel type Pokemon, like I was talking about with Trent earlier. Trent really prefers the Forretress because it's bulkier. He didn't have to expend so many shields on it. But Joe Eddie, looking at that Shadow Caesar, maybe just really wants to have that as like a pressure Pokemon.
Shadow Caesar definitely feels like more of an offensive threat. Whereas Shadow Caesar, anytime it's on the field, it's so good at pressuring away those Protect shields. I think it might be a bit of a risk in this game, especially with Blastoise just being able to outpace it. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Caesar stays on the bench. But Fortress, I do think Fortress is a very strong pick for Wolfpack. All right, we've got lock-ins. Losers semifinals of Group F. It's Credilli into that Galarian Moltres, a matchup we've seen from the World Championships back in August.
I was going to say, this feels like deja vu to me. I was sitting in the arena back in August watching the grand finals of Patoman versus Beelzeboy, and I saw this matchup so many times.
Rock Tomb gets the shield. Joe Eddie actually did not go for the charge attack priority tide like a lot of trainers did. Instead, looking to try and bluff a potential Brave Bird. Wolfpack not buying it for a second. Immediate no shield. Credilli more than happy to absorb that fly now that it's been debuffed and look to get to the Rock Tomb.
And getting to a Rock Tomb, it does, but this Galarian Moltres is going to be throwing his charge attack first. Does Hungry Wolfpack protect the energy, protect the Credilli? He does on that charge attack priority to be able to throw his own Rock Tomb. Joe Eddie's got to make a quick decision, decides to let the Galarian Moltres go to bring in the Goodra, maybe get some healthy farm. Can the Goodra fast attack all the way down? No, and he recognizes it to throw the Aqua Tail.
So close. That would have been a huge farm for the Goodra, but now Goodra doesn't exit with a lot of residual energy, which is unfortunate. So the gamble doesn't pay off. Out comes Fortress, met with a quick switch into the Corsola, and Fortress not leaving the field just yet. Fortress staying here, going to bank a ton of energy, and now out comes Blastoise. Now, the thing that I'm watching for in this matchup is with all of that Bug Bite damage, was it enough to put it in a range where the rollouts plus 2 Hydro Cannons can knock out?
We are going to be finding out really soon. But first, we have the Blastoise launching a Hydro Cannon, but it is going to bounce right off the Protect Shield on the side of Joe Eddie. The switch timers are a little bit misaligned, but not by too much. Both of these trainers are going to have their switch outs, I would say, right at around the same time.
Charge attack priority means that Joe Eddie will not be able to punish the desync in the timers as his clock is up, but he's stuck throwing the Nightshade. Had he thrown slightly earlier, then maybe he could have better taken advantage of that. But now, Hungry Wolfpack's gamble to stay in and get all of that Fortress energy will pay off. As now, quick switch into the Goodra, but Goodra is going to be immediately debuffed. Rock Tomb does a lot of damage, and the Bug Bites are going to be absolutely deleting the health bar on the Goodra.
And the Dragon Breath doing very, very little as Fortress has that steel typing to allow it to withstand all of the pressure from the Goodra. Goodra having to rely on its quick and spammy pacing, but is it going to be able to get to another attack? It cannot. The Fortress nibbling away at the Goodra and then throwing a Rock Tomb to KO the Galarian Corsola.
That was a tough battle for Joe Eddie. That Fortress is so strong. I can't help but think the outcome maybe could have been a little bit different if Goodra was able to get the farm down of that Credilli, but the Credilli holding on, forcing Goodra to throw that Aqua Tail meant the Goodra just didn't have the energy that it would have wanted, and then that set up Fortress so incredibly well to help close out that game.
That was a very fun game to watch. I am interested to see, can Joe Eddie turn this around? Utilize the Goodra, the Galarian Corsola, and the Galarian Moltres. I'm wondering if there's any play for any of his other Pokemon. Let's reflect on that a little bit as we watch the replay.
Choosing to let the Galarian Moltres go, we've seen this happen a lot, where people try and go for farm on their back Pokemon, but the Goodra failed the farm down. He was forced to throw the Aqua Tail, so the gamble kind of backfired. And then the Fortress just too strong. Bug biting down, Rock Tombing the Corsola, and putting Wolfpack at a 1-0 advantage.
It seems like Hungry Wolfpack is hungry for a win here in the Group F Losers semi-finals. So again, it's win, you win and in, or you lose and go home. Your tournament run is over for the day.
And that's the pressure that these trainers are having to deal with as they consider, what should I run for Joe Eddie? He's made it this far. It's his first tournament, but now a lot of adversity back against the wall. This is a win or go home game. Hungry Wolfpack has 2 chances to get this second win.
One trainer has locked in, the last trainer making last-second adjustments as they know what is on the line, what's at stake in this incredibly important game number 2.
And our trainers are just about locked in. I am excited to see, can Joe Eddie turn this around? That Fortress was incredibly impressive on the side of Hungry Wolfpack. I keep thinking of that word hungry. Maybe I didn't get enough to eat for lunch, but I was thinking about how that Fortress was kind of nibbling down away at the Pokemon. But here we will see the Fortress again munching away at the Pokemon. We see a quick swap out from Joe Eddie, and then there it is. It is the Fortress is going to be able to use Bug Bite to bite at this Galarian Moltres.
Moltres is switch locked. Fly bait is successful. Wolfpack putting up the shield and then should look to go for the Rock Tomb. Overfarming quite a bit, opting for a Sand Tomb. Now, Sand Tomb, it is double resisted. Joe Eddie's thinking about it. Joe Eddie does put up the shield, so shielding the bait there. Sand Tomb, unfortunately, means that there's a lot of residual energy available for this Fortress. This Fortress will look to farm down after this Brave Bird gets shielded.
Shielded Brave Bird, so now the Moltres' defense is way down. Joe Eddie decides to deny all of that farm and bring in the Corsola instead to absorb this charged attack.
That should burn the switch timer for Hungry Wolfpack, and there it is. In comes the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres would love to get to the Brave Bird, going for the Fly. Fly, this is going to be close. I think the Corsola should be able to hang on here to a Fly, as it's the attack stat that's lowered, not the defense stat, but Joe Eddie puts up the shield. Honestly, the Fly, I kind of like the decision, because if it was a Brave Bird shielded and the defense was lowered, then this Power Gem would be knocking out.
But unfortunately, it will not be enough to knock out as the Moltres' defense is still up. And we have another Power Gem. Joe Eddie almost gets there, just like a half a turn needed more to be able to throw that charge attack. So now Joe Eddie's probably going to bring in this Credilli to try. Oh, peekaboo!
Very nice catch as Joe Eddie tries to keep his tournament life alive. Brave Bird is caught, but here is where the Fortress can be so scary. These Bug Bites do so much damage. Joe Eddie racing to the Rock Tomb. He needs this Fortress gone. Rock Tomb is reached, but that's so much health already lost for that Credilli, and Credilli's now going to have to win a mirror match, but only with 2/3 of its health bar remaining.
That is a big ask for this Pokemon. Joe Eddie doing just about everything he can. That peekaboo play was impressive, but when you're in the mirror match, you need everything to be very equal, or you need a slight advantage. So it looks like Joe Eddie has a slight energy advantage, perhaps, but I think that health disadvantage that he's got going is going to be too difficult to overcome, and he has no more Pokemon available for catches, and there are no shields remaining either.
Yeah, this is looking like Wolfpack's game to win, as Wolfpack's Credilli can still survive the next Rock Tomb, whereas Joe Eddie's cannot. So even with all of the debuffs, it's just simply not possible. Last second Grass Knot, hoping against hope that it will be enough to KO, but this is a debuffed Grass Knot. Hungry Wolfpack's Credilli will survive, hanging on, getting to the Grass Knot, and this is going to be Hungry Wolfpack series, as he's going to take it 2-0 as Credilli KOs Credilli.
And still had the Galarian Moltres in the back, just in case it was needed. And that was a quick 2-0 victory from Wolfpack. Hungry Wolfpack to make it into day number 2. Championship Sundays, we see the fist pump, we see the victory, and those big, bright smiles.
I was very impressed with Fortress in that game. I feel like we've seen very little of Fortress, but Fortress has been particularly impressive because if everyone brings Credilli to every single game, what absolutely destroys Credilli? Well, its name is Fortress, and Fortress was an absolute troublemaker in that game, getting the Sand Tomb bait into the Moltres to save the residual energy, debuffing everything, getting so much Bug Bite damage on that Credilli where even if it didn't make it to the Rock Tomb, that was still just too much health lost for Credilli to be able to win that mirror endgame.
Yeah, there aren't many. Credilli is just such a flexible Pokemon, so being able to have something like a Fortress that really puts a hard stop to it is critical in these games, and we're going to see just how impressive that Fortress was in the endgame. We're seeing that Brave Bird knock out. It was a wonderful catch by Joe Eddie. I definitely want to come back to that peekaboo play. However, we do get to see Hungry Wolfpack knock out the opposing Credilli with his own Credilli, marking victory with that fist pump. That was very, very fun. But let's walk back to that peekaboo play, because that was something different and something I don't think we get to see enough, because it's always very fun when it happens. So a peekaboo play is when you have your switch available and you put in one Pokemon, and right when you put in that Pokemon and your opponent can see the typing, they can see the name of the Pokemon, you immediately switch it out for something else, which can be really, really impactful like it could have been in that matchup. I think Joe Eddie just needed some other type of advantage to be able to turn it around.
Unfortunately, Corsola, it just did not get to that power gem, and that really felt like the moment where all was lost. Even with that heroic peekaboo catch, catching the Brave Bird onto the low health Moltres, whereas it just would have not quite one-shot the Credilli, but basically removed most of its health bar there. It was tough. Here we go. Waiting, shows it, and then the switch. Perfectly timed. Didn't throw the fast move, just waited. A perfectly read play.
Yeah, that is critical to be able to, if you are out there and you're like, I want to do that. I want to do that to my opponent in the Go Battle League. I want to do that to my opponent in the Championship Series. That is how it's done. You have to be very careful to not press the fast attack. You put your Pokemon in, wait just a beat, not even a full turn, just a beat, and then switch out.
Perfect timing. I wish that it was able to turn into a win, but there was just so much of an advantage built up by Wolfpack at that point, where Wolfpack, even with losing a whole Brave Bird, was still able to, with the power of a low health Fortress and Credilli, emerge victorious. But what a run from Joe Eddie. I love seeing newer trainers who haven't yet competed coming out to regionals and proving that just because they haven't competed doesn't mean they don't have what it takes. What a run, making it all the way to loser semifinals of the group in his very first tournament. So much to be proud of.
And we have a couple more trainers who are looking to be proud of their upcoming matches as well. We are going to be looking at Alex versus Eomero. Eomero coming in from Mexico, all the way from Mexico.
Oh, wow.
To battle here in Pittsburgh.
And Eomero, I'm taking a look at the team sheets, and I see a Pokemon that has done nothing but win all day, and that is the Murkrow. Murkrow came from that Monterey regional that I believe Eomero played at and ran Murkrow. So running it back with the Murkrow, and Murkrow has had unbelievable good results today, as I think has won every streamed game it's played so far.
And 7-Eleven Gaming, we know the trainers from there. They tend to team build together. Yes. They practice together. And we noticed that I think all of them that played in Monterey ran that Shadow Murkrow, or just ran a Murkrow, and we can see how crazy it is. Again, the reason Murkrow is so good right now is because Peck got a buff in the most recent Tales of Transformation season. So Murkrow is in a unique position where it is able to get to its drill pecks and its foul plays in only 5 pecks or 10 turns. That is incredibly fast pacing, and it's incredibly powerful. Both of those attacks are really heavy hitting.
Even in scenarios where Credilli's able to debuff it, this Pokemon's attack stat is so high that even a -1 drill pack can leave a serious mark in basically any Pokemon on your team that isn't like a Bastiodon. There's no Bastiodon on the opponent's side, but there is a Pokemon that could try and hunt down that Murkrow, and that is Carbink. Carbink, a rock fairy type, did get a buff this season, much like Marowak, with Rock Slide getting that extra damage. Once Rock Slide got nerfed, Carbink had more typically opted for Power Gem, which was the more efficient move, but more expensive. But with Rock Slide, Carbink, it's still not going to get the charge attacks very quickly, but Rock Slide is ever so slightly cheaper than a Power Gem.
We saw Credilli when Credilli came into play here in Pokemon Go. A lot of us were thinking, this is just going to outclass Bastiodon. This is just Bastiodon, but better. But we haven't really seen it a lot lately. Is this the time that Carbink comes into play, especially to counter something like Murkrow?
If I was a Murkrow, that would kind of be the worst case scenario there, because there's just nothing you can do. I really want to take a look at the rest of Alex's team. For Alex's team, we have Shadow Drapion, Blastoise, a Shadow Malamar. I love Malamar. My friend Malamar. Shadow Annihilate, Carbink, and Diggersby. So there are some targets for that Murkrow, but there's also quite a few Pokemon that if Iomero isn't careful and the Murkrow gets behind on energy, even something like a Shadow Malamar superpower would be devastating for Murkrow.
I love Alex's team. It's very different. I'm nervous about that Diggersby because I'm not sure it has a whole lot of too many places to go. We've been talking about how some of these big, bulkier ground type Pokemon have fallen out of usage. So that's the one that I'm a little nervous about. But our friend Shadow Malamar is really, can really be impactful. I really enjoyed Speediest Chief's segment earlier with the Malamar experts during one of our breaks. If you didn't watch it, you'll have to go back and watch it.
Diggersby could be a tempting bring for Alex. If it's aligned into the Water Pulse Gastrodon, or if it's aligned into Credilli, it could be tough, but with Fortress, Stunfisk, and Corsola, there's a lot of targets. We've got lock-ins. Game number 1, there is the Diggersby, but that's not what it was hoping to find as it leads into Gastrodon, and Iomero actually benched every single potential target for this Pokemon.
Yeah, Diggersby has nowhere to go. This is what I was talking about. There's not as many targets for Diggersby as there used to be. It's not as an impressive Pokemon. However, it is going to be able to chip away a little bit. And there's a catch of the Water Pulse. That is huge for Alex. This Water Pulse damage from Iomero going absolutely nowhere into the Blastoise. We'll see an immediate answer of the Credilli.
Blastoise will look to fire off this Hydro Cannon instantly. No Ice Beam available, it's on Hydro Cannon and Skull Bash. But the Hydro Cannon, it is strong neutral damage. It will add up. Now the tricky thing is Credilli is not only able to hit for big damage onto Blastoise, but also onto the Diggersby. A bait from Iomero. Alex thinks about it, puts up the shield, and unfortunately shields the Rock Tomb bait, and suddenly these Hydro Cannons feel a lot less threatening.
Unfortunately for Alex, the Hydro Cannon is going to land on the opposing Credilli, but it just doesn't do as much damage. Blastoise is out there. It is trying its best, but Iomero is able to throw a Grass Knot, and that is going to clear Blastoise from the field of play. Alex is on the back foot, but has an opportunity to pick up some farm here with the Shadow Malamar.
In comes Malamar, quick pivot into the Murkrow. Murkrow has to respect the superpower, and then Alex can look to switch out of the Malamar, send back in the Diggersby, but by staying in to grab the shield, it does desync the switch timers.
And we have talked about how knowledge of the switch timers, being able to punish your opponent for switch timer misalignment could be critical. We're going to see how much a Drill Peck does to Diggersby. That is a lot. It cannot hang on through one more.
Murkrow puts up the final shield, so all shields down. Murkrow is going to be winning or losing this game. Murkrow will look to try and probably go for a charge tag priority tie once again. Drill Peck will knock out unless Alex puts up the final shield, but Alex says no. Alex is trusting in Malamar to close out this game, but Malamar is going to have to take 3 knockouts here as Iomero still has all 3 Pokemon alive.
Alex does have this final Protect Shield, and I just don't see a path forward for this Malamar to be able to knock out. You're probably reaching for superpower at this range. Foul Play being resisted, so if you use a superpower, your other 2 Pokemon are gone. They're back in their Pokeball. They're getting healed up by Nurse Joy. You've got to debuff yourself. So now this Malamar is in a position, it's trying to get rid of this Gastrodon as well, throwing another superpower. It's debuffed at this point. It could be enough.
This will be very, very close. Shadow Malamar has an incredible attack stat. It picks up the knockout. All that's left is Credilli. It's a race to the finish. Acid versus Psywave, and the Credilli survives. Very low HP, taking down Malamar, and that's a game 1 win for Iomero.
That was such a big ask of that Malamar to have to do 2 separate superpowers and then have to withstand the acids from the Credilli. It was very close. Perhaps if it was only 1 superpower that had been thrown or no superpowers, perhaps Malamar would have been able to Psywave down, but that is really, really tough for that Malamar having been debuffed, self-debuffed 2 times.
And with Murkrow being as low as it was, I think a foul play actually would have been enough. The game started off strong with a great catch onto the Blastoise, but unfortunately Blastoise shields the Rock Tomb, Grass Knot ends up landing, And then when my friend Malamar hits the field, it forced the switch out into the Murkrow. Murkrow took the knockout onto the Diggersby, and this is where a foul play would have been enough to KO the Murkrow, because Murkrow is so frail, and you have to wonder if at only one stage debuffed, could Malamar have gotten that Psywave down?
Well, let's find out. Can Alex pivot in game number 2? We see an immediate swap out from the Annihilate. We've got Blastoise versus Credilli.
That's not the lead you're hoping to see as Alex. Shadow Annihilate can't really do anything into a Corsola. The safe switch Blastoise answered with that trusty Credilli. Credilli will look to connect with a Grass Knot, but Grass Knot will not be enough to KO. The big difference in this game is a Water Pulse had landed previously, whereas a high-rank Blastoise, if it has good HP and defense, should be able to hang on here and make it to another move.
And another move it makes, launching the Hydro Cannon into the Credilli. This is some nice neutral damage, taking the Credilli really, really low, setting up some potential farm for whatever Alex chooses to bring in. Looks like it is going to be the Annihilate. However, Credilli gets to that Grass Knot, and Alex lets this Grass Knot through.
Shadow Malamar is going to have to do so much work to close out this game, as Annihilate is not really going to be able to do much. Annihilate going to throw 2 counters, deferring the Astonish damage onto that Malamar, and Malamar, these Psywaves adding up, as Malamar will need to try and pick up a knockout with a foul play onto this Gastrodon if at all possible.
This is so tough because the Pokemon that Eomero has here is fast attack pressure. So even though Alex had 2 Protect Shields, now has 1, it's the fast attack damage that is going to be very frustrating for this Shadow Malamar.
Shadow Malamar, oh my, going for the superpower, the no shield. Is this going to be enough? This is a very hard-hitting attack. Gastrodon, very bulky. Gastrodon survives, makes the body slam, and it feels like that survive is what Eomero needs to clinch this victory 2-0.
And the Malamar now debuffed going into the Galarian Corsola matchup. Just barely cannot get to the Rage Fist. Galarian Corsola just is too bulky, too powerful. And then we bring in the Malamar, and Malamar just kind of recognizing it cannot do it. There is a Protect Shield on the side of Eomero, so just kind of going for the superpower, dropping the defense, so that one Astonish from the Corsola will knock out. Congratulations to Eomero taking a 2-0 victory here in the losers semifinals. Eomero coming off of a very successful run in Monterey, tied for 9th place, but dropped Dedenne from his team to come here today and play.
And it seems like it's been a pretty constant theme. Dropping Dedenne leads to good results. Back to the replay, heavy damage from that Credilli. Credilli getting that farm down and exiting with a move just did so much damage to the Annihilate, and really meant that Shadow Malamar was going to have to try and 1v2.
And Eomero, again, just picking up, really forcing Alex into a situation where the Shadow Malamar has to do too much, and it just cannot overcome. I still like Malamar a lot. I think it's a really fun pick. However, we were seeing in these situations, in these last 2 games, where it had too much. There were too many things that this Malamar had to do. Maybe if it was Mega Malamar, it could have been able to pull off what Alex was asking of it, but the regular Malamar, no such luck.
I was doing a little bit of deep diving, and it appears that a foul play from a Shadow Malamar, would you believe, does over a third, I think around 35 to 40% to a Murkrow. That's how glassy Murkrow is. It's so frail. Murkrow, I don't know if it can take any hit. The only move I've seen it survive so far today on stream has been a Gastrodon body slam, and it was not by much. Like, the Mud Slaps being double resisted helps a lot there. So it's a very frail Pokemon. The definition of high risk, high reward, but the formula continues. Bring a Murkrow to a game on stream and you win it.
That seems like a really good tip, Henry. Bring Murkrow to the streams and you win it. I'm really curious what other tips from trainers around this Pittsburgh regional have for us. And we are going to go cut to some interviews and see what those success tips are for trainers here in Pittsburgh.
The The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So. Pokemon trainers, Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon Go PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the two trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior Dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the Grand Finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The Grand Finals and the Grand Finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Wild Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
And the march continues down Victory Road here in Pittsburgh, the Steel City, the one and only season opener for the 2026 Championship Series. I'm so excited to continue bringing you the action live from inside the venue. I'm Will, last name, here with 2-0 Sanders.
Oh, well, thank you for that fantastic introduction. We have some redemption up next. Redemption for Shadow Charizard that hasn't seen as much success as maybe some would have thought here in Pittsburgh, specifically me, and redemption for the trainer, the Tarian. The Tarian is back on stage right now with that Shadow Charizard, with that Shadow Scizor, fighting a trainer in his second tournament ever, made it to the losers finals here.
You made the comment backstage that there are a lot of trainers here in our winners finals, losers finals that we are not that familiar with, and Hungry Wolfpack is one of them. Like you said, only 2 appearances in the championship series, but he is very, very formidable. And I gotta shout out the Blastoise. Butters, you mentioned the Charizard, but it does not want to see its Kanto counterpart on the opposing side.
It absolutely does not. I feel like that Pokemon in general has been a bit of a standout this last half of last season.
Yeah.
And then to begin this season, of course, Inadequates used that in Frankfurt. Now we see it on stage here, and it's such a good counter for that Shadow Charizard. And it's actually good against the Shadow Scizor as well, but we still see the Shadow Scizor from the Torian here. We see that Fortress in the lead. You do not love this matchup if you're the Fortress.
Yeah, I think if you just look at the opening situation here and then you consider the 2 Pokemon in the back line, it looks like the Tarian's out to a distinct advantage to start things off. Ghost resisting the bug bites, landing these neutral Nightshades, or Power Gems, right?
Yeah.
And the Fortress can't really fight back that much.
Yeah, trying to go for a Power Gem, maybe thinking there's going to be a swap, or that's just the play against Fortress, maybe, for the Tarian. The Tarian does take that Rock Tomb there. Maybe after that damage, you need to get to 1 more Nightshade to knock out. And maybe if you did not land that Power Gem, this Nightshade wouldn't knock out, but this is definitely going to knock out here if Hungry Wolfpack wants to keep this Fortress around. Needs the Protect Shield, does not.
But here's the issue, right? You've got an Acid Cradily and a Rollout Blastoise. It's almost impossible to farm down that Galarian Corso, but this is the first spark of good news that his Cradily is not going to align with the Shadow Scizor from the Tarian.
There are 2 Protect Shields remaining for the Tarian. Shadow Scizor uses one right here, but you pace really quickly with this rollout on the Blastoise. Probably going to be a bait here. Does he actually go for the Trailblaze? No, goes for the Night Slash. So does Hungry Wolfpack try to collect? No, he does Protect Shield that Night Slash.
Yeah, Night Slash pulling away the first shield from the Blastoise is too risky to take a Trailblaze, especially after losing your Fortress in the lead as the Hungry Wolfpack. Second Night Slash, double baits!
Wants to invest it all into Blastoise here as both Protect Shields go down for Hungry Wolfpack. Now almost at the double Hydro Cannon, but wanted to throw a better timing there. Does he get the last Protect Shield from the Tarian? Remember, the Tarian does have his timer. He does have that Corsola, lets the Shadow Scizor go. Gonna keep that Protect Shield for the Moltres in the back. What is the second attack on that Moltres? Does it have the Brave Bird or is it the Payback? I believe it is the Brave Bird for the Tarian.
Oh, I was almost thinking he was going to make the swap there and try to catch, but instead allows the Galarian Corsola to soak the Hydro Cannon, coming in with the Galarian Moltres now, and getting all this energy is going to be massive against that Cradily in the back line.
Can you farm down this Blastoise before it gets to another Hydro Cannon here as the last Protect Shield goes down? Pivot into the Cradily. There is a Brave Bird almost available already, but the Brave Bird doesn't quite knock out. So how is the Tarian going to play this here? And here comes the Brave Bird on charge attack priority. It's all on this Brave Bird right now. Can he get the knockout in the Cradily? He didn't have the reach.
Cradily hangs on, and because of the defense fall, this Rock Tomb will surely knock out the Galarian Moltres and seal up this game number 1 for Hungry Wolfpack. Like you said, Butters, the Tarian pushed all his chips to the middle of the table and said, this is what I'm going to do.
And Hungry Wolfpack put all his chips on the Blastoise, used both the shields, got the shield back in the end with that Hydro Cannon, swapped into the Cradily, had the bulk to hang on, and the Tarian was just short of that double fly. He needed either the double fly or a little bit more damage to knock out with that Brave Bird. He didn't quite have it.
Such an incredibly difficult position to be in and a tough decision to make, knowing your damage calculations, trying to figure if you can survive the Rock Tomb and get to the double fly, you probably have a better chance. But the Tarian was not confident in his Galarian Moltres to make it through. So in spite of the double Night Slash baits here onto the Blastoise, Hungry Wolf prevails.
Well played by Hungry Wolf here, and how about that strategy from the Tarian? Just instant blind pivoting to Shadow Scizor, thinking that there's not really that many options on the team from Hungry Wolfpack to counter that Shadow Scizor, especially when Fortress is down. He just safely puts it out there, and he's gonna be able to double shield it and have some success. Remember, this was the same Shadow that he was leaning on in his previous matchup, and it was falling short for him as well. Does he switch up the strategy here in this game number 2?
That's such a good point, because trying to hammer the same thing over and over again, like they say, Butters, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. But sometimes committing it to something just once more will land you in the jackpot zone. So let's see what happens here. The Tarian going into a possible elimination game in the losers finals for Group F.
One of these trainers will be eliminated from the tournament. One of these trainers will make it to day number 2 on that loser side. Hungry Wolfpack up 1-0 against the Tarian. We are locked in, and we have the leads of Wigglytuff into Blastoise. This is a matchup that's new just because almost every matchup with Wigglytuff is new now because of the way that Charm works.
Yeah, it's definitely a Kanto showdown to boot as well. Going for the Hydro Cannon, but Wigglytuff winning the charge tag priority here. This is the point you made, Butters. This is a little bit new. I don't know how many trainers know the Wigglytuff and Blastoise charge tag priority ties.
And that Swift lands on that charge attack priority like you mentioned, and I believe you will get to that double Swift at the time or before the double Hydro Cannon is available. And actually swapping out into the Shadow Scizor there once again. Is he gonna try to go for the greedy bullet punch down? He goes for the Protect Shield here. I actually don't think this Blastoise would get bullet punched down, but swaps into the Galarian Moltres to soak up this energy. All of it is resisted.
I like this play quite a bit. Going for the Trailblaze, both of these charge attacks are going to be resisted, but if you want a 100% chance to raise your attack, you go for the Trailblaze. That's what Scizors do in this matchup. And now the bullet punches are chucking down. This almost looks like Scizor versus Murkrow.
And he's going to Protect Shield this one. He has to because he wants to go for this bullet punch down. No, actually he lets it go. And now he's going to have to fast attack this down with Sucker Punch and use his Protect Shield here. Either way to get the farm down. Oh, no, actually swaps into Wigglytuff and gets it with the Charm. What a play!
Wow, lines up the scope and takes it out. Here we go with Blastoise. Rollouts connecting into the Wigglytuff, trying to chip it down, but the Hydro Cannon comes through as well. What an incredible survive here by the Blastoise.
Oh, and exhale from Hungry Wolfpack, and he gets the last Protect Shield. Wigglytuff wants to hold on to this Ice Wind, knowing there's only one Pokemon remaining. It is going to be super effective. It's going to get Protect Shielded, but you're going to be able to debuff this Pokemon, and it has no way to clear this debuff because it's Hungry Wolfpack's last Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Cornered here. Wigglytuff might just get acided down by this Cradily. It's only one away. Here comes the Swift, but it's resisted.
And if he knows instantly. For a trainer, this is his second tournament ever. An instant no shield on that Swift. That's a big play.
Exactly. Rock Tomb into the Galarian Moltres, and we are right back where we were in game number 1 with the Galarian Moltres staring down the Cradily and the Rock Tombs imposing.
And that is super effective, but remember, this Cradily was debuffed. There is one Protect Shield remaining, and Hungry Wolfpack is at the second Rock Tomb. That means he's moving on to day number 2.
Incredibly done by Hungry Wolfpack to take down the Tarian, a former regional champion. You see the fist pump and the cheers in the crowd. Hungry Wolfpack with an incredible display here in Pittsburgh. It's late in the day, Butters. We've had so many battles, so many rounds have been played, but to stay sharp and to execute against a former champion in the Tarian, pristine.
Especially with way less experience. The Tarian has a lot of tournament experience in championship series. Obviously, you said he's reached the heights of champion. He's had a 3rd place as well. And to be able to come here in your second tournament at the end of the day, I mean, I think it's like 5:30 here, and be able to instantly no Protect Shield a Swift, knowing I know that's resisted, I know I have this game. That is really impressive from this new trainer that is making a name for himself here.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Looks like Hungry Wolfpack will be in our top cut for tomorrow in Pittsburgh, but there's still a few more matches yet to go. We're talking about the structure of the stream and how we show players on stage throughout the day, right? I feel like to begin the day, we see a lot of maybe hype early round matches, familiar names like Harjefe or maybe Dunebug, and then we see some other trainers that aren't on stage that often. Towards the middle of the day, we're hitting those winners finals, losers finals, back to back to back. And now we get into the nitty gritty. We see some of these really dicey loser side matchups. And for the Arrow, this is his second appearance on stream already today. He must be in this losers finals group, I assume.
And we try to show as many of the trainers that will be qualifying for day number 2 as possible.
For sure.
Like you said, we went through all of that winner side. Now we are taking the leftovers on that loser side, in which of these trainers are gonna make it to the coveted day number 2. And something I want to point out earlier that Trent was really happy about, he won on that winner's side, and now he is guaranteed prize money. I mean, I think it's something that we don't talk about it enough that's really in the back of the mind of a lot of these trainers. It's such a great thing. It's something that they're always trying to go for, to try to compete more, try to make some money. It's a fantastic part of Championship Series.
I really appreciate how eloquently he put it as well. He said, in the monetary column, I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty good as well. So yeah, Trent, very, very good with words. And yeah, it's true, Butters. I mean, there's so much to fight for, not only the placements like seasons past. I mean, I remember the times when it was just win and take all, or be like second place and also earn your Worlds qualification. Those days are gone. There's still the win and in factor in terms of regionals and ICs, but you also have all the prize money, all the travel awards, all those other things that you're fighting for throughout the day.
Yeah, travel award, qualification to Worlds.
Yeah. Try
to build up your championship points to then qualify for Worlds. Unique spawns, unique gifts, charge TMs as well. I'm over 60 already. Woo! I am pumped because you can now get charge TMs at Championship Series. It is really one of the best places that you can play Pokemon Go. It's not like, obviously, it's not a Go Fest or anything, but it is an event that you can play with a lot of fellow trainers, and we have so many unique features here for you to enjoy. So I highly encourage that you make it out to a regional to compete or spectate as well.
We talk about the growth of Pokemon Go and also the Championship Series in general. I remember when we only had one Pokestop at regional championship events, and now we've got way more than that. Gyms as well. So if you're wanting to battle some Shadow Groudons and make some new friends, these regional championships are a great place to do that too. So like you said, Butters, so much to enjoy, and then you've got incredible games on top of that. So let's get into the action.
We had one Pokestop, now we have one Empoleon, because that is all we have seen so far in Pittsburgh, and it has made it here to the Losers Finals. It is a Shadow Empoleon, and also an Altaria. And Altaria is a Pokemon that you might be really used to in Championship Series, but a Pokemon we haven't seen at all. It now has Flamethrower. It paces a lot quicker with the Dragon Breath as well.
Well, speaking of dragons, Butters, we do have the Guzzlord for Arrow and that Shadow Sableye for Blazing Blaze. And I gotta say, Shadow Sableye is probably only scared of a Pokemon like Murkrow or Galarian Moltres. And then suddenly you find yourself in the Group E Losers Finals against a beast from the Void, the Ultra Beast Guzzlord, which I think Arrow is going to deploy in this series.
I completely agree with that, because even against Corviknight, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
It really is neutrally strong. It can beat some negative matchups that you thought it wouldn't beat. I believe it beats Empoleon. I don't know if it's the Shadow version that beats, but it's okay in that matchup, and that's a bad lead. Instant swap into Guzzlord. You never see Guzzlord safe swapped, but you just saw it right now.
It's not just that, Butters. It's leading Togekiss with Charizard in the back, and you lead into a Stunfisk.
Oh, ABA weak to anti-flying. That has been the Arrow style this tournament. It was his downfall in his last series, but he surprised Steinar in the first game. Will he surprise Blazing in this first game?
We call it the ABA, or the Arrow Battle Approach. And now this Brutal Swing's coming through, trying to equalize a little bit of the matchup here, because this Cradilly hasn't landed the Rock Tomb yet. Guzzlord had some additional energy, and the Brutal Swings are only 9 turns each, so they get there so quickly.
You're already back at your switch timer, though. Arrow's going to be able to take this Rock Tomb and actually decides to Protect Shield it, thinking that Guzzlord is valuable in this situation. You're back at your switch timer here, but I don't know if you want to switch lock it into the Stunfisk. Either way, you're going to have a bad matchup for that Stunfisk. I don't know if this knocks out. Actually, you get the Protect Shield from Blaze, but it might not have knocked out.
But he's got 2 as well, so he can throw another Brutal Swing here. If he knows he's going to win the Charge Check priority, he will. Arrow just blind throws a Brutal Swing. No shield from Blazing. He is not willing to double invest in the Cradilly.
And it does knock out. The Cradilly goes down. Here comes the Stunfisk, but this is tough. You're not going to be able to farm down this Guzzlord, but you could have gotten a lot of energy, but instead decided to throw the Mud Bomb straight away to get this Guzzlord out of here. And undercharges it, throws the Great. Does he secure the knockout?
One more.
No, actually, he's able to pivot out. Arrow got out of there, and he's met by the Altaria. 2 answers for Altaria for Blaze.
Only Arrow is swapping a Charizard into a Unova Stunfisk. Absolute madman on the screen here, but against the Altaria, it's so tough. You don't have that Dragon Claw from times past. You actually have the Air Cutter, so he's forced to spam off these flying attacks. But the good news, Butters, is that these are coming off every 8 turns.
And his only win condition here is to get a lot of farm on this Altaria, but it's hard to do that nowadays. It's hard to reverse farm a Pokemon because You're not switch locked like you were in the past. Here comes the Sky Attack in the Charizard. This is going to knock out. I expect you to instantly go into the Togekiss, try to get as much energy, but you don't have that much time. You're trying to get as much, but after this Charge Attack, the Switch Timer is already available.
Hey, you know what? 4 Pex. I think 4 Pex is good for Arrow here. I think he can carry that energy into the next matchup. I anticipate the pivot back into the Unova Stunfisk, like you pointed out, Butters. Here it comes. Aura Sphere #1. In order for Arrow to win, he probably needs to catch on that Guzzlord.
And remember, he doesn't have Dazzling Gleam, so he doesn't have the hard-hitting attack. He only has Side Shock, so here comes the Discharge. It's going to be the last Protect Shield for Arrow here. It's going to come down to that, Speedy. It's going to come down to if Arrow can swap on a Discharge. Can he make a miracle happen with his Guzzlord? Does he go for it? No, he throws on Charge Attack priority. This is gonna chunk!
Blazing waited a turn and Arrow threw anyway, so the big question becomes, if Blazing sees the pet come through, is he gonna throw the energy or is he gonna swap? Blind swap!
Swap! Combo play! He had the brutal swing banked! Is this enough to knock out the Stunfisk? Blaze maybe has a chance to get that Thunder Shock through. It does come through. Can he reach the Discharge? He already has it. That's a GG!
Arrow emptied everything he had into that Unova Stunfisk, and it still wasn't enough. Super effective Discharge into the Togekiss, and that is a Game 1 victory for Blazing.
Wow, that became so close. Once again, running ABA weak to anti-flying. Matched up against a Unova Stunfisk with a Shadow Charizard and a Togekiss. Absolutely devastating, but he almost scratched and clawed and made this a game where you thought it might be over, and he was inches away. If that Brutal Swing were to knock out, he wins that battle.
You gotta give Arrow his flowers as well. Leading ABA into a Unova Stunfisk and making the game that competitive, only that trainer on the left side of your screen can pull something like that off. That is the Arrow.
And does he, I feel like at this point, quadruple down, because we saw him do this against Steinar in game number 2 and 3, and Steinar brought the Bastion in those games, and he lost both of those games. He had a 1-0 advantage in his last series. Now he's down 0-1, but has lost 3 straight games, maybe being ABA weak to double anti-flyer.
And look at this, right? You had the Unova Stunfisk from Blazingly, but just imagine if you would have brought Empoleon. Arrow had Fire and Flying Charizard, Fairy and Flying Togekiss, and Guzzlord. He had no answer for the Stunfisk or the Empoleon.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard has a chance, and I think Guzzlord does too, but I think you're right. That could be a core. I really like how Unova Stunfisk can protect some of those Shadow Pokemon with the bulk and the synergy of the Switch Timer. I didn't expect Unova Stunfisk to be a factor here, but the way some of these trainers are utilizing it has been extremely high level. As we're locked into this game number 2, here it is. This is what Arrow needed. Switched it up, the strategy. He has the Shadow Scizor into the Altaria. Save swap into the Empoleon here. You will outpace before the Hydro Cannon is available.
Yeah, because of the one-turn switch there, both of these Pokemon get to those charge attacks on the 10th turn after 5 fast attacks with the Night Slash connecting. You know what, Butters? Honestly, I think after that first one, maybe a farm down is in the cards here.
It could be, but it's so hard because it's double resisted into that Steel Water type of Shadow Empoleon, giving up the Protect Shield. Do we see a swap? No. Looks like Arrow is just going to go for it. He is going to continue to outpace, throw on Charge Attack priority here because he was an attack ahead because there was a safe swap from Blaze. Blaze uses the Protect Shield here to try to win the ones against the Shadow Scizor.
No boost from the Night Slash either. That would have been a big difference maker, but Arrow investing in the Scizor early on in the game. Like Trent said, this is a Pokemon you need to give shields to, and Arrow has given up both to start this battle.
And now he is going to maintain the alignment. Here comes the Stunfisk, and you're going to be able to do some lasting damage into that Stunfisk as well. With this Trailblaze, it's going to be super effective. Do you get the last Protect Shield? No. Blaze wants to keep that last Protect Shield available. I don't blame him. And that chunked.
So much damage, and Arrow's applying a ton of pressure with the Scizor. Those metal pincers are clamping down on Blaze, and Blaze is going to have to fight back really hard to get back into this game because out comes the Guzzlord.
And now you're in an opportunity to just Dragon Tail down. So Blaze tried to cut that off by swapping into the Altaria here. You're probably not going to use your Protect Shield on Brutal Swing, and you have the opportunity to go into your Togekiss, and that is so good against the Altaria. yes, you don't have any fairy coverage with charge attacks, but the fact that you're taking nothing from these Dragon Breaths helps a ton.
Nothing. Togekiss is shrugging off all that damage. Altaria used to be so mighty in the early days of competitive Pokemon Go, but with the Dragon Breath rework, it's got a different playstyle, a different approach. Sky Attack will come through here, but after that shield goes down, the Psyshock is going to hit in just a few moments.
And Togekiss doesn't have the most bulk out there. As you can see, one Sky Attack did half of it. You should be able to get to the Psyshock before the Sky Attack is available. This will not knock out the Altaria, though, so there is a chance to get to your backline Pokemon, but the thing is, the health difference in these backline Pokemons is just immense. Here you're going to swap, you're going to discharge, but you still have an almost full health Guzzlord.
Yeah, this is totally fine for Arrow because the energy gets deployed here, which means his Guzzlord can likely Dragon Tail down, bank a charge attack, and throw it right into that Altaria to win.
And a full health Guzzlord is a lot of health. This Guzzlord probably has around 220 HP at this point before he takes a Mud Bomb. He gets the Dragon Tail down. And Arrow is able to tie up this series with either a Dragon Tail or a Brutal Swing, going for the Sludge Bomb, the third option.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb going to connect here into the Altaria. We got two dragons on your screen, and Guzzlord is the superior version in this game. Going into a decisive game number 3, an elimination game for either one of these players, and I agree, Arrow. I think sometimes you just need to take a breath.
And I want to point out how differently dragons perform nowadays, because dragons rely on their charge attacks a lot more than they used to. They used to rely on their Dragon Breath pressure, which is their fast attack. Now, it all comes down to the diversity of their coverage with charge attacks. You see Gudra with the water, electric coverage. You see Altaria with the fire and the flying. And then you see Guzzlord with the dark and Sludge Bomb. They're way different Pokemon in this new update.
We have not seen Shadow Sableye or Corviknight from Blazing, and we have not seen I believe the Gastrodon or the Steelix from Arrow. So both trainers kind of playing with only 4 pieces of their respective puzzles. Going to a decisive game 3, Butters, I mean, are they going to keep to that strategy?
Well, I would really love to see the Corviknight just from what Arrow's been showing. Arrow's been showing that he's bringing Guzzlord every single battle. Also, he's been showing he's willing to invest in his Shadow Scizor and bring his Togekiss to every battle. Against those Pokemon, you're going to want to use the Corviknight.
I agree with you. My eyes are getting really wide here because our lock-ins are about to happen, and this alignment we might see is going to be insane, everyone. But Arrow and the Blazing are in a Game 3 Losers Finals Group E, trying to punch their ticket into Top Cut at the largest regional championship so far in the 2026 season.
Tournament on the line here for both of these trainers. Arrow came off a great Worlds performance. He wants to continue that momentum, but can Blaze make a name for himself here? He's the trainer that's still thinking about his options. It's just too much on the line against a trainer you cannot predict. It's against Arrow here.
Exactly, unpredictable, and sometimes that makes him incredibly dangerous. Game number 3, Arrow, Blazing. Let's get into it.
And Shadow Steelix makes an appearance in game number 3. And it looks like the Altaria is actually staying in because you can reach these flamethrowers that are super effective in the past. Oh, tried to catch on a flamethrower, but missed. And now suddenly it's going to take the Sky Attack damage. But now what do you do with your Blaze?
I absolutely cannot with Arrow. I mean, he has scrambled my brains for years, and he continues to do it. I know everyone watching at home is looking at the back lines and saying that Gastrodon would be incredible, but Arrow moves the pieces around. He tries to confuse his opponent, and he's at it again.
He tried to land the Brutal Swing on the Altaria, but the Shadow Empoleon came in to take it, and now you're going to get outpaced to the Hydro Cannon and Drill Peck here. The Drill Peck is going to be neutral into this Guzzlord. How can you farm this thing down? Are you going to come in with a Gastrodon? You do have the Gastrodon available, but you could farm with either Pokemon, but I think your energy on Gastrodon is, actually coming for the Thunder Fang.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, he gets it!
Thunder Fang down. Shadow Steelix ripped through that Empoleon. He's got so much energy for the back line here of the Altaria and the Unova Sunfisk.
The problem is he's now lost alignment. Swapping it into that Gastrodon, just a slight misalignment with these timers. That's something you want to keep in mind as this battle progresses. Gets the Protect Shield with the Body Slam.
Wow, that's a really positive step forward here for Arrow. Like you said, the Gastron's really going to struggle in this matchup, and the Altaria's got so much energy from that lead scenario versus the Steelix.
He has to shield.
He has to.
I
Goodness.
don't know how he's going to win this game without keeping Gastrodon around. He needs to keep this around. He's not going to be able to get through the Stun Fist without Gastrodon. He needs to combo play this Altaria. He's almost at his timer, but not yet.
Waiting on that switch timer, he needs it up desperately. That being Arrow. Body Slam number 2 actually will connect, and Blazing is kind of clawing his way back into this game. Do we see a switch?
Oh, he tried to call the combo play. He tried to call it.
Blazing goes into the Nova Stunfisk and lines it up against the Gastrodon. Both trainers stared at each other, and Blazing blinked.
We all thought that Arrow was going to come in the combo play to ensure the knockout on the Altaria. Instead, he stayed in with the Gastrodon, and now Arrow has his target. He has the Stunfist that he needed to hit with his Gastrodon. He gets the shield with the Body Slam here. He still has his Steelix with a ton of energy. There's no protection remaining, so this Gastrodon is going down, but it left a dent in that Stunfist.
Blazing is forced to throw the energy because it cannot absorb too many mud slaps. So now the Steelix comes in with the Psychic Fangs. Are we going to see a Psychic Fangs crunch combination?
Is the timer back? Speedy, I don't know if the timer's back. There's been so many charge attacks. Is this timer back? His timer's back. Does he try to swap on the crunch?
It is.
The crunch goes through.
No switch. Crunch will connect after the defense fall into the Nova Stunfist, and I think that clears the runway for Steelix.
Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough. And here comes the swap, and now you can get to a flamethrower maybe as you're getting farmed down here. No, only gets to the sky attack, but if this is able to put this in range of a mud bomb, how much energy does that Stunfisk have?
So close. I think Arrow has the Psychic Fangs. If he throws them right now into the Stunfist, he might lose the charge tech priority.
Oh!
He's got it.
He has it, and he has his day number 2 secured. The Wild Lines, they paid off in Pittsburgh.
It's the Wild West, baby, and Arrow is king. What an incredible Game 3 of this elimination bracket matchup. Arrow, my goodness, dude, my brain is like scrambled eggs. I don't know what just happened.
That was epic. That was insane. Blaze, I feel like, made an awesome play because you're expecting the combo move into your Altaria. You're trying to swap, soak that energy, keep the Altaria around to finish off the Gastrodon later. But Arrow, he's so hard to predict. From the team composition to the lines of threes to what he'll actually do. You just don't know with Arrow.
I like this play so much because the Empoleon was weak. He recognized that the super effective Thunder Fang was going to rip through the Empoleon before it got to the second Hydro Cannon, and that farm on the Steelix was key in the end game.
Incredible, and this right here, that play right before, and then getting that damage, getting all that energy on Steelix into the shallow Empoleon. I don't even know if Arrow could believe it. I think he does. He believes in himself so much, and now he has made day number 2. Congratulations to Arrow, but congratulations to Blaze for an awesome run as well.
Dude, Arrow is one of those players who he can stumble and trip and make all kinds of mistakes, but as long as he crosses the finish line, he'll turn to you with a straight face and say, that was how I expected that to go.
That was one of the best games I've seen in a while. Don't go anywhere. We got more epic matchups coming up. We got Phoenix Dark versus Eomero on the other side of this break.
Wow.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center? Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire, Tatsugiri. Oh!
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Welcome in, trainers, to a brand new segment called Pittsburgh Slang. You might know him as the Dream Eater, or one of our top trainers at the World Championships just last year, but we know him as Magic Mason. And believe it or not, he's actually a born and raised Pittsburgh local. Mason, I noticed that there's a very interesting kind of dialect here in Pittsburgh, and I wanted to kind of get some insights from you about how a true Pittsburgher would commentate a Pokemon battle. What do you say?
Sounds good. Yes, it's called by Pittsburghese. We're typically known for saying words really fast and merging words together. Something I get, picked on for occasionally. But yeah, I'm down to do something like that.
Awesome. All right, Mason. So we'll run through a few different examples here, just so we get a full scope of Pittsburghese, as you called it. Describe like a battle scenario with a Swampert as a local Pittsburgher would.
Okay, sounds good. So the way I was thinking about it, it'd be like, have my Nebby father looking in on my battle, and he was wondering what was going on. And so, I led into a matchup with Swampert, and I had a very alignment-dependent backline. So I went down 2 shields, and I really had to control that alignment. So once I was able to give up the 2 shields and get alignment, I was able to use my sweeper in the back and win the game.
Okay. So the vowel, right? The vowel O, a little bit different there in down.
Yeah. We they say downtown, going downtown. So we say it a little bit funny, but it's more, we're our little bit of a slang we use on there.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's get into a few more specific words, because I'm already picking up that the vowels can change. What would you call something that like just destroys a backline? Like, for example, a Talonflame with a bunch of energy. How would you describe that battle scenario?
Yeah, I was saying that's my sweeper. It's actually funny. We call vacuum cleaner a sweeper. But yeah, so you'll come in and you'll sweep up the back line with a Talonflame. You save some shields, you get that flame charge activated and boost up your incinerates.
Mason, I've been playing a lot of the Mega Master League. I feel like it's so important to get a bunch of energy on a Pokemon and then switch it out and sometimes just bring it back in to clean up a battle. How would you narrate that as a local Pittsburgher, though?
Yeah, like you said, you build up a lot of energy, and then you gun-ban that Pokemon right out. You set it up as your sweeper, and then you red up the rest of the battle.
Okay, hold on. There were a couple there. Gun band and red up. Can you break those down?
Yeah, so gun band is like a rubber band here in Pittsburgh. So you switch back out of the battle, and then red up is a very fast wave cleaning up. So you clean up that battle very quickly, and you get on to the next one.
Well, speaking of the next one, Mason, there's so many Pokemon. I think there's a Pokemon for everyone. I feel like there's at least one person who calls each of them their favorite. But I feel like Pittsburgh is so iconic, all the rivers, all the bridges. Is there an iconic Pokemon that kind of captures Pittsburgh in your mind?
Yes, actually, I think it's one of the most recently buffed Pokemon in Empoleon. This is the Steel City, and it's a Steel-type Pokemon. As you mentioned, we got the rivers. That's the water. And then even our hockey team is the Penguin, so it's a Penguin-type Pokemon. So I really feel like it encapsulates Pittsburgh perfectly.
Awesome, Mason. Well, you were incredible at Worlds. Congratulations on your run there. But we are really excited to see what you do here in Pittsburgh in your hometown as well. So let us know in the chat if you're cheering for Magic Mason, and follow along with all your favorite trainers in the bracket. But for now, we're going back to the live tournament action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Regional Championship here in Pittsburgh. My name is Holmes Henry, joined by DeFi, and we've had an unbelievable day of battles so far, but we're not done yet. There's still a few trainers fighting it out, trying to earn their spot in day number 2. So we got some great battles still to come.
Yes, we are looking forward to closing out this tournament day one with you here in the Steel City of Pittsburgh. That was so much fun listening to Will chat with Magic Mason, getting a little bit of that Pittsburgh knowledge, a little bit of that Pittsburgh vocabulary. Very, very fun. And we have some fun battles in store for you. We are going to be taking a look at our Group G Losers Finals, which is going to be Phoenix Dark versus Eomero. Eomero, again, coming off of a really strong finish in Monterey, but dropped the Dedenne from his team, hoping that that Unnovan Stunfisk is going to pick up a few more wins.
And that Murkrow makes its return, and it definitely has some targets on Phoenix Dark's team. The top 3 Pokemon, Corsola, the Furret, and the Gastrodon. Not really a big fan of the Murkrow. There are some pretty solid checks with the Credilli and the Tinkaton, but Shadow Talonflame, I think it's definitely going to come down to what shields and energy are in play. Incinerate's going to do a ton of damage to Murkrow, but if shields are down, I don't think Shadow Talonflame's going to be a big fan of having a Drill Peck land.
I am very interested. The Murkrow from Eomero is purified. We've been seeing most people run Shadow Murkrow just to get that additional damage. So either Purified has some kind of special tech that maybe we don't know about, or maybe that was just the best possible Murkrow that Eomero had access to. When trainers like Eomero, certainly not a new trainer to the game, but for trainers who are new to the game, I always recommend go with the Pokemon you have. Don't wait forever until you have the perfectly teched out one.
We've got lock-ins. It's Galarian Corsola for Phoenix Dark into the Gastrodon for Eomero.
And these two very bulky Pokemon, they both have kind of slower fast attacks at that 3-turn. Like we've got Astonish and Mud Slap. We're taking a look at that Water Pulse, newly buffed in the season. The Tales of Transformation going to knock the Galarian Corsola down to about a third of its, about a third of its health remaining.
One worry that I have taking a look at Eomero's backline. Eomero's backline very weak to the Tinkaton. A safe switch into this Credilli, and the Nightshade is thrown. Eomero with an immediate no shield, and I assume that we will see, does Phoenix Dark decide to actually switch in the Credilli mirror or bring in Tinkaton? There's the mirror, so choosing to save that Tinkaton, reading that it's a bait out to try and save the Tinkaton for whatever's in the back.
Yeah, but now there's I think this might open up a little bit of an opportunity for Eomero because his switch timer is going to come up a lot faster than Phoenix Dark will. I wonder if that's something he can utilize to his advantage.
Ooh, that charge type priority tie is really unfortunate for Eomero because Eomero could have switched after this Grass Knot landed, but now, unfortunately, is stuck throwing this Rock Tomb, and that will help bring the switch timers back into alignment. Rock Tomb will do a solid amount of damage. I still think the clock will not be up quite yet. There's going to be the switch. Going to try and snipe down with Bug Bites and will get this full farm down as Credilli fails to get that Rock Tomb.
And we are seeing the power of Fortress today with that Bug Bite being able to nibble away at all of these different Pokemon like the scary bug that Fortress is.
Fortress instantly going for the Sand Tomb and an even faster no shield. Sand Tomb not a threatening attack whatsoever. Let's get a guaranteed drop, but now in comes the Corsola, and Corsola is in danger of getting farmed down. If Corsola gets farmed down, then this is really tough because then Eomero will be able to apply permanent debuffs to this Tinkaton, and Tinkaton will have no ability to reset them.
Going to try to chip, wants to get as much damage done to this Fortress as possible, but Eomero not only has a very healthy Fortress, he's got 2 entire Protect Shields, but Phoenix Dark does have a very full health Tinkaton in the back. Very full health and a lot of energy, so is going to be able to throw this Bulldoze right away and is going to be able to pretty quickly get to another one. But as you brought up earlier, Henry, these debuffs are going to be applied permanently to Tinkaton.
Fortress can stay in to force the Tinkaton to throw, and then, especially once the defense has been debuffed, Mud Slaps from Gastrodon are about to be devastating. There's the switch into Gastrodon, instant Bulldoze from the Tinkaton, but the shields to hide behind means that Gastrodon is going to be incredibly difficult to remove from the field of play.
And that Gastrodon is showing why it's so impressive in the current meta with that Mud Slap damage. Phoenix Dark going for the Bulldoze. Eomero puts up a Protect Shield.
The decision to save the Tinkaton, reading that it would be valuable in the back, I feel almost a little bit backfired, where the Tinkaton was preserved, but with the desynced timers and how low the Galarian Corsola got, then Gastrodon ended up running away with the game. Body Slam is going to land, And that's going to be a Game 1 win for Eomero, despite what honestly looked like a pretty tough start.
Yeah, Eomero really being able to turn the tides here, utilizing that Gastrodon, being able to eliminate Tinkaton on the other side of the field from Phoenix Dark. As you were mentioning, Phoenix Dark saving the Tinkaton in the back, thinking that it would probably be good against what Eomero is probably going to bring, something like the Credilli or something like the Fortress we talked about. Neither one of them seem to do a whole lot of damage to the other, but the Bulldoze just works out a little bit more in Tinkaton's favor.
Let's take a look back at the highlights. Snipe down, getting all of that free energy at the Fortress, getting another farm down, applying debuffs to that Tinkaton. Fortress, even though it got very briefly aligned onto the Corsola, was just so strong in that game number 1. A noticeable absence from the team was Murkrow. Does Eomero go back to what has yet to lose on stream so far and bring the Murkrow in game number 2?
We're about to find out. These trainers, again, casters, stop yapping, let's stop stalling, let's get to the battles. We're going to see a Credilli mirror, and just like you predicted, we see that Murkrow in the back line. If it can align, I think the Galarian Corsola looks real good for that Murkrow, but the Talonflame's a little bit of a rougher matchup.
Talonflame, it's definitely going to come down to how many shields are in play, because those Shadow Incinerates will do so much damage to Murkrow. And now we find out that Phoenix Dark actually wins charge attack priority. So Phoenix Dark will be able to control alignment in this game. However, this could work a little bit to Eomero's advantage, where if Eomero doesn't necessarily play for alignment, but instead could try and soft lose it and farm with Murkrow, or look to save this energy and pit it out. Because Eomero notably did not go for the CMP tie there.
And we see the swap out actually into the Murkrow, pressuring the Talonflame to come in. This could maybe free up Gastrodon a little bit in the end.
Back-to-back drill pecks reached, but Murkrow paying such a heavy price as these Incinerates do so much damage. And the Pecks are doing quite a bit to this Talonflame as well. Talonflame might be hoping that with a Flame Charge, the Incinerate will actually KO from this health range. If Eomero wants to play it safe, could throw one Peck and the Drill Peck, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Not going to risk the Murkrow failing to survive that Incinerate.
Gonna pull the second Protect Shield here from Phoenix Dark Zero. Phoenix Dark Zero having no shields left, and as you predicted, that Incinerate was enough to knock out. Credilli comes in. Phoenix Dark's Switch Timer just barely comes up, but not quite able to get there. The Rock Tomb is going to come through and knock the Shadow Talonflame out of the sky. We still have full health Gastrodon that is going to be met with the Credilli with that super effective It's a bait.
The bait.
The bait.
That's so unfortunate. Eomero now going to be debuffed and having to deal with one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format as Galarian Corsola hits the field. Eomero, when he KO'd that Talonflame through 2 acids and the move, and that meant that boosted Incinerate landed, and he lost almost his entire rest of his Credilli. If he had thrown 1 there, maybe he could be in a position where Credilli could make a move. But now, Credilli, if it's going to do anything, it's going to be as a catch.
The Nightshade coming in. As you mentioned, we have 2 incredibly bulky Pokemon in the format. We have the Gastrodon and the bulkier, the more popular Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola about to get hit with the Water Pulse. I'm not sure this is going to be enough to knock out. No, Galarian Corsola able to just barely hold on. Eomero, no Protect Shields to hide behind.
This will be knocking out the Gastrodon, and then all that's left is that Credilli. The Credilli, it's simply too low. That boosted Shadow Talonflame Incinerate took too much of its health away, and that's a Game 1 win for Phoenix Dark, who is very close to making day number 2.
Now we are down to 1-1, and it's going to be about to be one of my favorite things, which is Game 3. We love a Game 3 here in the Championship Series with everything on the line. It is win and in or lose and go home. Your tournament run is over for the day. Eomero, again, coming off of a great tournament run in Monterey, hoping to repeat the performance here, taking a look back at the replay with this Purified Murkrow.
Murkrow grabbing the shield with the Drill Peck, and Credilli throwing 2 in the move, so that boosted Incinerate landed and just left it too low, so it couldn't really do anything. And then unfortunately Gastrodon shielding the Rock Tomb bait, not having enough damage to get through this Corsola, and Corsola getting the equalizer.
We will have to see can Eomero bounce back from this? Can he reset? Had a very great game in game number 1, but Phoenix Dark able to turn the tides. That Shadow Talonflame ended up being pretty impactful for Phoenix Dark and being able to really neutralize the pressure from the Murkrow.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 3, a trip to day 2 on the line. It's the Battle of the Birds. Shadow Talonflame into Murkrow, and this is not what Murkrow was hoping to see.
No, however, Murkrow is going to be able to pressure some shields potentially from the Talonflame, being able to throw the Drill Peck before Phoenix Dark is able to get there with the Flame Charge. Drill Peck is going to bounce off the Protect Shield because Talonflame can now safely continue to throw another Incinerate before throwing this Flame Charge into the Credilli instead, saving the Murkrow perhaps for a little later. Let's see how Eomero's planning to get out of this.
Phoenix Dark gonna stay in and keep the pressure up. Now this is a boosted fly. Eomero, no shields. This will be devastating damage. Credilli can survive, but not by much. Credilli now very low, and Phoenix Dark will send in his own Credilli to absorb this energy and look to try and get a very aggressive farm down.
Yeah, Eomero's going to have to rely a lot on that Galarian Corsola in the back. We've seen how its bulk can really turn the tides of a game. I think that's what Eomero's really going to have to put a lot of faith in.
This will be tough because the Murkrow has taken so much damage already. In comes the Corsola, and Corsola will not take a lot of damage from -2 Rock Tombs, but the worry is Corsola's damage. When the switch clock eventually comes up for Phoenix and Gastrodon hits the field, then unfortunately these Nightshades are going to be very ineffective. The Rock Tomb is reached. This will burn the switch clock, so Phoenix Dark wants to keep playing aggressively and save the Credilli. He'll have the ability to do so and get to bring out the Gastrodon, but it's actually going to be a switch into the Talonflame instead. But Talonflame, if it wants to Incinerate to land, will have to put up a shield, and that's exactly what Talonflame is going to do.
Puts up the Protect Shield, only 1 HP of damage. We've talked about that before. And then Shadow Talonflame going for the fly. Does Eomero use the Protect Shield here? He kind of has to because his other Pokemon are at such low health. Talonflame goes for 1 Incinerate, goes for 2, and then we see the Credilli come in for the snipe.
This gives Gastrodon an energy head start, which is a bit of a worry. Murkrow, pretty low on health, but does have energy. Murkrow will get the outpace, but he's mid-Mud Slap. He tried to catch, but you cannot catch in the middle of your charge attack, and that does mean that this Drill Peck will land, and that's big damage onto Gastrodon.
Now, we have to think, what with the Body Slam going to knock out this Murkrow, can Eomero take on both the Gastrodon and...
He gets it. He's able to land the Nightshade on its intended target. Will Nightshade be enough? Gastrodon is very bulky. Gastrodon hangs on. Another Mud Slap will connect. It takes the knockout, and Phoenix Dark is going to day number 2.
That was nail-biting. My breath caught in my chest. That was an incredible battle from Phoenix. Moving on to day number 2, taking down Eomero. Eomero's tournament run here in Pittsburgh is over.
We finally saw a Murkrow lose on stream, and that was because it kept getting aligned into that Shadow Talonflame. Murkrow so deadly when there's not fast move pressure, but with how frail it is, and keep in mind, this isn't even the Shadow Murkrow we see, this is the regular Murkrow. Those Shadow Incinerates, I don't know how they weren't super effective. That is neutral damage, and with the boost from the Flame Charge, it came close to 4-shotting there.
That was incredible battles. Taking a look back at the replay, really, the Shadow Talonflame is the MVP because without the Shadow Talonflame to neutralize the Murkrow, I think Eomero would have been able to take it with the Pokemon like the Galarian Corsola, like the Credilli, but Phoenix Dark being able to neutralize it with the Shadow Talonflame was able to come out on top.
A bit of an unfortunate miscount as Eomero went for a catch with the Credilli when the move wasn't available on Talonflame, and the simultaneous knockout, but Phoenix still had a Pokemon left alive in the back, and that's why that game is a win, because the Pokemon that were on the field simultaneously got knocked out, but he still had Pokemon to spare that still had HP.
Incredible battles. We still have one more spot in day number 2. That was the second to last spot. We have one more battle left for you here in Pittsburgh, and that is going to be the losers finals for Group H. This has been an incredible day number 1 in Pittsburgh. The first NA regional here. We had Frankfurt and Monterey last weekend, and then NA coming out strong, kind of with our own take on the meta. I don't know if we've gone strictly with the Frankfurt style or strictly with the Monterey. We definitely have started to see the Murkrow from Monterey, but I'm also loving the lack of Dedenne from Frankfurt. I think we're getting a little bit of the best of both.
Well, we can say a lack of Dedenne, but I believe there is a Dedenne in our final match of the day. I don't know if I've even seen a Dedenne so far on stream. If I did, it was only one Dedenne, but there is a Dedenne in this final match. So one trainer trying to prove that Dedenne still has what it takes to be top cut material this season.
Yeah, we can see Phoenix the Boss is going to be running a Dedenne on his team, as well as Shadow Charizard. We saw actually Eomero dropping the Dedenne from his team in Monterey, picking up the Unova Stunfisk instead. Why is Unova Stunfisk or other electric type damage? I think we even saw like a Shadow Zapdos at some point today. Why is Dedenne falling off so much?
I think electric damage is interesting. But the worry is, with the most commonly used Pokemon being Credilli, Dedenne has a very, very poor matchup there. You're taking big damage from Acid. If you buff your defense, you aren't really doing any damage because Parabolic Charge is resisted. But if you go for a Play Rough, then you're not buffing your defense. And the reason why Dedenne is good is because it's able to buff its defense every 10 turns with Parabolic Charge. So if Credilli is going to be basically on every team and in every battle, it feels like opting for a different electric type, maybe something like a Charge-Bug that at the very least has X-Scissor. So if you're up energy, you can potentially try and flip the script and KO that very common Pokemon. But with Dedenne, you don't really have that ability to do so. Dedenne is a little bit more in the same vein as Bastiodon, where it's a bit more feast or famine.
Yeah, I have really been enjoying the Charger-Bug play today, and I've been really enjoying the play from these trainers. We are going to see a Charger-Bug on the side of Enhoff. Enhoff is the trainer we're going to see on the left-hand side of the screen momentarily versus Phoenix the Boss, who is the one running Dedenne. Also running the Goodra and the Shadow Charizard. But some commonalities we see, again, it's that core 3 Pokemon that we've been seeing. We see the Shadow Kanto Marowak, we see the Galarian Moltres, and we see the Galarian Corsola. So very, very common Pokemon in between.
One interesting note, Phoenix might be one of the first teams that I've seen that does not have a Credilli. Credilli's been everywhere, but there is no Credilli on this team. Credilli looks exceedingly safe into Phoenix's team, so I have to imagine basically every single game, somewhere on the team, Enhoff will be bringing that Credilli because Credilli has 6 targets. Credilli can do well into basically anything that it can encounter on Phoenix the Boss's team.
So when you are playing like in a practice tournament, you're scrimming with someone, and there's a Pokemon that just has such a dominating performance against your entire team, what are some strategies you can use to try to get around it? When you look at the opposing team, you're like, oh no.
One of my preferred ways of dealing with it is basically running an ABA, where you try and find something where even if you can't necessarily beat it, you can soft lose it on lead and then figure out something that could potentially be deadly if you're able to get that problem Pokemon out of the way. Because running a bit of an ABA strategy like that can oftentimes open you up to potentially being able to reverse sweep your opponent, whereas they're relying on bringing this one Pokemon that's so strong. If you can at least get it low, then maybe get farm with the other Pokemon that's weak, then suddenly you're the one who has an advantage.
And let's see which trainer is going to come out with the advantage in the final set, the final matchup, Losers Finals, Group H today, Galarian Corsola versus the Goodra that has been super popular today.
Goodra will have an immense pacing advantage in this matchup, but where Goodra's going to struggle is it can't hit for super effective damage. So Goodra will be able to fire off a lot of Aqua Tails, but Galarian Corsola, it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this format. It has the stats to outlast the Dragon Breath, outlast the Aqua Tail spam, and deal very nice damage with the Nightshades.
Ooh, Nightshade does do quite a bit of nice damage to the Goodra, but Goodra able to get in one more attack. This Aqua Tail is not going to be enough to knock out, so Enhoff can safely no shield. And then are we going to get to see a farm down? No, we see an aggressive switch into Phoenix the Boss's own Galarian Corsola with the Credilli that we've been talking about is just so safe. I think this is one of the less effective targets that Credilli wants to see. This is one of the more neutral matchups.
Credilli can typically outlast Galarian Corsola in the Zero Shield, as with the debuffs, it's able to endure the Astonish damage, the 2 Nightshades, and barely, as long as it has some pretty good stats, right? It is barely able to survive both Nightshades, all the damage, and make it to a 3rd Rock Tomb, and barely be able to win the Zeros. Looks like Enhoff is just looking for damage on this Pokemon, will go for the Grass Knot. Grass Knot does quite a bit of damage, but it does set up the Corsola to potentially be able to pick up the KO now with the Nightshade, because it's only 1 stage debuffed instead of 2.
Taking a look at this Nightshade, let's see, the Galarian Corsola launches the Nightshade. Credilli hangs on, but is not able to throw an attack. So now Enhoff is able to bring in the Shadow Kanto Marowak and has 2 Protect Shields still remaining. Now that Shadow Kanto Marowak, I can sense it, and it can sense that Dedene's hiding in the back. So we see the Goodra coming out. We see one Mudslap, not quite enough. The Goodra able to hang on, no Protect Shields remaining, but that Shadow Kanto Marowak is still sniffing out that little tiny mouse Pokemon. Unfortunately, though, for the Marowak, Phoenix the Boss has both shields remaining.
Yeah, Marowak, I mean, even with both shields in play, you can't stop the Mudslaps. Going for the Parabolic Charge to buff up its defense to try and make it to the Play Rough, but it simply cannot get there. Who needs to throw charge attacks? Enhoff gets the call right, anticipating that it is the Dedenne, and Dedenne just gets farmed down, and that is the big difference. If that was something like a Charjabug, for example, a Charjabug could have at the very least hit back for neutral damage and try to, find a win con. Whereas unfortunately, the Dedenne, it takes super effective from Mudslap instead of charging as neutral, it just gets fully farmed.
Yeah, that Shadow Kanto Marowak was sniffing out the Dedenne in the back. Loves the smell of Dedenne in the afternoon here in Pittsburgh. We're seeing the Shadow Kanto Marowak on the side of Enhoff. Enhoff saving it, using the Protect Shields here, and then just being able to straight Mud Slap down. We see that victory, that fist pump. Enhoff is 1 win away from making it to the losers finals. Phoenix the Boss has to flip the script and win 2 in a row to continue on with a very interesting team, the Dedenne, the Goodra, the Shadow Charizard. Enhoff running a very more strict meta team. We're about to see, is this meta for a reason, or will this, having a little bit of spice, a little bit of anti-meta help out? Enhoff leading the very safe Credilli, again, into one of its more neutral targets, not a hard target as much like the Dedenne would be.
Credilli will always be able to outpace, going for the Rock Tomb, immediate no shield from the Corsola. We did end up seeing in that previous match where if the Credilli goes for a Grass Knot instead of a 2nd Rock Tomb, then Credilli is actually unable to make it to the 3rd Rock Tomb. So will we see an adjustment from Enhoff? The 2 flying types in the back for Phoenix, the Shadow Charizard and the Galarian Moltres, an adjustment in strategy, benching the Dedenne, but there's quite a few targets for Dedenne in the back, and I love seeing the adjustment from Enhoff. The Rock Tomb into Grass Knot play did not work in Game 2, so now opting for the double Rock Tomb play that will allow the Credilli on very low HP to make it to a 3rd Rock Tomb.
I am loving the look of the Azumarill in Enhoff's back line, whether she lines it up against the Galarian Moltres or the Charizard. Obviously, her Corsola wants to avoid the Moltres on the side of Phoenix the Boss.
Phoenix the Boss, what do you bring in here? Do you bring in that Charizard? Yes, in comes the Charizard, getting the energy head start. That's a 3 Ember head start. There should be the Azumarill brought in here, and then does Phoenix switch? And when the switch happens, do we see an I switch, you switch situation? Hoff's gonna have to stay disciplined and stay in this matchup because the Galarian Corsola does not want to tangle with that Moltres.
Ooh, and it looks like Phoenix the Boss just willing to kind of stick this out, kind of recognizing Galarian Moltres doesn't really want to be here either, but now there it is. I see Enhoff breathing a sigh of relief that she's hidden the Corsola in the back and is able to at least get the Azumarill on this Moltres for a little while. So what this Azumarill has to do a lot of work to be able to set up the Corsola to be able to do anything in the back.
The tricky thing about this matchup is this is a payback Galarian Moltres. So if the Moltres is ever able to get through this Azumarill, and Moltres does have a pacing advantage there, Moltres, I believe, should get to the fly one turn before the Ice Beam. Moltres looks like he's just going to go for a massive overfarm. Payback will do so much damage to a Corsola. It's a very efficient move. It gets same type attack bonus. Phoenix going to have to be very careful with the overfarm. In comes the Corsola. Corsola farming up Galarian Moltres. This is a huge call. Baiting with the fly. Enhoff calls the bait.
Shield! No shield for Enhoff. She calls it correctly. I see that head nod. She knows it, and she has the attack. She has the power gem to be able to attack back at that Moltres and punch her ticket to day number 2.
What a call by Enhoff. A very tricky end game. Payback so threatening, but no shielding. Trusting in the read. The read game 1 was so accurate, saying, I'm putting it all on Marowak. It's the Dedenne in the back. If it's not the Dedenne, I lose every single time. But it was the Dedenne. And then in game 2, calling the bait, the no shield, instantly securing that day 2 ticket.
What an incredible return to form from Enhoff. Took the entire 2025 season off to be able to focus on other things back in 2026 and starts it off with a day 2 performance. I am so happy to see her back. I'm sure many, many people in the crowd are as well.
What a run. Charjabug unfortunately wasn't brought to those battles, but yet another Charjabug sneaking into day number 2. And let's take a look back at this game number 2. Credilli, the adjustment and strategy to win the lead. The Charizard getting farmed, but Charizard does not want to deal with Azumarill.
No, Charizard is knocked out with an Ice Beam, and Enhoff breathing a sigh of relief that Azumarill is still healthy enough to be able to pull both Protect Shields from the Galarian Moltres, and then setting up the Corsola to get the Power Gem and win the battle.
Great plays throughout the entirety of today, and now I believe our top cut is set. We had so many trainers come to Pittsburgh to fight for the title of regional champion, the first regional champion of the North American season here. And we have gone from a very large number of trainers. I believe we're now down to 16 left, if I'm not mistaken. So the stakes only get higher as we look towards day number 2 tomorrow.
Before we wrap up day number 2, we've been talking a lot about trainers and their journeys here in Pittsburgh, but let's talk a little bit more with Rise to Occasion, with his trainer journey that we talked when we talked to him back in Vancouver. Rise to Occasion on the hunt.
He has been on an absolute heater, and he seems to be unstoppable right now.
My name is Chris Reisner. I'm originally from Wisconsin, but now I live in Dallas, Texas. I first got into competitive Pokemon in about 2020 when the pandemic had just started and I had some more time on my hands. When I found out you could go to local tournaments and play against other trainers, that was really appealing to me. I was kind of the new guy that was just showing up and people didn't really know me, but I started to improve really quickly, and within about a year I was already winning some grassroots tournaments and had this quick sort of rise, if you will, in the circuit. It's just a game, right? But it really is like a microcosm for life. And I feel like every time I've gotten knocked down or have had embarrassing moments on stage where I just completely throw a game, I've always come back stronger. I took a little bit of a break and it was good for me, I think, because watching these other tournaments play out, like EUIC that I didn't go to, you get that hunger back. My mindset coming to this tournament was just take it one game at a time and be deliberate with the lines that I was bringing, and I just didn't want to rush. I wanted to make sure I was taking my time, thinking my lines through. I was bringing a unique team that could maybe catch some people off guard with some picks they weren't expecting, like the Shadow Steelix and the Golisopod. The MVP of my team this weekend had to be the Golisopod. I was annoying people at the venue trying to trade for a Golisopod. There were some games where not only did it take out the lead Pokemon, but then it landed a move on the next Pokemon as well and just immediately put me in a great position. This time I lost right away on day 2, and I was able to keep climbing all the way through the loser's bracket. So this is probably the best loser's bracket run I've had. I fell just short in my last tournament. I was right there, one game away, maybe even one play away. So to come back from that and come back stronger is something I'm really proud of.
Rise to occasion is your 2025 Vancouver Regional Pokemon Go champion. He has won a regional in 4 consecutive seasons.
Now that I'm automatically qualified for the World Championship, it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off to have some more fun with it. Some of my favorite moments from the past World Championships have just been seeing my friends succeed at the highest level. It's Axon winning the World Championship in Japan. To see him go all the way and be on the front page of a Japanese newspaper was amazing. In terms of my goals playing competitive Pokemon, I do want to try to go for the LAIC Travel Award to go back to Brazil. I think I've really learned that I just enjoy the process of putting the time in and practicing and doing my best to execute versus focusing more on the outcomes. Am I going to win Worlds this year? We'll see about that.
Maybe let Rahul get a little damage in play with his Frillish. Liam is fine with that trade-off. Or is it time to just go in, start swinging, take attacks, take prize cards?
Dive into the winner's side bracket. We have so
that
many
is yet
talented
another turn with
competitors
no
here.
attacks.
Butters, you and I were doing the math. 180 trainers here in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
The only North America regional that was larger was actually Atlanta last year. So the competition has been fierce.
Yeah, and before we get to that bracket, I just want to hear some thoughts from you. DeFi, any standouts here in day number 1?
Well, you know that I'm going to shout out Enhoff being off the entire last season. What a return to form. What a return to the competition. Coming back and making it to day 2 with some incredible performances. My voice is shot at this point. I was screaming in that last battle. It was so exciting.
Home Slice, what do you got for us? How was day number 1?
Day number 1 was unbelievable. Everything that I could have hoped for. Incredibly well-played battles, trainers being able to dance around bad matchups with this new switch timer, which is what we're hoping to see. A real standout performer to me was, honestly, probably one of the least surprising ones, and that was Out of Pocket. Came into this tournament calm, cool, and collected. I know he practices almost more than anyone. He puts his all into these tournaments, and he seems to be back in top form as he made quick work of his group.
Butters, I'm going to double dip here. I'm going to say 2 things. The first is that Bastiodon was on my caster predict. And guess what, everybody? It was an absolute monster in this tournament, and we are going to see a lot of it tomorrow as well. The second point, Butters, you and I casted one of the best series that I've ever commentated in my whole entire life. That was the Arrow matchup to end his loser's bracket run and actually punch his ticket into day number 2. But we've got a bracket on screen here, Butters. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I know we have at least one Bastiodon in this winner's side of the bracket because LNDS Steinar has it on his team composition. I think Doonbug was feeling a little nervous about that Bastiodon, so you might have been right overall. Of course, what about this epic rematch of a previous international championship? Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash. I mean, already we're going to see that at the beginning of day number 2.
That's an unbelievable matchup. And then whoever wins from Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash, they were 1 and 2 at NAIC. You have the EUIC runner-up Z's Wireless, who could potentially be the next opponent. This winner's bracket is insane.
But don't count out GCB, a trainer that, again, we haven't seen as much from, and that's something I love at these tournaments. We see these storied trainers, these legends come up against trainers who we see a little bit less from, but tend to perform really, really well at regional events.
Well, tomorrow we're going to find out who will be our Pittsburgh regional champion, but let's look at the regionals that we have for 2026. Of course, we're starting here, but where are we going next, Speedy?
We are going to Milwaukee, followed by Las Vegas. I was talking with a competitor out there on the floor. They said over 100 trainers have already registered for Las Vegas, and that was not until November. But there's some question marks here on the schedule as well, DeFi.
And that is a good reminder to make sure you register early for these tournaments. Do not wait until the last minute. You cannot register the night before. Be sure that you are out there registering early if you want to go to Las Vegas or if you want to go to Milwaukee in a couple weeks.
I think that's your teacher in you speaking right there. I can really feel it from you, DeFi, but I completely agree. And home sites, what time do the trainers need to tune in tomorrow if they want to see all the action?
So tune in 9:45 a.m. Eastern, or if you're over there in the Pacific time zone, it's going to be an early morning. So get up, get some tea, get some coffee. You're not going to want to be anywhere but here because the action is only going to build off of this incredible day number 1.
We got Doonbug versus Steiner, Out of Pocket versus Ash and Ash. You definitely do not want to miss that on day number 2. And before we finish wrapping up here, I'm just going to ask your last thoughts. I know I started with you, DeFi, so I'm going to go with you, Will. What did you think of this day number 1? And more importantly, what is going to count going into day number 2 tomorrow?
Butters, I had a very silly concern, and I feel so silly for even thinking it coming into this tournament. I was worried that the meta was going to be largely unchanged from Worlds just last season, but there are so many new wrinkles, new strategies, new Pokemon coming into the fold, and I think it's going to be a thrill to watch it all kind of shake out as we move through that bracket and crown our champion tomorrow.
What do you think, Henry?
It's been a very interesting day. So many Credilli, as far as the eye can see. I walked around a corner backstage and I got jump scared by another Credilli. It was just sitting there. So it's been so much Credilli, but what I've really liked is with all of these Credilli mirrors, we've really been able to see who has a great understanding of this new switch timer, because trainers who will potentially, okay, I'm losing charge attack priority in the mirror. I'm not going to throw my second move. I'm going to switch out. If the Credilli stays into debuff, that desyncs the timer. I can potentially try and dance out of these bad matchups. And we've seen trainers where on lock-in, oh, they lose lead, they lose swap, they're going to have a counter in the closer, they could lose the game, but they're able to play their way out. And that's why, to me, out of all these hundreds of Pokemon that got changed, the biggest winner out of the move update is probably the competitors, because this new switch timer is unbelievable.
Let's go. And DeFi, real quick, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I am looking forward to seeing how trainers are going to be able to counter that Credilli. I was really interested in like that Fortress matchup from Trent that we saw. I'm interested to see how Credilli is clearly at the top. What are trainers going to do to take it down?
Yeah, and all I have to say is Murkrow. Murkrow for real. Make sure to follow us everywhere. Hashtag or at @PlayPokemon and /Pokemon, all the socials /Pokemon Go as well. That is it for day number 1. We can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Good game, Sam.